Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A district attorney's dream is to find an eyewitness to the commission of a crime. But sometimes the dream can turn out to be a nightmare that helps the criminal instead of exposing him. This case started on a Friday morning, just a few minutes before 9 a.m.
All right, Carney, let's go over it once more.
We've been over it 20 times, Fallon. Let's get it done.
I ain't taking a chance on you making any mistakes.
I ain't making no mistakes. Think I want to go back to that pen again? Look, I've been casing this place ever since I got out.
You sure there's no guard?
Guard. In a check cashing joint, nobody but the two tellers and the crummy alarm system.
They're pounding there, shorthand. Yeah. Nobody's going to expect to find two guys with 15 grand driving spikes in a railroad.
Hey, the armored car is pulling away now, fella.
Good. Now the boys inside will have enough money to cash that check. Park right in front of the place and leave it running.
Right.
Keep me covered while I cash the check.
Yeah. Bet they never cashed a check like that one before.
Shut up. I'd like to cash this. Just read it, mister, and do like it says. Don't even open your mouth.
And don't stare at us. You heard him.
You've got 5 seconds, mister. Put the money in the...
Hey, he stepped on the alarm.
That's the last thing you'll ever step on.
Let's get out of here.
We'll drop anybody who gets in the way. Come on, Carney, get in.
Crowd's gathering already.
They won't hurt us any.
Look out! Car's coming out of that side street.
Let him look out.
You're going to hit.
Carney! I'm bleeding. Gotta get out, gotta get away.
Hey, driver, the coupe is alive. You better sit there until an ambulance comes, mister. Your head's cut mighty bad.
Get away from me.
Well, get back, everybody. He's got a gun.
Get back.
You won't run far.
Hello, Chief.
Hello, Harrington. Looks pretty bad.
Yeah.
Which one was the bandit car?
The coupe.
Who was in the sedan?
Man and a 5-year-old boy. Both killed.
They take the bodies to General Hospital?
Yeah. Oh, one of the stick-up men was killed, too.
Any trace of the other one?
No. I've got squads doing a house-to-house on the whole area, though.
Who's the registered owner of the coupe?
No, not yet. It's being checked. Probably stolen.
Yeah, probably. Let's have a look at it. Blood on both seats. Steering wheel, too. The driver must have gotten a cut on his head or his hand.
He had a gash in his scalp.
Uh-huh. Hit the windshield on this side. A couple of hairs stuck to the jagged edge. Dark brown. Something for the lab to work on.
The corner druggist had a good look at him. Saw the whole thing from the store. Ran out to help. Almost got shot for his trouble.
Is he around?
Yeah, right over there. Oh, Mr. Reba. District Attorney wants to talk to you. All right, let him through, man. Let him through.
Well, too bad there weren't this many police around when this happened.
Well, it's a big city, Mr. Rebar. They do their best. Well, maybe you'd like to help.
I'm sorry, Mr. Garrett. Child that got killed used to stop in the store. Father'd give him a penny for bubble gum.
I understand how you feel. Harrington tells me you saw the driver of the coupe.
As close as I'm seeing you.
Oh, excuse me, Chief. That sounds like the shortwave on my car radio.
Go ahead. Can you give me a description of the man you saw, Mr. Rebar?
6 feet tall, maybe. Built solid, dressed like a laborer.
Go ahead.
Of course, that could fit 1,000 men, but this one had a couple of gold teeth right in the middle of his mouth.
Gold teeth, huh? Well, that's very interesting. Anything else?
Nothing outstanding, except for a bad cut on his head.
Over and out.
I told your assistant the whole thing.
Was the cut bad enough to need stitching?
Oh, we'll have to see a doctor.
Well, that was
all
the
right.
report on the coupe, Chief. We stole it on the west side during the night or early this morning.
Well, when was it reported? Before or after this happened?
Well, just about the same time, Chief, but the owner is home. He's been there since last night. His story checks out.
Well, we'd better get down to the general hospital. Well, thanks, Mr. Reba. We may be calling upon you again for an identification.
You can get me at the store anytime.
We'll go in my car. Leave yours here. One of the men can drive it in.
Okay. The lab boys are on their way out to cart the wrecks in, go over them for fingerprints. Not that we can expect much. Prints on the car get pretty smeared.
Yes, and even if we do get a clear set, we've still got to find the man who can match them.
This body is the dead hold-up man. Lift the sheet if you want.
Any identification on him yet?
His prints have been taken. They might lead to something. The medical examiner's report has his blood type and other data.
I'd rather have the blood type of the man who got away. You instruct the lab to bring in pieces of the windshield where he cut himself?
Yeah. They'll call us on it.
Doctor say anything about the teller they shot during the holdup?
Yeah, he's still alive, but in a coma. He's up on the 3rd floor. You want to go up?
Might as well while we're waiting for the reports.
The doc doesn't think he's going to live.
Well, he may come around long enough to tell us something.
Look, Chief, before we go up, you want to see the man and the child who were in the sedan? They're right in the next room on their way to the elevator.
All right. Not that they can help us much.
That's the child's mother. Saw at the accident. Happened only a block from their home.
Did you come to see my boy and my husband? Did you know them?
No.
Maybe you ought to go home for a while, ma'am.
Why should I go home? There's nobody there now. He wanted his daddy to be the one to take him to school. He was just being registered. His first day. 5 years old.
You must try not to think about it.
Nothing we can do to help her, Chief.
I know. Better leave her until she cries herself out.
Guy that's responsible for that ought to...
I know.
The elevators are over here. Car coming down now.
All right. Wheel him in the first room there.
Here's the doc now. We're just coming up to see you, Doc.
I'm afraid you're too late, Harrington. Mr. Garrett.
Was that the cashier?
Yes, he just died. If you want to come back with me, your lab is bringing in some glass fragments for blood analysis.
Oh, yes. Did he say anything before he died, Doctor?
Just a few words. The man who shot him had gold teeth. Sorry to keep you so long, Mr. Garrett, but it isn't as easy to get a type when the blood is dried.
We understand.
It'll only take a second to make a comparison under the microscope now. Did you kill that overhead light for me, Harrington?
No, sure thing, Doc.
I'll get the focus now. Yeah, that does it all right.
You got it?
Mm-hmm. The man you're looking for is an AB type.
That common?
No, pretty rare, as a matter of fact. About 1 in... Oh, excuse me. Hello, Dr. Swift speaking.
This is Mr. Garrett's office, Doctor. Is he there?
Yes, just a minute. For you, Mr. Garrett, your office.
Well, thanks. Yes, Miss Miller?
Mr. Garrett, some reports just came in from the lab, the fingerprint crew.
Now, what is it?
The dead bandit has been identified as John Carney, a known criminal. Served time in several states for armed robbery. No known associates since leaving the penitentiary 3 months ago.
No, that doesn't help us. What about the prints on the car? Anything?
All the clear prints belong to the owner of the car, with one exception.
Well, what was that?
A full right thumb impression on the cap of the gas tank.
Has it been checked on?
Yes, sir. We had nothing in the criminal file, so we ran it through to Washington by wire photo. We just got the answer. An identification through Army records. A man named Robert Traumer.
Robert Traumer. Any location?
He owns the Midtown service station on Center Street. Do you want to pick up on him?
No. Harrington and I will handle it right away. Thanks.
Well, what is it, Chief?
Looks like we're not going to need that analysis after all, Doctor.
Oh.
I think we found our man.
Good. Where?
Runs a gas station. Come on, Harrington. Let's pick him up.
I'll be with you fellas in a second.
We'll wait.
Gotta get this grease off my hands. Just finished the lube job.
We're not worried about your hands as long as we can see them.
Hey, what's the idea? What are you frisking me for?
Looking for a gun that made a hole in a fella.
Turn around so we can get a better look at you.
You mind if I dry my hands?
Go ahead.
Where were you this morning at 9 o'clock?
Well, I was right here working. Why?
You sure you weren't near the Apex check cashing service at 3rd and Grand on the south side?
Of course I wasn't.
Step over this way. Under the light.
Are you going to tell me what this is all about?
Let's see you smile.
What?
You heard him. Smile. Just smile, mister, that's all.
So you were here at 9 o'clock, huh?
I told you.
Those gold teeth say you weren't.
What kind of a
Cashier you shot is dead, Trauma. So is a 5-year-old boy and his father and your partner, John Carney.
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Don't you? Maybe the cut on your head will make you remember.
Cut on my head?
The cut you got when the cars crashed. Take that grease cap off. Let's have a look at it.
Sure, mister. I'll let you look. Well, my cap's off. You see any cut? Either of you?
No. No, Trauma, we don't.
Chief, the druggist Reba said he had a deep gash.
I don't know what you're looking for, mister. But if the guy has a gash in his scalp, just look again. 'Cause it ain't me.
This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the man with gold teeth, here is an important message from our sponsor.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
3 innocent people had been killed in a hold-up attempt and getaway. One of the bandits was dead, but the other was still at large. Eyewitnesses swore that the man we sought had gold teeth and a gash on his scalp. We found a man with gold teeth, but there was no mark of an accident on him. Harrington and I took him to the doctor's office at General Hospital.
What's he going to do with that needle?
Just take your blood type, unless you object. That's your legal right.
Why should I object? I haven't done anything.
All right, let me have your hand. Just going to prick your finger a little.
Go ahead.
Ouch!
How long will it take, Doctor?
Just a few seconds with a fresh specimen. Give you an answer as soon as the smear's ready.
The blood type we're checking you for is a pretty rare one, Traumer. AB.
I told you before, my blood is type O. I know from giving it to the Red Cross.
And if that's true, it eliminates part of your worries. But my assistant is bringing a druggist named Rebar over here. Rebar saw the killer close up.
He didn't see me.
Got it?
Yes, Doctor.
And there it is.
Type AB?
No. Type O, like you said.
I told you, didn't I? I never lie.
Come in.
Oh, Chief, I got Rebar out here.
How about it, Traumer?
Bring him in. I've got nothing to hide.
Okay, Harrington.
All right, come on in, Mr. Rebar.
Hello, Mr. Garrett.
Mr. Rebar, I'd like you to take a look at this man. Take a good look. And then tell me if you've ever seen him before. How about it, Mr. Rebo?
Mr. Garrett, I'm not sure. After all, the man that got out of the car had a gun in his hand and blood all over his face. All I remember for sure is the gold teeth.
I don't want you to identify him unless you're certain, beyond the shadow of a doubt. Now, can you make a positive identification?
No, sir, I can't.
All right, Mr. Rebo. Thank you. You can go.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. You've done the right thing.
Well, my blood's the wrong type. I got no cut, and he couldn't identify me. How about letting me go now?
There's still the matter of a fingerprint that is yours, Trummer. I want you to come one more place with us. Voluntarily.
Where?
Police garage. The wrecks have been towed in there. I want you to see them. Will you come?
You're not trying to pin this on me, are you?
What do you think?
I'm with you. Let's go.
Recognize this car, Trummer?
Well, I see a dozen black coupes like this every day.
You've seen this one, all right. Your thumbprint proves that.
What?
Right here in the dusting powder on the tank cap.
So I gassed this car at my station, maybe. That's how I make... Hey, wait a minute. Let me see that cap.
Don't touch it now. I'll handle it.
Well, Trummer?
I sold a tank cap like that this morning.
You sure?
Well, yeah, a big guy in a black coupe. Could have been this car. Maybe I should have known there was something fishy about that guy, though.
Why?
Because he didn't have any money to pay for the gas. Didn't tell me until I filled her up, either. She was almost bone dry.
You mean you let him waltz off without paying you?
Well, what could I do? Siphon it out? I made him leave something for security, though.
What?
Well, a hunting knife and sheath he had on his belt. Worth maybe $8 or $9 new.
Did he come back to redeem it?
No. I got it locked in my tool chest back at the station.
We ought to have a look at it, Chief.
We will, as soon as I call the office.
District Attorney's office.
Garrett, Miss Miller. Anything come in on that scalp wound yet?
No, sir. We're still checking doctors. The whole telephone and radio division's on it.
That cut was deep. It'll need treatment sooner or later. Ask other counties to cooperate. Spread the search.
Yes, sir.
I'll be at Trummer's, the Midtown service station.
Yes, sir.
Let's go. Would you know that man if you saw him again, Trummer?
Well, one customer's face looks like another, but I'd remember him.
You have gold teeth like you?
Well, that's something I can't tell you. He was chewing a cut of tobacco, talking through it.
Tobacco, huh? Not many men chew tobacco anymore. Unless
what, Chief?
Unless they're doing a kind of work that keeps their hands too busy for smoking.
Well, here it is, the knife. Just like he left it.
Fresh honed and clean as a whistle, Chief. Now, why would anybody be carrying a hunting knife in the city?
More likely to be somebody who worked outdoors, away from town. Let me see that sheath.
Yeah.
Now, look at this.
Hey, initials burned in the leather. B.F.
Too bad he didn't burn in the full name.
Midtown service. Oh, yeah, hold on. It's for you, Mr. Garrett. Your office.
Hello, Miss Miller.
Oh, Mr. Garrett, we just got a report. It doesn't seem to be anything, but I thought I'd better call you.
Well, what is it?
A man answering the general description of the one you're looking for had 12 stitches taken in his scalp plate this afternoon.
Where?
Colderville, about 30 miles upstate.
Did you speak to the doctor?
Yes, sir. Colderville Hospital emergency room, but he said it was a compensation case.
What kind of a compensation case?
He said the patient was a workman for the railroad section gang repairing track up in that area.
Well, how'd he get hurt?
Driving spikes. He said one flew up and hit him.
But the man answers our general description.
Yes, sir, except for one thing.
What?
The doctor said he didn't have gold teeth.
I see. Well,
I thought I'd better call you anyhow.
Thanks. Keep working on it.
I will. Bye.
Goodbye. Oh, Miss Miller.
Yes?
Did the doctor give you the man's name?
Yes, sir. It was Fallon. Bud Fallon.
Just a minute. Give me that knife sheath, Harrington.
Here.
Thanks. Miss Miller, you did say Bud Fallon, didn't you? B as in boy, F as in flag?
That's right, Mr. Garrett.
And I think we've got our man.
But his teeth aren't gold.
I've got an idea about that, too. Listen, here's what I want you to do. Harrington and I are leaving for Coteville immediately. I want you to call that doctor back.
Yes, sir?
Tell him to dig out the swabs used in treating that wound on Fallon's scalp. If you can find the right ones, I want a blood analysis made. We'll pick it up when we get there.
Yes, sir. Right away.
Goodbye. Thanks, Trummer. Come on, Harrington.
Is the guy we want in Coteville, Chief?
In it or near it. He's working on a railroad section gang.
That fits what you said about the knife. Guy working outdoors.
Chewing tobacco, too. Man with a sledgehammer in his hands doesn't have much time for smoking.
But what about the gold teeth?
He hasn't got gold teeth. Never did have. It was a disguise he dreamed up when he stopped at Trummer's for gas. Trummer's teeth caught his attention and gave him an idea. Mighty good one, too. It almost saved his neck.
But how? How did he do it?
That's the one thing we've got to find out.
It'll be dark when we get to Coteville.
Not as dark as Fallon would like it to be.
Yeah. They're the railroad work cars now.
Oh.
Section boss said Fallon bunks in the next to the last one. Dark.
The caboose isn't. Probably use it for a recreation car. Card games, things like that.
Anyone try there first?
No. Too many men in there. Somebody might get hurt. We'll wait in his bunk car.
Yeah, it should be this one.
Yeah.
Watch out. Big step up.
Yeah, I see it. Got your flashlight?
Yeah.
Let's have a look around.
Yeah. Sleeps about a dozen. I wonder which bunk is Fallon's.
I don't know. Here. Throw the light over here.
What?
Here on the bunk post.
BF. Likes to put his initials on everything, don't he?
Now, this must be his footlocker.
Yeah, it ain't locked.
No.
Gun in there?
No, he'll have it on him. Look at this, though.
What are they?
A couple of plugs of chewing tobacco.
Wrapped in gold foil.
Sure. He tore off a piece of this gold foil after he saw trauma. Put it over his front teeth like this.
I wonder we got a description the way we did.
One thing he couldn't change was the AB type of blood, though.
Well, what do we do now?
Just sit and wait.
That's enough for me tonight. Deal me out. I don't know what I ever did to deserve such lousy luck. Who's that back of my bunk? That you, Jake? Dominic?
Don't go, Fallon.
Who is it?
Who are you expecting?
We want to talk to you about a check you tried to cash this morning.
You're under arrest, Fallon.
Look out, Chief! Oh, my arm! Get the gun, Chief.
I've got it. Is this the same gun you used to kill the cashier, Fallon?
I never kill anybody.
Ballistics will tell us if you don't, mister.
You'll never get anybody to identify me.
We will when they see you with a piece of this gold foil over your teeth.
I don't have to say anything till I see a lawyer. My arm. I'm bleeding. You gotta get me to a doctor, quick. I already lost a lot of blood from my head.
Don't worry about it, Fallon. You'll be getting a transfusion in no time. It won't take long. We already know your blood type. Come on, Harrington. Let's carry him out. This is David Bryan. I hope you enjoyed this case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
here is the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
Bud Fallon was convicted of murder in the second degree and 3 counts of involuntary manslaughter. He was sentenced to life imprisonment. However, he was killed in a fight when he attacked another prisoner with a knife. Now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord.
And Slate 107B. This is Johnny Dollar for broadcast Sunday, May 10, 1959. Johnny Dollar.
Johnny, this is Ray Connolly.
Oh, yeah, over at Continental Insurance Company.
That's right, yeah.
Oh, what's the problem, Ray?
Problem? No problem at all, actually.
Huh?
Are you busy tonight, Johnny?
No plans at all.
Well, you see, my wife's out of town for a few days, and, Johnny, well, I wonder if you'd have dinner with me tonight. Can you do that?
Why, sure, why not?
Good.
Just name the time and place, and I'll meet you there.
Well, I happen to have a nice, thick fillet of prime beef in my refrigerator at home, and if you like steak...
Sure do.
Well, why don't you run over to my place at, say, 6:30? I'll pour you a couple of cocktails, and we'll tackle that steak. Okay, Johnny?
Ray.
Yeah?
You're sure there isn't something that's bothering you?
6:30, Johnny?
Yeah, okay, but now listen.
Good. I'll see you then.
Well, why don't you...
Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Each weekday on CBS Radio, there's a bright package of lively entertainment that goes by the modest title, Just Entertainment. It's where to find Pat Buttram, his cohorts, and his warm humor. Mr. Buttram is ably aided by lovely Marion Morgan and that singing foursome called the Halloran Quartet. Just for entertainment, sample Just Entertainment with Pat Buttram tomorrow on CBS Radio. Also on the recommended list, a fascinating fact-filled 10 minutes each weeknight with Ron Cochran. Recently, he's given the Answer Please treatment to listener queries on such topics as the Chesapeake Bay's Oyster War, the Irish Sweepstakes, Spring Fever, and underseas exploration of the Arctic. Be listening tomorrow night. Discover how you can ask Ron Cochran to give your question the answer, please. Just Entertainment and Answer Please. One for facts, one for fun. Leave your dial set right where it is now to enjoy both these entertaining programs each Monday through Friday on CBS Radio. And now, Act One of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Continental Insurance Company, Home Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the fatal fillet matter. There was something very funny about Ray Connolly's sudden invitation to have dinner with him, much less cocktails. I'd been at his office far too many times, had seen the bottles of pills that he kept in his desk, watched his secretary bring him a glass of milk at precisely 10:30 a.m. and exactly 3:15 p.m., had listened to the dull details of his ulcer-free diet more times than I can remember. So when Ray said cocktails... come on now, Dollar, stop trying to build up a case out of nothing. And yet, for reasons that will be made clear later in this report, everything goes on expense account. Item 1, $1.40 for a cab to Ray's apartment. It was 6:30 on the nose when I pushed the doorbell. Oh, and I decided that if he did have something bothering him, I'd let him get around to it in his own sweet time. I wished later that I hadn't.
Johnny, I'm glad to see you. Come in.
Yeah, how are you, Ray?
Well, you know how it is.
Those ulcers been kicking up on you again?
Yeah, a little. Sit down, Johnny, sit down.
Sure, thanks.
Now, what would you like? Martini, Manhattan?
Got a plain old scotch and soda lying around?
I certainly have. Have it for you in a second. Never touch it myself anymore, of course.
You mean you're not drinking with me?
Maybe I'll have a glass of milk and... Let's see. Yeah. It's time for me to take one of my pills. There you are, Johnny.
Thanks. But did it ever occur to you, Ray, that if you'd stop worrying so much about that gut of yours, you might not have so much trouble with it?
Johnny, it's easy to see you never had an ulcer.
No, sir, and I don't ever intend to.
Well, if you were in my end of the business, there's something just happened that I want to tell you about.
Oh?
Yeah, later. Incidentally, this steak we're having is the most beautiful thing you ever saw. Well, come on, I'll show it to you while I get a glass of milk.
Okay.
I guess my wife ordered some groceries sent over from Morris Baines Market before she left. I told you she's away.
Yes, she did.
Yeah, left yesterday. Well, this steak was delivered last night, along with some other things. There. How about that?
It looks like you could cut that with a fork.
Prime beef. Excuse me, I'll get my glass of milk.
Sure.
Hey, how do you like your steak, by the way?
Only one way, blood rare.
Well, of course, I'll have to have mine rather well done. So I'll just cut the fillet in half, and it'll be no problem at all.
Ray, what about this thing that happened in the office you were going to tell me about?
Later, Johnny. Later.
Again, looking back, I wished that I'd pressed the point, but I didn't. Instead, I had another drink, watched him sip his glass of milk, listened to him complain some more about his pet ulcer, and then, finally, we sat down to dinner.
There we are. Isn't that the most beautiful steak you ever saw?
Oh, no. Huh? Ray, didn't you hear me?
What? Oh, dear.
Yeah.
Oh, dear, I'm terribly embarrassed.
Well, brother, you ought to be. That looks like a piece of shoe leather.
When you said blood rare, and I forgot all about it.
Oh, Ray, you are a dog.
You're sure you can't eat it this way?
I'd rather chew up an old boot. Hey, listen now, something's bugging you. Now, what is it?
Nothing, Johnny. Look, I'll go out and buy another one for you, huh?
And let yours sit here and get cold? No.
Oh, Johnny, I'm terribly sorry.
That's okay. Go ahead, Ray. Tear into it. I'll go out in the kitchen and see if I can find the makings of a sandwich. I could have killed him overcooking a perfectly good steak that way. But instead, I made myself a sandwich and stuck around. Because I knew that sooner or later he'd tell me his real purpose in having me come over. And later he did. At least he started to. We had washed the dishes, then gone back into the living room. I had settled down with a third cup of coffee and a cigarette, and he was sipping at another glass of milk.
It's just that I don't like being threatened, Johnny.
Threatened?
Heaven knows I have enough trouble keeping this ulcer under control with just the daily run of problems I have to face at the office.
Oh, what do you mean by
you know, people demanding more from their insurance than they deserve. People filing claims when they aren't entitled to any insurance at all, and then trying to... Oh!
What?
Nothing, Johnny. I just... I'll be all right.
You forget to take one of your pills, Ray?
No, but maybe I better take another.
Oh, yes, me. You're taking too many of them. But what was this talk about being threatened?
Well, Johnny, this fella by the name of... Oh, no.
Ray.
Johnny!
Ray, what's the matter?
This pain in my stomach, it's killing me.
Easy now. Here, let me get you on the sofa.
Oh, medicine, quick, please.
There you are. Now, what medicine?
Anything to stop this, Johnny.
I grabbed the telephone and called Dr. Ransom. But because of a traffic tie-up, it was nearly half an hour before he got there. Meantime, Ray lay on the sofa getting paler and paler until he was white as a sheet. The doctor, completely familiar with Ray's ulcer problem, did what he could. But after 45 minutes, realized things were getting beyond his control, so he called an ambulance. Another half hour. And yeah, by the time they got him to the hospital, in spite of injections and oxygen along the way, Ray Connolly was dead.
Act two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment. Tibet in the news. Who's an expert on Tibetan affairs? Who was the personal guest of the Dalai Lama in happier times at the top of the world? Why, Lowell Thomas, of course. Ask us another part of the world, and there's every chance the answer again would be Lowell Thomas. The roving raconteur has been just about everywhere, seen just about everything. So when a story breaks, he has that extra edge of intimate first-hand experience to give extra dimension to his reporting. One of the most colorful men in the industry, one of the most striking different sounds on the CBS radio network is Lowell Thomas, heard every Monday through Friday evening with his fascinating reporting. Only a network could bring you a Lowell Thomas. Only the CBS radio network does. Remember, the keen mind and formidable experience of this noted world traveler, lecturer, raconteur, and CBS newsman is an exclusive with the affiliated stations of CBS Radio. Monday through Friday evenings, don't miss Lowell Thomas. And now, Act Two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the fatal filet matter.
Yes, Mr. Dollar, I knew that Connolly's ulcer condition was serious. I've been treating him for a couple of years, but I certainly never believed this could happen.
What it means is that he bled to death. Is that it, Doctor?
Yes, internal hemorrhage. But of such intensity, I don't understand it. And yet, well, let's face it, Dollar, this sort of thing has happened before.
Has happened before?
Yes.
Doctor, you may be right about that.
Well, of course I am.
But not in the way you think. I went back to Ray's apartment, let myself in with a key I'd filched out of his pocket, then went over every inch of the place. And I came up with nothing. Nothing, that is, until I went into the kitchen. There I saw for the second time the bag of groceries that his wife had delivered from Baines Market, from which Ray had taken only one thing, so far as I knew. The steak he'd eaten that night. Yeah, and he had eaten every bit of it. I dumped them out on the table, made a list of them. Then I noticed something else on the table. It was a cheap gold-plated cufflink with the initials XD on it. Early the next morning, I talked with Morris Bain, proprietor of the food market.
Insurance investigator?
That's right, Mr. Bain.
What? No, Joe, just call me Morris. That's what my customers do.
Okay, Morris. Well,
of course. I'll be glad to cooperate, Mr. Dollar, every which way I possibly can.
Good. Now,
The
all I want to
second
know...
shelf on the left, Julius, right over the salad dressing. I gotta keep canned snails. I gotta keep for some of my special customers. But how people can eat those, I don't know. Oh, good morning, Mrs. Beckham. It's a lovely morning, isn't it?
Now, Morris...
Oh, yeah, you wanted information. Eh?
Yes.
Oh, Mrs. Vandersloot, how are you, huh? How's your nice little doggy this fight? No, get him out of here before he does. No, get outside. Out. Oh, what's your problem with dogs in the store?
Yeah, I'm sure. But now, do you have a customer by the name of Connolly?
Mrs. Connolly? Sure, lovely woman. She was in here only the other... Oh, how do you do, Miss Keena? How's my little sweetheart today, huh? We got a special on those fancy canned chestnuts with the light syrup
listen
that
to
you
me.
like.
Mrs. Connolly was in here when?
The day before yesterday. Oh, how's her husband, Mr. Dollar? Is he still suffering from those terrible ulcers?
No, not anymore.
Oh, it's a miracle.
Hardly. The point is, she ordered some stuff from you.
Yeah, that's right. We delivered it, too, day before yesterday.
What? What did she order?
Well, right here in the office, Mr. Dollar, I'll tell you exactly what went over there. But exactly.
Good.
You wanted breakfast cereals, madam, right there in the second aisle. Yeah, you're welcome. Now, right here in this pile of bills is the one for whatever the... here we are. Mrs. Ray Connolly.
Good. Let me compare with the list I have.
Sure. Julius, take care of Mrs. Freeband there by the cheese. Such a time I have with her help. And such an exclusive clientele, you have no idea. Well, did you find what you're looking for?
Yeah, everything checks, except for one thing, the steak you delivered.
Steak?
That's right, a prime filet, but it's not on the list.
We don't sell meat.
What?
No, of course not. Sadie, double-check the Hathaway order. Somebody made a mistake last week.
Wait a minute.
That's a good...
You're sure your delivery boy didn't take a steak to the Connollys?
How could he?
Oh, fine.
No,
but
we
thanks
don't
anyway,
even
Morris.
No, it's a pleasure anytime.
Be seeing you.
Yes, sure. Sadie, did you deliver the Broomfield order, Xavier?
So
do it right
now
away.
we try a different tack. Item 2 or 3, whatever it is, a dime for a phone call to Dr. Ransom. I suggested he take whatever steps were necessary to make a complete examination of the stomach of the now deceased Ray Connolly. Item 4, 85 cents for a cab to the office of Continental Insurance. Ray's secretary had obviously been crying.
I just can't believe it, Mr. Dollar.
Yeah, I know, Gracie. Now listen. Did any of the people who've come here to see him ever threaten him?
Threaten him?
That's right.
Well, lots of people have threatened lots of things when they didn't feel their claims were met properly, but he was the fairest, the most honest man. When, Mr. Dollar?
Somebody in here yesterday, maybe?
Well, yes, there was a man in here yesterday who was very angry about something.
Oh?
I could hear him pounding the desk in there and swearing.
Who was he?
I don't know. He must have come back with Mr. Connolly after lunch, and I didn't see him leave, but look, he lost a cufflink.
A cufflink? Let me... XD.
What?
Gracie, this is the man I'm looking for. Can you find me a policy with this man's name on it?
Just from these initials with all the policies on file?
Probably a beneficiary whose claim was settled or refused.
You say the man, Mr. Dollar.
Yeah, Gracie. The man who murdered your boss.
Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi, drink light, refreshing Pepsi, stay young and fair and debonair, be sociable, have a Pepsi.
When friends drop in, let your hospitality show you're sociable in the modern manner. Pepsi, you know, is the favorite of the smart and young at heart.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi, drink light, refreshing Pepsi, stay young and fair and debonair, be sociable, have a Pepsi.
Have you tried a Pepsi lately?
And now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account item 5, another dime for another call to Dr. Ransom. Yes, the autopsy had been made. And yes, they had found enough ground glass in the stomach of Ray Connolly to kill 3 men. That's why Ray, with his ulcer condition, had gone so fast.
While he was with you, Johnny, the police would like very much to talk to you.
Well, certainly they don't think I did it.
Well, of course not. At least,
Yeah? Well?
Well, after all, you were with him at the time when he ate that filet.
Okay, Doc. I'll get in touch with him. Item 6, 10 cents for another call to Ray's secretary at Continental Insurance.
Yes, Mr. Dollar, I have.
Nice going, Grace. What's his name?
Xavier Donato. The folder was still at Mr. Connolly's desk.
Donato. And the address?
13425 Sunset.
Sunset, got it.
And listen, the reason he was angry with Mr. Connolly...
Yeah?
He was named as beneficiary of his father's life insurance policy.
Yeah?
But his father just committed suicide. You see what I mean?
Yeah. Donato couldn't collect.
Yes. I mean, no, he couldn't. So...
Gracie, you're a doll. Item 7, $2.50 for a taxi to the address far out on Sunset Avenue. It turned out to be an old ramshackle rooming house in a pretty lousy neighborhood.
Sure, look for yourself, but I tell you, he ain't here anymore.
When did he leave?
Yesterday morning, bag and baggage. There you are, see for yourself. Now don't tell me he's still living here.
Well, I can't say that I blame him.
What's that?
Have you any idea where he might have gone?
If I did, I'd send the cops to get the rent he owes me.
The cops will want him for a lot more than your rent, lady.
Yeah? What's more than that?
Murder. Item 8, another phone call to police headquarters. I talked with Sergeant Jimmy Maxwell in homicide. Only I listened more than I talked.
Cufflinks, huh? With the initials XD on them?
That's right.
What's the idea of not telling us before? As if you didn't know it, that's withholding evidence. And in a murder case... Hey, look, that's another thing, Dollar. If you suspected murder, why didn't you call us in instead of having that doctor order the autopsy? You trying to hide something?
Are you kidding?
Where are you, anyway? We've been combing the city for you. As if you didn't know it, you got a little explaining to do
Hey,
down
look.
here. And listen, who do those initials XD stand for?
Well, if you let me get a word in edgewise, I might tell you.
Well?
The D stands for Donato. The X for Xavier.
Xavier? What kind of a name is that?
Xavier, if you want to say it that way.
Oh, boy, that's a rare one. You got his address?
He just left the place where he was living, so he's probably 1,000 miles away. But Xavier?
Huh?
Of course, and right under my nose.
What? Johnny?
Maybe I should have told him more, everything I knew. But I didn't want to have to wait for the police or anybody else. Ray had been a friend of mine, and to bring his killer to justice was all I cared about. As for that name, Xavier, of course I'd heard it, only a few hours before. And for some stupid reason, it had never occurred to me that it began with the letter X. Item 9, $1.50 for another taxi. This time to the... Yeah, you guessed it. Excuse me, please.
Julius,
Pardon me, will you please, madam?
That's all I gotta tell you. You pack the vegetables on top.
Morris.
Goes in the bottom, huh?
Morris, come over here.
Mr. Dollar. You're back so soon already?
Now listen, when I left you early this morning,
Yeah?
just as I was leaving, I heard you call somebody by the name of Xavier.
Yeah, you mean that slowpoke, huh? That dumb, stupid...
All right, is he
lazy-
still here? What's his last name?
His last name?
Yeah, what is it?
Well, his last name, it's... Sadie, how many times I gotta tell you when a customer's got a complaint?
Well, this one has.
What? No,
Xavier.
Mr. Dollar.
Xavier. Xavier Donato.
Looking for me, mister?
You're Xavier Donato?
Yeah. What do you want?
I just want to show you a couple of cufflinks. Here. Are these yours?
Yeah, mine.
Then don't try to pull a gun.
Me? I got no gun, mister.
I found one of these in Ray Connolly's office.
Sure. I got mad. I slam bang on the desk at him.
I found the other one at his apartment, where you delivered that steak to him. That steak full of ground glass. Where'd you get that steak?
Wilson's Prime Market along the way to his place.
Then you put in the glass and took it up to him.
Yeah. That was pretty good, huh? Say, you from the cops?
You expecting the cops?
I don't know.
But you didn't run. You didn't leave town.
Sure. Because I'm smart. You leave town, they know you done it. They chase you, they catch you. And honest, I didn't know it was going to kill him.
You know it now.
But I had to get even. You know, because he wouldn't give me that insurance because my old man killed himself. So did my grandpop and his old man. Just because they didn't get something they want.
You mean they all committed suicide?
Sure. Because it was all, you know, off in the head. But not me. You understand? Because I'm smart. Somebody does something against me like that insurance, well, I get even with them. You understand? I don't go kill myself. I get even with them. And you think they're going to find out? No. You think they're ever going to catch me?
What do you think?
Oh. You did, didn't you?
Yeah.
Gee. I guess you're even smarter than I am, mister.
Yeah. Come on, Xavier. Prison? I doubt it. Not with a family history like that. But there are institutions for his kind. I'm sure he'll spend the rest of his life in one of them. And maybe, by studying his case, the doctors, the psychologists can learn more about helping such people before they go off the deep end. Expense account? Forget it. Ray Conley was my friend. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Our star will return in just a moment. A good college education has a lot to do with your future. Whether you're a student, a parent, a college alumnus, a prospective employer, or just an average citizen, you have a stake in the future health of our colleges. The future security and well-being of our nation depends on them. Now is the time to help by contributing to the college of your choice. Just as our elementary and high schools have become overcrowded, so now our colleges are threatened by the increased school population. Funds must be forthcoming now to expand college facilities and hire more professors. Otherwise, our colleges will be unable to handle the millions of future students seeking entrance. If we are to keep pace with the Russians in scientific developments, if we're to improve our standard of living and maintain our free way of life, we must have greater college facilities and have them now. For more information, write for a free explanatory booklet to Higher Education, Box 36, Times Square Station, New York, 36. Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, a pair of twins. And believe me, they bring me a double dose of trouble. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood. and is written, produced, and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Virginia Gregg, D.J. Thompson, Jack Edwards, Marvin Miller, Larry Dobkin, Harry Bartell, and Frank Gerstle. This is Dan Cubberly speaking.
Johnny Dollar.
Pat McCracken, Johnny, at Universal Adjustment Bureau.
Greetings, Master.
Now, don't give me that. Johnny, I believe you spent a couple of weekends down in Sarasota, Florida early this month.
Pat, you know darn well I did.
Have a chance to get in some fishing?
You know darn well I didn't. That's why I've been sitting here dreaming about those lunker bass at the Lake Mojave Resort out in Arizona.
Oh, what's the matter with Lake Mead?
Huh?
You know, the huge man-made lake that's backed up by Hoover Dam?
Yeah, I know.
A few miles this side of Las Vegas, Nevada. A lot of big ones in that water, I understand.
Okay, Pat, you got me all excited. Now, what's it all about?
I told you, fishing.
Yeah, and?
That's all. Except...
Yeah, except what?
Slight case of murder.
Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Here's actress Joan Bennett.
It's terrible to try to act with a dreadful cold. To feel better quickly, I take 4-way cold tablets, the fast way to relieve nasty cold distress.
Yes, tests of 4 leading cold tablets proved 4-way fastest acting of all. Amazing 4-way starts in minutes to relieve aches, pains, headache, reduce fever, calm upset stomach, also overcomes irregularity.
When you catch cold, try my way. Take 4-way cold tablets, the fast way to relieve cold distress.
4-way, 29 and 59 cents. Now, a word about another fine product of Grove Laboratories. Had dandruff for years? Now get rid of it in 3 minutes with Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo. 3 minutes with Fitch regularly is guaranteed to keep unsightly dandruff away forever. Apply Fitch before wetting hair, rub in 1 minute. Add water, lather 1 minute. Then rinse 1 minute. Every trace of dandruff goes down the drain. 3 minutes with Fitch, embarrassing dandruff's gone. Fitch can also leave hair up to 35% brighter. Get Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo today. And now, Act 1 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Universal Adjustment Bureau, Home Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Lake Mead mystery matter.
All right, now, Johnny, your contact will be Mr. Roscoe Trimmer. He's head of the local office of Greater Southwest Insurance and Liability right there in Las Vegas.
You said murder. Can you give me any details?
No, you'll have to get everything from Trimmer. All I know is there's a $20,000 policy involved and double indemnity. So the sooner you get out there, the better.
Okay, Pat, I'll grab the first plane I can. Expense account item 1, $2 even for a fast taxi to the airport. Item 2, $6.70 plane fare to New York. Item 3, $145.05, another plane ticket. And I barely made the 12 o'clock noon mainliner, which promptly took off and headed west to Las Vegas, Nevada. It was 9:45 p.m. Pacific time when we started the long glide down from a starlit sky to the landing strip at McCarran Field in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'll never cease to marvel at the nighttime view from the air of that fabulous city of chance. Sitting alone out there in the middle of the vast Mojave Desert, the sky filling glow from its millions of lights, it had put a rainbow to shame. Oasis in the desert. Yeah, and very beautiful. I knew that Roscoe Trimmer's office would be closed this time of night, so I looked for a place to rest my weary head. Item 4, $1.50 for a cab into the Flamingo. And I just happened to remember that the Flamingo has an excellent casino. Now, I'm really not a gambling man in the usual sense of the word, but who can resist the lure of the dice and roulette tables, the blackjack, even the slot machines in a setting like this? Sure, the house always wins, and the sucker who forks out his hard-earned money doesn't stand a chance. But you know something? After a few hours of play, I came out so far ahead that I won't even bother to list my food and hotel room on this expense account. I really cleaned up. How much? Well, if I told you, you'd probably want me to absorb the whole thing, so I won't. Then, early the next morning, I met Roscoe Trimmer at the office of Greater Southwest Insurance and Liability.
Dollar, I'm glad you could make it. I don't like this one at all. How are you?
Hiya, Rosk.
Sit down, will you?
Yeah,
But
sure.
not for long.
Huh?
I've arranged a drive-it-yourself car for you. And the sooner you can get over to Lake Mead, the better.
Well, just where, Roscoe? That's a pretty big lake.
Overton. A little town 50, 60 miles north and east of here. At the upper end of the lake.
So what's happened up there?
Johnny, a client of mine, Thomas Mayfield Thomas, came out here from Chicago last year. Retired here. I don't know much about him, except that our Chicago office sent me his file when he came and asked me to look out for him.
Uh-huh. Go on.
About a week ago, Thomas and a friend went fishing together out of Overton Landing. They went out with Hob Fulton on his charter boat. Incidentally, if you ask me, Hob's the best guide on the whole lake.
Good, I'll remember that.
Only you're here on a case, remember?
Oh, sure. But go on.
Well, the fishing must have been pretty good, because they stayed on at the Overton Motel. Then the next morning, they went down to the landing, rented a little Arkansas Traveler and a 10-horse Johnson, and went out fishing on their own.
Rosk, I may try that very thing myself.
But about the middle of the afternoon, a big east wind came up. You know what that means?
I know that when a big Easter hits one of those desert lakes, there's only one thing you do. Get off it quick.
Well, they didn't, Johnny. At least not quick enough. The following morning, when the blow had died down, Hob Fulton went out to look for him.
And?
He found the boat, all right. Beached on a point down near Goat Island. And Mr. Thomas's friend.
What about Thomas?
His friend says that Thomas went overboard when the squall hit him.
Well, it's certainly possible.
Yes, it is. Possible.
The chomp on a lake like that can build up waves 8 and 10 feet high, enough to throw a man off any kind of a boat.
Yes, I know.
But you don't think that's the way it happened?
I didn't say that, Johnny. It's just that... Well...
Okay, Rosk. What was his fishing pal's name?
Charlie Wentworth. Does that mean anything to you?
No.
Well, I'm afraid I don't know very much about him either. Except that he, too, came here from Chicago. Arrived in town about 2 weeks ago.
I take it that's where he knew Thomas, back in Chicago.
Yeah, apparently.
Well, what about him? What does this Charlie Wentworth do?
Apparently nothing. But hang around the gambling joints. Oh, he does a little dealing and shilling for some of them now and then. There's talk he's been making illegal book on the races, though nobody's pinned it on him.
So, in your book, he's an undesirable character.
That's right.
But is that reason to suspect he took Mr. Thomas out on that lake and murdered him?
Now, Johnny, there's been a lot of worry around this town about some of the people who've come out here recently from Chicago. You know, ever since those investigations began back east.
So what? Does that mean everybody who comes from there is a killer?
No, of course not. But a man who doesn't really work for a living, you know, just spends all his time around the gambling tables, has no visible, regular means of support.
Thomas was retired. Maybe Charlie Wentworth is, too.
Oh, Johnny.
Besides, who knows? Maybe Thomas will show up. Maybe he swam to shore and is plotting his way back through the desert.
Oh, now, you know the odds against a city man surviving out there.
Well, does anybody really look for him?
Everybody. The police, the National Park boys, everybody. Not only in boats, on foot, but they even use planes and a helicopter. They found no trace.
Well, that still doesn't prove anything. Tell me this. Are the police holding Charlie Wentworth?
No, they're not.
Which means they don't feel they have any reason to. But you still think I ought to investigate?
Yes, I do.
Roscoe? So do I.
Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
Hey, Dad, did you check your car filters today?
No, son, I didn't. Why?
Because it might pay you $1,000.
$1,000 for a car filter?
That's right, folks. You may have a filter under the hood of your car worth $1,000 and not even know it. A Fram filter worth 1,000 silver dollars. A regular filter change is important to today's cars. So important that Fram Corporation is paying $60,000 to get you to check your filters now. Last year, in preparation for Fram's silver anniversary, 10,000 secretly numbered Fram filter cartridges were distributed all over the United States and installed in cars during regular servicing. These filters are worth from $1 to $1,000. You may have one in your car right now and not even know it. Check your oil filter and air filter now. If there's a specially numbered Fram filter in your car, you will win up to 1,000 silver dollars, and your dealer will win the same amount. Get in on Fram's big silver treasure hunt. Check your car filters now.
And now, Act Two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar and the Lake Mead Mystery Matter.
Neither the police nor anybody else in Las Vegas seemed to think Thomas was murdered out on Lake Mead. But what Roscoe Trimmer told me made me suspicious, of Thomas's fishing pal, a man named Charlie Wentworth. Expense account item 5640. I telephoned to my old friend Ken Bugby, reporter on the Chicago Citizen News.
Thomas?
Yeah, that's right, Ken. What can you tell me about him?
Well, not everybody knew it, Johnny, but he was a mouthpiece for the old Moretti mob. That was some years ago.
Oh?
When they started the big cleanup, well, either Thomas couldn't or just plain wouldn't get him off the hook. Let them all go to jail. Then he settled down and retired in his home out in Elmhurst.
Well, he's certainly not there now, Ken.
No, about a year ago, he suddenly sold his place, packed up, and moved out west somewhere.
Why? Do you know?
Change of climate, I guess. What about him, Johnny?
Ever hear of Charlie Wentworth?
You kidding. He was one of Moretti's trigger men. Casual Charlie, they called him.
You, know where he is now?
Oh, they sent him up to Joliet prison along with the rest of the mob. Those boys will be in the clink the rest of their natural... Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah?
Casual Charlie and Snooty Wilson were released. Yeah, and... Hey, that was just about the same time that Thomas moved away from here. If that means anything.
Baby, I got a hunch it means everything.
Oh? Like what, Johnny?
Thanks a lot, Ken. Next stop was the public library, the old newspaper files. Getting some info on the almost forgotten Moretti mob was a lead pipe cinch, especially about the time when the gang was broken up. And apparently when Lawyer Thomas saw the jig was up for his boys, having made his pile, and to keep himself out of trouble, he left them flat. He'd let them get sent to the pen without raising a finger in their defense. So don't tell me that a mobster wouldn't want to get even with the guy who'd let him down. Sure, Charlie had killed Thomas. I was sure of it without even seeing him. But to prove it, without the corpus delicti, I spent item $632 even on some equipment at a sporting goods store. Then I drove north on Highway 91 to the quiet little town of Overton. There I learned that for once, Hob Fulton, the fishing guide, had a free day on his hands, that he was down at the lake some 12 miles east of the town. I met him at the dock, and within a few minutes, we were on board as Higgins runabout and heading south. Lake Mead is a tremendous thing, something like a 550-mile shoreline, the biggest man-made body of water in the world, I believe. Just thinking about the record-breaking largemouth bass that have come out of that lake fairly made my mouth water. I carefully checked out the equipment I'd brought along.
So you spent a lot of good money renting that stuff from Shelby's Sporting Goods down in Vegas, huh?
Yep.
Well, where's the spear?
Bob, I don't think I'm going to need a spear.
I don't think you're going to need any of that stuff. You ask me, Dollar, if you want to catch fish, borrow one of those rigs I brought along.
Bob, I just want you to take me to the same spots you took Mr. Thomas and Charlie Wentworth.
Too bad about that, Mr. Thomas. I got him a lot of nice bass, though. You know, fishing only the real deep holes. That's where they are this time of year.
That's what I figured.
If only they'd had sense enough to come back in that next day when the wind started to blow.
Did they seem to get along all right, Hob?
I told the police about that, Mr. Dollar, but I guess it didn't mean anything.
Told them about what?
Well, you asked me. Mr. Thomas wasn't any too happy fishing with Charlie Wentworth. But Charlie kept saying, let bygones be bygones, and let's enjoy the fishing, so...
When you found Charlie in the boat the next morning, was there tackle still in it?
Have you ever seen this lake when there's a big blow from the east, Mr. Dollar?
I've seen Lake Mojave when it's been that way, but you haven't answered my question.
No, sir. Their tackle boxes got thrown overboard along with everything else. Even that big one of Charlie's. No, he had enough stuff in that thing to sink the Queen Mary.
He did, huh? Like what, Hob?
Well, I didn't poke around in it. When I hoisted on board. Oh, look, there's a glory hole. First place to stop for him. So if that's what you want, that's where we'll start.
How deep is it?
Oh, I'd say about a tree and a half.
A tree and a half?
Well, you know how high a fair-sized tree is. Glory hole's about a tree and a half.
Oh, I see.
But, Johnny, if you're going to use that rig you brought along...
I'll just pull up to the same spot you showed them where to fish. By the end of 2 hours, I'd tried at least half a dozen of the holes where Hob had taken Thomas and Charlie. No luck. Then we went 4 or 5 miles further down the lake and pulled up just below Goat Island, just below the big rock slide.
Deepest hole in this part of the lake, Dollar. Must be near the 5 trees. A lot of ledges down there on the sides of it, so you better go kind of easy.
I covered every inch of that hole, and with the aid of a powerful waterproof headlamp I brought along. Then finally I came back up to the surface. That's right, I said came back up to the surface.
Here, Johnny, let me give you a hand back in the boat.
No, thanks. I'll rest you in the water for a minute. That's a pretty deep hole.
Yeah, but how you ever expect to catch bass in that skin diving rig without even a spear?
Hand me a long rope, Hob. I found it down there.
Huh?
Yeah, on a ledge about 50 feet down, lashed onto that heavy tackle box you were talking about. That's what made it sink.
Hey, what are you talking about, Johnny?
The body of Thomas.
What?
Yeah, and there's a bullet hole right between the eyes.
Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair and debonair. Be sociable, have a Pepsi.
When friends drop in, let your hospitality show you're sociable in the modern manner. Pepsi, you know, is the favorite of the smart and young at heart.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair and debonair. Be sociable, have a Pepsi.
Have you tried a Pepsi lately?
And now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
I took the body of Thomas back to headquarters in Las Vegas and hung around long enough to hear Dr. Richard Fallon say the bullet hole was definitely made by a .38 and at close range. To hear Police Captain Willis say there'd be no action taken until the bullet could be removed for study. But I knew he'd change his mind when he had time to think about it. So I left headquarters and started making the rounds of the gambling casinos. Luck was with me. At the second place I stopped, one of the public joints on Fremont Street.
I'm a winner everyone. It's 34, red and even.
Well, have you seen him around here today?
Yeah, that's Charlie Wentworth. They just come in the door, mister.
Thanks.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Excuse me, please.
Take your bets for the
Pardon me, will you? May I get through here, please? Thank you. Excuse me. Charlie Wentworth?
Yeah, Buster?
Johnny Dollar, insurance investigator. Here's my credentials.
Oh, yeah. I guess you want to talk about my pal, Tommy Thomas, got drowned over in Lake Mead last week. Is that it?
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, Buster, that was an awful thing, him going like that. He was an old buddy of mine.
Was he?
Sure was. An old buddy. Hey, why don't we talk over in my room, huh? Too much noise around here. Okay by you?
Sure, why not?
Are you kidding?
I'm not kidding.
No. Listen, Dollar, I haven't packed a rod since the old days of the Moretti mob back in Shy.
I'll bet.
That's a fact. It's the truth. You think I want to get in trouble again? Well, you're wrong, see?
Maybe.
Look, I did my stretch, and it learned me a lesson. I'm all through with that kind of stuff. I'm all through with it.
Oh, sure.
It's a fact. It's the truth. I'm strictly legit now. You understand?
What about making book around town without a license?
Who said that?
Well?
You can't prove it. You or nobody else. And what's that got to do with Tommy Thomas and the poor guy getting drowned? Tell me that, huh? What is this, Dollar, anyhow?
You really hated his guts, didn't you?
Well, sure, wouldn't you if... Well...
Sure. Because when the chips were down, he didn't give you a hand. He let you and the rest of the mob take the rap. Kept his own skirts clean at your expense.
Listen, what are you trying to do? Get me excited? Say something I shouldn't say? I don't mean.
Keep talking, Charlie.
Sure I hated it. I could have killed him. At first, that is. Only at first. Anybody would have felt that way. But, after a few years in the clink, you learn better. What good's it do you? Those things don't matter. You've learned your lesson. I know I did.
Oh, you became a paragon of virtue, I suppose.
I don't know what you're talking about, but that's all over. You hear me? When I just happened to find him living here in Vegas, that was all over. Let bygones be bygones. I mean it. We was pals.
Charlie, there's about as much truth in that.
That's a fact. That's the truth.
Then why did you kill him?
That's a lie. You can't prove it.
That's where you're wrong.
Huh?
I have absolute proof.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I found it on his body.
His body?
I fished it out of Lake Mead this morning.
Now, listen.
You had Hob Fulton show you all the deepest holes when you went out fishing with him. Then the next day, you took Thomas out there alone. You killed him, tied that weighted tackle box to his body, and let him sink down in the deepest hole of all, down below the rock slide.
That windstorm.
Yeah. Gave you the greatest excuse in the world for coming back alone, didn't it? You couldn't have had it better if you'd planned that storm yourself. But it didn't excuse the bullet hole in Tommy Thomas's head from your gun.
From my gun?
Yeah. No longer packing a rod, huh?
Dollar, maybe I sort of, kind of, maybe I forgot about this one.
Trigger man, huh? You're a lousy shot. And pretty slow draw, thank heaven. You know something? Now I think I have got proof. Yeah, this gun of yours. Down at headquarters, the ballistics team took less than an hour. Yep. The bullet they'd found in Thomas's body came from the same gun Charlie had tried to kill me with. So it's back to prison for him for a long, long time. Oh, and the company will not have to pay double indemnity for accidental death. Expense account total, including a couple of days of excellent fishing with Hob Fulton and the trip back to Hartford, $196.45. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Our star will return in just a moment.
I've used to medium-priced cars, but most of them raise prices way up for $59. Now what do I do?
Come test our best, the Ambassador V8 by Rambler, the luxury car that did not raise prices.
I've always bought medium-priced cars, but now they're just too long to handle, too hard to park, too big for my garage.
Come test our best, the luxurious Ambassador. So compact, it outturns, outhandles, and out-economizes other medium-priced cars.
Just what is the Ambassador?
It's the compact luxury car, finest product of American Motors. Ambassador has generous shoulder room, hat room, and leg room, and no awkward hump in the middle of the floor. Ambassador offers personalized luxury, individual front seats that adjust to each person's exact leg room, adjustable headrests, 270 V8 horsepower, best power-to-weight ratio in the medium-priced field, air coil ride. It's the finest car ever priced so close to the lowest. Come test our best, the luxurious Ambassador V8 at Rambler dealers.
Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, a little boy in a small New England town leads me to tangle with a killer. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is written, produced, and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Larry Dobkin, Bartlett Robinson, Frank Nelson, Harry Bartell, and Gil Stratton, Jr. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Dan Coverly speaking. By far, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense, next on the CBS Radio Network.
59 on your dial, WROW Albany.
If it happens to you, and I think it might, that now and then your cigarette doesn't taste right, that's the tip-off, man, and you'd best begin on the new kind of filter that's known as spin.
Old gold new spin filter.
This new spin filter is the best you've seen, does more than reduce tar and nicotine. It improves smoke and taste so that you can get the best taste yet in a filter cigarette.
Old gold new spin filter.
Test for taste, try your present brand against old gold. Test for taste, and it's 10 to 1 that you'll be sold. Test for taste with a cigarette, a carton, or a pack. Test for taste, find the flavor all the other filters lack.
Old gold new spin filter.
That's the story, boys. That's how you can get the best taste yet in a filter cigarette.
Old gold new spin filter.
5:30.
Johnny Dollar.
Hi, Mr. Dollar.
Hi, yourself. Who's that?
You know, Jimmy.
Jimmy?
Sure, up here in East North Weldon.
East North what?
And I saved up the money for this long-distance call for my newspapers. Use my own money, because it's very, very important.
Oh, well, I'm sure it is. But now you haven't told me Jimmy who.
Jimmy Carter. You remember the artist.
Artist?
I helped you solve that case about the crook you were looking for up here. Remember?
Oh, sure, in East North Weldon, Massachusetts.
Yes, sir.
Well, what are you calling about, Jimmy?
I can help you solve another case, Mr. Dollar.
Can you? What kind?
Well, it's murder, Mr. Dollar.
What?
Yes, sir. Murder.
Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
The station to which you're listening right now is an affiliate of the CBS radio network. That fact makes several important differences in the kind of radio service you receive whenever your dial is set here. Take the matter of news. Over this station, you hear frequent reports gathered by the foremost broadcast news organization, CBS News. Reports supplemented by the perspective commentary of such distinguished newsmen as Edward R. Murrow, Lowell Thomas, and Eric Severide. In addition, of course, this station provides you with late local news so that you may keep up with what's happening in your community. You hear top dramatic programs, comedy, variety, and music to fit your every mood. In addition, this station provides you with further listening entertainment, courtesy of your favorite local broadcast personalities, plus the cream of today's crop of top songs. Well-balanced, highly listenable broadcast fare can come to you only through teamwork, the kind of teamwork made possible by the combined resources of CBS Radio and this station. And now, Act One of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Amalgamated Life Association, Home Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Jimmy Carter matter. It was only last fall that I'd gone to the sleepy little town of East North Weldon up in Massachusetts to run down a heavily bearded man who'd stolen some money a while back from a furniture plant. It was little Jimmy Carter who'd really solved the case for me by drawing some hair and a beard on a poster. A poster of the bald-headed, clean-shaven mayor had shown him up as he looked before as the criminal. Sure, I remember Jimmy Carter.
Well, yes, sir. That's why I'm spending my own money to make this long-distance telephone call from the telephone booth there in the drugstore. Because if you come right up here right away, I can help you solve a murder.
Whose, Jimmy?
But if that murderer ever finds out that I know who he is, well, that's why I think you better come up here right away.
Yeah, well, Jimmy...
See, everybody around here, and even his own insurance company, too, they all thought he just had an accident. His name was Mr. Andrew Parkinson.
Parkinson, I see.
I'm talking kind of fast because I used up all my money in this telephone, but Mr. Dollar, I saw this other man throw him off that bridge.
Did he know you saw him?
Oh, I don't see how he could help it, but he didn't do anything about it, so, well, maybe he didn't see me after all.
All right, what's the name of this other man, the killer?
Well, his name is...
I'm sorry, sir, but your 3 minutes are up.
What?
Oh, gee, this is all the money I have.
I'm sorry.
Operator.
Okay, I'll hang up then.
The name, Jimmy.
Goodbye, Mr. Dollar. Will you hurry up and come?
The name of the killer.
Goodbye, sir.
No, reverse the charges. Jimmy! Operator! Operator! Expense account item 1, 10 cents. Phone call to the Auto Club for some route information. Item 2, another dime for a call to Pat McCracken at Universal Adjustment Bureau. It was pretty early in the morning, but fortunately he was in his office.
Yes, Johnny?
Hey, Pat, listen.
Yeah?
I'm driving up to Massachusetts fast as I can.
Well, good for you.
Listen, will you?
What?
Andrew Parkinson. Get that?
Yeah, Andrew Parkinson. What about him?
Well, he died a few... Well, that is...
He what?
He died, and, well, it was supposed to be an accident, but Well, anyhow, he's dead.
Johnny, easy. What's this all about?
I want to know who his insurance company is. You're a clearinghouse for that sort of information.
That's right.
Well, will you see if they have a representative or an office up in East North Weldon, Mass?
East North Weldon?
That's right. It's just east of North Weldon.
Oh, no.
You know, up north of Fitchburg.
Oh, that place I have heard of.
Well, somebody in that company called it accidental. But listen, I have reason to think it wasn't.
What?
So if I can contact whoever it is up there... And listen, Pat, there may be a kid's life at stake.
Johnny, this is about as confusing as anything.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. Just get me the name of the company that insured the life of Andrew Parkinson.
Well, whatever you say.
Good.
But it may take a couple of hours.
Okay, just get it for me. I'll call you when I get up there. Item 3, $4 even for a tank full of gas. By the time I got to Fitchburg, it was a little after noon, thanks to a slight argument with a highway policeman along the way. I made another phone call. Item 4, 55 cents.
Pat McCracken.
Did you find out that insurance company for me?
Oh, Johnny?
That's right.
Ah, yes. It's one of the smaller outfits, Johnny. Does a lot of rural business. Amalgamated Life Association.
Okay, thanks.
Policy on Andrew Parkinson was issued by their local representative, Mr. Waldo Bottomley.
They're in East North Weldon?
That's right.
Good.
And the company's report on Parkinson says that his death was accidental.
It's already been reported?
Mm-hmm.
Well, when did he die, Pat?
Day before yesterday.
And a claim's been filed?
Yes. $10,000 with a double indemnity clause.
Wait a minute. Who's the beneficiary?
Lucius R. Weatherby. Same town.
Okay, thanks a lot.
No, wait a minute, Johnny. Tell me what all
Wait,
this...
nothing. I tell you, a kid's life may be in
Well,
danger.
What does a kid have to do
Sorry,
with this?
Pat, I gotta hit the road. It was after 2 p.m. when I finally pulled up in front of the combination drugstore and mercantile at the one business corner in the village of East North Weldon. One of the local citizenry, looking slightly under the weather, sat on the rickety porch of the store, hacking away at a stick of wood with an old pocket knife.
Howdy.
Hiya.
You happen to have a little drink about you, sir?
No, but listen, where's the little boy who usually sells newspapers around here?
Eh?
His name is Jimmy Carter.
Yeah, that's right, sir. Jimmy Carter.
Well, have you seen him? Do you know where he is?
Seen him this morning.
But he's not around here now.
Nope.
Do you know where I can find him?
Nope.
Do you know where he lives, where his home is?
Yeah.
Well, where?
Up street.
Oh, sure. What street?
Spruce. North Spruce.
And the number?
18.
Okay, thanks. Listen, my name is Johnny Dollar. If you see him, please tell him I'm looking for him.
Johnny Dollar, eh?
Yeah.
You got the price of a drink on you?
Some other time. Just be sure and tell him.
Yeah.
Yes,
Mrs. Carter?
that's right.
My name is Johnny Dollar.
Mr. Dollar, where is he? What have you done with him?
What?
Jimmy, my son Jimmy. He said he had to talk to you.
Oh, well, he did. That is, he called me on the
He's been
phone.
just sitting around the house like he was sick or something all day yesterday. And he tossed and turned all night in his sleep.
Mrs. Carter.
Then this morning he jumped up from his breakfast, only he wasn't eating any of it. And he said he had to see you. He had to talk to you. He said he'd be right back.
All right, now
but
listen.
that was early this morning. So when he didn't come back, I went to the school, but he wasn't there. So I went down to the corner where he picks up his papers every noon from the bus. But he hadn't been there.
You're sure?
The papers, the bundle of papers, they were all still there.
Now, listen, Mrs.
And he
Carter.
hasn't come back here. Something's happened to him, Mr. Dollar. Something's happened to Jimmy.
Act Two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
Coming up to 10 gallons, Mr. Johns. To check your oil filter and air filter might pay you $1,000.
How's that?
Well, haven't you heard about Fram's big silver treasure hunt?
Oh, yes. Heard something about it over my car radio this morning. What's it all about?
Well, a regular filter check is so important that Fram Corporation is paying $60,000 to get car owners to check their filters now.
$60,000 in cash?
Yeah, this is Fram's silver anniversary. Last year, 10,000 secretly numbered Fram filters were distributed all over the United States and installed in cars during regular servicing. You may have one in your car and not even know it. A Fram filter cartridge worth 1,000 silver dollars. And if you do, I get $1,000 too.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's check those filters now.
Hurry, folks. You could win up to $1,000 in cash. Join the big Fram treasure hunt. Check your car filters now.
And now, Act Two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar and the Jimmy Carter Matter.
Jimmy Carter, the cute little kid who'd helped me solve an embezzlement case up in the small New England town with the unlikely name of East North Weldon, who'd call me on the phone to report a murder. But when I got there, Jimmy was gone, disappeared.
Jimmy said he was going to talk to you, Mr. Dollar. But that was early this morning, and he hasn't come back. What did you do with him, Mr. Dollar? Where is he?
Well, I haven't seen him, Mrs. Carter.
But he said
Well,
that he
he,
was
he telephoned to me down in Hartford, asked me to come up here and see him because he asked me to come up and see him.
He idolized you, Mr. Dollar, ever since you were up here last fall. And when he said he had to talk to you, I thought you were already in town again. But I wonder what he was so anxious to see you about.
Oh, well...
And he's been acting very strangely the last day or two. Ever since poor old Mr. Parkinson fell off the bridge and was killed the other night.
How well did he know this man, Parkinson?
Oh, as well as he knew everybody in town, Mr. You don't think his disappearance this way could have anything to do with Mr. Parkinson being killed?
Oh, well, what? How? How could it?
I'm sure I don't know.
Doesn't everybody say Mr. Parkinson's death was an accident?
Yes. Yes, they do. Still.
Oh, now stop worrying, Mrs. Carter. Jimmy will show up. If he doesn't, I'll find him for you.
Oh, dear.
Sure. Jimmy's okay. He'd better be. Jimmy had said he was calling me from a booth at the drugstore. As I drove back to it, I noticed the name of the proprietor on the sign over the fly-specked window. Waldo Bottomley, the man who Pat had said was local representative for the insurance company.
There you are, Mrs. Atterbury. You just tell him to take one of these every 2 hours. By tomorrow, he'll be all right again. Yes, sir?
Mr. Bottomley?
Yes, sir.
My name is Johnny Dollar. I'm an insurance investigator.
I've heard of you, sir.
All right, good. Now, look.
But if you're here in connection with the death of Mr. Parkinson...
Yeah?
Well, in addition to representing Amalgamated Life Association, and the claim on Mr. Parkinson's insurance has already been sent down to Hartford...
I know that.
Well, I'm also the coroner hereabouts.
Then it was you who pronounced his death as accidental?
Yep. After Dr. Herbert examined the body for me.
All right, now listen to me.
Mr. Parkinson was an old man, Mr. Dollar. Had trouble with his feet. Eyesight wasn't so good either.
Mr. Bottomley.
So when he tripped against that old railing on the bridge the other night, and the railing gave way and he fell to the rocks below...
Did anybody you know of actually see him trip and fall?
Well, no, sir.
Well, I think that Parkinson was murdered. And if I can find little Jimmy Carter...
Jimmy?
Have you seen him today? Do you know where he is?
Well, now that you mention him, Mr. Dollar, he should be back from school by now and selling his papers.
I asked you, have you seen him at all today?
Early this morning he was in.
Yeah?
I changed a lot of pennies for him into nickels and dimes and quarters.
All right, and then?
And then he left.
Hey, haven't you got a... Isn't there a phone booth here in the store?
Booth is out the door, Mr. Dollar, around the side of the building.
Then you wouldn't have seen him if Jimmy went out there to make a phone call.
Only one might have seen him is old Lucius Weatherby.
Lucius Weatherby?
The town drunk.
Wait a minute. You talking about that old character sitting out front?
Oh, I've asked him not to sit there in his condition, but now that he's... Well, you see, Lucius is the beneficiary...
Yeah, wait a minute. Lucius Weatherby is the beneficiary of Parkinson's insurance.
Yep, as I was about to say.
No wonder he wouldn't tell me anything about Jimmy.
What's that, sir?
So he killed Parkinson to collect the insurance. Jimmy saw him.
And what was that?
Bottomley, I have a few questions I'd like to ask that Lucius Weatherby.
Now, wait, sir.
Yeah?
If you expect old Lucius to remember anything...
You bet I do. Plenty.
Then you'd best take along this bottle of medicinal brandy.
What?
Yes, sir. That'll be $3.75.
Well, break it over his head.
But you don't understand.
No?
He can't remember a thing unless he's had a little... Mr. Dollar!
All right, Weatherby.
Howdy. You changed your mind about buying me a little...
Oh. Where's Jimmy Carter? What did you do with him?
If you don't mind letting go of my collar, sir.
Come on, start talking.
Jimmy?
That's right. Where is he?
Well, sir, I seen him this morning.
You told me that before. Now, what did you do with him?
Well, nothing, sir. I swear.
He came out of the store this morning, went into that phone booth.
Yeah, he did do that.
Yeah, and then what? What did you do?
Now, sir, if I had a little drink, I could remember better.
Come on, you old son, answer me.
Well, he went off in that car.
Car? What car?
Well, he didn't want to, but...
Who?
Well,
who made him go off in a car?
Well, if I could just remember, it was a man.
Come on, who?
Somebody I know.
Yeah?
I'm sure I could remember if I had a little drink.
Now, you listen to me, you lying...
He's telling you the truth, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, sure he is.
Yes, sir.
But if you give him a bit of this medicinal brandy to refresh his memory, truly...
Okay, let me have it.
That'll be $3.75, if you please.
Okay, here.
I'll get you the change.
Don't bother. Because if this doesn't bring the truth out of him, so help me, I'll...
Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair and debonair. Be sociable, have a Pepsi.
When friends drop in, let your hospitality show you're sociable in the modern manner. Pepsi, you know, is the favorite of the smart and young at heart.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair and debonair. Be sociable, have a Pepsi.
Have you tried a Pepsi lately?
And now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
The town drunk, who could only remember things with a drink under his belt. If you ask me, that's a lot of hooey. Nonetheless, item 5, $3.75 for the bottle of what the local druggists call medicinal brandy. Old Lucius Weatherby started lapping it up.
Mighty fine, sir. Mighty fine.
All right, now listen. You listen to me.
I'd better let him have a little more, Mr. Dollar, if he's to remember properly.
Yeah, a little more.
Oh, and here's your change from the
Lucius,
$5.
you say that when Jimmy walked out of the phone booth, he drove away with somebody.
Yeah.
Against his will.
Yeah.
Your change, Mr. Dollar.
Forced little Jimmy right in his car.
Who forced him?
Well, now let me see. His name was...
Yeah?
You know him, Bottomley.
Think, Lucius. Think hard.
Come on.
Yeah.
Now listen, you old son. I want to...
Harvey.
Huh?
It was Harvey.
Harvey who?
Bottomley, you know everybody.
Harvey Willman?
Harvey Willman, yeah.
Who is he?
Well, he's not one of our more respected people, Mr. Dollar.
Respected?
Yeah?
And come to think of it, I believe he was a distant relative of Mr. Parkinson.
What does he do? Where does he live?
He does nothing, really. He was always trying to beg money from Mr. Parkinson. Never got it, though.
Anybody else?
I ask you, where can I find him? Where does he live?
Winterwind.
That's right. On the old farm out on Winter Avenue. You can tell it by all the new machinery out front.
Okay, I'll see you later.
Oh, your change, Mr. Dollar.
On the way out to Harvey Woolman's farm, I suddenly realized that for once in my life, I'd forgotten to bring along a gun. Judging by all the equipment out front, Woolman must have gone through the Alice Chalmers catalog and taken one of everything. But the farmhouse was nothing but a one-story clapboard shack. Half hidden at the back of it was a beat-up old sedan. Come on, open up. Jimmy! All right, Wellman, open up this door. I'll break it down. Wellman! Okay, brother, you asked for it. Hey, Jimmy. Jimmy, are you okay? Where's Harp?
Behind you. Back at the door.
Don't move, Dollar. I was afraid the kid got that phone call through to you. Too bad for you, he did.
All right, look, Wellman.
No, don't, Mr. Dollar. He'll shoot you. I know he will. He was going to kill me. He still is.
The kid's right, Dollar. Up against the wall. Face the wall. Put your hands up high against it. Go ahead.
I'm not carrying a gun, Wellman, if that's what you're worried about.
Now, that's something I'm going to find out for myself.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That could be a mistake.
I got the gun!
Ah. Jiu-jitsu, huh?
Not this one. Oh, well.
Mr. Dollar.
Oh.
Mr. Dollar.
Oh, hey. Come on now, Jimmy. Hey, Jimmy, it's okay now. Everything's okay.
He was going to kill me. He was going to kill you.
Oh, look, you and I kind of stopped him in his tracks, didn't we? Hey, you know something, Jimmy? Now you're a real hero. Because this time you trapped a killer for me.
Gee.
Item 6, $48.50 for a new sports jacket without holes in it. Yeah, Harvey Woolman had managed to get off that one shot. Item 7, $61 even, a brand new bike for Jimmy. Why? Because he saved the company from having to pay double indemnity. Expense account total, including mileage on my car, $117. Unless you'd like to tack on a little extra fee. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Our star will return in just a moment. If your 1957 income was more than $5,000, last year, when you filed your federal income tax report, you had to use Form 1040, the long form. Those who earned $5,000 or less were permitted to use the short form, Form 1040A, if they chose. This year, the Internal Revenue Service is offering taxpayers a new Form 1040A, a simplified form with only 15 lines to fill out. The most important difference about this new form is that those whose 1958 incomes were $10,000 or less, and if you take only standard deductions, you're now permitted to file your return on the new short form 1040A. If you earned over $10,000 during 1958 or intend to itemize your deductions or other income variations, the long form 1040 must be used. The Revenue Service again reminds you to be sure to attach all W-2 withholding tax certificates pertaining to your earnings to the form you intend to file. Send your return to the District Director of Internal Revenue at the appropriate district office. Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, San Francisco, a wonderful town. Yeah, for a murder. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is written, produced, and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Virginia Gregg, Dick Beals, Larry Dobkin, Forrest Lewis, Edgar Barrier, and Jack Crucian. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Dan Coverly speaking. A father goes to extremes to protect a demented son as suspense follows next on the CBS Radio Network.
WROW, Albany, New York.
Everything is going at Henry S. Mantel's in Latham. Everything must be gone by Tuesday night. Going. Everything must go.
Yes, the values are going at Henry S. Mantel's of Latham. Mantel's is closing its Latham store forever. Everything is being sold at cost or less. Save up to 87% on these famous names: Simmons, Haywood Wakefield, Kraler, Lane, and many others. Here are just two of the fantastic values at Mantell's. A three-piece Kraler curved sectional living room suite, regularly $279.95, now $148.77. Inner spring mattresses, all sizes, regularly $29.95, now $17.95. Come out to Mantell's and make an offer. No reasonable offer refused. Remember, Mantell's of Latham closes its doors forever at 10 p.m. Tuesday, March 31st. Convenient terms and free delivery within a 100-mile radius at Mantell's of Latham, south of the Latham Shopping Center, open until 10 p.m.
It's time now for Johnny Dollar.
Hi there, Johnny. This here is Sidewinder Wilson.
Oh, well, what can I... Who did you say?
Sidewinder Wilson. You know, out here in Bumswung, Oklahoma.
Oh, wait a minute. You mean that old friend of Durango, Laramie Dalhart?
I sure do. Unless you've forgotten it, I'm the man that helped you find Durango that time he disappeared.
Sure, of course you did, Sidewinder. If it hadn't been for you, we'd never have found the old coat.
Yes, sir.
Well, what's on your mind?
Well, if you should just happen to mosey out here to Bumspung, well, Johnny, I think I could show you something that'd make your eyes pop out all over your head.
Sidewinder, is this an insurance matter?
Now, you don't think I'd be calling on you if it wasn't, do you?
What's it all about?
Well, I'll tell you when you get here.
Well, now, Sidewinder,
I'll be waiting for you at Durango's Ranch. So long, Johnny.
Well, now, wait a minute. Sidewinder.
Bob Bailey in the intriguing adventures of a man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
With your permission, we'd like to talk shop for just a moment. CBS Radio Shop. Recently, one of the foremost publications in the broadcasting field polled 465 critics and editors. The question, which radio network programs do you rate tops? When the answers from these 465 experts were tabulated, the final ratings were, to put it mildly, overwhelmingly one-sided. Total honors accorded CBS radio programs exceeded those of all the other networks combined. Let's put it another way. The final verdict of hundreds of critics, reviewers, and editors was that CBS Radio had more top shows than all other networks put together. CBS Radio was pleased, naturally, at the result of the poll, but not surprised. Great programming is no accident. It's long been a policy of this network to devote every effort to maintaining highest broadcast standards, to making sure CBS Radio listeners hear the best entertainment, the most authoritative information. Whatever listening fare is for you, you can be sure you're hearing the best when you're tuned to CBS Radio. And now, Act One of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Floyd's of England, North American Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Fairweather Friend matter. All of Durango's insurance was handled by Floyd's of England, so that would have to be the company that Sidewinder was talking about. Expense account item one, $1.20 for a taxi to Floyd's headquarters in Hartford in the office of George Reed.
Well, this is a switch, Johnny. You're coming here.
George, I just got a call from that town out in Oklahoma with the unlikely name of Bum Spung.
The old Indian name, I understand. It means bad spring, bad water.
Yeah, it was from a friend of Durango, Laramie Dalhart's, an old character by the name of Sidewinder Wilson.
You know, of course, that Durango was here a few days ago.
Here in Hartford, and he didn't drop in to see me?
He dropped in to pay the $4,500 premium on that insurance he carries for the benefit of his niece, Carol Dalhart. He must think an awful lot of that girl.
Yeah? Well, who wouldn't?
What?
George, that Carol's a living doll. If I were ever to think seriously of getting married, well, believe me.
Oh, what's the hitch? Does old Durango object?
Object? Far from it. Hey, tell me, did he pay off that premium in the usual brand new $100 bill?
Yes, and as usual, he peeled them off a roll that was big enough to choke a horse. Johnny, why that man carries so much cash around with him? Now, what did this fellow Wilson call you about?
Sidewinder wouldn't tell me.
Well, now, wait.
There was a robbery-murder case out there a while back in the little town of Fairweather.
Oh?
That's a few miles north of Enid, Oklahoma.
What happened?
Well, it was the messenger carrying some negotiable securities to the small bank there in Fairweather.
Ah, you get stuck for insurance on both the man and the securities?
Only on the messenger. The securities were returned.
By whom?
Well, neither the bank nor the police out there ever found out.
Funny. Do you suppose that's what Sidewinder called me about?
Well, there's only one way to find out, Johnny.
Which is to say that Floyd's of England will pay my expenses.
Well, now, within reason, of course.
Huh?
Well, why kid about it, Johnny? That freewheeling expense account of yours.
George, you sound as though you don't trust me.
Well, of course I do.
Oh? Well, you shouldn't.
Huh?
George, I'll be in touch. Expense account item 2, 9730, transportation. The plane dropped me off at Enid, Oklahoma, shortly after 6 p.m. Item 3, $2 even for some food. Item 4, a $50 deposit on a drive-your-own car. I drove north on Highway 81, then, after some 27 miles and after crossing the Salt Fork of the Arkansas, which, much to my surprise, had a trickle of water in it, I turned left on the rough dirt road leading to Bum Spunk. Finally, there it was. The same 2 or 3 acres of poor, barren, sandy soil. The ramshackle house and the remains of a barn, leaning tiredly on the timbers that helped to prop it up. And out in front were the same 2 sad-looking cows, the old and weather-beaten horse, a friendly, mangy, toothless hound who shook himself as he got up out of the dust and proceeded to assert his authority. And I still couldn't figure why Durango, who was worth millions in oil royalties, had ever chosen to settle down in this lonely, desolate spot. And yet, thanks to Carol, his attractive niece, the inside of that huge, unpainted house was clean, modern, well-furnished. I wondered if Carol would show up, but I saw no sign of the sleek convertible she always drove. Swinging open the sagging wire gate, I wondered if the ancient Maxwell, parked at one side, belonged to Sidewinder Wilson. I didn't have to wonder for long. Hey, you crazy old coot! Sidewinder! What the Sam Hill's the matter with you?
Welcome to Bum Spung, Johnny.
Oh, listen, you wild old character. Put that thing down or I'll start throwing some lead around myself.
With that little 38 lemon squeezer of yours?
Why, you...
No, sir, Sonny. You wouldn't stand a chance.
Well, now, what's the big idea?
Well, I just wanted to show you that when Durango leaves me in charge of his ranch, he leaves it in good hands. And also, I wanted you to feel real welcome around here.
Yeah.
Now, how are you, Johnny boy?
Well, still in one piece, no thanks to you. The crazy way you and Durango have of making somebody feel welcome around here. Where is he, by the way?
Well, first he went to Hartford to pay up on his insurance. Then he flew down to Washington.
Oh, what for?
Well, to pay up on his income taxes. Wanted to make sure he got them in the right hands.
Well, now, he didn't have to go to Washington for that.
Well, he figures it makes it easier that way. He just carries along a big bundle of money and lets them take whatever they think is right.
Oh, no. Now, listen, Sidewinder.
Yeah?
Did you call me in connection with that bank messenger who was killed down in Fairweather?
That's right, Johnny.
I understand the securities he carried were returned to the bank.
Yes, sir. They were sealed up in a big envelope and laid on the front doorstep of that bank. And what I figure, Johnny...
You figure that if I can find out who sent him back the securities, I'll have a lead on the killer.
That's right. And, Johnny, I know who sent them back.
You do?
Yeah.
You're sure?
Yeah.
Well, who, Sidewinder?
Me, Johnny.
What?
Yes, sir. Me.
Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment. Are you going to write that letter today or put it off until tomorrow, or maybe the day after? How about that spring suit you plan to have altered? Will you take it to the tailor tomorrow morning bright and early, or will the week somehow glide by while the suit just hangs on in your closet? If you're a confessed procrastinator, you're not unique. The putting off habit can be mild or chronic, but some matters, serious matters, are highly dangerous to assign to mañana. One of the most important of these is getting protection from crippling, killing polio. When life-saving Salk vaccine was first introduced in 1955, it was hailed as a major medical discovery. Yet at the beginning of this current year,
Some 98 million Americans, the majority of our population, had not received even one inoculation. Why had all these people failed to take the simple measures necessary to gain protection from polio? If you were among them, this year, don't take a chance. Don't put off those polio shots any longer. Get in touch with your family doctor or local health department right away. And now, Act Two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar and the Fairweather Friend Matter.
Johnny, and I'll tell you about it.
Now, just let me get this straight, Sidewinder.
Huh?
The bank messenger down there in Fairweather was held up and murdered.
Yeah?
The securities he carried were stolen by the killer. Then they were returned to the bank.
That's right. And I'm the one who returned them.
Sidewinder, you... Now, look. Don't tell me that you're the one.
Me? You think that I'm the one that killed that messenger?
I didn't say that.
But that's what you were thinking, ain't it?
Well, you said yourself that whoever returned those securities...
I said whoever left them back at the bank... Now, just you stand real still, Johnny.
Oh, come on now. Put that thing down, Sidewinder.
And don't you move none.
Look, would you listen to me?
And maybe you even better stop talking, or that Sidewinder rattlesnake coming toward you might take it into his head. Easy now.
Oh, yeah. I can hear him.
Easy now, whilst I get a bead on him with this study. A bead. Right in one eye, not t'other. And I'll just cut off his rattles and add them to my collection.
Oh, brother, thanks. No wonder they called you Sidewinder.
Yeah. That's the 427th rattle so I've taken off these varmints. I just don't like them, Johnny. They ain't like Diamondback. These Sidewinders around here will sneak up on a man. Just like that dirty snake that killed the bank messenger. And you know why he done it, Johnny?
You still haven't told me who he is.
It was to collect that insurance on him, that's who.
Oh?
Yes, sir. The man that killed him was his hair. What you call his beneficiary.
How do you know, Sidewinder?
Because I lived on the Fairweather. That is, when I ain't up here looking after Durango's place.
Yeah?
And that's how come I knowed that Claude Needles, that was a messenger, left his insurance to that no-count nephew of his and that Barney Gifford. Sit down.
Barney Gifford, huh?
Yeah. So what I done was talk it over with Durango and Carol Dalhart.
Where is Carol, Sidewinder?
I've been waiting for you to ask that, Johnny. Oh, she'll be around.
Good.
You're kind of sweet on her, ain't you?
Wow.
Nah, don't you try to fool me, Johnny boy. And you know how she feels about you, too. And if you don't think Durango knows, well, I'll tell you this.
You say you talked it over with her.
I'll tell you this, Johnny. Durango finds that you've been out here and went back to Hartford without hitching up with Carol.
Sidewinder, would you...
Well, I'll tell you this. He's liable to shotgun you into it if he catches you around here.
Oh.
And don't you try to tell me you wouldn't like being married to her, too.
Sidewinder.
Okay. So anyhow, me and Durango and Carol.
Carol.
Hi, Johnny. I'm glad to see you.
Carol, I'm glad to see you.
Oh, then don't you stand there. Give me a kiss.
Oh, you think I need an engraved invitation? Come here. Oh, hiya.
Oh, don't stop, Johnny. It's been a long time.
If Durango could see this.
Oh, drop that, Sidewinder.
Yes, sir. He'd have that shotgun out so fast.
Oh, man.
Oh, it's been an awful long time, Johnny.
Oh, too long.
I thought you were never coming back here.
I'm here.
Uh-huh. So let's make up for lost time.
Oh, why not?
Oh, come on now. Come on, you kid.
Oh, it's good to see you.
Johnny, don't you want to hear the rest of what I was... Now, look at here. If you don't cut loose from each other there, you know what I'll do. I'll walk right out of here, and I'll go back to Fairweather. And I'll send a telegram to old Durango, and I'll tell him you two are making out like this all alone inside his house. And if that don't bring him out here to get you two married...
Oh, why don't you mind your own business?
Well, I tell you...
You old goat. Why don't you go somewhere and get lost?
Well, that's it. I'm going right down to Fairweather and send him a telegram.
No. Just settle down there, Sidewinder.
I'll settle down, Johnny, with you anytime, any place.
Oh, Carol, you're the only girl I know who makes me wish sometimes I was the marrying kind. But now listen.
I'll bet I can make you the marrying kind, Johnny. You like to give me a chance, huh?
Well, that settles it. I'm leaving right now.
No, you aren't, Sidewinder.
Oh, let him go.
Let's just be sensible for a minute, will
I
you?
was trying to, Johnny.
I mean about this murder case.
And when we finish talking about it?
We'll see.
Well, then let me tell you about it. It won't take me so long. And Sidewinder, you stop making those silly eyes or I'll let you have one right between them.
Well, I still think I ought to leave.
So do I. But as long as you're already... Well, listen, Johnny.
I'm listening.
When Mr. Needles was killed, Sidewinder wanted them to make him a cop down there in Fairweather.
Or even just a deputy, so as I could go out and hunt for that killer. Claude Needles was a friend of mine.
But the police said no, they didn't need him, didn't want him.
So that made me sure.
So we talked it over about who could ever do a thing like that.
And that's when I remembered Barney Gifford would get the money from Claude's insurance.
So I told Sidewinder I'd have a date with Barney, and that would give him a chance to go through Barney's house and look for the security.
And I found him, Johnny, under a loose board in the floor.
Yes.
So when he come home, I lassoed him, and I tied him up, and I took him and locked him up in the tool shed on my place.
You didn't turn him over to the police?
Oh, the chief in that little old hick town told Sidewinder that if he interfered in the case, he'd lock him up.
That's what he said.
Well, look, nevertheless,
and that's when Durango, just before he left to go to Hartford, always has to be there right on time, you know, with that insurance payment.
Yeah, I know.
Well, that's when Durango said to call you up on the phone.
Yeah. Sidewinder.
Huh?
I thought that was your idea.
No, Durango's. And also for getting Johnny out here to see you again.
What?
Why, sure.
Well, who does Durango think he is trying to run my life that way? What kind of a trick is that to pull on? Just you wait until he gets back here.
Is that my cue to leave these parts, Carol?
Well, it certainly... Oh, no, of course not, Johnny, but... Well...
All right, now. Sidewinder, where is this Barney Gifford?
Locked up in my tool shed.
Well, who's looking after him?
Oh, Pete Whaley, I told him not to let on to the police.
You sure he can handle a man like Gifford?
Oh, yes, Sidewinder.
Well, I don't see why
Hey,
not.
look, maybe we'd better drive on down there.
Well, sure, but wait till I answer that phone. It's probably Durango saying to hold on to you, Johnny. He's probably on his way.
If that's Durango, you tell him I've left.
Hello?
Now, you don't mean that, Johnny. I bet Durango really would make you marry me.
Oh,
Would that be
Carol.
so bad? Johnny.
Johnny. Carol.
Oh, why don't you stay on that... Sidewinder, what's the matter?
Listen, that was old Pete.
Yeah?
Barney got loose. Like to kill old Pete.
Oh, no.
And now Barney's coming here. Coming for me. To kill me.
Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair and debonair. Be sociable, have a Pepsi.
When friends drop in, let your hospitality show you're sociable in the modern manner. Pepsi, you know, is the favorite of the smart and young at heart.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair and debonair. Be sociable, have a Pepsi.
Have you tried a Pepsi lately?
And now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Okay, then. If Barney Gifford's coming here, we'll be ready for him. We'll... Sidewinder, you aren't afraid of him, are you?
He's a bad one, Johnny.
But if Sidewinder was able to subdue him before...
Well, I caught him off guard, Johnny. He didn't have no gun then, but he has now. He took old Pete.
And Barney's a deadly shot. It's the only good thing you can say about it.
And don't you see, it's dark outside now. If we stay around here inside the house, we'll be like a flock of sitting ducks.
Yeah, but I don't think we'll stay inside.
You mean we'll just run away from him?
No. How long ago did he get away from Pete?
Well, Pete says it was more than an hour ago.
Then we haven't any time to waste.
What are you going to do, Johnny?
I know what you're going to do, Carol.
Yes?
Get out of here. Go on back to Enid. Tell the police. By the time they can get up here, Sidewinder and I will either have things under control or, well, then they can take over.
Why don't you phone the police?
Because I'm telling you to go on down there.
You're just trying to get me away from here, aren't you?
That's right.
No, Johnny. I can shoot just as good as you and Sidewinder, and there's plenty of guns in the back room.
No, Carol, that doesn't make any difference.
You think I'm going to leave you here with a killer after old Sidewinder, and if Barty finds you with him, he'll try to kill you,
Carol,
too.
will you just...
I won't go, Johnny. I won't leave you.
Okay. We're just wasting time. I haven't seen any car lights out on the road, but that doesn't mean that...
That's right, mister. It doesn't mean a thing.
Damn.
The front door had been pushed open by the barrel of a high-powered rifle that slowly fanned the three of us. I knew that if I made a move to draw my handgun, if Sidewinder took a step toward his .30-30 on the table, and if Barney was the excellent shot that Carol said he was.
All right. Put your hands up and come walking out this door.
Listen, Barney,
Shut up, do like I say.
Come on, Carol. Sidewinder.
Come on, don't try anything.
All right, Barney.
Not so brave now that I got the advantage, are you, Sidewinder?
All right. If you got to kill somebody, kill me. You leave them alone.
Now that they know all about me? No, sir. I'm going to kill all of you like I killed old Pete. Now, stop.
You keep your dirty hands off of me, you...
Keep them up, Carol. So you're not carrying a gun. I know that Sidewinder never carries it. But you do, don't you, mister? Thanks. And I think I'll use it to kill you. So if you want to put your hands down to pray...
Well, Sidewinder.
Yes, Johnny?
You think maybe this is retribution for that killing you did today?
Killing, Johnny?
Yeah, when I first got here. You remember.
Oh.
I don't know what you're talking about, mister. But I'm not going to waste any time.
Barney,
Shut up, Carol. You're going to go first.
All right, now listen, Gifford.
And you, mister. And last of all, Sidewinder. Huh? What's that?
It's a snake.
It's a rattler. It's back of you, Sidewinder.
No. It's over next to Barney.
Where? I can't see it. Where is it? I'll kill it. Where is it?
Right here.
Oh. But that snake...
Oh, thanks, Sidewinder.
I'm sure glad I saved these rattles, Johnny.
What?
Yeah, so am I.
But I never would have remembered them if you hadn't reminded me about killing that snake.
You know something? I hated to leave that place. To leave Carol is what I really mean. But there was another phone call. Sidewinder answered it. And yep, it was from Durango, phoning from Enid. Durango was so tickled to learn I was still around that he promised to come out to the ranch as fast as he could.
Yes, sir, just as soon as he can pick up the preacher.
Sidewinder.
Well, much as I love that gal. Well, expense account total, including the trip back to Hartford and mileage on the rental car, $203.50. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Our star will return in just a moment.
Be careful. You're going to land in a bathtub.
Who's driving this flying saucer, you or me?
Well, what do you see?
Oh, germs. Millions and millions of germs.
Sure. Here on Earth, disease, germs, and viruses live in bathrooms.
Wait, here comes a lady. She's putting a dash of Lysol in with those suds, and she's mopping the floor. Wow! Look at those germs and viruses drop dead.
Boy, are you stupid. I thought all Martians knew that Lysol brand disinfectant kills disease, germs, and many deadly viruses on contact. Disinfects from one cleaning to the next as nothing else can.
That's right. I remember my 7 grandmothers saying Lysol makes your favorite cleaner work better, including many that claim to sanitize.
I'm sorry you learned to speak English by listening to commercials.
And Lysol comes in regular or pine fragrance for as little as 29 cents.
How much is that in Martian money?
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, Well, getting away from Durango Laramie Dalhart isn't as easy as you might think. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is written, produced, and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Virginia Gregg, Junius Matthews, G. Stanley Jones, James McCallion, and Bill James. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Dan Cumberly speaking.
Suspense is next over the CBS Radio Network.
WROW, Albany, New York. 10, 10, 10. Yes, 10 hours of price-shattering bargains at Henry S. Mantell Furniture, 343 River Street, Troy. This merchandise must be sold at once. At savings to you of up to 87%. Mantell's was unable to extend their Latham store lease, so the stock from the Latham store has been moved to Mantell's main store in Troy. Save on famous brand merchandise, Haywood Wakefield, Kraler, Simmons, Norge, Motorola, and many more. Buy a $339.95 two-piece living room suite for $199.95. Or a $34.95 famous Make Inner Spring mattress for $17.88. Or a modern bedroom set, regularly $259.95, now $139.95. This tremendous sale at Henry S. Mantell Furniture begins Monday, 6 p.m. to 11 p.m., and Tuesday, 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. The store will be closed during the day to mark down merchandise and arrange stock. Remember, there's no money down at Henry S. Mantell Furniture.
Bold Venture. Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. Once again, the magic names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall bring you Bold Venture and a tale of mystery and intrigue.
That's enough, Sailor. I can't run any further.
Okay, we'll rest a while. Then we'll go in for a dip.
I know. Well, let's just wade this morning, you know. Get used to the feel of the ocean. Tomorrow we'll swim.
What happened to this big exercise binge of yours? This morning you were going to start the new life. Run, swim, push-ups, deep knee bends.
Oh, I must have been out of my mind.
Come on, let's do a deep knee bend. Hands on hips, place. 1. Oh, help me up, Slate.
Okay, Eagle One. Give me your hand. Now, let's get back to the hotel and have some breakfast before I...
Shannon, this is all you!
I wonder what she wants.
I can't imagine. When I said goodnight to her last night, she said everything was fine. That ours was her favorite hotel. That she and her husband were...
Moses told me you were on the beach. You're going to say I'm foolish, but I just don't know what to think.
Well, what's the trouble?
I can't find my husband.
Well, maybe Mr. Anderson just took a stroll before breakfast. I wouldn't worry about that.
But he didn't come back to the hotel last night.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Last night when I saw you in the lobby, you said you were going to your room and wait for him. You mean he hasn't come back since then?
Yes, I fell asleep over a book. I just woke up and his bed wasn't slept in. What frightens me is he left with a good deal of money. You see, he was going to buy me a gift. It's our 20th anniversary, you know. We've never been out of California before, and...
Now, just take it easy, Mrs. Anderson. How much is the good deal of money your husband had with him?
Well, I don't know exactly. More than 1,000, I know. Do you think anything could have happened to him?
With that much money in his pocket? In Havana? Come on, sailor. Let's look for a man.
Ay, the pobrecito, the poor little one, how he lies here in sleep. And the fingers of the hot sun scratch around in his wound.
You're a tender man, Garfield. For a man who wears a hook for an arm, you're very gentle with the hurt and the lame.
My heart goes out to them. I have a brotherhood with men who have been freshly scarred.
Take it easy going through his pockets, huh?
See? And to put this fellow on our fishing boat and let him sleep away his wound and his shame, who would not do this for a turisto? Huh?
What did you find?
In his pocket, a clipping from Society column of a Pasadena in California newspaper.
Society? Gee, I always did want to rub noses with Society. What's it say?
It say, bon voyage and a box of oranges to Mr. and Mrs. Ralph Anderson, who leave tomorrow for Havana for their 20th wedding anniversary.
And he celebrates it all alone in a jump like Tina's. Maybe that's what his wife let him have for a present.
And in this pocket, an alligator wallet with gold tips.
Let me see it.
You can see from there. Gold tips, see? Inside lined with red seal skin leather and with... and again I...
Garfield, don't stick your hook in your mouth like that and keep saying aye. If you've got something to say, come right out and tell Papa.
What else can a kindly man say when he finds $2,000 in a wallet of a used-up man? What else can he do, I ask myself?
Yeah. Here, give me a hand with him, Garfield. I read somewhere that salt is good for a wound. It hurts, but it's good. Come on.
See. Understand, pobrecito. This will be buried and explained to wife. Now, Bruce.
Happy anniversary, Mr. Anderson.
That's the last shop in the Vedado, sailor. Mr. Anderson wasn't in there looking for presents for his wife either.
Well, let's try another section of the city.
You know, I've got a sneaking suspicion.
Like what?
A man comes to Havana. He's never seen anything like it. His wife gives him a night off, and he's got over $1,000 in his pocket. You know how Havana throbs at night. Mambo rhythms out of every doorway. Mr. Anderson might have walked through one just for a look-see.
I won't even concede a look-see, Slate. Mr. Anderson was a very...
Hey, there's King Moses in our Jeep. Hi, King. Looking for us?
All over Havana.
Now, what's on your mind?
I've been asking around at the cab depots for Mr. Anderson, as you said I should.
What did you find out?
Guillot, the one who drives the green taxicab with the yellow fenders, think he picked up Mr. Anderson in front of hotel.
Where'd he take him?
Guillot said first his fare wished to shop. Then the fare heard music from the players Tina's parakeet and tapped Guillot on the shoulder.
Tina's parakeet? That's a dive in the barrio.
Yeah. How do you like your Mr. Anderson now, sailor?
Please, girls who are not chaperoned by a man are not permitted in my place.
I've got a chaperone, honey. The one trying to work his way up front to the mirror.
Now, how do you like the hairdo, sailor? Jazzy, huh?
Your ticket, senor.
You're Tina, huh?
See, I am Tina, and I am a ticket cruncher. Your ticket, senor.
You know, if you're a good girl, Tina, maybe Slate will let you crunch through a whole roll of them.
Yeah, see, the 5 peso size and 5 delicious flavors, one at a time.
You bought a basket full of dances. Go dance them.
We like to dance threesies, Tina.
Well, dance any way you like as long as it is.
Threesies. That means we'll need another partner, like a Mr. Ralph Anderson. But I don't see him around. Is he around, Tina?
You're local crazy.
But then maybe tonight isn't Ralph's night to howl. Maybe it was last night. Was Anderson here last night, Tina?
Barreto?
No, not Barreto, hon. Ralph Anderson. About 5'10", gray at the edges, 50-ish. You're not paying attention, hon.
Barreto, bounce these two away.
See, Tina, you heard my lady. Walk away or I dribble you away. You have a choice.
Now, look, Buster, don't try for a letter. Just tell us if a Ralph Anderson was in here last night.
Maybe you have monkeys in your ears, senor. I told you...
Slate, watch him.
Now, look, Buster. Why pull a knife on a friendly cuss like me?
I caught you.
That's not what I asked.
You beg for dying, senor. I give it.
have held on to the knife. Butterfingers. Well, what do you know, sailor? The man falls down hurt and the dancers keep dancing. On your feet, Barretto. Let's see if we can stir up a storm.
Leave him alone. Do not hit him anymore.
Convince me why I shouldn't, Tina. Anderson was here last night, wasn't he? And it was like this.
See, like this, he was here. The old man tried to put his hands on me. Barretto stuck him with his knife.
And killed him.
Oh, no, only in shoulder. The fisherman took him away.
You got kind friends, Tina. What fisherman?
Garfio, who wears a hook for a hand, and he's American named Bruce. At Rico Docks, ask them. They will give you Anderson. Oh, Barretto. Oh, he hurt you. Oh, mi alma, mi corazón. Mi hermoso. Yeah.
Let's get out of here, Slate. Can't you see the lady wants to be alone with her sick friend?
Hi there, you in the boat. Hey.
Yeah?
Your name Bruce or Garfio?
Bruce, you want to talk? Come aboard.
All right. Come on, sailor.
I'm just fixing this net. But it'll wait. What do you got on your mind?
Nice little boat you got here.
It's a living. You the one who's got something on your mind, lady, or the mister?
The both of us. We're looking for a man.
I haven't brought one up yet. Just fish.
A middle-aged man. A tourist.
Just fish.
Rumor has it when you're not fishing, you while away the empty hours in a joint called Tina's Parakeet.
Sure. It's cheap, and it's got a chuckle to it.
Sometimes pain. Like what happened to the tourist, a man named Ralph Anderson.
Who said?
Tina.
She ought to keep her mouth shut.
She didn't. She mentioned your name. And a man named Garfio, who wears a hook.
Yeah, Anderson was kicking up his heels last night. In the middle of a kick, he caught a knife in his shoulder. Garfio and me got him out of there before the cops showed. It supplements the price of fish. You know, pocket money.
Why didn't you take him home? His wife was waiting for him.
Because his wife was waiting for him, sis. He wasn't stuck bad, but he needed time to make up a story.
Where'd he take all this time?
Well, we took him. Well, we gave him iodine and gauze and a fatherly talk. Little lean-to a couple of 100 yards south of the Maximo Monument on the bay.
Can you take us there?
You'll find it. I gotta finish this net. So long.
You better get back to the hotel, sailor, and see if you can comfort Mrs. Anderson. I'll find that lean-to. Let's go.
This is Bruce. A guy is on his way to that shack near the monument.
Looking for Senor Anderson?
Uh-huh. Get there before he does. Greet him.
Open up, Anderson. It'll be okay. We'll make up a good story for your girl. You could have some Lulu's I use. Come on, open up. Let's not get squeamish about one night out in 20 years. That's the boy. Hey, where?
Welcome to my lean-to, senor.
Hey, what?
I'm clumsy, senor. My hook did not kill with one stroke. This will take away my clutch.
Hold it, Garfio.
Let go, man. Let go.
Why dull the hook on him? He got the message.
But the man is in pain. I only
He
want
wanted Anderson, didn't he? Let's give him to Anderson.
See. Pick him up, Bruce Mai. Now he will sleep in the ocean sea, and nothing will wake him.
adventure. Our stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, and the second act of our story.
When a man is married and has a bride for 20 years right by his side, the etiquette is to be not tardy. Come right home, kiss the Mrs. Hardy. Upon occasion, it happens every season, a man gets sidetracked, pick your own reason. Then there rises the old situation. Mrs. weeps in great agitation.
Weeps is right, and not with tears, King. That's the toughest kind of crying there is. Look at her, sitting over there and staring.
And thinking the million worst things that could have happened.
Don't knock it. It's a woman's privilege. King, give Mrs. Anderson anything she needs. I'm going out.
For Mr. Slate?
Who else would I go looking for?
How you feeling, Shannon?
How did I get on this boat?
Hey, Garfield!
See, what is it?
He's come around.
So what do you want I should do, to dance? So he's come around, he knows you want. For how long? We dump him before we take the fish home.
This is what happened to Anderson, isn't it?
Uh-huh. Rolled him, got rich, fed him to the fishes, gave him to the ocean.
Try rolling me. Maybe we can make a deal.
I've heard tell of you, Shannon. In port. No dough Shannon, they call the man.
I said we could make a deal.
With money in it?
Are there other kinds of deals?
Hey, Garfield.
What?
Come here. Shannon wants to make a deal.
And why shouldn't he want? Nearly dead men and lovers promise the moon with quick words.
Look, I've got a boat. I could raise some money on that.
Canoes are a drug on the market.
I've seen this boat, Garfield. Twin-engine job, about 45 feet. Trim. Nice.
I could get Mr. Val to raise some money on it. Bring it to you. Now, look, be reasonable, Garfield. Why not? You'll still have me, even if she can't raise the dough.
And any time I wish, I could put this hook in you. So you could squirm and beg if this is a trick.
You know what? I'd enjoy watching that.
Lady Sailor, you have come back without Mr. Slate on your arm.
You noticed it too, huh, King? Where's Mrs. Anderson?
Sleep in her room. I go wake her.
Let her sleep. There may not be much sleep left for her.
You have not found them? They were not there in the place where you searched for them?
It was empty. All I found was a bloodstain on the floor.
Lady Sailor, do not believe this thing that you do not know. This thing that builds a tear in your eye. The phone has ringed like that ever since you were gone. When I say hello, I get the hang-up bang in my ear for answer.
Maybe because a man answered. Let's see how a lonely girl makes out. Hello? Shannon's place.
You're finally in, Mr. Val. Fella here just dying to talk to you.
Where have you been, Sailor? Why don't you watch the shop? Answer the phone.
You could have talked to King. Where are you, Slate? What's the idea?
My nickel. Let me chat, huh, Sailor? Go raise some money on the boat, every buck you can get.
What's the matter? You lose at Lotto again?
This I don't know yet. It's what you can get on the boat against my life. Like the odds?
Hate them. Where do I bring the money?
Just the dough. No chummy cops. The lean-to south of Maximo Monument. Remember the...
Get out the papers on the boat, King.
Again, Lady Sailor?
Yeah. Some days it's hard to keep a man alive.
What have I always told you, Miss Duval?
Such beautiful advice. Most of all, I advise Mr. Shannon, save your money. Save your money.
If you don't lend me something on the boat, Slate'll die.
Oh, now you needn't be so melodramatic, Mr. Vall. I'm a sensitive man. A more modest, truthful approach could move me far more deeply. Melodrama embarrasses me.
Gee, how's a girl to know about sensitive fellows like you? Crevy, I lied.
Oh, that's better. Now, come now. What did you really want the money for this time?
Well, Crevy, old boy, it's just that I've got a chance to invest in an oil well. Comes a time in a girl's life she needs an oil well.
Oil? Where?
They told me not to tell. They said, let's keep it among ourselves. Huh, girlie?
Ah, and very shrewd, too. Well, my dear, seeing it's something as sensible as that, 5,000 is all we can manage. Now, if you'll sign here, please. There, now. See how rewarding it is to tell the truth?
I'm so ashamed I could cry. Bye, Crevy.
You are a linda beggar, senorita. Beautiful. I watched the performance.
You ought to catch me on a matinee. Hey, you're wearing a...
See, a hook. My name, Garfio, means hook. That is why you come with me. So my name will not spill blood on our proud streets.
What does it say in your book about helping a man with a hurt, Bruce? It says, for the promise of a promise of dough, he could be persuaded. Bothers you, huh? Yeah. If I could only move over to my other side, I could... Groan a little more for me. Make me believe it. I tell you what, a man doesn't like to lie in his own blood, mate. Yeah. Besides, it messes up the deck. From fishers, you don't mind so much. Here, I'll roll you over. Easy. That's a little more pain to a rich boy like you. Or you. Why, you stupid. Maybe if I use my feet. Oh, that makes me smarter, huh? Now all I gotta do is drag you, baby. Throw you in the hole with the rest of the fish.
Garfio.
What is it you want?
Just answer one question for me. I gave you the money. Why did you make me come out here with you?
Is a manly question for which a manly answer. To get rid of you once and for all and forever. You and Slate Shannon.
Why kill us? You've got your money. That should be the end of it. Let Slate go. Let both of us go back to Havana, and we won't say a word.
You won't say a word. Hermos, do you think I'm stupid? Up ahead in our boat is Bruce and your Shannon. They wait for us.
You're a bitter man, Garfio. Why? Because of your arm? The hook?
Why should I be bitter about the hook? It is a souvenir of a woman who loved me. Of her lover who did not.
I'm sorry for you. I really am.
Do not try your sympathy with me, senorita. Without this hook, I would be half the man. Without it, perhaps I would not have the courage to kill you.
Ahoy, Bruce! Ahoy! Bruce, ahoy!
Slate! Hey, Slate, it's Sailor.
Is no answer.
Slate!
I do not like this. You, senorita, you first. Jump over to the other boat.
All right. Slate! Slate, are you all right?
What has happened here? I left your Shannon lying there, right on this spot, with Bruce standing over him. Bruce! Stop playing games with me! What are you trying to do, Bruce? Are you going to... What are you doing up there on the cabin top, Pigeon Shannon? Were you going to jump on Garvio? Jump!
Just get out of the way, sailor. Don't do a thing. Just get out of the way.
Slate, his hook.
Into my arms, Pigeon! Jump!
Yeah, feet first. Pigeon, huh?
I will have a honey hook. Is this a pretty picture? I sit on your chest and feed you my hook like this. So my pigeon ducked his head. Bueno, we will try again.
What's the matter, Garfio? Dug your hook too deep in the wood? Can't get it out. Let's roll over, shall we?
I will get it out. I will...
Sailor.
I was a coward, Slate. I turned my back. Couldn't watch.
I'm hurt, sailor. Help me.
Throw your good arm around me. I'll take you home.
All here, sailor. $5,000.
Give it to me. I'll take it down to Mr. Crevelin. He'll give me back the note I gave him on the boat.
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
Well, I'm wounded. I have to convalesce. $5,000 I could convalesce in style.
Like a for instance.
I could relax, have a pretty girl wait on me, hand and foot. My wish, her command.
You can get that for nothing. Me.
Let's try, huh? Come here.
Like that, Slate.
I don't know. That's not exactly what I had in mind.
You said you wanted to be waited on hand and foot. What do you want me to do? Wait on your foot?
I want you to scratch my back.
All right.
Oh. Yeah, that's right, sailor. A little further down. To the right. To the right. More to the right. Yeah.
Take your $5,000 and go get convalesced.
Hang up a shingle, sailor. You just scratched a man well. Come here.
And so our two stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest bold venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall together in Bold Venture.
Instructions. Now. Check.
Presenting The Whisperer, starring Carlton Young. The Whisperer, a brilliant man who, losing his voice in an accident which crushed his vocal cords, worked his way deep within the crime syndicate to help destroy it from within. To the underworld, his familiar rattling hiss is the voice of authority, to be obeyed without question. Then a miracle of surgery performed by Dr. Benjamin Lee restored his natural voice, enabling him to resume his real identity. Now, as Philip Galt, aggressive young attorney, he skirts the thin edges of death, living his dual role. For as the Whisperer, he sets in motion the forces of the syndicate in Central City. Then, as Philip Galt uses his knowledge to fight the organized network of crime, which seeks to control the fate of millions in cities and towns across the nation. Now, in Dr. Lee's office, we find Ellen Norris, the doctor's nurse and the only other person besides the doctor who knows of Phil's dual identity, watching anxiously as Phil, speaking in the voice of the whisperer, makes his report to a superior in the syndicate.
Hello, New York. Slade, given instructions. Will report progress.
Now?
That's right, Ellen. Now.
What does it mean, Phil?
You mean specifically? I don't know. It's designed to set something in motion right now.
Someone's murder.
When the syndicate gives that kind of an order, it usually means at least one murder.
And you had to pass the instructions on.
Just another indication how the syndicate works, Ellen. One hand never knows what the other hand is doing. This Slade is probably from out of town. He has his instructions already. All he was waiting for was the word to start. I had to give it to him.
Every other time, Phil, you had a lead of some kind to help. You knew who the victim was, you knew what was going to happen, and you could do something about it. But now...
Yes.
What are you doing, Phil?
The only lead I have is the telephone number where I reached Slade.
But how are you...
The phone company won't give it to me, but the police can get the address.
Lieutenant Denver?
Mm-hmm. Excuse me, honey. Homicide, please.
I have an idea the lieutenant's already suspicious of your extra-legal activities, Phil. How long...
Hi, Lieutenant. Need a favor. Uh-huh. I've got a phone number. I need the address. Cheshire, 1789. That's right. No, it's just a little checking on a client. Yeah, I'm at Ellen's office. Thanks.
He must be in a good mood.
The lieutenant's plenty smart, Ellen. He knows I wouldn't want the address for any reason that might kick back.
Little does he know.
In this case, what he doesn't know might save him some grief.
If you can stop whatever it is from happening.
Yes, if. Sweetheart.
Uh-huh.
It's kind of late, and I'm going to be on the move pretty soon. How's about meeting you later for supper? You can get a sandwich now, maybe take a show or something, and then I'll join you.
Mm-mm.
Well, it's past dinner time already, and you haven't had anything to eat since lunch.
I know. I'm starving.
Well, then.
And every time I have an appointment with you for dinner, it's always delayed anywhere from 3 to 5 hours.
Well, you see what I mean? The best thing right now is for you to grab a bite and meet me later.
Consequently, since I'm a creature of habit, I've got myself into the habit of irregular dinner hours.
Well, now's your chance to get regular.
I'm staying with you.
But don't you...
No buts. I'd be wondering about what was happening all the time. Ruin my digestion. I'm with you, lover.
No, wait a minute. Hello? Oh, yes. Hello, Lieutenant. Uh-huh. Yes, I know where that is. Uh-huh. Well, thanks. I'll split my fee with you on this case.
Got the address?
Yes.
You're not very happy about it.
Well, it isn't a house. It isn't listed under any name. It's the Lyceum Theater. A pay station. Backstage.
Oh?
Coming?
With you, lover. Oh, look what's playing, Phil. Romeo and Juliet. Oh, that would be a nice way to spend an evening in a theater.
Maybe it'll be more entertaining backstage.
Not that I don't think you're brilliant, darling, but just how are you going to get any information if that phone was a pay station? Seems to me this job's just about hopeless.
Just about hopeless for the somebody on the other end, too, Ellen. We've got to try. Here we are. Let me do the talking.
Don't I always?
What can I do for you?
Hello, old-timer. We're looking for someone.
Figured that. Who?
Fellow by the name of Slade.
Slade?
That's right.
Don't know any Slade.
Not connected with the company?
Nope.
Can anybody come off the street and use that payphone on the wall over there?
Nope.
Anybody use it in the last half hour?
Nope. Oh, say, wait a minute. Yeah, there was somebody come along with Judy. Hung around the phone right around 7:30. When it rang, he answered it. Guess was for him, all right.
I see.
You say he came in with Judy?
Uh-huh.
Can we speak to her?
Well, if you want to wait around, you probably can. She went out about 5 minutes ago.
Went out?
With the man who answered the phone?
A minute after. She asked me which way he went, and she went out. Kind of in a hurry, too. And she's due on the stage in about 15 minutes. If she don't get back quick, they'll probably have to use her understudy.
I see. You don't know where she went, do you, old-timer?
Well, she lives across the street and down a block. Hathaway's.
Hathaway's?
Second-hand furniture store. Her uncle owns it. Living quarters upstairs. She lives there now to be near the theater.
Thanks.
But she ain't there.
Oh?
Leastways, she's not answering the phone there. Deauville, the director, called and got no answer.
Well, thanks. Let's go, Ellen. Hathaway's. Oh, here it is.
How do you do?
Mr. Hathaway?
Vladimir Hathaway, at your service.
We're looking for a young lady by the name of Judy.
Oh, why, Judy is at the theater down the street. She's appearing in Romeo and Juliet. But I don't think you'll be able to speak to her, not until she's off stage.
Well, she's not there. She came home. She does live here.
Why, of course. Judy's my niece. Of course she lives here, upstairs. But she isn't home. I'd know if she were. She left here almost an hour ago.
And didn't come back?
No, of course not.
Oh. Quite a shop you have here.
Thank you. Could I interest you in some furniture? I have a dining room set that's almost new right over here.
No, thanks.
A lounge chair, most comfortable thing in the world.
We'll think of you when we set up housekeeping.
Oh, I thought you were...
Married? Not yet.
Judy has a friend by the name of Slade, hasn't she?
Slade? Why, not that I know of.
You know anybody by that name?
Slade? No, I...
Well, I don't think we can do any good here, Ellen.
Is something wrong with Judy?
For a loving uncle, you finally came around to getting concerned. I don't know if anything's wrong.
But if anything is wrong, I would like to know.
We're trying to reach a fellow by the name of Slade, and Judy apparently knows him.
Oh, I see. Perhaps one of her actor friends. I don't know them all. It's hard to keep track of...
Phil.
I heard it.
I beg pardon?
That was a shot. Where's the stairway to the upstairs?
A shot?
That's right. Where is it?
I am a little hard of hearing. But what kind of shot, you?
Pistol, if I'm not hard of hearing. Where's the stairs?
But if it's a shot...
Stop stalling, Hathaway. Ellen, try that door.
Here, Phil.
Yes, through that door and up the stairs to the right.
It was a shot, Phil.
I know. Through here, Ellen.
I did it. Phil, on the floor.
I see him.
Phil?
He's dead.
I shot him. Better let me have the gun, Judy. I shot him.
Slade?
I shot him.
All right, you shot him. Is his name Slade?
Yes. Better give me the gun, Judy. No.
Come on, Judy.
No.
What's happened? Judy, where's David?
Stay away. All of you get back.
You can't run away.
Stay back or I'll shoot.
Quick, after her. Locked. Come on, Hathaway, a little help here. Come on, let's go. Let's try this one. It's locked, too. Any other way out, Hathaway?
What?
Any other way out?
Yes, through that back door, but it opens on an alleyway.
No, it doesn't matter. She's gone by this time.
What's this room? What do you do here, behind the showroom?
I do stone cutting, a hobby. Hey, they're gone.
Gone? What's gone?
My diamonds.
You cut diamonds for a hobby?
David took them.
Whoa, that's the second time David's cropped up. Who's David?
He must have taken them.
All right, now, who is David?
They were going to get married. David and Judy. All arranged. When the show closed, get married.
Was he here when we came in?
Yes, upstairs with Judy.
And Slade?
Yes.
You lied to us then?
Yes, I was afraid. Slade came in and started talking to me about buying some furniture, just waiting. And then Judy came running in, and they both went upstairs. And David was there.
Not when we got there.
How did he get out?
Probably hiding right in this room here when we went upstairs.
All right, Mr. Hathaway. You better call the police.
Police? Oh, yes. The diamonds.
No, Hathaway. The dead man. Homicide.
Yes, Judy shot him.
That's right. But he had a gun in his hand, Hathaway. It was probably self-defense.
Hello, New York. Central City reporting. Our man Slade has been killed. We will put Operation X-22 into effect. to David Clark. Shoot to kill. Nick, urgent. Operation X-22. You will cover the east side of Central City. Use every available man. Find Judy Forrest. She will lead you to David Clark. Shoot to kill. Urgent. Operation X-22. You will cover the south and west sides of Central City. Use every available man. Find Judy Forrest. She will lead you
Come on, sit down, Phil.
No, thanks.
What's wrong, Phil? You look at
Operation X-22.
What's that?
A dragnet. A syndicate dragnet.
For Judy?
Uh-huh. Poor, frightened kid.
To kill her?
Her and David Clark.
Why?
If I knew that, I'd probably understand a lot of things, Ellen. Like why Hathaway is such a confounded liar.
What chance does she have, Phil?
None.
What are we going to do?
Try to find her before the syndicate does. Try to find her.
All right, Phil.
Finish your sandwich.
Mm-mm. I've just lost my appetite.
You are listening to The Whisperer, the story of Philip Galt, who skirts the thin edges of death, living his dual role. Dragnet, not a police dragnet, but a syndicate dragnet, more deadly, more vicious, with orders to shoot on sight. Philip Galt, in his guise as the Whisperer, has passed along the syndicate's orders, and now, without knowing where Judy Forrest is, he must protect her from the dragnet he himself set in motion.
Seems like such a hopeless task, Phil, finding Judy.
We have one lead, Hathaway.
Seems like such a bewildered kind of man, Phil.
Much too bewildered.
What do you mean?
Those diamonds of his, for one thing.
What about them?
Diamonds in a broken-down place like that? And first he said they were his stones, a hobby. Then he said it was part of a job and they belonged to someone else. No, Ellen, something's wrong there.
You didn't have to take the car if you wanted to go back to a store, Phil. You're going past it now.
Uh-huh.
Why?
In case the store is being watched.
By whom?
The syndicate, Ellen. This is a logical place for them to pick up a lead, too. We just walk in off the street, we look like customers. We drive up, they take special notice of us and the car.
Oh.
We'll park down here and walk back.
Phil, any ideas why Judy shot that slave fellow?
None.
Or how David is mixed up in it?
No. But I can take a guess.
Okay. What's your guess?
My instructions to Slade were now.
That's right.
We find Slade in Judy's apartment. Therefore, whatever Slade was going to do, it had something to do with Judy or...
David.
Yes.
And Hathaway said David and Judy were going to be married.
Mm-hmm. And Slade was probably going to kill one of them.
Maybe both. Oh, all right so far. Now, what about the diamonds? What about David taking them?
That's something I can't even guess about. Here we are.
Yes? Can I help you?
I thought the police would be here by now, Hathaway.
Police?
You know, the body upstairs.
Body? Upstairs? I don't understand.
Oh, so that's the way you want to play. Ellen.
Yes, Phil?
Take a look up there, huh?
All right.
You must be mistaken. There is no body upstairs. I can't understand what you mean.
Who took it away?
You must excuse me. I'm very busy.
And what about the diamonds that were stolen? Reported that yet?
Diamonds? Stolen? I have no diamonds. Now, please, I don't know what that young woman is looking for in...
Don't you, Hathaway?
My tie, you're choking.
A woman's life is at stake,
Phil,
Hathaway.
he's not there. There's nobody upstairs.
I know. Well, Hathaway.
What do you want?
Where's Judy?
I don't know.
What do you know, Hathaway? Do you know the syndicate has a dragnet out for her?
No,
Oh, yes.
I don't know where she is. They will kill me, they will.
Who will?
The syndicate.
The diamonds, cutting them up and passing them along. Part of the syndicate. A small link in the chain.
David.
What about him?
He stole them from me. I'm responsible for them. I don't know what they'll do to me now.
What about Slade?
I don't know about him. David, part of the syndicate, wanted to quit. Judy wanted him to quit so they could get married. She didn't want him involved in...
So Slade came around to kill David.
Yes.
And Judy shot Slade to prevent him from killing David.
Yes, please. Please, you got to protect me. They came and took Slade away. They must be watching this place. Maybe even now, they know you are here. They know I've talked to you.
Where's Judy?
I don't know. I swear to you, I don't know.
And David?
You are not with the syndicate.
I'm trying to help Judy.
Yes. I don't know where he is, but I can tell you where he lives.
Where?
1677 Cedar Lake Drive.
Have you told anybody else?
No.
Didn't they ask you?
I told them I did not know. David is a good boy, really. I don't want his life on my conscience.
And Judy?
Maybe she's there with him. She's my niece. Really, she is. I love her. I love her like she was my own child.
Comes out in the night, out of all the dirty, rotten cesspools. The slimy things, arms and tentacles of the octopus syndicate. Touching a good kid, touching a girl whose only sin is to love someone caught in their web.
Please, you can't do anything. You can't stop them. You don't know them. When they start out to do something, they finish it.
Yeah. What about those stones? Why'd David take them?
I don't know. Maybe because he wanted to hit back at them.
Phil, let's hurry.
They will be following.
We'll go out the back way. Our car is parked in the next street. We'll go through the alley. After I give the police an anonymous tip. Well, is it clear, Ellen? Does it begin to make sense?
Yes, Phil.
David wanted out. He wanted to quit the syndicate, and they wouldn't let him. Afraid he might inform on them. So they had Slade waiting and ready, and the Whisperer said now. And Slade went after David at Judy's place, only Judy shot Slade first. Yes, it makes sense.
It makes sense another way, too.
How?
What happens when the Whisperer quits?
He won't.
They got a dragnet out for him, too.
He won't quit. Not until the whole organization is exposed and destroyed.
And what happens when they find out the Whisperer is really Phil Galt?
They won't find out.
Oh, you're always so positive. You're always so sure. But one day you'll make a slip, or they'll begin to suspect. All they have to do, Phil, just suspect that Phil Galt is a Whisperer.
Now, this is Cedar Lake Drive. Can you spot some of the numbers?
You haven't even been listening.
Yes, I have, Ellen. Where are we?
1400 block.
And it's 2 streets down. Reach around behind you, sweetheart, and take out that package, will you? Yeah, that's it.
What is it?
Open it. That's right. I'm going to pull up here. We'll walk the rest of the way back.
But what is this, Phil? Strings, rubber bands, elastic? Attached.
Cute, isn't it?
There's nothing cute about a gun.
That's a 25, a toy.
A toy that can kill.
Here. I'm going to put it on under my jacket.
But what are all those rubber bands and things?
Well, that was originally designed for a card shop, Ellen. You know, to drop aces out of a sleeve at the propitious moment.
Oh? But the gun?
That's my refinement. Instead of having an ace up my sleeve, I've got a 25. All I have to do is drop my hand fast, and the gun falls into my palm. An ace, too. An ace of spades.
Phil.
I want you to stay here.
No.
This might be dangerous. I want you to stay here.
No.
Now, please, honey.
No.
All right. We gotta hurry. I don't think we've been followed over here. They'd have shown up by now. Maybe we can get there before the shooting starts.
That's why you've strapped on that contraption.
Just precaution.
Uh-huh. That's how certain you are you'll be able to get out of this without shooting. Those buildings are fire traps, Phil.
Converted to rooming houses.
Yes?
Oh, David Clark in.
How am I supposed to know? You think I keep track of all the people who go in here day in and day out? I'll never get any of my work done.
If you'll just tell us what apartment he's in.
Apartment. Upstairs. When you get to the top floor, there's a stairway to the attic. That's his apartment.
Thank you.
Thank me for nothing. Just keep the place decent. No hijinks, parties, and loud music. I got my other rumors to think about. I can't allow
Yes,
any...
of course. Thank you. So far, so good. If he's up there, if they haven't found out,
And Judy?
she's probably with him. That's why I think they're here. Hold up.
Dead.
Good to work off a heavy dinner.
What dinner? Shall I knock? Well, what do we do?
Just go in.
Nobody home.
Well, it appears the birds have flown.
Hold it. Don't turn around. I've got a gun.
Oh. It's quite a trick, hiding behind the door so when it's open it conceals you. That's the second time you've done that, Clark.
Judy, see if they're armed.
All right, Jane.
Look for shoulder holsters, jacket pockets, hip pockets.
No, he isn't.
All right, go through her purse.
Excuse me. It's perfectly all right.
You don't have to be polite, Judy. Just thorough.
Yes. There's nothing here.
All right. Back across the room, both of you.
What are you trying to do, David?
Who are you?
My name is Galt.
What do you want? How do you fit in this?
I happen to be following a man by the name of Slade. Knew him a long time ago. A hoodlum, murderer, part of the syndicate.
What do you know about the syndicate?
Enough, David. Enough to know that anyone who gets wound up with the syndicate has taken a step he can't take back. Enough to know that if they mark someone for death, there's usually no escape.
There'll be an escape this time.
Not if you go about it this way. I'm here to try to help you.
I don't need any help.
Now, that's silly.
Yes. Please, can you help?
Tell him to put that gun away.
Dave, please.
No, Judy, no. This might be just con on his part. I'm not taking any chances.
You took all your chances when you worked for the syndicate.
Well, I'm not working for them now.
No, you're not. Where are the diamonds, David?
You know an awful lot about me and the syndicate and the diamonds. Now, what else do you know?
Just one thing that makes any sense.
Phil.
Take it easy, lady.
Outside in the street, a car.
It's them. You brought the whole mob.
They didn't follow me.
How else could they get here?
I found out from Hathaway. Don't you think they might have found out, too?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, David, what are you going to do?
Oh, they wouldn't let me quit. Well, I'll see they don't get their lousy diamonds. I'll see to that. Hey.
And Judy?
What about Judy?
Will she pay, too?
Oh, Judy.
Dave, it's my fault.
No,
Judy,
Judy.
I'm coming into the house.
Judy. Darling, this whole rotten mess, it's my fault, but I can't get away.
Quick, David, what are you going to do? They're coming up the stairs.
I'll show you what I'm going to do. You.
Me?
What do you want with Ellen?
She's coming out with me. Oh, sure, I'm going to get it, but I'll get a few of them first, and you're going to help. You're going to be my shield.
No, David.
Hold on, David.
You hold on. All right, sister, come on.
That's your syndicate training coming through, David, but you're not taking Ellen with you.
No, who's going to stop me? Look, it doesn't mean anything to me not to plug you now, too. Now, up you the hands. Up.
All right, David.
Well, where did you get that gun? Judy, get back. Here. Judy, the diamonds. Keep them.
David.
Get back. Okay, suckers.
David!
Wait. Judy, I made him pay.
David's dead.
Easy, Judy, easy. Would have been a miracle. You can't run away from the syndicate. And you can't run away from the police.
Still a police car.
I guess they took that anonymous tip.
What's going on up here? Now, who are these dead men? They're blocking my doorway. I told you I run a respectable place, and I don't want any trouble with the police.
I'm afraid you're going to have some.
Well, I'm going to call them. I don't want a bad name on my place.
You're too late on both counts.
Killing, shooting. That'll take a week to get this place cleaned up.
Phil, what about Judy?
The syndicate won't bother her anymore, but the police will want to question her.
But the instructions to find Judy.
To lead them to David.
Oh.
Judy?
He was a good boy. He was. Got mixed up with him. He wanted to quit.
Once you're in, there's only one way out.
They took Hathaway in for questioning?
Yes, in a prison term. And the two syndicate mugs that ran off in the car were killed in a gunfight with the police. You know, Denver's added it all up pretty good for someone who wasn't in on the thing. Slade and 4 other members of the syndicate dead. David dead. Hathaway, offense for stolen diamonds.
And where does that leave Judy?
Well, the police have the diamonds, so the syndicate won't be interested in her anymore. I had a little talk with her.
Oh?
While your back was turned. You know, sweetheart, she's a real trooper.
Yes, I think she'll get over this.
I'm sure she will. I've got her out on bail.
You've got her out.
Uh-huh. I'm going to be handling her case. You know, being an attorney comes in handy at times.
Especially when you can have such attractive clients. Hmm?
Oh? Is she attractive? I didn't notice.
Why, Phil Gault. You may have been busy tonight, but you weren't blind.
You sound jealous, Ellen. Worried about my conferences with my new clients?
As long as you keep them during business hours, no.
Well, as a matter of fact, I have a conference scheduled for 11:30 tomorrow night.
Oh?
Backstage at the Lyceum Theater, after the performance of Romeo and Juliet. Thought you might like to see it.
Why not? 'Tis better to have seen Romeo and Juliet than never to have loved at all.
Hello, New York. Central City reporting. Mission accomplished. David Clark killed, but at great cost to the syndicate. I will check for further instructions with Nashville at midnight.
The Whisperer is based upon stories and characters created by Stetson Humphrey. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Carlton Young is starred as the Whisperer. Betty Moran is Ellen. Others in the cast were Sidney Miller, Stacey Harris, Ralph Moody, and Michael Ann Barrett. The Whisperer was written by Jonathan Twice, produced and directed by Bill Karn. Original music by Johnny Duffy. This is Don Rickles inviting you to listen next week to another exciting adventure with
The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. The people who make 76 gasoline and Triton motor oil, Union Oil Company, present The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. Most private detectives, when they're called into a case by a wealthy patron, are ushered into the library or the gun room or the master's private den. Not so Private Detective Michael Shayne and his attractive assistant Phyllis Knight. Oh, no. They find themselves at San Francisco's Cliff House to keep a date with, well, let Phyllis tell it, which she is doing without any of the poetry she knows so well.
Now, there's no use arguing, Mike Shayne. If she weren't a blonde and good-looking, you'd have turned the case down.
For the 1000th time, honey, I tell you, I haven't seen the girl.
Oh, really?
She isn't blonde, and I don't know whether or not she's good-looking.
I'll bet.
I only know, honey, that she's frightened.
Mm-hmm.
She said she was a brunette, 5'2", and wearing a Kelly green raincoat.
Well, then there she is, staring out the window.
Right, Angel. Well, leave us ankle over.
You know, she does look scared. Oh, she saw us. Hey, does she know you?
No, but I told her I was bringing you along, and there aren't any other couples around.
Mr. Shayne and Miss Knight?
Correct. You, Miss Jones?
Well, no. Well, that is, I used that name over the phone, but my real name is Wright.
Not Patricia Wright?
Yes.
Oh, then it was your brother. I mean, I read the article in the papers.
Say, what is all this?
My brother was killed Monday. The police said it was an accident. He fell over the cliff, they said, but...
But you think he was killed deliberately?
Yes.
Murdered, in fact.
Yes.
Why?
Well, I just know he was pushed over that cliff.
And now, whom do you suspect?
I don't know. My father's manager, Mr. Haberman, for one, and a Mr. Armstrong, a businessman dealing with my father, and...
And your father?
Well, yes. Well, not that I think my father killed my brother, no, but... Well, I am suspicious of some of my father's business dealings and very suspicious of some of his associates.
Miss Wright, your brother was in the business with your father?
Yes, and, well, he didn't approve of some of their deals.
Did he complain to you or to your father, or both?
Both. Well, they've had bitter quarrels over some of their transactions.
And how about you, Miss Wright? Are you afraid for your own life?
Yes, terribly afraid.
Okay. Okay, that settles it so far as I'm concerned. We'll take the case. Now, how about going out to your place and looking over the ground?
But we can't. That's why I used the assumed name, and that's why I met you here instead of at the house.
Listen, Patricia, your best safeguard is to let the murderer know that you have a detective on the job. The very fact that you've engaged me will make them wonder how much you know.
We'll watch out for you, Miss Wright. Nothing's going to happen to you while Mike's on the job.
Well, all right, I'll do it. Fine.
Good. Now, get in your car then, and we'll follow you out, and even if he turns out to be your father, we'll get the killer.
It's over here, just by that white post. That's where he fell.
Uh-huh. Oh, boy. Did they take your brother's body away from the bottom of the cliff or bring it up here on ropes?
They took it away from the bottom, in a boat.
I see. Was there much of a crowd here at the top?
No. Why?
Well, there are a lot of footprints here. The ground is pretty well tramped down.
But there weren't any people here at all. Why, this is private property.
The murderer tramped the ground to confuse... Hey, wait a minute.
What? What is it, Mike?
Honey, you see those marks?
Yeah.
Those marks were made by a dead man's heels as his body was dragged to the edge of the cliff and thrown over.
And the killer hid behind the tree.
Yes, and probably hit his victim with a rock.
Yeah.
Patricia, did your brother have a date with anyone the night he was killed?
Yes, with Mr. Haberman, Daddy's partner. Mr. Haberman came out to the house at 8 o'clock. Said that he'd made an appointment to meet my brother. But about 10 o'clock, he decided to go home. Just as he was leaving, the chauffeur came to the door and said that they'd found the body down on the rocks below the cliff.
Was the chauffeur looking for your brother?
No, we didn't know anything was wrong then. The chauffeur was out fishing and was just coming into the little cove when he saw a hat on the water. He turned the boat along the rocks and found my brother's body.
The chauffeur is up at the house now?
No, he left.
He left? He left? What do you mean?
Well, he'd been doing a lot of drinking, and my brother fired him about a week ago.
Oh, fine. We seem to be turning up suspects wherever we move.
Right, Angel. Well, Miss Patricia, will you get your father's manager and Mr. Armstrong up to the house right away? Use any excuse at all. I'll get Inspector Faraday to find the chauffeur, and we'll have a little quiz contest with Mike Shayne as quizmaster.
I don't know what on earth you could be thinking of, Patricia, to do such a thing.
But, Daddy...
Not another word. You tell this Shayne fellow to get about his business. When any private detectives are hired to come to this house, I'll do the hiring.
Daddy, I'm more convinced than ever that my brother was murdered.
Murdered? Stuff and nonsense. My dear, you're upset. I don't blame you for that. You were very fond of your brother. But thinking for one moment that any of my business associates could be guilty of such a thing. The idea of dragging Mr. Haberman and Mr. Armstrong out here to be cross-questioned by a private detective. Why, it isn't as if there was any suspicion about your brother's death. The police were satisfied it was an accident.
I'm not satisfied, however, Mr. Wright.
Who are you, sir?
Michael Shayne, private detective, and this is my assistant, Miss Knight.
Hello, I'm very happy to meet you, Mr. Wright.
I'm sorry I can't say the same. I hate to appear impolite, but I must ask you to leave my house immediately.
Well, let's go, Mike. We don't have to take this sort of thing from anybody.
Just a minute, Angel.
Well, really.
Mr. Wright, I suppose you realize that by your attitude, you're casting a lot of unnecessary suspicion on yourself.
Why, you impudent young whelp. If I were a younger man, I'd thrash you within an inch of your life, you... Will you leave quietly, or will I have to have you thrown out? Evidently, there's company at the door, and I'd much prefer not to have to introduce you.
Pardon me, sir, but Mr. Faraday.
Faraday?
Detective Inspector Faraday, sir. With the chauffeur, sir.
Hello, Mike. Fellas.
Hello, Inspector. Mr. Wright here was just about to order us thrown out. He won't have a private detective around the place.
I see. Well, maybe he'll let you stay as my assistant.
What on earth are you talking about?
I'm talking about the fact that we're here to investigate the death of your son. I'd just as soon get on with the questioning if you haven't any objections. Will you have everybody come in here?
Inspector, they're all out in the front hall.
I
Maybe
don't know
it would
what
be
this
just-
is all about. I'm only the chauffeur. I haven't done anything. I'll sue you for arresting me.
That's
what I'll
right. Be sure and do that. All right, into the front hall.
Well,
Which one of you is Haberman?
I'm Mr. Haberman. Why?
And Armstrong, that's you, I suppose.
Mm-hmm, correct.
Now, I don't know much about this except what Mike told me over the phone, but I understand that you, Mr. Haberman, Had an appointment with Mr. Wright, Jr., the deceased, the evening he was killed.
Yes, that is true. What was that meeting about?
Well, I don't see that's any of your business. You can answer that question here and now or at headquarters later. Take your choice.
Well, it was a business matter.
Don't answer him.
But right, if I don't, he'll take me in and... And he'll have to answer in the long run. It was business, and young Mr. Wright was going to tell you that he wouldn't play along with the kind of deal you and his father were cooking up, correct?
Well, that's putting it rather strongly. He was a young fellow, too many idealistic ideas for the business world. I was quite certain I could straighten him out when we sat down and talked it over. And when he wouldn't listen, you threatened his life. Of course not.
You didn't see him that night at all?
No, I didn't.
And you weren't anywhere near the top of the cliff between 8 and 10:30?
I most certainly was not.
Can you prove that?
I can. I sat and talked with Mr. Haberman all evening.
And Mr. Armstrong, I suppose you have an alibi, too?
Well, I don't know. I think I was at a picture show that night, but I wasn't keeping track of my movements. I wasn't anywhere near this house, though.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Inspector.
Yes, Mike?
Come here. I think we ought to do some checking on the murdered man's papers. We might find something that would give us a lead.
You're probably right, Mike. Okay, you can all go now. But don't leave the place. We may want a few more answers before we leave. Miss Patricia.
Yes, Inspector.
Will you take us to your brother's room? We'll see what that leads us to.
Did you find anything, honey?
Nothing important, Mike.
How about you, Inspector?
Nothing. I hope we're not on a wild goose chase.
Oh, I know we're not.
Hey, wait a minute. Here's something.
What is it, Mike?
What'd you find, Mike?
It's a memo pad. And here's an entry. It says, must talk to father about Haberman's inability to do things honestly. If he can be so dishonest with the people we are doing business with, there will come a day when he will be as dishonest with us.
Hey, look at that later entry, Mike. The one made the day he was killed. Here.
Oh, yes.
We'll have showdown with Haberman tonight. Either he goes or I get out of the business. I've called him and made appointment for 7 o'clock.
Wait a minute. 7 o'clock? Haberman said he made the appointment for 8 o'clock.
Yeah, that's right.
Come on, we'd better hurry up looking through this stuff, and then a little more questioning for Mr. Haberman. What's the matter?
Mr. Shayne, Inspector, it's unbelievable. It's horrible.
What is it?
Haberman. I went to the stables a few minutes ago.
Go on.
Haberman was lying there, dead.
In just a moment, we'll rejoin Mike Shayne and his assistant Phyllis in their adventures. All of us know that some restaurants always seem to serve better food than others, even though their menus may read the same. The reason, of course, is simple. Better ingredients plus extra attention on the part of skilled help. The same principles apply to car lubrication. For example, Union Oil Stopwear lubrication is more than just a grease job. Stopwear lubrication is a highly specialized servicing process. Only trained attendants using the latest and most modern equipment are allowed to service your car. Each fitting and bearing is thoroughly lubricated with the finest, high-quality greases, in accordance with the manufacturer's specifications. While your car is on the hoist, the Minutemen inspect out-of-sight points and check them for danger signs. As final evidence of the care and exactness with which Stopwear lubrication is performed, you receive a 1,000-mile written guarantee with each job. Definite proof of reliable service. So, ladies and gentlemen, since careful, thorough lubrication is so vital to the life of your car, why not buy Stopwear? Stopwear guaranteed lubrication is available only at Union Oil Minuteman stations, and it costs no more than ordinary lubrication. Just look for the sign of the big orange and blue 76. Thank you. It is a few minutes later. Mike, Phyllis, and Inspector Faraday have reached the stables and stand looking down at Haberman's body.
Now, how did it happen?
Well, he just got too close to Prince, and Prince lashed out and kicked him. I found him lying here when I came by.
Was anybody else around the stables?
Yes, Armstrong was here, and the groom and the gardener.
Isn't it a bit odd that everyone should gather at the stables?
No, I don't think so. Everybody's interested in the horses, especially Prince.
Why Prince?
Well, I've warned them all to keep away from him. He's a killer.
Why have you kept him then?
Because I can handle him. So can the stable hands, and he's a very valuable horse. He just lashes out at strangers or people who don't talk to him as they approach him. Surely you don't think this is murder, too? Why, it's ridiculous. Nobody in their right mind can have any doubt as to how Haberman was killed. The mark of the horseshoe is as plain, too plain. Well, you can see the curve of the shoe across his forehead.
Perhaps I'm not in my right mind, Mr. Wright, but when two men engaged in the same business die within a few days of each other, I'm suspicious.
You and me both, Mike.
Mr. Wright, you just walked out from the house and found Haberman lying dead.
Well, more or less. I came out from the back of the house. Saw that the upper half of the door to Prince's stall was unlatched. I came over to latch it and found Haberman. I couldn't see him lying on the ground from where I was because, as you can see, he was hidden by the water trough.
Yes, I see. So, Inspector, depending on how you look at it, everybody has alibis or nobody has an alibi.
You're right, Mike. They all have alibis if they're telling the truth.
Well, I most certainly have. I was talking on the telephone from the time I left you until I came out here. The servant saw me in the hall when I was on the phone.
Oh, yes, and the chauffeur and the stable boy, Joe, saw me at the back of the stables. I didn't even come around front until Wright called out.
That's true. I'm his alibi, and he's mine.
So I'm afraid, Mr. Shayne, you'll have to pin the guilt on the horse after all.
Yeah, it looks that way, doesn't it?
Oh, Mike.
Yes, Inspector?
How about running down to headquarters with me?
Okay, but you're going to leave someone here.
Well, I hardly think we need...
Inspector, for 24 hours, I'd like someone posted at the stables and at the west side of the house looking out toward the cliff.
Yeah, but Mike...
If only to guarantee the safety of Miss Wright.
Okay, Mike. I'll leave the sergeant and one man. Will that satisfy you?
Excellent, Inspector, excellent. And now I'm quite ready to accompany you to headquarters.
Okay, here you are, Inspector. Report on a threatening telegram. A threatening wire addressed to Haberman was handed in at San Francisco's main office. No one remembers what the man looked like. They paid no attention.
Okay. Follow through on the chauffeur, will you?
Yes, sir.
Well, it's not much help.
Why don't you give up, Mike? After all, we're just following nothing but a hunch from that girl, Patricia.
No, that's right, Mike. I admit it's a bit gruesome having two deaths in the same household, but it's happened before.
Oh, there's something wrong about the whole thing.
What do you mean, Mike?
Well, as I see it, the father, Mr. Wright, isn't above entering into shady deals.
No, that seems apparent.
So one can legitimately assume that his manager, Haberman, wasn't averse to entering into the same sort of deal.
We don't have to assume that. We know it from the son's memo pad.
Yeah, that's right. The son actually accused him of being crooked.
And we have Armstrong, a business associate. We can assume in his case, too, that he's not above turning a sort of twisted penny.
To all of which the son is opposed. To such an extent that he actually puts in writing that he's going to talk to his father and that either the crooked manager goes or he does.
Right. And if we assume, too, that the father would rather have his son in the business than the crooked manager, we have motive for murder. For some men at least.
And we have Haberman making a date to see the son.
Which Haberman says was for 8 o'clock, but which we know for a fact was at 7 o'clock.
You're building quite a case, Mike, but it all hinges on supposition. Suppose, Mike, that you're right.
Yeah?
And if you are right, and Haberman did kill the son, justice has already overtaken him.
Yeah, but there's something wrong with the whole thing, Inspector. You say I'm building the whole case of a supposition.
Well, plus a hunch of the girls, Mike.
And a funny little quirk that keeps running through my own mind.
What?
Well, when I was a kid, I used to hold horses at the old Fairfax Hunt Club.
Yes?
Sometimes for a whole day's work, I made 2 bits. One day, well, I hadn't made my 2 bits. I guess I was a little on the anxious side. I stepped up too quickly to a horse. He lashed out at me, and I jumped back. But that hoof, with its iron shoe, seemed to be following me. It was as huge as a barn door. A great big black iron shoe that would mash my face in from chin to forehead. A great big letter U coming at...
Go on, go on.
Wait a minute, a big U. That's it, that's what's wrong with the picture. Oh, what a blockhead I've been.
Say, what goes?
What is it, Mike?
Oh, come on, can't you picture Haberman lying there on the ground by the stable?
Well, sure I can,
Don't you remember what Wright said? The mark of the horseshoe is as plain, too plain... You can see the curve of the shoe across his forehead.
I remember him saying that, but what on... Mike, you're right.
Well, I don't get it. Yes, I do. Haberman would have had to be standing on his head for the horseshoe to have left a mark like that.
Atta girl, honey, the mark was upside down. Come on. Back to the Wright stables as fast as that squad car of yours will take us, Faraday. right back to the stables, Inspector. We can park there.
Right, Mike.
I'm going to follow my hunch as long as I'm in the mood.
What do you mean, hunch?
If I were a killer and had killed a man at the stables...
Yes?
And I was so certain that everybody would think it was an accident, and so nobody would even think of looking for a weapon...
Yeah.
Where would I go to hide the weapon?
The hayloft.
Right. So come on, up these steps. Here, honey, I'll help you there.
Well, I'm not very good at this. Wait.
I know that, but come on. There we are. Now you take the far end, honey.
And I'll climb up onto the raft.
Okay, and I'll take the scent. It's not behind the speed box. It's not here either. Where's Phyllis?
Here under this load of hay.
Okay. Anything up there, Inspector?
No, everything up here is covered with dust, so I think this is all in the clear.
Okay, come down then before you break your neck.
Ooh.
What is it, honey?
Oh, it's something heavy and wet.
Huh?
And sort of sticky. It's blood, Mike.
Let me have it. I'll use my handkerchief. There may be fingerprints.
What is it?
Just a second. Ye gods. Look, Inspector.
A heavy piece of timber.
Oh, but with a horseshoe nailed to the flat side.
Upside down. Okay, let's keep our find a secret and continue our quizzing.
We'll rejoin Mike Shayne, Phyllis Knight, and Inspector Faraday in their search for the killer in just a moment. We'd like you to listen for a moment to one of the most sickening sounds of modern life. Lately, you've been hearing that sound more frequently. Traffic accidents in the United States are increasing to an alarming extent as our automobiles grow older. To reduce human casualties and conserve transportation, the International Association of Chiefs of Police has developed a program to emphasize the need for good brakes for all cars. For the next 6 weeks, law enforcement officers throughout the nation will conduct a brake-checking campaign. They are seeking to protect your life and property. This program on brake emphasis for traffic safety is supported by over 100 automobile clubs and traffic organizations, including the Office of Defense Transportation. Your cooperation is earnestly requested. You can help by checking your own brakes. If you can depress your brake pedal within an inch of the floorboard before the brakes take hold, they are inadequate and demand immediate attention. Remember, serious accidents can occur at speeds as low as 20 miles per hour if your brakes are in poor condition. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have the slightest doubt about the condition of your automobile brakes, don't take chances. Have them inspected without delay. Mike, Phyllis, Inspector Faraday, and Patricia Wright are in the library waiting for the members of the household to put in an appearance.
Are you sure you don't want me to get Daddy and the others in here?
No, not yet. We let them wander in one at a time and take them by surprise. I have a reason.
Hey, what about the chauffeur, Mike?
For my money, he's out.
Why, Mike?
Well, as a suspect for the killing of the son who fired him, he was a possibility, but I see no connection between him and Haberman's death.
No, perhaps not. But don't forget one thing. He's the alibi for Armstrong, just as Armstrong is his alibi.
The way I'm thinking right now, honey, no one has an alibi.
What do you mean?
When all the suspects have alibis for their actions, and yet you have two bodies to account for, there's only one action.
And that is?
Someone or all of them are lying. And the alibis mean nothing, so just ignore them.
Mike, somebody's coming.
That's right.
Oh, there you are, Pat. What? Oh, I thought you'd all gone back to the city.
We did, sir, but we have a few more questions we'd like answered.
If you don't mind my saying so, I think you're not quite bright.
Meaning what, Mr. Wright?
Meaning that you're all following a completely senseless theory, trying to find clues to a murder when no murder has been committed. To everyone but you, it's obvious that Mr. Haberman had been kicked by Prince.
Suppose we just skip that for a moment, huh? Mr. Wright, just exactly what is the relationship between your firm and Mr. Armstrong?
I don't see that it's any of your business.
Oh, now let's not go through that routine again.
If you'd let me finish, I still think it's none of your business, but I'm perfectly willing to tell you. Mr. Armstrong is an agent for some eastern industrial properties which we're considering purchasing.
I see. And was Mr. Haberman in complete agreement with you about this purchase?
He was up until a few nights ago.
What or who changed his mind?
Well, my son wasn't too happy about the deal, and I think he changed Haberman's mind.
When did your son tell you that you either fired Haberman or he would leave the company?
What? Why?
No. Don't get all insulted and abusive. We know your son did tell you that.
Patricia, if you...
Your daughter had nothing to do with our knowing that, Mr. Wright.
Let's not argue about it. It is true, isn't it?
Yes.
And what did you decide?
Well, go on. Answer.
Well, I hadn't made up my mind. I sort of hoped that things would work themselves out.
And they have, sir. First, by the death of your son, and next, Haberman. Both troublesome elements removed within a week.
Surely you don't... You can't think that I'd connive in the death of my own son. Patricia, you...
Yes, Father.
You don't believe that I had anything to do with...
No, Dad.
And I don't either. Nor do Miss Knight and Inspector Faraday.
Well, I'm glad of that. I'm glad, too, that you're coming to your senses and realizing that my boy's death was an accident.
No, Mr. Wright, your son's death was not an accident, any more than Haberman's was.
Well, who could you possibly suspect?
Who stands to gain by both deaths?
Why, no one.
What about Armstrong?
Armstrong? But Armstrong... Well, you mean that Armstrong was afraid that my son's objection to our deal and later Haberman's objection might cause the deal to fall through?
Exactly, Mr. Wright, and it's very easy to prove, that is. It will be easy. If you will cooperate.
Oh, certainly. I'll cooperate in any way I can, but...
You haven't been very cooperative so far, Mr. Wright.
Yes, well, I'll do whatever you ask me to.
Now we're getting somewhere. Now here's what we'll do. Phyllis, the inspector, and I will hide. Phyllis behind the curtains leading to the terrace. The inspector in a closet.
Got it.
And I'll get behind the door.
Yes?
Patricia will go to her own room. You, Mr. Wright, will call Armstrong in and tell him you're not going through with the deal. I'm quite certain his reaction will be enough to convince you.
Well, I don't think I'd find that difficult. I'd practically made up my mind to that anyway. All this
I think Armstrong is coming in the front door hall.
Oh. All right. Now, quick, everybody, quick. Get set. You run upstairs, Patricia. Go on. Okay, Wright. Call him in.
That you, Armstrong?
Yes. Did you want me?
Yes. I think, in spite of all the tragedy around here, that we ought to arrive at some definite conclusion about this transaction.
Well, I suppose you're right. I didn't want to hurry you or seem aggressive with all the things that have happened.
Yes, I understand.
But it is an excellent opportunity, and I know you'll make a mint out of it.
I'm not going through with it, however.
What?
I'm not going through with it, Armstrong.
Oh, you're not. Well, that's what you think.
What was that you said?
I said that if you think you're going to back out now, you've got another thing coming.
Oh, wait a minute.
You're not leaving me holding the sack. I've obligated myself for those properties, and you're going to buy them.
I'm most certainly not going to buy them if I don't want
to. And maybe this will persuade you.
Put that gun down, you fool.
Drop it, Armstrong. The next time, be faster.
What is this? Is this a trap?
In a way it is, yes, and apparently quite a justifiable one.
I must apologize for the gunplay. And I must apologize for being quite slow and somewhat blind.
Blind, Mike?
Yes, I should have noticed long before this that Mr. Armstrong was left-handed. I didn't, however, until he whipped out that gun of his with his left hand.
Left-handed?
Yes, Phil, left-handed.
What does that matter? I've been left-handed all my life.
Yes, Armstrong, left-handed. I think you can produce the evidence now, Inspector.
Right, Mike.
Did you ever see that weapon before, Armstrong?
Where did you find it?
In the hayloft.
That's where you hid it, isn't it, Armstrong? Okay, Inspector, I don't think we'll get any more argument out of him. You ready, Armstrong?
Yes.
You want some more coffee, Inspector?
No, thanks, Phyllis. That was an excellent dinner.
Oh, say that again. Angel's a good cook.
Flatterer.
As well as being good at poetry reviews.
Oh. Say, that left-handed business, I've been turning it over and over in my mind. I don't see what on earth Armstrong's being left-handed had to do with the case at all. Well, I thought perhaps his being left-handed was, responsible for him nailing the horseshoe on the club the wrong way.
Oh, no, Angel, no. That was just the inevitable slip that a murderer makes.
Well, then what was the left-handed clue?
When I remarked on Armstrong's being left-handed, You repeated it after me, remember?
Yeah, sure.
I caught the look in Mike's eye and repeated it after you.
Well, yes, I remember that, too. It impressed me, but I didn't catch on.
It impressed Armstrong, too, and he didn't catch on. He didn't know why or what we had in mind, and the inspector and I didn't give him time to find out. We played cat and mouse with him. Armstrong thought that his being left-handed was a clue. He couldn't figure out what it was. But our tone of voice convinced him that we had him dead to rights. And, well, he broke down.
Smarty. It was nothing but playing up a guilty conscience.
Right, Angel. One of the best weapons a private detective has. So let it be a lesson to you there, darling. And don't try holding out anything on your old man, Mike Shayne, or your good old conscience will get you. See?
Tune in again next week at 8:30 for another adventure with Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis, and Joe Forte as Inspector Faraday. Tonight's story was written and produced by David Taylor and based on the character created by Brett Halliday. Music was composed and directed by Bernard Katz. This is John Lang saying goodnight for the people who make 76 gasoline and Triton motor oil. Union Oil Company. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. The people who make 76 gasoline and Triton motor oil, Union Oil Company, present The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. It's just before noon on a bright but blustery day in San Francisco. And Mike Shayne, San Francisco's favorite detective, instead of chasing criminals, is sitting peacefully in his office, academically discussing crime and its detection with his able and attractive associate, Phyllis Knight. And, oh yes, the inspector of homicide who has come to take them to lunch.
You see, Inspector, I'm not criticizing the police department when I say that I'm not bound by the rules that, well, you, for instance, are bound.
I realize that, Mike. I have to be pretty sure of my ground before I make an arrest. I have to have evidence enough to convince the district attorney, and he has to have reasonable prospects of obtaining a conviction before he goes to the grand jury.
Plus the fact that you, Inspector, can be sued for wrongful arrest, whereas we, Mike and I, never arrest anybody. We pass the buck to you.
I know all that. But what I'm getting at is this. Mike has something in the way of, well, being able to nose out a suspect that that is most of us in the department, either don't have or else don't apply.
The answer is simple. Proving it is difficult.
Let's hear it in all its simplicity.
Well, you and every other member of the department are so busy taking notes, which you have to do, that you get into the habit of reading what witnesses and suspects have to say. Whereas I listen to their tones, to their delivery. I strain my ears for the meaning behind what they say instead of the mere words.
I'll admit all that.
I think there's something else, Inspector. Although I hesitate to say this.
Don't spare my feelings, Phyllis.
No, I'm not thinking of your feelings. It's Mike's.
Oh, don't spare mine, Angel. You never do.
Well, in spite of the fact that Mike hates criminals and hates crime, I think he has a criminal mind.
Angel, what you just said.
I mean it. Mike seems to be saying to himself, if I had committed this crime, how would I go about it? Or if I were the important clue, where would I be found?
Well, that's not a criminal mind, Angel. That's just that I...
Michael Shayne, private
Hi,
detective.
Phil. Is the inspector there?
Oh, sure thing, Sergeant. For you, Inspector.
Uh-oh. Hope this doesn't break our lunch date. Hello, Sergeant.
Reporter homicide, Inspector. A man named Porter called up and said he found a body at 323 Foothill.
Any idea who the murdered man is?
Porter said the man's name was Beatty. Didn't give much more information. He seemed pretty upset, not too coherent.
Okay, Sergeant. I'll meet you there as soon as I can get there.
Homicide, huh?
Yeah. Well, what do you want? Murder or lunch?
Oh, don't be silly, Inspector. We'll pass up a whole week's meals for a murder anytime.
This is the street.
Yeah. And that looks like the apartment. Right there, with a man standing on the steps.
Yeah, that's it. No signs of your boys yet, Inspector.
No, but then we were closer than headquarters. That must be Porter. Looks all upset.
Well, wouldn't you if you just found a body?
Are you, Mr. Porter?
Yes. I've been pacing up and down these steps waiting. I thought you'd never come.
Where's the body?
Upstairs, on the couch in his living room.
This isn't your house, then?
No, this is Mr. Beatty's house.
Oh.
You were visiting Mr. Beatty?
I called to take him to lunch.
When?
Just before I called the police. Not more than 20 minutes ago. In this way, please. Mm-hmm. Yes. Well, I went in, and there he was lying on the couch. There was a knife sticking out of his chest. I ran over to him, felt for his heart, and got my fingers all sticky with blood.
You shouldn't have touched the body.
Well, I didn't know it was a body. He might still have been alive. Had he been, I would have called a doctor before I called the police.
That makes sense.
Where is he, in this room?
On the couch there. But he must be.
Body? There's no body on this couch.
But he was there.
Maybe you were mistaken. Maybe he wasn't dead.
Oh, but he was dead. He was cold. He was bleeding. His heart wasn't beating.
Ugh.
What's the matter, Angel?
Oh, there's blood on the couch. I just got my hand in it.
So you're right. Here's my handkerchief.
Thanks.
Well, if he was dead, someone must have removed him.
But they couldn't, Inspector. There's only one entrance to the apartment through the front door.
There's no back door to the apartment?
No, and I've been here all the time. I haven't been out of the sight of that front door since I discovered his body. I feel sick. I've got to sit down.
Okay, now calm yourself. I don't blame you for being upset. But we'd better get this straightened out.
Mr. Porter, tell us what you did from the very start.
Well, I told you. I came to take him to lunch.
If he was dead, how did you get in?
Well, the door was open, and that's funny, too, because he was always careful about locking and bolting it.
Go on. The door was open, so you went in?
I found him, and when I saw he was dead, I phoned the police. You'll probably find my bloody fingerprints on the phone.
Yes. Then what did you do?
Well, I walked up and down, and I went to the front door. I came back, and... Oh, I remember. I saw the mail lying in the hallway. I absently, almost unthinkingly, picked it up.
Where did you put it?
On the table there.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? Oh, the wind must have blown it on the floor. There. That's it?
That's it.
Then you did what?
Well, that's all. I walked back and forth, and I'd walk downstairs to the front door to look for the police, and then I'd come back.
And you were never out of sight of that hallway and front door?
No, not for 1 second.
Well, it's a cinch that even Houdini couldn't take a body out this back window.
That window was open?
Yes.
No signs of anything on the sill.
No, and even if there were, Mike, look there. Workmen working on that building would be bound to see anything like that.
Yeah, you're right, Angel.
You up there, Inspector?
Yeah, come upstairs.
Well, what do you think, Inspector?
I don't know what to think. What's more, I don't know what to do.
Oh, what do you mean you don't know what to do?
Well, to put it bluntly, how do I go about finding a murderer when I haven't even got a body?
But there was a body, and there has been a murder committed. You can't talk like that about not doing anything.
The man's right, Inspector.
I know perfectly well he's right. But why don't you suggest something?
All right, I will.
What?
Let's go hunt a body.
We'll return to the adventures of Michael Shayne in just a moment. You know, you hear a lot about magical post-war products and how easy they're going to make your life. Well, friends, one such product is here already. Yes, that's right. It's Union Oil Company's Luster Wash. A product that makes washing your car just about the easiest, simplest thing you've ever done. All you do is empty a small package of Union Luster Wash into a pail of water. Using an ordinary rag, apply the mixture generously over the car. Then, just rinse off with a hose, and you're all through. In 10 to 15 minutes, your car is clean from radiator cap to taillight. No fuss, no bother, no mess. Union Luster Wash is harmless to the car finish and to your hands, yet cleans as fast as you can apply it, and without the usual elbow grease. Luster Wash is not a soap, but a special detergent compound which dissolves road film and traffic dirt on contact, leaving the surface clean and smooth. You'll be amazed at how fast it works and how clean it makes your car. A package of Luster Wash sells for only 10 cents and is enough to wash any average car. Remember the name, Luster Wash, for a new, easy way to wash your car. You can get Luster Wash at any Union Oil Minuteman station. Just drive in wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76. Thank you. Mike, Phyllis, and the inspector have been confronted with a murder, a man who saw the victim, but so far, no corpse. They've finished searching the apartment and stand looking at one another.
Well, if there's a body in this house, it must be in small pieces and hidden in cracks in the walls.
Well, there's certainly no body in this apartment.
But, Inspector, Mr. Shayne, I saw it.
We know, Mr. Porter, but it isn't here now.
Look, we've all had our say on the body. Let's change to something else.
We've pretty well covered the apartment. Not only us, but the sergeant and his boys.
We couldn't find a thing amiss.
Granted. So let's take a look at the murdered man's mail.
Oh, here it is. I put it on this end table.
Oh, thanks. Ad from flower shop. Oh, open this one, Inspector.
Okay.
Here's another ad. And you open this one, Angel.
All right.
I'll tackle this one.
Hey, Mike.
What?
Listen. I've warned you for the last time. Settle up or else. Sign. I can't read the initials, but the signature looks like Reynolds.
Oh, that must be...
Yeah? Tell us more.
Well, I don't know very much, but Reynolds and another man by the name of Weaver went into some sort of a deal with Beatty. They felt that Beatty had swindled them. Not in the way that they could go to law, you understand, but in such a way that Beatty didn't lose his money, but they lost theirs. And Beatty told me that he'd been threatened by them. He told me he was worried. But that was all.
Why the dickens didn't you tell me this before?
Because I didn't think it was important. You surely don't think that either Reynolds or Weaver would kill Beatty over a thing like that?
We don't know, but it's our only lead so far. Wouldn't you say so, Mike?
Oh, not exactly, but it's one we've got to follow up, of course.
You'll return home, Mr. Porter?
Yes, of course. I'll be there if you need me.
Okay. Let's go, Phil, Mike. We'll go in my car. Let's see. The address on this stationery of Reynolds is Stats Building.
I'll stay behind, Inspector, just in case of any phone calls or anything like that.
Right, sure, Sergeant.
Doesn't anybody want to know what was in the letter I opened?
Huh?
Why, you little... I wondered why you were so quiet all of a sudden.
What is it, Phil?
No, I didn't want to read it while we were in the room.
You think we'd better wait till we reach the car?
Oh, no. We're out of earshot.
Okay, shoot.
It says, I don't suppose I should care what happens to you, but just the same, you are a fool. I've told you before that I don't trust Porter, and I'm more sure of it now than ever before.
What's the signature?
There isn't any. But although it's written on a typewriter, I'll make you a bet.
What?
What?
I'll bet you this warning was sent by a woman.
Eighth floor, please.
Yes, sir, 8th floor. Number 8, sir.
There's Reynolds' office right down the hall.
Yeah, there's a man just going in.
Yeah, we might be in luck. That might be Weaver.
Something tells me that this isn't going to be very profitable.
Well, we'll soon see.
Yes? May I help you?
We'd like to see Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds is busy just now. If you'd care to wait, he has someone with him.
The someone with him isn't by any chance Mr. Weaver.
Well, yes, it is, but how... Oh, you saw him come in just before you did.
Then if it is Mr. Weaver, that's most fortunate, because we want to see both gentlemen.
Well, I don't know. I'll ring Mr. Reynolds.
Please don't. We're on police business, and we'd rather go in unannounced.
Oh, but I...
Well, and to what do I owe this intrusion? Isn't my receptionist out there?
Your receptionist isn't at fault, Mr. Reynolds. I'm from police headquarters. We'd like to ask a few questions.
Police? What on earth for?
You sent this threatening letter, Mr. Reynolds?
Let me see. Yes, I did. And I'll send more if I don't get satisfaction.
Satisfaction for what, sir?
I don't think it is anyone's business.
It's police business, Mr. Reynolds. Now, we can all be very comfortable and save a lot of time by getting our answers here. But, of course, if you prefer headquarters, then that's your privilege.
No. Well, if Beatty has been fool enough to report this letter to the police, I'll tell you all you want to know.
We'd like to know why you wrote the letter.
Well, briefly, Beatty, Mr. Weaver here, and I put up equal amounts of money into an enterprise. It was at Beatty's inducement. Beatty had the inside track on the thing. He knew before we did that the venture wasn't going well. He withdrew his money without giving us a chance to withdraw ours.
And the venture folded.
It did, and...
Go on, sir.
Reynolds and I feel that Beatty should share the loss with us.
In other words, you feel that Beatty should split what he got out of the deal 3 ways with you, too.
Yes. Legally, of course, we can't compel him. Morally, we feel entitled to it.
Where does Mr. Porter fit into this scheme?
Porter? He doesn't fit in at all. He's just a real estate man who helped Reynolds find a warehouse.
A personal friend of Reynolds?
Well, yes.
You said warehouse. Is the warehouse being used, Weaver?
No, we still have a lease on it, but the business folded 3 weeks ago.
And the warehouse is empty?
Yes, quite empty.
You have the keys.
I do. You want to borrow them?
Yes. Thanks.
Now, one more question. Where is the warehouse?
It's at 2200 Key Street. Beatty, Weaver, and Reynolds is on the signboard.
Boy, what a rat trap.
Yeah? Well, here's hoping it's more than just a rat trap. A man trap.
Yeah, this looks like the key. Well, yeah, here we go.
All right, now careful where you walk. Remember, they said the business folded 3 weeks ago. There should be enough dust on the floor to show footprints.
The place is empty enough.
There are footprints leading to that cubbyhole of an office.
Well, leave us have a look-see. There's not a blessed thing in here, except this old table. Take a look, Phil, Inspector.
Yeah.
You noticed how the dust is disturbed on the edge of the table next to the wall?
That means that table was moved.
Yeah. Now, it may not mean a thing, but keep it in mind.
Outside of that rickety chair out in the warehouse, that seems to be everything.
No loose boards or hidden closets or anything?
No, pretty much of a blank.
Mike?
Yeah?
Inspector?
Yeah?
Here. Take a look at this chair. I may be wrong, but...
What is it, Angel?
Oh, look, that spot. Dry, shiny. It looks like brown paint, but it...
Could be blood, huh?
It does look like blood. One single drop.
If it is a blood spot, it dropped from quite a height. You see how it's spread out like a seal? Inspector.
Yeah?
That table. Let's get it out here, right in the center of the floor.
Okay.
Now, the chair on top of the table. Yeah.
Mike, that ventilator in the roof.
Right, Angel, right?
I didn't notice it till now.
Oh, it's a common failing. People never lift their eyes high enough. Now, give me a hand, Inspector.
Okay.
I hate to twist an ankle, even on a murder case. There.
Any luck?
Yes. Yes, blood on the edge of the vent.
You need a flashlight, Mike?
The body's here, all right. Close to the eaves and lying along the rafters. Inventory of all the stuff as we search him?
Mm-hmm. Shoot.
Okay. Leather wallet, identity card, J.J. Beatty. Driver's license, age 52.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was stabbed twice, Mike. Once in the back, and that was the stab that killed him.
Stabbed again in the chest, eh?
Looks that way. Autopsy will tell us definitely.
Mm-hmm. Pocket handkerchief.
Okay, 1 or 2.
One in trouser pocket, one folded in breast pocket of coat.
Mm-hmm. Got it.
Checkbook, balance, $800.30.
Any stubs to Porter, Reynolds, or Weaver?
No, Mike. Seems to be all for light bills, gas bills, department store purchases, things like that.
Pipe, tobacco pouch, and book of matches.
Yeah.
Bill clip with $25 in loose cash. 3 silver dollars, 90 cents, and 2 streetcar tokens.
Old-fashioned gold watch and chain. Watch engraved. J.J. Beatty from Fellow Workers, Wadsworth Plant, Kansas, 1913.
Uh-huh.
fountain pen and pencil. And that seems to be it.
Okay, then. That's all.
Got it? Got it all down in my own inimitable shorthand.
So, that's all, is it?
What do you mean, Mike?
Yeah. Why that cat that ate the canary look on your face?
Once before I told you that something was so blamed obvious that I wasn't going to tell you what it was.
Oh, we remember, Daddy.
Okay. The same thing applies here. Now, come on, let's get going.
I don't know where you'd like to go, but I'd like to put in a phone call.
Who to, Phil?
First, to Mr. Beatty's wife, if he has one, ex or otherwise, to see if she wrote that warning note to Beatty.
One run. Go ahead.
If no Mrs. Beatty exists, then to the little receptionist at Reynolds' office for additional...
2 runs, no errors. I'm with you.
Good. And I'd like to use a police teletype.
I'm with you on that one, Mike. We'll teletype Kansas to see what associates Mr. Beatty had in the days of his past. But I'm still puzzled about what you seem to know that we don't.
I don't know a thing that you don't know, Inspector. I'll give you one hint. Just one. But you mustn't ask any more questions.
I'll bite. Go ahead.
Just put your hands in your pockets, Inspector. That's all. Just put your hands in your pockets.
In just a moment, we'll return to Mike and Phyllis. Ladies and gentlemen, a few minutes ago, we told you about a sensational new way to wash your car. Now, if you think that there can't be anything new about washing a car, well, just try Union Luster Wash. You see, Luster Wash is a special detergent compound that makes washing a car just about the easiest, simplest thing you've ever done. All you do is empty a small package of Union Luster Wash into a pail of water. Then, with an ordinary rag, apply the mixture generously. To finish, you simply rinse the car with a hose. That's all. No rubbing or elbow grease is necessary. In 10 to 15 minutes, your car is clean from radiator cap to tail light. Luster Wash cleans glass and chromium, too, which means you don't have to use a chamois afterwards. It's harmless to the finish and to your hands, and leaves no film to dull the surface. No matter how dirty your car may be, Union Luster Wash will wash it as swiftly as you can apply it. A package sells for just 10 cents, 1 dime, and is enough to wash any average car. Remember the name, Union Luster Wash, for a new, easy way to wash your car. You can buy Luster Wash at all Union Oil Minuteman stations. Just drive in wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76. Thank you. Mike Shayne, Phyllis, and the inspector are at headquarters. Phyllis is on the phone. Mike is looking at his notes, and every few minutes, the inspector guiltily puts his hands in his pockets, pulling them out again when he catches Mike's eye.
Doggone you, Mike. You got me as self-conscious as a giggling schoolgirl.
It's your own fault, Inspector, your own fault. If the solution of the murder depended on it, I'd tell you right now, but, well, it's only one link.
Hush, kids.
Huh?
She's on the phone.
Oh, who?
The ex-Mrs. Beatty.
Oh.
Hello?
Mrs. Beatty.
Yes?
Mrs. Beatty, don't hang up when you hear my question, because if you do, you'll be called right back, and that will be by the police.
Yes. Go on.
Did you by any chance send a note of warning to Mr. Beatty? Well, Mrs. Beatty?
Yes, I did.
Why?
Well, it's hard to explain, but there was something about this Mr. Porter I didn't trust. Oh, I haven't seen much of Mr. Beatty these last few years, but I've met him socially several times when he's been with this man Porter.
Mm-hmm. Go on, Mrs. Beatty.
Well, that's all. I have only a woman's intuition for not trusting Mr. Porter. He reminds me of someone. I can't remember who, but someone not to be trusted.
And that's all?
Honestly, that's all.
Thanks very much. Well, there's not much there. She sent the note, but just womanly intuition made her distrust Porter.
You think she was telling the truth?
Well, yes, don't you?
Not entirely. Not the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes?
Report from Kansas, sir.
Bring it in, Sergeant.
Yes, Inspector. I'll get it typed up.
Doggone, if there isn't something in the Kansas report, we're going to have a regular unsolved mystery on our hands.
Wouldn't like to call in Sherlock Holmes or Father Brown, would you?
Oh, Mike, this is serious. This is murder.
I know it is, Inspector. Now, look, both of you.
Yeah?
Yeah?
When we burst in on Reynolds and Weaver, they didn't show any signs of knowing that Beatty was dead. I mean, they were wholly taken up with the idea that Beatty had brought the police into it because of the threatening letter.
That's right.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, Reynolds said that if that letter didn't bring results, he'd send more letters.
Right, Angel, right. And although that could be cleverness, I'd be inclined to mark it down as truthfulness.
You may be inclined to mark it down that way, Mike, but until we have the murderer in our hands, everybody who ever knew Beatty is a suspect in my little list.
Granted, Inspector, but Weaver didn't hesitate to give us the keys to the warehouse.
You can't lay too much stress on that, though, Mike. Both Weaver and Reynolds knew that we could get into that warehouse without keys.
True, but to be able to carry off their interview with us with such savoir-faire would indicate that they were very clever and very experienced crooks, which I, for one, don't believe they are.
Yeah, but Mike, murderers don't have to be crooks. Many a killing is a criminal's first and last crime.
I know that, Inspector. I'm thinking out loud to convince myself. You see, what I...
Yes, sir. Not much, I'm afraid. Let's see what this says. Only connection Beatty ever had with police was his witness in robbery trial. His testimony was essential in proving guilt of defendant.
And the defendant's name was Porter.
Yes, Phil, the defendant's name was Porter.
Well, what are we waiting for? That's it.
No, not quite, Phil. You see, Porter died in a penitentiary in 1936.
Oh, well, then of course it isn't the same Porter.
That report doesn't say whether or not Porter had a brother.
No, Mike, it doesn't.
But I'd be almost willing to bet that he had. What so many women like to call woman's intuition is nothing more or less than a half-forgotten incident or something half-heard and half-forgotten.
You think that Mrs. Beatty's instinctive dislike for Porter is because of the name or a likeness between the Porter who found the body and the Porter who went to jail?
Yes, Inspector, that's exactly what I do mean.
Well, that shouldn't be hard to find out. But it still isn't the stuff that convinces district attorneys or grand juries.
No, Inspector, but on the face of it, I think another interview is justified.
Interview? Who with?
All of our suspects, Weaver, Reynolds, Porter, and Mrs. Beatty.
All right, Mike. We've got nothing to lose.
We have everything to gain. You see, our chief suspect holds the key to this little mystery, and we'll find that key at 323 Foothill.
Well, I can understand why it's...
Quiet, please. Quiet. Now, to some of you, this is going to be somewhat of a shock. But Mr. Beatty has been murdered.
What?
We found the body in the warehouse you used, Mr. Reynolds and Mr. Weaver. But Mr. Porter had the distinction of finding it first, although he lost it again. Will you take over from there, Mr. Porter?
Well, I came here this morning to take Mr. Beatty to lunch. The door was open, which was funny because he was very careful about locking and bolting the door. I came upstairs, found him lying on the couch, stabbed through the chest. I ran over and felt him to see if he was alive. Found he was dead and called the police.
And got your fingers all sticky with blood?
Yes. Then I wandered about the apartment. Went downstairs to the front door to watch for the police and came back upstairs and picked up the mail.
The mail which contained the threatening letter from Mr. Reynolds and the warning from Mrs. Beatty.
I don't know about that, but anyway, when you arrived, we all came upstairs and the body was gone. It couldn't have been taken out the front door because I was never out of the sight of the head of the stairs.
And we know it wasn't taken out the back because there's no back door. Would you have any explanation for that, Mr. Reynolds?
No, I can't see how.
Or you, Mr. Weaver?
No explanation.
And I'm sure that Mrs. Beatty hasn't.
Oh, no, it's completely baffling to me.
It was to us for quite a while. The reason it was baffling was because we were stupid enough to believe Mr. Porter.
What?
If you picked up the letters after you examined the body and after you phoned the police, how come there are no blood-stained fingerprints on any of them?
And with the wind blowing so hard that it blew the mail off the table, how come the front door was open? It would have blown shut.
And if the body couldn't be taken out the back window and you never lost sight of the front door, how could the body be spirited away?
I don't know. That's the mystery.
No mystery, Porter. Just a tissue of lies, well rehearsed. The body never was here.
But the blood on the couch.
Put there by you after you had hidden the body in the warehouse rafters.
Oh, this is absurd. You can't throw accusations around like that.
We can and we will. Give me your keys.
My keys?
Yes, the keys in your pocket. There, you see. When we searched Mr. Beatty's dead body, we found everything a man usually carries. A wallet, pen and pencil, watch, checkbook, handkerchief. But, Inspector...
Yes?
No keys. No keys to getting to his house or anything. Now, what Porter did with the rest of Beatty's keys, I don't know. But here's the key to the warehouse. F24 is its number. It checks with the number of your key, Mr. Weaver.
Yes, that's right.
And one of these two keys is the key to Beatty's apartment. This apartment. Shall I try them, Porter, or do you admit it?
I admit it.
Okay, Inspector. I guess that takes care of that.
Well, here it is, early in the evening, and we're on our way home.
Aha! But we're not on our way home, Angel.
No? Where are we going?
We're going to meet the inspector and have a late snack at Fisherman's Wharf.
Oh, good. Mike, I wonder if Porter is a brother of the man who died in the penitentiary.
Oh, I'm sure of it. He'd better be.
Why?
Because if he isn't, we'll spend the evening talking to the inspector about motives.
Oh. And what would you rather do, like Shane?
Are you asking me or taunting me?
Well, I just, Mike.
Huh?
No, not here in the car. I mean...
Why not, Angel? I can drive with one hand as well as the next.
Tune in again next week at 8 o'clock for another adventure with Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis, with Joe Forte as the inspector. Tonight's story, based on the character created by Brett Halliday, was written and directed by David Taylor. Music was composed and directed by Bernard Katz. This is John Lang saying goodnight for the people who make 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil. Union Oil Company. This is the Mutual Donley Broadcasting System.
Jerry, look. Miss Slate is all out of step and sort of stumbling.
Yeah. Hey, something's the matter with her.
Yes, Jerry, she's falling.
Come on, Pam.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Richard Denning and Barbara Britton. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Dance of Death. There are hundreds of small nightclubs like the Blue Mirror in New York. Smoky, blatant, garish places by night, lonesome and shabby by day. Like today, like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. But there's one difference between the Blue Mirror and the hundreds of other small clubs like it. And that difference is Ruby Slade.
Let's take a break. Harry?
Okay. I'm going to make a phone call.
All right.
Oh, that was swell, Ruby.
Oh, Cliff.
I mean it, Ruby. It was just terrific.
Thanks. You got a smoke?
Sure. Yeah.
Light?
Yeah. Look, Ruby, why don't you knock off? We could go for a ride.
I can't, kid. I have to have this new routine ready for tonight.
Well, it's ready. Look, we could drive up the Parkway, up to Terrytown.
No,
maybe.
I'm sorry, but I can't.
Why not? I've got Dad's car.
And where's Dad?
In the office.
Then that's your answer.
Ruby.
Look, Cliff, your father told me to have this number ready for tonight. And it isn't ready till he sees it and says it's ready.
But he can't make you work all day and all night, too. The way he drives you makes...
Forget it, kid. I'm going to get a drink of water.
Ruby.
Cliff.
Ruby.
For me. Cliff, let...
Ruby.
Well. You're getting to be a big boy, aren't you?
Ruby, I love you.
Dad!
Oh, Dad.
Come here.
What do you want?
I'm here.
You better go, Cliff.
See you later.
In my office.
Okay. Well?
You little... I told you to stay away from that gun.
Dad!
Didn't I?
Dad, stop it.
Didn't I?
Dad, stop it. Stop it. What's the matter with you? Have you gone crazy?
I'm sorry, Cliff.
Here, sit down.
I'm sorry.
Sit down, Dad.
Yes. All right.
There.
I'm sorry, Cliff. I shouldn't have done that. I don't want any trouble between you and me.
Neither do I, but you...
I'm only thinking of you.
I can take care of myself.
I wonder. I hate to see you get mixed up with that girl, Ruby.
What's the matter with her?
She's no good, Cliff. Believe me, no good. I want you to stay away from her.
Is that in order?
If you don't want me to give her a fast boot out of here.
The way you treat her, that's probably the best thing that could happen to her.
She doesn't think so. Not the way I pay her. There's a girl who knows the value of $1, Cliff. Believe me, that's all she's interested in.
I don't get it. If she's so bad, why do you keep her around? Why do you pay her 2-3 times more than she ever asked for?
Never mind.
And then pull a thing like you have today, making her get a whole new routine ready in one day. You seem to enjoy trying to make her just as miserable...
That's enough, Cliff. Now, how I run this club is my business. I'm just telling you for the last time, stay away from that girl. Understand?
Golly, Jerry, did you ever see anything so beautiful?
Yeah, aren't they, though?
Say, what are you talking about?
Her legs.
Oh, I was talking about her dancing. It's so smooth, so easy, so graceful.
Yeah. And that figure.
Maybe I shouldn't have been so eager to come here, but everybody said she's something to see.
How right they were.
A shame.
What?
But she has to be in this little place. She should be in one of the big clubs where lots of people could see her, and a big band behind her instead of just a tinny piano.
Yeah.
I know. Ralph.
Who? What?
He's just the one.
Ralph who?
Whitney. Isn't he producing another musical this season?
Hey, that's right.
Well, why don't we tell him about this girl?
But better still, we'll bring him and show him if he hasn't heard about her already.
Oh, you just want an excuse to come again.
And you gave me one. Oh, that's what I love about you, darling. Always obliging.
Well, I do think it's a good idea. Wait a minute. Maybe I don't.
What's the matter?
Well, she's not doing this number well at all. She's all out of time and sort of stumbling.
Yeah. Hey, Pam, something's the matter with her.
You're right, Jerry. She's falling. Well, come on, Jerry. Gee, I wonder what happened.
I don't know. She just seemed to go limp all of a sudden.
Ruby. What is it, Ruby?
Well, what happened to her?
I think she just fainted.
Oh, Ruby. Ruby, are you all right?
Yeah, sure, she's all right. All right, folks, if you'll just get back to your seats, please. Stop crowding around. All right, get up, Ruby. There's nothing the matter with you.
In a minute, Mr. Gross.
Leave her alone. This wouldn't have happened if you hadn't pushed her so hard all day.
Dancers are supposed to rehearse.
Not the way you drive her. Every minute, no
That's
let
enough,
up.
Cliff. Now, stop it. You, Ruby, get up, go into your dressing room.
Here, come on, Pam. Let's help her out.
Yes, Jerry. Thanks.
All right, take her to her dressing room. Ruby, you lie down in there. I'll send in a drink. You can rest until the next show. I want you to be ready when it starts.
She isn't dancing anymore tonight.
Nobody asked you.
I'm telling you, she's through for the night.
Ruby,
Yes, Mr. Gross.
you heard what I said. Go lie down. When the second show starts, you'll be out there.
Come in. Oh, it's you.
How are you feeling?
I'm okay, Cliff.
You're not going to try to do the next show, are you?
You heard what your father said.
I don't care. I'm telling you, you're not going to do
Now,
it.
look,
I mean
kid,
it.
When you start signing the paycheck around here, you can mean it, Cliff. Until then, I do what Papa says.
Ruby, what is it?
What's what?
Between you and Dad, why does he treat you the way he does?
Ask him.
There must be some reason.
Suppose there is, but you figure it out. I can't. All I know is he hates me.
Well, why do you take it?
Because there's something called money.
It isn't worth it.
Oh, thanks for telling me.
Ruby, quit.
Huh?
Tell Dad you're through. That you're not
Are
going to...
you crazy?
Well, why won't you?
Because I can't. I got a contract.
You can break it.
Maybe, but then what? Then what do I do? Do I go to work in some other bandbox for half the money I'm getting here? Oh, grow
You
up.
don't have to go to work anywhere. Ruby, I love
Cliff,
you. And you love me.
Do I?
Yes. Ruby, marry me.
And let your father support us both.
I'll get a job.
Doing what?
I don't know, but I'll
Don't
get...
you think you better find out?
Ruby.
Look, Cliff, don't be a fool. You're a swell kid. I like you. Maybe I love you. I don't know. But I'm not going to marry you. At least not until I know how we pay the rent and buy the groceries.
You'd rather go on here, letting Dad treat you like dirt, wiping his feet on you, making
As
you...
long as he pays as much as he does, I can take it. Now, I better get ready to go on.
Ruby?
Come in.
Ruby, the second show is about... Cliff, what are you doing in here? Didn't I tell you that...
Yes, you told me, and now I'm telling you, Ruby's through for tonight.
Cliff.
The show's starting, Ruby. Get out there.
All right, Mr. Gross, I'm ready.
Stay where you are, Ruby.
Please, Cliff, don't...
Get out of here, Cliff.
I'm through standing around while you act like a little Hitler.
Get out!
Why, you...
Cliff! Oh, Cliff, you shouldn't have.
He's been asking for it. It's time somebody gave it to him.
Get out. Do you hear me? Get out of the club. Go home, get your clothes, and get out of my house. I never want to see you again.
That suits me. Ruby, come with me.
Go on. Go with him if you want to. Ungrateful.
You shut up. Ruby, please. Come with me right now.
No, Cliff. I'm sorry, but I can't.
She's good, Jerry. Very good. All that you and Pam said she was, and a little more.
We thought you'd like her. How about another drink?
Oh, fine.
Pam? Pam?
What? Oh, sorry, darling.
What the devil are you so interested in?
That woman over at the corner table. The way she just sits and scowls into her glass here.
Yeah.
I wonder what's bothering her. She was here last night, too.
Oh, she was?
Mm-hmm. And she sat by herself then, too. It's strange. She seems to have plenty of money. Look how she's dressed. Evening gown, mink stole. But she just sits alone and drinks. One martini after another.
Well, maybe she likes olives.
Look of her, she doesn't like anything.
Well, it's none of our business. Besides, I'd rather watch Ruby. Do you think you can use her, Ralph?
If she'll agree to terms, and I think she will. She can't be making much here.
No.
Well, now we'll see. I sent a note asking her to join us after her number.
Well, I should think she'd jump at a chance to get in a Broadway show.
Yeah, and to get away from here where they work her until she passes out.
Well, I hope you're right. Well, here she comes.
Mr. Whitney?
Yes, I'm Whitney.
Oh.
And you know Mr. and Mrs. Noah.
Yes. Hello.
Sit down, Miss Slade.
Thanks. Oh, we certainly enjoyed your performance. Thank you.
That's what I wanted to see you about. Might as well come right to the point.
Excuse me, I'm awfully sorry to interrupt, but I'll only be a minute. I have to talk to Ruby. What is it, Mrs. Gross?
Jerry, she's the woman who was sitting alone in the corner.
Yeah.
Do you know where I can find Cliff, Ruby?
Yes.
Oh, I thought so. If anyone would know, you see, he had a fight or an argument or something with his father, and he left home. I don't know how to reach him.
He's here.
In the club?
Waiting for me in my dressing room.
Oh, thanks, Ruby. I'll go see him. I gotta talk to him. Sorry about the interruption, Mr. Whitney. Now, what is it you wanted to talk to me about? I spent the whole day trying to find you, Cliff. I called everywhere
I'm sorry, Mother. I should have got in touch with you.
What is it, Cliff? What happened between your father and you?
He didn't tell you?
Oh, he won't talk about it. Does it have something to do with Ruby?
What makes you think that?
Does it?
Yeah, we had a fight over the way he treats her.
What difference does it make to you?
A great deal. I happen to be in love with her.
Cliff. Oh, Cliff, no.
What's so wrong with that?
Does your father know?
He should have at least a vague idea by this time.
And Ruby? Is she in love with you?
Yes, she hasn't said so, but she is. I know she is, and she'd marry me, but she's afraid.
Afraid of what?
Of being broke. Of giving up the money Dad's paying her. But I'm going to get a job.
Oh, Cliff, don't. Oh, forget Ruby. For your sake, for her sake, forget her. Something terrible would happen if you married her. I know it would.
What do you mean?
Your father would rather see Ruby dead than married to you.
Mother.
He would. I know your father, Cliff. I know him better than he knows himself.
Then tell me why he hates her.
Cliff.
What is it between them? What's going on? If you know, Mother, you have to tell me, because I swear if Dad does anything to hurt Ruby, I'll kill him.
You don't mean that.
I do.
Oh, Oh, you must love her very much.
And Dad hates her, and I want to know why. And if you know, tell me.
Because
Well?
Because sometimes people hate the things they want and can't have.
Yes? Who is it?
Ruby.
Come in.
May I talk to you a minute?
About Ralph Whitney?
Oh, you know.
I saw you sitting at his table with that couple that was here last night. What did he want?
Well, he offered me a spot in a new musical he's producing.
Oh? What did you tell him?
But I'd take it.
You didn't mention that you're under contract to me.
Well, yes.
And?
I said I thought you'd release me.
What made you think that?
You won't?
No.
Mr. Gross.
Your contract has another 7 months to run.
But if Mr. Whitney would agree to buy it
Your
from
contract isn't for sale.
But he might be willing to pay you a lot.
At any price.
Why? Why are you doing this? What do you want? You're never satisfied with the thing I do, but you won't let me go.
Has it ever occurred to you that it might be for your own good?
My good, oh, nothing's a switch. You thinking of my good.
If you weren't so blind, you'd know that's all I think about. Oh, all I care about.
What?
I picked you up when you were nothing, when you were nobody. When you could hardly keep from stumbling over your own feet when you danced, but I didn't care about that.
Then what did you care about?
For 2 years, not a person that came in here came to see you.
Well, then why'd you keep
But
me?
I strung along with you. I paid you more money even when I was losing money. You know that?
Yes, I know it, but why?
I've done everything I could for you, but have you ever shown any appreciation, any gratitude? No. No. No, you hate me. All I am to you is just a fat, ugly old man.
Oh, that's it. You're in love with me.
In love with...
Yes.
You're crazy.
That's why you treated me like dirt. Not because you hate me, but because you love me. You're afraid to do anything about it. You're afraid I'd laugh in your face.
Get out of here.
It's true, isn't it?
No.
You want me. You want to hold me in your arms. You want to kiss me.
Get out.
Well, here I am, Arnold. Why don't you take what you want?
Oh, Ruby.
This is what you want, isn't it, Arnold?
Yes, Ruby. Yes. Ruby.
You let go of me.
Ruby.
Let go, you pig.
What?
That's all you are. You're a filthy pig.
I'll kill you.
You haven't the nerve.
I will. I'll kill you.
You better go, Miss Slade. Go while you're still enjoying yourself. Glenn.
I'll kill her. I'll kill her.
Well, Pam, Jerry, thanks again for the tip. That girl's just what I've been looking for.
Yeah, I'm glad you like her, Ralph.
Well, we're glad for her sake, too.
Well, now I'd better run. Now, let's see if there's a taxi.
Now, wait, we can take you. Our car's right in the next block.
No, it's late and I'm out of your way. Thanks anyway.
Oh, really? We don't mind.
Oh, you've done enough. Oh, there's a cab. Taxi! Well, I'll be seeing you.
Good night, Ralph. Come on, Pam.
Oh, why do we go through that alley alongside the club? Isn't that a shortcut?
Yeah. Goes through to the next street. Right.
Golly, Jerry. She certainly is modest, isn't she?
Miss Slade?
Of course. Who did you think I was talking about?
Miss Slade.
Well, I was, so why did you ask?
Well,
And she is, isn't she?
modest?
Well, naturally. What did you think I meant?
Modest.
Well, I did. You know, she seemed actually amazed that Ralph was interested in her.
Mm-hmm.
You'd think a girl with her ability would know she's good. Well, I guess... Jerry!
That was a shot from inside the club.
What do you think of it?
I don't know. Yeah, but there's a side door. Let's see if it's open.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Now, let's see. Here's the hallway.
Yes.
We heard the shot through the alley window, and it sounded like it was close to the window.
That open door down the hall looks like it might lead into a room with a window.
Yeah, come on, let's see.
Jerry, it's Clifford Gross. He's bending over someone lying on the floor.
That's his mother.
Mrs. North.
What happened?
I don't know. I heard a shot. I came running in, and I found Mother lying here.
Clifford,
Take it easy, Mother.
help me up.
Yes.
We heard the shot, Mrs. Gross.
I know. In there. In Arnold's office.
Dad's office?
Come on.
It's Mr. Gross.
Dad.
Oh, Jerry.
We'd better call Bill Wagenpan. Gross is dead.
And where were you when the shot was fired, Mr. Gross?
Going down the hall to the alley door.
Mm-hmm.
I came to take Miss Slade home. She was ready, so I was going to get the car and drive it around front.
I see. When you heard the shot...
Well, I turned around, ran into the office. I found Mother on the floor. I thought I heard someone drop out the window in the alley, but I'm not sure.
We didn't see anyone climb out the window, Bill.
Well, maybe we were already inside, Pam.
Go on, Mr. Gross.
Well, then Mr. and Mrs. North came in. They told you what happened after that.
Yeah. Miss Slade,
Yes?
did you hear the shot?
Yes, but at the time, I thought it was just a backfire.
Where were you?
In my dressing room.
Alone?
Yeah, Cliff had just gone for the car like he told you.
Uh-huh. All right. And now you, Mrs. Gross. Where were you when the shot was fired?
In the hall. And when I heard the shot, I ran into the office. See, when I saw what happened, I fainted.
Did you see anyone climbing out of the window?
Well, I think maybe...
You think? You don't know?
Yes, I guess I did.
Aren't you sure? It isn't something you'd be likely to forget.
I'm afraid I was kind of confused. You see, I've been drinking and
But you're absolutely certain you were in the hall when the shot was fired. You're not in doubt about that.
No.
Then why didn't your son see you?
What?
He said he was down the hall, and when he heard the shot, he turned right around. But he didn't see you until he got into the office.
Oh, well, I guess maybe I wasn't in the hall. No, come to think of it, I was in the office.
When your husband was shot?
Yes.
Well, then you must have seen who shot him.
Yes, it was a man.
Uh-huh. What'd he look like?
Oh, I don't remember. I didn't see his face. He had his back to me. He shot Arnold, and then I screamed and fainted.
Well, we didn't hear anyone scream after the shot, Mrs. Gross.
Oh, well, maybe I didn't scream. I just thought I did. I don't know.
Mrs. Gross.
Yes, Lieutenant.
If you didn't see the man's face, how do you know he was someone you'd never seen before? Well?
You think I'm lying, don't you?
I think that up to now your story hasn't made very much sense.
I guess you're right, Lieutenant. I should have known you'd trip me up. I'd hoped to satisfy you so you'd let me go without having me searched. Because if you'd looked in my handbag, you'd have found this.
Jerry, a gun.
Yeah.
But I'll save you the trouble of searching me. My husband was no good. He deserved to die. Now get away from that door, Lieutenant. I'd hate to have to kill anyone else. You heard me, Lieutenant. Get away from that door.
You're not going anywhere, Mrs. Gross.
I'll shoot you. I mean it.
Mother.
Stay out of this, Cliff.
Don't be a fool, Mrs. Gross.
You can't get away. You're only making things worse.
Give me that gun, Mrs. Gross.
Stay away from me.
Watch it, Bill.
You're not going to use that gun on me.
Stay away.
Bill, be careful.
Any more than you used it on your husband.
What do you mean?
You didn't kill your husband, Mrs. Gross.
I did. I had to. He said he was going to kill Ruby.
Why?
For what she did to him. For the way she humiliated him. He was in love with her. I don't think he knew it. Not really until tonight. Until she taunted him into admitting it. And then she laughed at him, called him names.
Well, then why did you kill him to protect her?
I did it for Cliff.
Mother, you don't...
He loves Ruby. He wants her. He could never have had her if Arnold was alive. And you see, there was nothing left for Arnold and me after what Ruby did to him tonight. So I killed him.
That's not true, Mrs. Gross.
It is. Now stay away from me. If you take one more step, I'll shoot.
Then go ahead, Mrs. Gross. Shoot.
No. You...
Mother, no. Don't.
Cliff!
I've got to tell the truth. You're right, Lieutenant. She didn't kill my father. She was trying to protect me. I killed him.
Oh, no. Cliff!
Pick up the gun, Jerry. Okay, Bill.
Cliff, what?
It was either him or us, wasn't it?
Bill.
Yeah, Jerry?
The safety catch is still on this gun.
I know.
You know?
Well, that's how I guessed that Mrs. Gross hadn't killed her husband. She would have known more about guns if she had.
Well, then she couldn't have shot you if she'd wanted to.
No, Pam, no. I wasn't being brave either. I was just using my head and eyes.
Oh, that was a wonderful dinner, darling.
Thank you, dear. Jerry,
Yes, darling.
there's a singer at a little club downtown. I understand she's wonderful. Why don't we go down tonight?
Oh, I'm tired, Pam. A tough day at the office.
But if she's half as good as they say, we might be able to help give her a break.
Now, look, we've done our good deed.
I know, but, well, they say this girl has an amazing voice
Mm-hmm.
and an outstanding personality.
Mm-hmm. How about looks?
Well, I don't know, but she's Ruby Slade's twin sister.
What?
Yes, Jerry.
Well, come on, get your coat, Pam. We don't want to be late.
Pam and Jerry are sure to have more exciting adventures next week. Listen in, won't you? There's always mystery well sprinkled with humor on Mr. and Mrs. North. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
As district attorney of this county, I've had to fight gambling in many forms. The one thing I've learned is that whether it's a back alley crap game or a high-stake roulette party, the end result is trouble, and sometimes tragedy. Of the kind that happened a few days ago in a very expensive penthouse, where a few ladies had gathered to try their luck on the spinning wheel.
Number 7, rouge.
Oh, 7 again, my dear.
A winner for Madame Collier.
Oh, it's my lucky day.
Every
day we play is your lucky day.
Place your bets, madame. Pick your lucky number. The lucky one, the lady will win, a lady will lose.
That's me. Here, take it all.
Number 13, why, the number is 36.
Oh, goodness sake, I've lost it.
And that is all for today, madame. Next week we play again, eh?
All for today. $4,000. Julie, I want a good deal. You're welcome to.
No, thanks. This 4,000 is just a drop in the bucket. Very deep bucket.
It's too bad.
Well, girls, that's all for today.
Thanks for the party, darling.
Oh, it was
we
fun,
had a
wasn't
wonderful time. Don't forget, girls, next week it's at my place again. You know the address, Sanchez.
Mais oui, Madame Collier. I will be there, of course.
Of course.
Well, goodbye, Julie. Are you sure I can't help?
I don't need any help.
Yes, well, goodbye.
Well, where is the case for our wheel, eh? Ah, yes, here. Right here.
Never mind putting it away, Franchette. Still have a player.
Huh? But,
One
Madame...
roll on black for everything I've lost.
I'm sorry.
You're not, but you might be.
You make that sound like a threat?
That figures. It is. My account's empty.
We have solved that problem before, Madame Quaid. A piece of jewelry.
There is no more jewelry. I'm not giving you a thing. But I do want my jewelry and money back.
Oh? Perhaps you think the game was all in fun, eh?
Hardly. I think it's crooked.
That's unpleasant talk.
It gets more unpleasant. Either I get paid back or you get turned over to the police. I understand they don't like men who run illegal gambling games.
You forget, Madame, I was invited to bank these roulette parties by you and the other ladies. I don't think you really want the police.
Stop kidding yourself, Franchette. I'm the wife of the city's most respected banker. The police wouldn't do any more than slap my wrist.
And your husband?
I expected that. Sorry to disappoint you, but it won't work. If necessary, I'll face Stanley with what I've done.
That brings me to an unfortunate conclusion.
It sure does.
You and your husband were planning a trip in a few weeks. By any chance, do you have a large trunk here?
Trunk? Well, yes, in the bedroom, but you'll hardly need a trunk to bring back my jewelry in.
Oh, I have no intention of returning your jewelry. The trunk is for you.
Me? What on earth are you talking about?
It's very simple. I'm much too greedy to give back your money and jewelry. I'm quite sure I can never trust you to remain silent, even if I did.
You're trying to frighten me.
No.
Get away from me. Don't you touch me.
I'm really quite sorry about this, Madame Quaid. I don't like violence.
You're crazy. Stay away or I'll scream.
Go ahead, Madame. There is no one here to hear you. You sent away the servants for the afternoon, remember?
Oh, please. Please, you can have the money. I don't want anything back. I won't tell him.
I will make sure of that. I'm sorry, Madame Quaid. I'm really sorry.
District Attorney's office. Well, just one moment, please. Mr. Garrett at Stanley Quaid about his wife again.
Oh, well, I'll take it. Yes, Mr. Quaid. Yes, we're doing all we can to locate her. No, there's been nothing new so far. Yes, we'll let you know the moment we have anything. That's right. Goodbye.
If I ever get married, I hope my husband loves me that much. Mrs. Quaid's been missing 24 hours, and I bet he's called us 100 times.
Well, I think he's got reason to worry.
You think she may have been kidnapped?
I wish I did. I wish I could think she's run off with another man. I wish I could think anything but what I'm thinking.
The missing trunk?
Yes. I can only see one reason why a large and empty trunk should disappear the same time she did.
Chief, some news from the bank.
What is it, Harrington?
Mrs. Quaid cleaned out her accounts. Took all her jewelry from the safety vault.
When?
Piecemeal over the last few weeks.
Her husband runs the bank. Didn't he know about this?
No. The manager said she specifically requested him not to tell her husband. Oh, here. Here's a list of the withdrawals. Looked like she made one about every week.
That sounds like it might be blackmail.
I don't think so. The size of the withdrawals varies too much to be payments. Oh, was the jewelry insured?
Franklin Mutual.
Well, Miss Miller, give them a call. Get a description of the pieces.
Yes, sir.
Send the descriptions to Lieutenant Jorgensen. Ask him to put out a detail to cover the pawn shops. Jewelers, fences, the works. If any of that jewelry shows up, I want to know.
Yes, sir. Will you be out?
I'm going over and have a talk with Paula Collier. She's supposed to be Mrs. Quade's best friend. Having seen this wicked world as district attorney, I'd say chances are she'll know more than the husband.
Oh, I can't understand it. Where did she go and why? Why?
Here now, you drink your tea, ma chérie. Eh? Try not to worry. Madame Quaid is all right.
But what if she's not? Julie lost so much money, she may have done something rash.
Rash? What did she lose? 20, 30,000 maybe? Her husband pays twice that for her wardrobe.
I know. Only I didn't realize when I organized these roulette parties for you that...
Perhaps you regret this. Perhaps you want me to go away.
Fanchette, don't say that. I'm glad I could help you, and I just couldn't stand for you to leave me.
Oh, that is more like my Paula. Come here, darling.
Oh, Fanchette. Fanchette, you do love me.
Of course, my chérie. Of course. Were you expecting anyone?
I know. Well, I'd better answer it.
Send him away, huh? And come back.
I will.
Hello. Miss Collier?
Yes, but I'm a little busy.
Well, my name is Paul Garrett.
The district attorney?
Yes. I'd like to talk to you for a moment.
Oh. Well, as I said, I'm a little busy.
It's about Mrs. Quaid.
Julie? Oh. Well, come in.
Thank you.
This is Monsieur Fanchette, our district attorney, Mr. Garrett.
Delighted, monsieur.
How do you do?
Monsieur Fanchette is a business acquaintance.
Of course. But if we could have a moment in private.
Well, certainly.
I shall wait in the library.
Miss Collier, there's an item that may help us explain Mrs. Quaid's disappearance. Over the past few weeks, she's been drawing her money out of the bank and taking her jewelry from her safety deposit vault.
You think that has anything to do with Julie being missing?
Oh, it's possible. Apparently you have reason to think otherwise.
Oh, no. Well, that is, I hadn't any idea.
Miss Collier, we need to know the facts if we're going to locate Mrs. Quaid. So if you know the reason
for...
Well,
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't help you.
I see. Well, maybe you...
Excuse me. Hello? Who? Oh, yes. Just a moment. It's your office, Mr. Garrett.
Thank you. Yes, Miss Miller?
I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Garrett, but something's come up. Is it all right to talk?
Yes. Go ahead, Miss Miller.
Lieutenant Padway called. He got a report on a man seen early this morning on the Jefferson Street Bridge. He pushed a large object over into the river. It could have been a trunk.
Oh, no. Is Padway going to drag for it?
He's arranging it now. Mr. Garrett, did you hear it? It sounded like...
I heard you, Miss Miller.
No, I meant...
I know what you meant. Tell Padway I'll be happy to join him for lunch. Understand?
Yes, sir, I'll tell him. Goodbye.
Well?
Is, something wrong, Mr. Garrett?
Oh, no. Just a date I don't want to keep. Well, thank you for your cooperation. Oh, never mind. I'll let myself out. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Look at Lieutenant Padway. I think he's getting discouraged, Chief. An hour dragging, and all we found is 4 tires, a garbage can, and 200 pounds of just plain junk.
Mm-hmm. Oh, what did you find out about Mrs. Quaid's social life?
Yeah, there's nothing to find out. No running around, no men. The way she seems to do is get together with the girls once a week for some kind of a party.
Some kind? What kind?
I don't know. Secret girl-type party. You know, afternoon affairs. The servants are sent away for the day. She and a lot of other high society women take turns playing hostess, you know.
Oh, yes. It's funny, though, sending the servants away.
Well, if you think it might be important, I can check on it.
You do that, Hardy.
Well, here we go again.
Looks like they've hooked onto something heavy.
And 2 to 1, it's more junk.
I wish you were right. I'm getting that sick feeling in my stomach.
Sure heavy.
I get it nearly up. Let's take a look.
There it is. I can see it. Chief.
Yeah, and it's a trunk. Looks like a big piece of scrap iron tied to the handle to weigh it down.
The only question now is, what's inside?
We soon know. I'm afraid we do already.
Chief, is it?
It's Mrs. Quaid. Harrington, from here on in, this is a murder case. This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the lady gamblers, here is an important message from my sponsor.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
Some ladies had decided that they were above the law. They invited gambling into their homes, and along with it, murder. Only my office was starting with less knowledge. All we knew was that the wife of a wealthy banker had been locked in a trunk and dropped into the river. Somewhere in the city was the man with the answers. All the answers. Because he was the killer.
No, a man can't even shave in peace. Just a moment. Please. One moment. Paula.
Oh, Fanchette, it's terrible. It's terrible.
What's terrible? I was shaving. Haven't I told you not to come here?
Fanchette, read it. It's all over the papers. Poor Julie.
What? Here, let me see. Banker's wife found in trunk. Man was seen pushing trunk of bridge. But witness was too far away to furnish police with description of any value.
What are we going to do? What are we going to do, Fanchette? The police will find out about the roulette parties?
No, not necessarily, my dear. But they very possibly might discover that I was at her house.
You, Fanchette, you were the last one to leave.
No. You and I left together.
But Fanchette, you didn't.
Of course not, my dear. Paul, surely you don't think that I would have done such a thing?
You were the only man there.
But not the only man in her life. However, if you think so little of me, go to the police.
Oh, no.
Well, tell them you think that Fanchette is a murderer.
Please don't. You know I love you.
Only I'm a gambler. Therefore, I am also
Please don't. I'm sorry I said what I did. It's just that I'm so upset. Please, darling, help me. Tell me what to do.
Of course, darling. We're both upset. We must try to control ourselves.
Yes.
And for my sake, Cherie, we left Madame Quaid's together.
But...
Please? It's only a small lie, my love. And it could save me a great deal of trouble. More than that, perhaps. Innocent men have been convicted. Darling, you wouldn't want a marriage to be stopped by my going to jail, or worse.
Marriage?
But of course. Only perhaps I should not ask you to lie to the police just to...
Oh, darling, of course you should. My fault was in even hesitating. I'll tell them you left with me. I'll swear to it.
My chérie. Oh, thank you. Thank you for your love and your trust. Now you had better go, eh?
Yes, I know, but when will
I will call you tomorrow. Goodbye, my beloved.
Goodbye.
What a pigeon. Yeah. But someday, Fanchette, you must find yourself a pigeon that is not old and molting. Eh?
Well, he's not in this group, Miss Miller.
That's the last one.
Good. I'm nearly blind from looking at records. Send them back to R&I.
Yes, sir. Maybe we were wrong about him lifting the phone to eavesdrop on our call.
No, we weren't wrong.
Hello, Chief. Miss Miller. Oh, what a beautiful, lovely, delicious sight. A chair.
What did you find out, Harrington?
Oh, not much. Except that in my next life, I'm going to be an executive and get calluses somewhere besides on my feet. Well, none of the women would talk about the parties. None of their neighbors could see anything through the windows, much to their regret.
Same group of women at each party?
Yeah. Reads like a local who's who, with one exception. A man.
A man?
Yep, me too.
Who was he?
I don't know. Description was always the same, though. Tall, dark, and oh, so handsome.
Franchette.
You know him?
I think so. Go on.
Well, I don't know if it means much, but he was the first to arrive and the last to leave. And he carried a large case with him, about 2 foot square by a foot deep.
Sounds like a salesman.
Last to leave. It makes him worth a further check with Washington.
Well, we'll need his prints or a picture.
And we'll get both. Harrington, find out where Franchette lives. Use the old street photographer stunt. Get his picture and hand him a card.
All right. I'm on my way.
Oh, Miss Miller, you better type out a report on this and send it to Lieutenant Padway.
Yes, sir.
Pictures? Pictures? Have your picture taken for a quarter. 2 bits for a perfect candid action shot of yourself and your girl. Uh-oh. Here we come. Pose for the birdies. Got it. Here you are, sir. Beautiful snapshot to give to your wife.
What? Oh, I don't want it.
I'll just take the card, sir. Here you are. Now you send it in with a quarter and you
I don't want my... Did you say you already took my picture?
I didn't say so, but I sure did take the picture, sir. A wonderful natural shot of you.
Give me the film.
Huh?
I said give me the film.
You got rocks in your head, Dad.
Why, you insolent.
See? But I'll say one thing. You got more nerve than I gave you credit for. Have a good nap.
Nice work, Harrington. Wiring this photograph for the FBI should bring quick results. I hope you didn't scare him off.
No, I don't think so, Chief. He'll just figure me as a blankety-blank street mug.
Good. If he's not suspicious yet, he may go to another of those parties. I think if we find the answer to them, we'll be pretty close to the answer to Mrs. Quade's murder.
Yeah. Funny.
What?
Oh, this wire photo machine. We stick a picture on it, and a minute later, some guy in Washington takes the same picture off his machine. Even when you know how it works, it seems like sort of black magic.
District Attorney's office. Oh, yes, Harrington. Just a minute. He's right here. It's for you, Mr. Garrett.
Oh, thanks. Yes, Harrington?
Hey there, Chief. Fanchett just left his place with his case. I tailed him to Miss Collier's house. He's there with her now and no sign of servants.
Good work. Any sign of the other women?
No, not yet.
Well, let me know if they start showing up. Oh, hold on, Harrington.
Yes, wait. Mr. Garrett, it's communications.
If that's the FBI report on Franchette, take it down, Miss Miller.
Yes, sir. Is that a Washington reply on a man called Franchette? Okay, give it to me.
Hang on, Harrington. Miss Miller's getting the word on Franchette.
I'm hanging, Chief.
Uh-huh.
Hope we can do the same for Fanchette.
Uh-huh. I got it. Send the teletype up as soon as you can. Take a look.
Wow. Harrington, we hit a jackpot.
Huh?
Franchette is wanted in a dozen countries. Gambler, confidence man, suspicion of murder. Real name, Arthur Jones.
Jones. 10 to 1, he was born in Brooklyn.
Hackensack. You stay put unless he tries to leave, then take him. Padway and I'll be there in 10 minutes.
You go ahead. I'll have Padway waiting for you to pick him up.
Tell him 3 minutes.
Where are they? They should have started arriving an hour ago.
Fanchette, it wouldn't be too bad if they didn't show up, I mean.
Don't show up? Why wouldn't they show up? Tell me, Paula, why wouldn't they show up, eh?
Well,
You told them not to, eh?
Yes. Forgive me, Fanchette. I just couldn't go on with this after poor Juliet.
You stupid old witch.
Fanchette.
I could have picked up $20,000 today, maybe more, but you had to tell...
You've won a great deal from them already.
Oh, what if I have? I wanted today's take so I could leave town with the police...
So you could leave town?
So we could leave.
No, you meant just yourself.
Now, Paula, look...
You never had any intentions of marrying me.
Of course I do. Perhaps I did mean to leave alone, but of course I'll send for you, my chérie.
Chérie, you're a liar. You're a liar.
Oh, Paula.
You just wanted me to cover up for you long enough so you could get away safely.
All right. You miserable crone. Do you really think I could fall in love with you? I'd rather kill you like I did your friend.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. You weren't so simple and ridiculous. You've known it all along. Goodbye, my love. I'll leave you the wheel as a souvenir.
Fanchette!
What are you... Gun?
You're not leaving, Fanchette.
Paula, no!
Why not? I'm just simple and ridiculous enough to believe you deserve this. For Juliet.
Paula, look!
Hold it, Miss Collier. Take him, Harrington.
Right. Get away from him. I'm going to shoot.
You'll have to shoot me first. That way, keep Franchette behind me. Harrington.
I'll get you.
You'd better put that gun down, Miss Collier.
No. I don't care what you do to me, but I'm going to kill that pretty face.
I said put it down.
You stay back. I don't want to hurt you. Get back. Well, all right if I have
to.
Stop, Chief. Oh, my arm.
Nice shooting, Harrington.
Oh, thanks, but don't do things like that, Chief. My nerves can't stand it.
I don't think mine could stand much of it either.
Well, we've solved the parties. Take a look at the wheel. The ladies seem to like roulette.
Fanchette, he killed Julie. Oh, my arm, it's broken.
I'm sorry about that, Miss Collier, but you really should be grateful to Harrington. If he hadn't stopped you from pulling that trigger, your neck would have been broken by the state. This is David Bryan. I hope you enjoy this case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here's the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
Perhaps you read about it in your newspapers. The man we call Arthur Jones, alias Franchette, was tried and convicted of first-degree murder. Miss Collier was indicted as an accessory before and after the fact of illegal gambling, but collapsed before trial and is now confined to the state mental hospital. Now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord.
I felt low, very low, the night I set out searching for the girl with the strange hazel eyes. The fog which hung over Los Angeles didn't help. And I felt even worse when I found her. For by then I had death on my hands.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character as CBS presents The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's gripping story, The Persian Slippers.
One of those thin, chilly fogs had sneaked in from the Pacific, and it hung vaguely to the streetlights along the Sunset Strip. It was a kind of a fog that you could see through, but everything was out of focus. It made you start wondering what you were going to do when you were 90 and you were all alone. I'd have liked to have spent the night in a room full of noisy extroverts playing charades. But instead, I had to eat a quick dinner and drive up into the secluded Hollywood Hills to meet a guy. A guy who had nothing but trouble on his mind. When I pushed the buzzer, I had the feeling of wishing I was someplace else. Carl Delaney himself opened the door. He was grim and brusque and to the point.
Marlowe?
That's right.
Come in, Marlowe. I appreciate this. You're coming up here after business hours, I mean. I wouldn't have asked except, well, perhaps I waited too long as it is. Sit down.
Thanks. Waited too long for what, Mr. Delaney?
36 hours ago, my wife disappeared. Marlowe, you've got to find her for me. Find her just as fast as you can.
Wait a minute. Disappeared, you said. Would you mind playing that part back a little slower?
Norma simply walked out that door, got in her car, and drove off to get hold of herself, as she always does when we've quarreled. But always before, she's come back in an hour or so. But this time...
This time she simply didn't come back, is that it? Look, Mr. Delaney, I could...
You'd better let me finish before you do anything. Lately, my wife has been brooding over something serious that she refused to discuss. I've caught her crying several times, and she's not a woman given to tears. Marlowe, I'm sure that unless we move fast, when we do find her, we're going to find her dead.
Suicide?
Yeah.
With his thick, blunt hand, Delaney reached for a color portrait lying face down on the table and gave it to me. I looked and saw the face of a dream. A beautiful dream with strange hazel eyes and soft black hair. I felt Delaney watching me as I glanced up in time to catch the fading end of a very ugly expression on his face. I handed the picture back to him, and he laid it on the table again, face down. Then he took me upstairs to Norma's room. It was a nice, frilly room, typically haunted by elusive, sweet smells. There was only one incongruous note. What was the horoscope doing on her desk? From the looks of a picture, I knew that Norma was attractive enough that she didn't need to look to the stars for a future. A horoscope?
Yeah, you know how women are. Marlowe, will you find her for me?
Well, I'll try. My rate is $25 a day plus expenses. And remember, you hired me to find her, not bring her back.
Fair enough. You just find her. I'll be satisfied.
I'll need a starting point. Were there any phone calls or letters or anything that might be a lead? What about friends?
We have no close friends. Norma always stayed to herself. Wait, there was a phone call yesterday from, Madame Jeanette, I think it was.
Who's that, a dressmaker?
I haven't any idea. She wanted to speak to Mrs. Delaney. I told her Norma was out, and she asked that my wife call her when she got back. That's all there was to it.
Anything else you can tell me?
No. No, it's not much to go on.
I'll see what I can do, Mr. Delaney.
I'll be here all night, Marlowe. Call me if you need anything.
Yeah, I'll do that. Good night. I drove back through the persistent fog to Sunset Boulevard. It was 9:30. I knew it was going to be like tracking a hummingbird through the petrified forest by the bent twigs, but I got a classified directory and I started digging. I checked the hairdressers, the manicurists, and the milliners, and I was just about to start on the interior decorators when I remembered the horoscope on Norma's desk. I quickly turned to the personal consultants. Yeah, there it was. Madame Jeanette. Her establishment, located in a dubious neighborhood south of Olvera Street, turned out to be a tacky cottage set back next to an alley. It was as dark inside as out. I was pounding on the door like a vampire at sunrise when a newsboy came up the path.
Looking for Madame Jeanette?
Yeah, you know her?
Sure, she tells fortunes. Says I've got a great career line. You want to see it?
Not right now, thanks. And I'll say for her that she's a sound sleeper.
Maybe, but not so early as this. About this time, she's always hanging around that bar on the corner. Tonight, she's throwing a farewell party in there.
Farewell party? Who for?
Herself. She's leaving town.
Oh, thanks a lot. Here, kid.
Gee, a buck. My old man will swear I've been shooting crap again.
Give me another one, Charlie. Not every night I say goodbye to my dear old neighborhood.
Muscatel again, Jeanette?
Yeah. Did I say dear old neighborhood, Charlie?
I think you did, Jeanette.
Must have had one too many then. Because of all the low, flea-bitten row of shacks I ever lived in, this is the new low.
Ah, Jeanette, that's no way to talk. You hurt my feelings.
Pinky, there ain't nothing like a little beer to soothe hurt feelings.
Yeah, you said it. Jeanette, can I have another?
Yeah. Charlie, give Pinky another. But this is his last.
The last? I thought you said it was a farewell party. Hey, you with all your dough.
This dough's to get me out of this rat trap of a town, see? It's the last I want to see it of it in all my life, see?
Yeah.
Another muscatel, Charlie.
Hold on a minute, Jeanette. Hey, what'll it be, mister?
Something just a bit drier than muscatel. Say scotch?
It's on me, mister. It's my party.
Well, this is indeed a pleasure. You're the Madame Jeanette, aren't you?
Yeah, why?
You're all of 20 years younger than what I expected.
Probably the life I lead. Hey, wait a minute. Why should you be expecting anything about me? I don't know you.
Perhaps not, but I know you.
From where?
Oh, you're more famous than you think. Your reputation is spread far beyond Old Vera Street. In fact, it's gone up as far as the Sunset Strip, Madame Jeanette.
No kidding.
How would you kid a fortune teller? Don't you know all, see all, and tell all?
Well...
And judging from that Spanish shawl, your Hungarian skirt, and those embroidered Persian slippers, I'm beginning to think your fame is not only local, but international.
Say, you're beginning to make me feel like I shouldn't be giving up this racket after all.
Giving up fortune-telling? No.
Yeah. I'm leaving town on the midnight train. Gonna spread my talents all over the East, and I'm not coming back.
Don't tell me your crystal ball has laid a golden egg.
So to speak, yeah. I come into some lettuce. Suddenly.
That's always nice. Well, I guess it means you won't be interested in the few paltry dollars I'd intended to spend with you.
Hey, can I have another beer, Jeanette?
Shut up, Pinky, blow.
Ah, just a...
Traveling lady can always use a little extra moolah. What was it you wanted, Bud?
I'm looking for someone. Norma Delaney.
I'm afraid I don't know anybody by that name.
I'm afraid you do.
What's your angle? Who are you, anyway?
I'm Philip Marlowe, private detective.
Some private dick you must be to have to resort to fortune tellers.
Come on, Jeanette. Look into your crystal muscatel. See if you can spot Norma Delaney.
I told you once. I don't know the name. Now blow.
Just a minute, Doc Eyes.
Hey, Charlie.
Yeah?
This bird's crabbing my party. What kind of a joint is this, anyway? Lady can't sit here and have a farewell party without being insulted by every jerk that drops in.
Well, mister,
I haven't finished my drink yet.
you got pockets, ain't you? Just pour the drink into one of them and take it along. You ain't finishing it here.
Charlie reached under the bar for his pick handle, so I left without pursuing the subject further. But I knew Jeanette was lying, writing up purple lipstick about Norma. I walked back to my car, lit a cigarette, and spent a few precious minutes trying to decide whether or not to break into her place and snoop. Then I caught the shadow of a figure slipping up on me from behind. I turned.
Wait, don't swing, Mac. Don't swing. It's only me, Pinky. I was in the bar when you was talking to the madam. That tightwad Jeanette.
Yeah, I saw you, so?
She did something the minute you left. I figured you might like to know what it was.
That all depends.
Well, I thought it might be worth something to you, like a saw, maybe.
Come on, you. Spill it.
Wait a minute.
Spill it.
Wait.
If it's any good at all, it's worth $5 and no more.
Oh, all right. She made a phone call.
Who to? What'd she say?
Nothing. Just some swear words in Spanish. The line was busy. But I kept my eyes open and I got the number.
All right, let's have it. If you can still remember it.
Oh, I can remember it easy. 5 first, huh?
Here.
Thanks. The number was Crenshaw, 1929. But you get it? Like the year of the big crash.
Thanks to the thirst of an underweight lush, I wasn't at the end of my rope yet. I drove as far as the nearest drugstore, dropped a nickel in the slot, and dialed. Crenshaw, the year of the big crash.
Hello?
Hello, let me speak to Norma Delaney, please.
I'm afraid you must have the wrong number.
Look, I'm trying to locate Mrs. Delaney. I suggest you help me.
How did you get this number?
From a client, Mr. Carl Delaney.
But that's impossible.
Let's stop sparring. We can save each other a lot of wear and tear if we get together and talk this over.
Maybe you're right. Yes, that sounds sensible. I'm at the Beechwood Apartments, number 4.
Check. I'll be right out. Mr. Pierre Gillum, it says here on the door.
Yes. Are you the man who called?
Uh-huh. Philip Marlowe.
Come in, won't you? You said you were looking for Norma Delaney, Mr. Marlowe. Tell me, what's wrong? Has anything happened to her?
Well, her husband seems to think she might have killed herself, but I have a hunch that you might have something interesting to say.
No, poor kid. Poor Norma. Well, I'll tell you what I can, Marlowe, but it isn't much.
Oh, I'm all ears, and I'll sit, thanks.
I was in love with Norma once, briefly, a long time ago. She was a wonderful girl, but her husband was insanely jealous.
Mm-hmm.
Even though she hadn't loved him for years, he refused to give her up. He even threatened to kill her first.
Oh?
Norma and I realized that serious trouble lay ahead, so we parted. Good friends. And I haven't seen her or heard from her in months.
I buy it all but the last line. You have seen or heard from her, and recently.
I'm not going to argue that. I've told you the truth. You can take it or leave it.
I leave it.
Suppose we both put our cards on the table. You lied to me when you said Carl Delaney gave you my number. I know because Madame Jeanette called me shortly after you did.
Touché. But why did she run to call you at the mention of Norma's name if you two broke up months ago? And incidentally, how did that ersatz oracle Jeanette get mixed up in this in the first place?
That is a long story, Marlowe.
Good, I like long stories. I'll bet it begins just for a lark. Norma and I went down to Olvera Street once to have our palms read.
Yes, that's exactly how it started. Madame Jeanette was an unusual woman, a character, you might say.
Uh-huh.
Well, we became friendly with her. Norma got quite sentimental about her. One day we made a sort of pact. If ever either of us was in trouble and needed the other, we'd go to Madame Jeanette or get a message to her. She would notify the other.
So when I walked in asking for Norma, the madam assumed she was in trouble.
Right. Called me immediately because she herself was leaving town in less than an hour.
I know. Well, Mr. Gillum, it's all very interesting, but it's getting me no place. Thanks. If I need you again...
Oh, no, wait, Marlowe, don't go. I know a lot of details about Norma that I'm sure will be helpful. For instance, she drives a Nash coupe, powder blue.
Powder blue coupe, huh? Thanks, that'll help.
Oh, and she has a fondness for white gloves. Wears them quite often.
I see. Well, I better get moving.
No, wait just a minute, Marlowe.
I've got to go.
Now, listen, Marlowe.
I told you I was in a hurry.
Now, take it easy. Stick around a while.
Get away from that door.
Well, just who do you think you are? Come busting in here, prying, asking questions, you dirty...
You asked for it, Gillum. You got a left, too, huh? So have I, brother. I left Gillum sprawled all over his coffee table, as limp as a 5-cent salad. Outside, I glanced at my watch. Madame Jeanette's train left in 40 minutes. I ran through $22 worth of red lights, getting down to a cottage because I was sure Gillum's attempted stall was tied in with a departure, but I couldn't figure out why. That is, I couldn't until I switched out my lights and coasted to a stop in front of her place. Then I saw it. Half hidden in the shadows back of the house sat a powder blue coupe. I got up on the porch close to the front door and listened. Jeanette was talking to a woman. I couldn't catch what they were saying, but one thing was certain. The woman was Norma Delaney. All at once I realized the talk had stopped. That was my cue. I shoved open the door and went in. Jeanette sat at a table alone, facing me.
Oh, Mr. Marlowe, you've returned. What is it this time?
I'd like my fortune told.
Yeah? Now listen close, Gumshoe. I'll make this a short and snappy reading because I'm catching a train in 15 minutes. There's a woman very close to you. In fact, she's right behind you, sucker.
What? No! When I finally opened my eyes again, nothing changed. It took me a long time to figure out that the lights were off and it was dark. I climbed up the table leg hand over hand and switched on the lamp. Jeanette's house was absolutely quiet. I had caught a glimpse of a white glove holding what is known as a blunt instrument just before I dozed off. And that reminded me what I was down here for. I wobbled through the kitchen and out the back door, but the powder blue coupe was gone. It was 12:15. My head and the fog both had gotten a little thicker. So I just stood there, useful like a ping pong ball in a bowling alley. It was the sound of footsteps that finally moved me, and the newsboy was back.
Well, how you again, mister? Did you ever get a hold of Madame Jeanette before she left?
Yeah, but not tight enough. Say, a blue coupe left here a few minutes ago. Did you see it?
Nope, I did. Gee, I'm sure sorry she went away. She gave me $1 tonight, too. Said she was coming into a fortune.
You and your career... Say, what's that down there, in those weeds?
I don't know. It looks like some kind of a shoe. Yeah, it is a shoe. Here, see?
What do you know? A Persian slipper. I took the slipper along as a souvenir for my scrapbook and walked back to my car, trying to fit Norma Delaney's lovely hazel eyes in with that crack on the skull. But I couldn't. Between throbs of my headache, I figured Pierre Gillum was why Norma had dropped in on the madam so close to train time. I decided to go back and ask him. Gillum was as reliable as a two-headed quarter and just as tricky. So when I got to his apartment, I pushed the buzzer, stepped back, and braced myself. But there was no fight left in it. He opened the door in his robe, fingered the mouse I had given him, and grinned.
Oh. So you found your way out by yourself.
Uh-huh. Say, Gillum, what was so important about Norma seeing Madame Jeanette just before her train left?
I don't know.
You knew enough to try to keep me here, to delay me. Why?
Oh, Marlowe, I did that for old time's sake, for an old friend. Jeanette asked me to hold you here until midnight, and I tried my best. Obviously wasn't good enough. Well, that's all I know about it.
I see your phone is off the hook. You know that?
Yeah, I took it off. It's given me nothing but trouble tonight. I hereby wash my hands of this whole business. I'm going to bed. And I hope to sleep. Good night.
I envied him and left to call my client, Carl Delaney. He said he'd be in all night, but the phone kept ringing and ringing, and no one answered. I suddenly got a very creepy feeling. And 20 minutes later, I pulled to a stop at that small but elegant house. The lights were on, and I saw the powder blue coupe in the garage next to Carl's big black sedan. I ran up the steps. The front door was ajar, so I went in. I found Carl Delaney in front of the fireplace, face down on the floor, dead. There was a handbag on a chair. I opened it. Compact, cigarettes, and a key to room 340 in the Bradford Arms Hotel. No identification. That color portrait of Norma was standing up on the table this time, and those searching hazel eyes seemed to follow me all the way to the telephone.
Lieutenant Ibarra speaking.
Phil Marlowe, Ibarra. There's a dead one at 1077 Hollycrest Road. Named Carl Delaney. Murdered.
I'll be right out.
I hung up the phone, and then the hair on my neck crawled as I heard the unmistakable sound of a woman's heels on the floor upstairs. I ducked behind a door as the heels clicked down the steps. And then she entered the room. Norma Delaney was lovely. As lovely as a picture. She moved calmly and deliberately, put a note on the table, picked up the handbag, and then turned to face the door I was hiding behind.
You can come out now, Mr. Marlowe.
Hello, Mrs. Delaney.
You can call me Norma now. And if you're thinking of using your gun, perhaps you'll be good enough to read this note first. Here.
To whom it may concern. I, Norma Delaney, purposely and with premeditation, shot and killed my husband, Carl. It is beyond me to express how deeply I hate him, and since I must pay for this and cannot endure a public spectacle, I shall take my own life within the next few minutes. Now, look, Norma, no guns.
Easy, Marlowe. I'll kill you if necessary. But it would be so pointless now. I'm free at last, and I want to spend the little time left to me in my own way.
Norma, if you'll listen to me
Stay
just
back.
a minute.
Tonight I made my only friend, Madame Jeanette, happy. And I killed a man who needed killing. Something good, something bad. So I'm quitting, even up.
What do you propose to do with me?
You mustn't try to stop me, Marlowe. See that closet?
Mm-hmm.
Get inside. And careful how you move your hands. Turn around to the wall. That's it. Marlowe, I'm sorry I had to hit you at Jeanette's tonight. Goodbye.
It took 3 shots to smash the lock on that closet door. I heard her driving away just as I got it open. In spite of what she'd said, I couldn't let her kill herself. I ran outside to my car. One glance under the hood was all it took. There was nothing left of the wiring but loose ends. I ran into the street and a miracle happened. The first time in my life, a taxi in Los Angeles when I wanted it.
I'm sorry, fella. I'm going to call.
Skip it. This is an emergency.
Hey, wait a minute. You
Police
can't...
business. A girl is driving up the road in a blue coupe. We got to catch her before she kills herself. Let's go.
I think I saw taillights just then.
Yeah? Can't you go any faster?
Not on these curves, brother. I got a wife and kids.
Okay, fella. We'll be at the top of the hill when we can get around the next bend. We should spot her then.
Yeah, you can see the whole road down the other side. Here we are, mister. This is the top.
But I don't see her. Where is she? Hey, wait a minute. Stop here. Turn off your motor. This is haywire.
I don't get it. We were gaining on her, and now she just disappears. Hey, what's that?
A motor. That side road we passed. That's it.
Hey, look. Look! Holy smoke.
We both saw the awful sight for just an instant. A powder blue coupe with a woman crouched over the wheel. It shot out of that side road, crashed through the guardrail, and fell end over end down into the gorge. By the time we got to the hole in the fence, the wreck was an inferno.
No use trying to get down there. The whole hillside will be on fire in another minute.
I guess she pulled over here into this side road and waited for us to go by. And we did.
Yeah, it's sandy here, too. It's a wonder she didn't get stuck. What's the matter?
There's something buried here in the sand. One of her tires ran over it.
What is it?
Why, it's plenty, brother. Come on, turn that hack of yours around. Let's get off this mountain. I just found the answer to a lot of questions.
That you, Marlowe?
Yeah, Lieutenant.
We found the body and the wife's suicide note. And one of the boys spotted that fire up on the hill. What is it?
Car went off the road.
An accident? Or the suicide?
Just a little of both, Ibarra, but we'll talk later. Right now, we got to go to the Bradford Arms Hotel on the double. And please, no siren. The Bradford Arms was a 3-story walk-up. When we got there, Ibarra stationed one man in front, sent another to cover the back, and we started up the stairs. We had reached the 2nd floor when we saw him on the landing above. Gillum. He spotted us at the same time and turned back fast.
There, Marlowe. Who's that?
That's our boy, Ibarra. Pierre Gillum. Let's go.
There he goes. He's heading for the fire escape.
Take him, Lieutenant. He's all yours. I got business the other way.
Hey, you! Stop or I shoot!
Room 336, 38, 340. It's all over now. You better drop the gun. Please, it's been neat so far. Don't mess it up. Come on, beautiful. Drop it. It's better.
Well, Marlowe, I got him. I had to wing him to bring him down, but here he is. And the lady must be...
Yes, Lieutenant. The lady is Norma Delaney. The girl who wanted to kill her jealous husband and then commit suicide, but didn't want to die doing it. So she used someone else's body, Madame Jeanette's, which was a logical choice because Jeanette was blackmailing her. Thus, 2 vultures with 1 stone, leaving 2 lovebirds free to fly away together. Right, Norma? Didn't you give Madame Jeanette money so she'd leave town and tell everybody she was going away?
Yes, I did.
That way the body wouldn't be missed, huh?
Yeah. Isn't it pretty?
Oh, lay off, Marlowe, can't you?
Okay, Gillum, okay. Ellie Barr, I've got a sour taste in my mouth. I think I'll go home and goggle. Anything else you need?
No, I guess not, Phil. I've had all that's necessary. Wait. Just one thing. How'd you get inside this setup? How do you find out it was the dead Madame Jeanette who went over the cliff instead of the very much alive Mrs. Delaney here?
Well, Jeanette had on a pair of Persian slippers, Lieutenant. One fell off down at her cottage where Norma murdered her and put her in the trunk of the car. The other one fell off in the sand of that side road when she took Jeanette out of the trunk and propped her up behind the wheel. Was lucky, Burra. Just dumb luck. I took a walk later. A long walk. All by myself. Through that thin, empty fog in the dark, empty streets. A pair of hazel eyes and a pair of Persian slippers went round and round in my head. And for some reason I kept thinking, a pair of Persian slippers has two soles, two heels. And it's hard to tell just exactly where the one becomes.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by Raymond Chandler, stars Gerald Moore and is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. In tonight's story, The Persian Slippers, Virginia Gregg was heard as Madame Jeanette, with Larry Dobkin as Pierre Gillum and Louis Van Rooten as Carl Delaney. The additional players were Gene Bates as Norma Delaney, Gil Stratton Jr. as the newsboy, Frank Richards as the barkeep, and Tony Barrett as Pinky. Detective Lieutenant Barra was played by Jeff Corey. The special music was conceived and conducted by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again next week at the same time when Philip Marlowe says...
Sounded good, real good. A weekend at Malibu, expenses paid with a cash bonus thrown in. But that was before I knew about the henchman, the redhead, and the corpse. These three and a white Panama hat ruined it all for me.
The big star-studded array of CBS Sunday shows starts tonight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 top entertainment programs that make listening to your CBS station a happy habit. 1, Cabin B-13, the popular dramatic show by John Dixon Carr, renowned mystery writer. 2, the new Electric Theater, guest starring Henry Fonda tonight, and regularly starring Helen Hayes, First Lady of the Theater, when she returns from London. 3, Our Miss Brooks, the hilarious comedy success starring Eve Arden. 4, Lum and Abner, a brand new half-hour show of smiles and chuckles with the Merchants of Pine Ridge. 5, Strike It Rich, the sensational quiz show with a heart to wind up the sparkling parade of entertainment. Mystery, drama, comedy, excitement tonight over most of these CBS stations. And next Sunday, the first broadcast in the new season for two of radio's greatest stars, Amos and Andy. Yes, Sunday nights are great on CBS. Check your local newspapers for program times. This is Roy Rowan speaking for CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Portions of the following program are transcribed. Here is Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Are you Mr. Diamond?
Creditor or client?
I'm a client.
I'm a Diamond.
I'm glad.
It's a little informal, but hello, Glad. Call me Rick.
Oh, no. My name is Julia Bates.
Mrs.?
Yes, but you don't have to call me Mrs. Bates. I'm a widow, you see.
Oh.
In fact, it may help our relationship if you call me Julia.
Oh, well, here we go again. All right, Julia, you can call me Rick. The fee's $100 a day in expenses.
I want you to stay at my house tonight.
I said $100 a day in expenses.
Oh, the fee is all right, Mr. Rick. Money means nothing.
Yeah, well, you think your way and I'll think mine.
I'll make out a check right now.
No hurry. Anytime in the next 10 seconds.
Oh, there.
Thanks. Now, about this assignment.
Well, it may sound silly, but I'm afraid of the house I live in.
Oh, dandy.
I said it might sound silly,
Mm-hmm.
but it's deadly serious, I assure you.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
You see, my husband, Warner Bates, died 3 months ago.
Hmm?
He was a very strange man and believed devoutly in many forms of mysticism.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he built this house as a monument to his beliefs and filled it with secret passages and rooms and steps that lead nowhere.
Why not move out?
Well, I'll be perfectly honest. It's because of the money.
Oh.
In his will, Warner stipulated I was to live in the house for a period of 3 months following his death. 3 months is up tomorrow. And it doesn't help that Warner is buried in the basement vault.
What's he doing? Watching Benny's money?
Well, he had a crypt built in the cellar, and a key, the only key to it, was placed in his coffin.
What's supposed to happen tonight?
Well, let me tell you the whole story. A month ago, I began to hear the strangest things in the house at night, and I found food half-eaten on the kitchen table.
Ever try setting traps?
Well, the worst shot came when I went to the cellar a few days ago. I found footprints in the dust, naked footprints, leading to and from the crypt.
Maybe he had to take a shower.
Oh, please let me finish. On his deathbed, Warner swore he'd visit me at the end of the 3rd month, and if he could, take me with him back to the spirit world.
Oh, and tonight is the night.
Yes. Oh, at first, I didn't think it would get me, but... Oh, no, I'm scared, really scared.
Yeah, well, now look, baby, let's get off this mystic kick. Who inherits if you don't live up to your requirements?
Well, that's just it. No one. That is, no person. The money goes to charities and schools.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Anderson, the executor of the estate, says the will is foolproof, legal, and binding. Either I live in the house until noon tomorrow or forfeit the inheritance.
So what you wanted me to do is hang around tonight and see that hubby doesn't go death walking.
Yes, that's right. You don't have to be there till dark, but, don't be any later than that. Say 6 o'clock?
Excuse me. Diamond Detective Agency, freewheeling corpses. Ask the man who kills one.
Rick, when are you going to stop those awful slogans?
Oh, hello, Helen, baby. Got to call you back. Got a client.
Oh, all right. Is she pretty?
I don't know. I'm parked behind a curve.
What?
Forget it. I'll call you back. Bye. Now, Julia, you better go on home. Where's your broom?
Broom? Do you think I look like a witch?
You don't look like one. More like the good fairy after she'd heard about men. Now, you fly on home, sweetheart, and I'll see you at 6.
Don't be late.
I'll be there with bones on. I tried to uncurl my toes and get my mind on business. Thinking of my spooked client didn't seem to help, but it was business. It was getting pretty late in the afternoon, so I put the office to bed for the night, picked up a bite to eat, and went over to the 5th Precinct to keep a coffee date with Lieutenant Levinson. When I walked into the squad room, I spotted Sergeant Otis with his nose in a book. Oh, hello, Otis. What's with the book? Don't tell me you're learning to read.
Hello, Shamus. How's tricks?
The book, Sergeant. What's the book?
What book? Lieutenant's inside. He said for you to go right in when you came.
Otis, tell Uncle Richard about the book.
Oh, it's just a book. Here, I was trying to improve myself.
Well, don't feel ashamed, Otis. You've got reason to do that.
Yeah, very funny.
Let's see. The art of graceful dancing. Otis.
Well, what's wrong with me dancing, Shamus? I don't want to be no social outcast.
Dancing? Well, maybe. But graceful? Otis, you couldn't be graceful even if your feet did match. Tell you what, though, I'll give you a hand. Now, just open your arms and pretend you have a dame. Go on, I'll start you on a waltz.
Well, okay.
Da-da-dee-dee-dum, tweet, 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 da-da. Oh, no, Otis. You look like an elephant with sprained ankles. Now, try again and close your eyes. Ya-da-dum-dee-dee-dee-dee.
Otis,
Where's your button?
Otis, put me down. What? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Lieutenant. I thought you was a dame.
You what?
Oh. I mean, I had my eyes closed. I was dancing. Oh, Lieutenant, the shamus talked me into it.
Rick, would you mind telling me what you were doing? Saving Arthur Murray ulcers. Yeah, well, come on in and get some coffee. And Otis.
Yeah?
Shut up. Shall I pour? Please do. You know how I like mine, Walt.
Yeah, no cream, 12 lumps.
Better change that.
I would think so. Okay, how many?
Make it 14. Your coffee's stronger than mine.
It's not so strong, Rick. Here.
Thanks. You better wipe that spot off the desk. The varnish is beginning to smoke.
Your jokes aren't any better. Going to stick around for the Hart game tonight?
I can't, Walt. I've got a client with a house full of spirits.
What?
The dead kind.
With you on the job, there'll be corpses jumping out of every window.
Yeah. Well, if they start, I'll give you a call.
I know. Why don't you give up being a detective, Rick? Play postman or something.
Walt, you just don't seem to appreciate my favors. I'm getting late. It's nearly 6.
It's a peaceful night, Rick. See if you can't keep it that way.
Oh, sure, Walt, sure. This is one night you can take it easy. Give me 2 more lumps, please. Leaving Walt and heading to the Bates house, I was feeling as happy as a bird in a hat full of worms. I had $100 to stall off the landlord, a lovely red-headed girlfriend with curves, and a spook client with trouble. Everything great. Then the storm began to blow up. It had started to rain when I saw the Bates house on Temple Street. A big, ugly house straight out of a horror story, with gables and shuttered windows. And as if that wasn't enough, I was met at the door by a butler who was a tiny thing, about 7 feet tall and 300 pounds, with a face like the devil with a hangover.
Come in.
Yeah, I wanted to see
Mrs. Bates, of course. You are Mr. Diamond.
She left word with you?
I need no word. I am the 7th son.
Of a what?
The 7th son.
Of a... Oh, no, this could go on forever. Okay, lead on.
The name is Kane.
Yeah? How's your brother?
What?
Forget it. Where's your, Mrs. Bates?
In the drawing room. This way, sir.
Cozy little mausoleum. What time do the ghosts come out?
Usually right after the vampires, sir.
Oh, dandy. I hope they have an early show.
Oh, it will be soon enough, sir. The dead are restless tonight.
Maybe if I rocked them to sleep. Got a rock?
Mrs. Bates. Mr. Diamond.
Oh, thank you, Kane. Hello, Rick. How do you like my house?
Oh, it's lovely. What do you use for doorknobs? Heads? And what's with the big zombie? You didn't mention him.
Kane? Oh, he's a fixture around here, but I get frightened more when he's around than when he's gone.
Oh, well, now you take it easy, baby. Come on over and sit down and let me chase those fears away.
Oh, that is an idea.
Name me a better.
Can I fix you a drink?
Oh, I think I'll take a glass
of milk, sir. Here you are.
Oh, now, hey, look, Crusher, put a bell around your neck or something. One more surprise like that, and you'll be best man at a funeral.
My apologies. Your milk, sir.
Yeah, thanks, sir. Come on, Julia, let's get back to where we were. And you, Kane, Hey, where'd he go?
Rick, there it is.
Huh? Yeah.
But that's the way it starts. Listen. It's the stairs to the cellar. Someone's climbing them.
What? Oh, it's probably Kane.
You wanted me, sir.
Kane? Then who... You wait in here, Julia. I'll go out and get our nosy friend.
The cellar door is at the end of the hall.
I left Julia looking as nervous as a one-legged man walking a tightrope and took off down the long hall. There was only one door, the one to the cellar, so I opened it and flipped on the switch. I was moving my ankles down the creaking steps when I heard trouble. What the devil? Julia! Julia! Are you hurt? What is it?
Rick, over there in the closet. A dead man.
Oh, no. There's no dead man in here.
Not there. But I saw him, Rick. I swear there was a man in there. He was all bloody, and there was a big knife in his chest.
Oh, but you must have been mistaken.
About a corpse, Rick. He was there.
I don't see it. Oh, wait a minute. Here on the floor, bloodstains.
You see, there was a man in there.
This is blood, all right. But where'd the body go? He couldn't have been moved that fast. Unless... Where's Kane?
Right here, Mr. Diamond. But I did not move the dead one.
No? Where were you just now when Julia screamed? Having tea with a vampire?
No, I was in the kitchen, sir. Do not be mystified, Mr. Diamond. Accept the fact that you are in a house controlled by the other world.
There's been a murder, Kane, and that brings it into this world.
Who are you calling?
A real-life cop who likes to know about dead bodies kicking around.
Lieutenant Levinson, homicide.
Walt, Rick.
Oh, no. I know that tone. Where's the body?
I wish I knew. Come on over to 209 East Temple Street.
Wait. What do you mean you wish you knew? Is there a body there?
Well, it's here someplace. Now, don't argue. Get over here.
Wait.
And hurry. Now, Kane, you can go back to the kitchen, but stay there. Don't roam around.
As you wish, sir.
And now, Julia, baby, we're going to do some investigating.
Investigating?
That's right. I got to begin to see what's in that vault downstairs. And this time, I'm taking you with me.
But, Rick, it's locked.
I hope so, but I'm not making book.
You mean you think it may actually have been Warner come back from the dead? And kill that man, I mean?
Right now, I don't know what to think. I wouldn't be surprised to run into Dracula sitting on top of the Wolfman. Here's the basement. Hey, who turned out the light? I know I turned it on before. Yeah, that's better. Come on.
Oh, Rick, it's cold down here. Oh, hurry, Rick. I'm getting scared.
No, I don't like the feel of it myself, but I want to check this vault.
See the footprints there in the dust?
I see them, but I don't believe them, not yet. Yeah, I'll try the door of the vault.
Why, it's unlocked.
Yeah, and look what's inside.
The coffin is empty.
It's empty, all right, and it's open.
Well, are you going inside?
No. I think I'll stay out here.
Oh, the light. Rick, who put out the light?
It wasn't Edison, baby. We got company.
I told you I'd come back for you.
Warner?
Hey, what is this?
I am dead.
Oh.
You know I am, don't you, Julia?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes, I know it's you, Warner.
I'm coming for you tonight, Julia. I will appear at 9 o'clock.
I'd better set my watch.
Be prepared to meet me, Julia, at 9 o'clock.
No, Warner, no.
Take it easy, baby.
Rick, you down there?
Oh, hallelujah. Yeah, Walt, turn on the lights.
Sure. There, they're on. Rick, what are you doing there? Oh, a block. I should have known. Well, do come upstairs and join me.
We're coming, Walt.
Now, what is this all about?
In a minute, Walt. Otis, help Mrs. Bates into the living room. She's pretty shaken up.
Sure, Shamus. Come on, lady. Now, what is all this about, Rick?
Now, come on back downstairs with me, Walt, and get your gun out. Somewhere in this cellar is a dead man with a lousy sense of humor. Well, we searched the long cellar but good while I briefed Walt on the events of the evening. Neither was much of a success. Walt didn't believe me, and our ghost remained a ghost. As we went back up into the living room, I was at a point where I didn't believe the things myself. They couldn't have happened, but they had. Hey, Otis, where did Mrs. Bates go?
She went upstairs to pack, Shamus. Said she was going to leave.
Leave? And give up her dough? Oh, for Pete's sake, she can't... Not just because of this ghost house.
Ghost house? Oh, this is the wackiest yet. Rick, if I didn't know you were so...
Walt, do I look like I'm happy about these things? I'm at a point where I'm believing in spooks and spirit worlds and dead men who talk from out of nowhere.
Yeah, so that Shamus is afraid of spooks. This I'm loving. Otis. I know, Lieutenant. Shut up.
Did I say that, Otis?
Well, no, Lieutenant. What do you want me to do?
Shut up.
Oh. Gee, I wish I had a glass of...
A glass of water, Sergeant.
Oh, come out from behind that chair, Otis. It's only Kane.
Who's he?
Well, didn't he let you in?
No, we found the door open. When we rang and no one answered, we came in.
Oh, did you? Hey, Kane, where were you? Did you hear the doorbell?
I knew the door was open, Mr. Diamond, and I was busy.
Like maybe playing ghost?
No, sir. Baking a cake.
Cake? Oh, swell.
I'm all packed. Will you take me to a hotel?
Now, but Julia, look, you can't leave. Think of the money.
Money or no money, I'm getting out of here, Rick. That was Warner's voice, and I just don't have the nerve to stay.
Oh, but look, baby, you know there aren't any such things as ghosts.
Do I? You were in the cellar with me. You heard him. And did you find anybody down there afterwards?
Well, no, but...
Just a minute, Mrs. Bates. You saw a murdered man earlier this evening, didn't you?
You know I did, in that closet.
Yeah, well, until I find out who he is and who killed him, you don't leave this house.
But Warner...
I'm sorry, Julia. We'll protect you, but you can't leave.
Otis, take Mrs. Bates into the library and make her comfortable.
Hey, Yellowton, come on, Mrs. Bates.
Well...
Now, Rick, enough is enough. How could there have been a body in that closet one minute and not the next? Where did it go and why?
Well, how the devil should I know? She saw it, screamed, I ran back, opened the closet, and it was gone.
Oh, great.
Now, come on. I want a better look at that closet. Well, looks all right. Wonder how it sounds.
Use your gun butt on the walls.
Yeah. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, but where's the latch? Must be some way to open this section.
Try those hooks.
Yeah. No, not them. Maybe this rack.
Hey, look. Secret room, just like in the movies. Oh, there he is.
Yeah. We found the corpse, Walt. And how he disappeared so fast.
Oh, some mess. Blood all over him.
Walt, hey, this is no corpse.
What? Oh, now, don't start that.
No? Well, look at it closer, Walt. It's a dummy.
Well, it is. A wax dummy with blood smeared on it.
No wonder I wasn't meant to see it.
Oh, this is it. I'm getting out of this crazy house. Corpses that talk, corpses that aren't corpses. I've had enough. This is just plain ridiculous.
Now, wait, Walt. Someone planted this dummy, and someone is trying to scare Mrs. Bates out of this house. That same someone is in this house right now, and if he isn't stopped, it may mean her murder. How are you feeling, Julia?
I'm exhausted, Rick, but
We found the body, Julia. It was a dummy.
A dummy? Well, then there wasn't any murdered man?
No, this whole thing is a bluff, even that voice in the cellar.
Oh, no, that couldn't be. That was Warner's voice, Rick. I know it was. And he's not in his coffin.
I know, baby, and I think that's all phony, too. Now, tell me, who knew of that only key in the coffin business?
Well, just myself. And Mr. Anderson.
Anderson?
Oh, that's right. You remember, he was Warner's lawyer.
Oh, yeah. How about Kane? Did he know of the key?
Well, I don't know, Rick. He may have. Warner confided in him a great deal.
Rick, this isn't getting us any place. Come with me. Otis, you stay with Mrs. Bates.
Yellowton.
All right, Walt. What are we going to do, grill the dummy?
Go ahead. Be funny. But I want to search this whole house.
Oh, Walt, this place is a nut house full of secret rooms and hocus pocus. It'll take 2 maps and a Ouija board to get around in it.
Well, I'm going to get around in it, and up these stairs is as good a place as any to start.
Oh!
Hello, Walt.
Oh, stairs that lead to a blank wall. Rick, that's too much.
Now, would you stop playing games?
Playing games, he says. Oh, where is my bicarbonate?
Here you are, Lieutenant. Sorry to be late.
Where's the thunder, Kane? You're Mr. Q.
Will there be anything else, sir?
I don't see how, sir. Not unless Frankenstein drops in for a game of jacks.
I doubt if he will. Tonight it's at his house, so I'll be on hand if you need anything.
We won't. Go on back to your embalming. Come on, Walt. You feeling okay?
Oh, I'll never feel okay again. Rick, I've stood for your getting me mixed up in some crazy cases, but this night I'll never forget.
Oh, don't quit on me now, Walt. We still have to find that spook and keep Julia from being killed.
How? Please, tell me how.
Look, he said he was going to appear at 9 o'clock tonight to take her to the spirit world with him.
Yeah, well, I'll get a squad down here to see that he doesn't.
No, Walt, wait. He'll never show up if we're all hanging around, right?
Well, yeah.
The only way we can catch the ghost is for him to show up, right?
Yeah, go on. So what do we do?
So we pretend to leave, make a big fuss about giving the whole thing up. Then we sneak back in and hide. We wait and see if he shows up, and when he said he would, and if he does, we nab it. Case closed.
Well, it sounds screwy, but to wind this case up, I'll buy anything. Where do we hide?
We'll get Julia to wait in the living room. We'll sneak back and hide in that secret room behind the closet. If the ghost shows, we can grab him as soon as he gives himself away. And I think he'll show. After getting Julia to agree to the idea, Walt, Otis, and I made a big thing about leaving the house. Then we sneaked back in and hid in the secret room back of the living room closet. The closet door was open enough so we could see Julia pretending to read on the couch. And for the next few centuries, we waited. Waited for a dead man to keep a date.
What time is it, Rick? It's 9:02. If he's going to show, it won't be long.
Hey, you think a dead man really can come back to life?
If you don't shut up, Otis, I'll give you a personal chance to try.
I wish he'd hurry.
Yeah. Well, it's just time now. I hope Julia plays her part okay. She looks pretty nervous.
Oh, why would she be nervous? She's only waiting for a dead man.
A phony dead man, Walt, I hope.
Now, don't you start believing in ghosts. You know there aren't any such things. Rick, the lights went out. Shh, listen.
I told you I would come for you, Julia. It is 9:00.
Oh, Warner, please don't take me out. I don't want to die.
Rick, that's him.
Wait a minute, Walt.
I am the dead, Julia. I am your husband.
Yes, I know you, Warner.
You must leave this house, Julia.
No.
Come on, Walt.
Right. And Otis, be quiet. Oh, I will. I know enough not to make any noise.
What was that?
Rick, hurry!
Come on, let's grab him.
We all took off after the ghost. It led us on the screwiest chase yet, in and out of the secret passages, upstairs, and then back downstairs again. Trying to lay hands on him was like trying to swat a fly with a piece of string. He finally made a break for the outside door. Then, not to be outdone, I made like a big athlete.
Hey, that was a pretty nifty tackle, Diamond.
Rick, think you okay?
Yeah. As soon as I get this hood off, I'm going to have a few words with this spook. There.
He's out cold.
Otis, bring Mrs. Bates in here.
Oh, okay.
Come on, you. Wake up.
Who is he?
I don't know. Come on, wake up. Before I make a real ghost out of you.
Okay, don't hit me anymore, please.
Yes, she is, Lieutenant. Mrs. Bates, do you know who this man is?
Why, it's Warner's lawyer, Mr. Anderson, the executor of the estate.
Sure, baby, had to be. All right, Buster, what's the story?
Oh, all right. It was the money. If I could get Julia to break the will, I had a dummy charity set up so I could get the estate.
He's all yours, Walt. Wrap him up.
It'll be a pleasure. Otis, put the cuffs on him. Take him out of here.
Yeah, Lieutenant. Come on, Spooky.
Well, that takes care of that. Hey, what about Kane? He must have known about all this.
Of course I knew, Lieutenant, but I did not wish to intrude. Those who interfere with the dead pay their own penalty.
Lose their haunting license?
Nothing. Oh, sir, my cake is done. Would you like some? It's devil's food.
No, thanks. I'll skip it.
With nuts?
Julia, walk me to the door.
Well, of course, Rick.
I'll leave you with Kane, Walt. Tell him a ghost story. Feeling all right, baby?
Oh, yes, much better. I'm fine now that I know there's nothing to be afraid of. Tomorrow I'll be moving into an apartment. Will you come and see me? We have things to talk over.
Like what, honey?
Like sharing a mood. You know. Just the two of us.
With that, she reached up and showed me what she meant with a big smoochie. I'd have probably stuck around, but I was afraid the house would be too disturbing. I wouldn't have minded having to get up to chase the bats out of the room, but with Kane showing up every time I wanted something, well, that could have led to complications. So I left Walt and Otis to clean things up, bid a not-too-fond farewell to Kane, and went from the house of horror to the one that was full of redhead and a piano. The redhead was wearing a red dress with a new, you know what I mean.
Well, didn't think you were going to make it.
I had a tough case tonight, honey. Thought I might not get away at all.
Mm-hmm. I'll bet you did.
Why, Helen, baby, all of a sudden you sound suspicious.
Without any effort, darling. Especially when it comes to blondes.
Blondes? You mean girls?
Girls. Blonde girls with hair like this on your lapel.
Oh.
And the lipstick on your cheek and the look in your eyes.
Oh, you know how it is, honey. Brilliant detective saves client's life and fortune. She had to be grateful.
Brilliant detective.
You keep on making me so jealous of you, and one of these days the world is going to lose a brilliant detective.
No. Someone going to rub out Sam Spade?
Oh, what's the use?
Oh, now, baby, don't be mad. Come on, let's next.
No. I'm upset and I'm unhappy.
If I sing, will you be happy again?
I don't know.
Well, I'll try. I'll sing my widowed head off. I need your love so badly. I love you oh so madly. But I don't stand a ghost of a chance with you. I thought at last I'd found you, but other loves surround you. And I don't stand a ghost of a chance with you. Are you listening? If you'll surrender just for a tender kiss or two, you might discover that I'm the lover meant for you, and I'd be true. But what's the good of scheming? I know I must be dreaming, but I don't stand a ghost of a chance with you. Happy?
You sang nice.
Do we neck?
No. No, it's still early enough to catch a late show.
Well, if I take you to the show?
Yes.
Okay. What's the show you want to see?
Oh, it's a wonderful horror picture full of spooks. The ghost talk.
Oh, no, no, no.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg. Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Joan Banks, Paul Frees, and Robert Clark. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Portions were transcribed. Tonight's story was written by Herb Purdom and edited and directed by Blake Edwards. Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Tal Avery, inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. What's on NBC tomorrow? There's great comedy in store for you on the Phil Harris, Alice Faye show when Phil and Frankie go shopping for Alice's Christmas present. And there's excellent drama on Theater Guild on the Air. Tomorrow, Richard Conte, Diana Lynn, and Shirley Booth will be starred in the Pulitzer Prize-winning play Street Scene on Theater Guild on the Air.
If Stanley Hayes is not dead by midnight tomorrow, you will be.
presenting The Whisperer, starring Carlton Young. The Whisperer, a brilliant man who, losing his voice in an accident which crushed his vocal cords, worked his way deep within the crime syndicate to help destroy it from within. To the underworld, his familiar rattling hiss is the voice of authority, to be obeyed without question. Then, the miracle of surgery performed by Dr. Benjamin Lee restored his natural voice, enabling him to resume his real identity. Now, as Philip Gault, aggressive young attorney, he skirts the thin edges of death, living his dual role. For as the Whisperer, he sets in motion the forces of the syndicate in Central City. Then, as Philip Gault, uses his knowledge to fight the organized network of crime which seeks to control the fate of millions in cities and towns across the nation. The only person besides Dr. Lee who knows the real identity of the Whisperer is the doctor's nurse, Ellen Norris. Now in Philip Gault's oak-paneled office, she listens as, in his Whisperer's voice, he reports to the syndicate.
Circle 1798.
Instructions passed on to Rogers.
Stay on top of this, Central City. This is Rogers' first job for the syndicate and may require supervision.
Where can I contact Rogers?
Find Stanley Hayes and keep him under observation. If Hayes is alive at noon tomorrow, report back and we will give you full particulars on Rogers.
Oh, Phil, that horrible voice.
It was the only voice I had until Dr. Lee operated on my vocal cords.
I know it, but I hate the sound of it. I hate the terrible things you set in motion each time you use it.
We've been over all that, Ellen. I'm only the voice of the syndicate. I pass along their instructions to their killers, and if I didn't, someone else would. And we wouldn't know what they were planning.
And you couldn't risk your life to stop them. I know all this, Phil. I know you're actually fighting them from the inside, but I still don't like it. Well, who is this Stanley Hayes, and why does he have to die?
I don't know. I've never heard of Stanley Hayes.
Well, then who's Rogers?
They never tell me that. The less any member of the syndicate knows about the other, the less chance the law enforcement agencies have of getting the evidence necessary to smash the syndicate.
An imported killer slips into tow. You tell him who to kill and then risk your life to stop the murder.
This is the first time I've ever told a trigger man that he'd be taken care of if he failed in his mission. I wonder what it's all about.
Well, let's start with the victim, Stanley Hayes. He can't be very well known in Central City, but he's probably in the city directory or the phone book. You take the phone book.
Right.
I'll look in the directory. How do you spell it?
I don't know whether it's with an E or not.
I'm looking under Hays.
You started from the back of the book.
I always do.
Oh, I'm more methodical. I'm in the Hayes with an E.
It isn't under Hayes without an E.
Nor under Hayes with an E.
Let's try the reverse order now.
Okay. Have you seen the name in the papers lately?
Not that I can remember.
Well, in the phone book, it isn't under Hayes without an E.
I'm getting thick-tongued on this with an E, without an E business. But it isn't in the directory.
Well, let's go down and check with Lieutenant Denvers. Maybe he can help.
You'll be suspicious of any questions you ask. I think he sometimes thinks that you're connected with the syndicate.
Well, I've got to keep him away from that suspicion, Ellen. Because the day he can prove anything on me, I'll lose my freedom. And I'm just old-fashioned enough to cherish that heritage of my American forefathers. Good morning, Sergeant Potts.
Huh? Oh, hi, Mr. Gault, Miss Norris.
What happened to the good Lieutenant Denvers?
Somebody did something and he's chasing him. Be back Wednesday. What can I do for you?
I have a legal matter to take up with a man named Stanley Hayes.
Hayes? How do you spell it?
Without an E.
Well, make up your mind.
The spelling isn't important.
All right, try the city directory.
I did. From Aardvark to Zoiks.
Got a phone book?
From Aronson to...
Wait a minute. What happened to Aardvark?
Dropped for non-payment of his telephone bill.
I'll play Santa Claus for you. I'd like to find a lawyer that doesn't know more than us poor dumb cops.
Water levels are falling. Use less water. Hello?
What?
City Water Department. That's our new slogan. Water levels are
Never
falling.
mind. Sergeant Potts, Police Department. Homicide.
Police Department is Nyan.
I know that. I'm in the police department. I want some information.
Information is 3 fire.
Listen, Einstein, I want to know if you have a subscriber by the name of Stanley Hayes.
How do you spell it?
How do I know? Wait a minute. How do you spell it?
Try it both ways.
Try it both ways.
Try it both ways.
I'll try it both ways. I have a Stanley R. Hayes, H as in honey, A as in aardvark, Y as in Y, And S as in
S. What's the address?
126 3rd Avenue South.
Gotcha.
There is also a meter for Stanley T. Hayes, H as in haberdashery, A as in anaphylogistine, Y as in ebratherial, E as in endomorphizical, and S as in Sam.
What's his address?
Sam?
No, Hayes.
247 Bell Fountain Road.
Thanks. Wait. I never heard of endomorphizical.
You haven't?
No.
Well, neither have I, but there should be such a word. Remember, our water supply is getting shorter. Don't use more water than you order.
Oh. Here, take these addresses and get out of here. I'm a candidate for the booby hatch. Don't use more water than you order.
Mr. Hayes at 126 3rd Avenue South lives in a pretty ratty part of town.
You don't live down here. You crawl out of the woodwork.
If I were painting a mural of this section, I'd have a slit throat rampant upon a field of bloody blackjacks.
Looks like a reject from Dante's Inferno.
Yeah?
I want to talk to you.
He ain't say nothing till I see my lawyer.
Mr. Galt is a lawyer.
Oh? What did you say your name was?
Galt.
Any relation to Gatlin Gun Galt, the pride of Portland?
I don't think so.
Oh, it's too bad. Great little scrapper, great. Never won a fight.
Mr. Hayes, we've made a mistake. I'm sorry.
Oh, you don't happen to be a fight manager?
I'm afraid not.
We better be going.
We could make a fortune. You line him up and I'll knock him down. There's millions in it. What do you say?
I'm not a manager, but take this 20 and plunk it down at the diner. We'll need food to keep in condition.
Yeah, will at that. Thanks, mister. What did you say your name was?
Galt.
Thanks again. Sure wish you was manager.
How horrible.
Fight game has big rewards for a few.
Poor hopeless old darling. Lost in a world of shadows.
Yes. I don't believe the syndicate is interested in that, Mr. Hayes. Now, let's try the one who lives on Bell Fountain Road. If this isn't our Mr. Hayes, we are fresh out of leads.
Well, there's one consolation. If we can't find him, neither can Rogers.
I hope so.
Yes?
My name is Galt. I'm a lawyer, and I'm trying to find a Mr. Stanley Hayes.
Well, Uncle's name is Stanley Hayes.
May I speak with him?
Well, Uncle isn't here. He left on his vacation.
Oh. I wonder if perhaps you might be able to help me.
Well, I'll be glad to try.
This is Miss Norris. Mr.
My name is Stanley, named after Uncle.
How do you do?
Won't you come in?
Thank you. When did your uncle leave?
Oh, yesterday.
Can I contact him?
I'm afraid not. Uncle never makes plans. Uncle drives until he decides to stop.
That's the kind of vacation I've always wanted.
Isn't that an indefinite way to go?
Uncle is indefinite about everything. I've lived here 6 months, and I know nothing about him. How he was able to retire, whether he's on a small pension, has investments, or annuities.
Then why would someone want to kill him?
Kill him? Oh, Uncle hasn't an enemy in the world.
This is very confusing.
Well, if you leave your card, I'll have Uncle contact you.
Thank you. Here's the card.
Oh, Phil, look at those beautiful fish.
I beg your pardon. Oh, those mounted on the wall.
I see several beauties. That one must weigh 8 pounds.
8 pounds, 11 ounces. It's Uncle's pride and joy. Every summer he goes to the coast and fishes as far down as time allows.
I envy him.
So do I. Thank you for your hospitality.
Well, I wish it could be more.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, we know that Uncle likes to fish. Uncle likes to disappear each summer, and Uncle is therefore safe from the syndicate.
And nephew is either no fisherman or a liar, or both.
I don't follow you.
If Uncle has gone to fish, then he's not on the coast. For those fish mounted on the wall were freshwater trout.
Lake Okeechobee.
Right. It's the only lake within 100 miles where you catch fish like those.
I could do with an outing.
I'm going to call Lake Okeechobee and see if Mr. Stanley Hayes is up there. Then I'll call the syndicate and see if we have the right Stanley Hayes.
Circle 1798.
Central City.
Go ahead, Central City.
Unable to locate Stanley Hayes. Where does he live?
His address was purposely omitted from your instructions.
Without this information, I cannot check on Rogers.
Hayes resides at 247 Bell Fountain Road.
Is he the right Mr. Hayes?
Yes.
Is he at Okeechobee?
The operator there didn't know. Hayes lives on an island in the middle of the lake.
I get my outing?
Yes, if we hurry, we can make it by sundown.
The lake is larger than I imagined.
20 miles across. Hayes' cabin on the island out there is 10 miles from shore.
What are you doing?
I'm putting more gas in the outboard.
You know how to run this contraption.
By the time I reach the island, I'll be an expert. Now, you ready?
If I lived on that island, I'd hire the Queen Mary to go back and forth. It's going to be dark before we get there.
I know it, but I'll navigate by celestial bodies.
Just keep ours dry.
Now, I put the knot here, wind the rope around this gadget, so, and pull.
Do something.
Don't worry about a thing.
Phil, honestly, have you ever driven one of these before?
Honestly?
Yes.
No.
Oh. Phil, I can't tell in the dark, but aren't we awfully close to the island?
Yes.
Then do something.
I don't know what to do.
Put on the brakes.
There should be a switch.
In a minute, you won't have to worry about it.
Where did I put those instructions?
Never mind.
Careful, hang on. Hang on.
Hello there. Anyone interested?
Ellen, you all right?
Where are you?
Shine your flashlight to your left.
Coming? Well, what happened?
Gar Wood here forgot to read the 14th lesson.
Well, you certainly made a mess of that outboard. Hey, don't seem to have hurt the boat, though. Here, little lady, I'll give you a hand.
Thanks.
There we are. Now, what was your hurry?
We're looking for a man named Stanley Hayes.
You could have come a lot slower, and I'd still be here.
You're Stanley Hayes?
That I am.
Good.
Well, now, let's go up to my cabin, and you can tell me what this is all about. Here we are.
Oh, beautiful.
Thank you. I've just made some lemonade. Would you care for a glass?
That is just like Mother used to make.
Yes, exactly. Except that I add one ingredient that she frowned upon. There you are, Miss Norris. And Mr. Gall.
Thank you.
Now, tell me, what brings you to my island?
Well, as a lawyer, I recently obtained information which leads me to believe your life is in danger.
What? Well, who would want to kill me?
I hoped you could answer that.
Well, I haven't the faintest notion.
We talked with your nephew.
Oh, Stanley Rogers? He's a fine boy. A little wild, but still a fine boy.
Didn't he know you were up here?
Oh, yes, of course, but it was supposed to be a secret. You see, I can't stand people who don't know the difference between a royal coachman and a gray hackle.
Then that's why he gave us that song and dance about not knowing where you were.
Oh, certainly, on my orders.
Mr. Hayes, if something happened to you, who would benefit?
Everything I have goes to Stanley.
May I ask, is it a large estate?
Well, 51% of the National Traction and Streetcar Company. You see, I am a retiring person. I seek anonymity.
You certainly succeeded. That makes you one of the wealthiest men in the state.
Tell me, do you suspect my nephew of planning to kill me?
No.
Well, who then?
Has a network of organized crime tried to gain control of your company?
Well, not to my knowledge. If they were, I'd know it. Does this help you?
Frankly, no.
Well, now it's my turn.
Of course.
What did you intend to do when you got here?
I hope to stay near you and help prevent your murder.
Oh. Well, I appreciate your interest. But, under the circumstances, I think, you'd better return to the mainland. Now, I'm not going to shoot. I'm just not taking any chances.
You don't think I'd warn you if I were here to kill you?
This whole thing sounds suspicious to me. Now, put your hands up, Mr. Goldfillet. You do carry a gun.
I have a permit.
It would still kill a man. Now, tomorrow, when they bring my cabin cruiser back from the mainland, I'll leave the gun at the store. Now, take this flashlight and walk ahead of me to your boat.
Mr. Hayes, promise me you'll be doubly careful of everyone until after tomorrow midnight.
Don't worry about me, Mr. Goldfillet.
Oops, here's the boat.
I still don't see how we can row 10 miles at night.
That won't be necessary.
Why not?
Phil, flash your light over here.
Oh, no.
Yes. Someone stove a hole in it as big as a wash tub.
Mr. Galt, turn out the flashlight.
Why?
Mr. Hayes has just realized that his murderer is somewhere on this island.
You are listening to The Whisperer, the story of Philip Galt, who skirts the thin edges of death, living his dual role. Philip Galt, known to the underworld as the Whisperer, a voice to be obeyed without question, has given orders to Rogers, one of the syndicate's killers, to eliminate Stanley Hayes. Now, in his real identity as Philip Galt, attorney at law, he and Ellen Norris are attempting to save the life of Stanley Hayes, the man marked for death. Having located Hayes on his private island, they return to their boat only to find it wrecked and the killer lurking somewhere in the darkness.
My apologies, Mr. Galt.
Accepted, Mr. Hayes.
I hope you are not outmaneuvered. Because if I'm killed, that will leave you two marooned as the logical suspects. That would be rather difficult to explain.
Well, let's work our way back toward the cabin.
Yes. In the morning, you can use my canoe to get to the mainland.
Bill.
Where?
To your right.
No, it's only a stump. Mr. Galt, here's your gun.
Thanks. I hope we will.
Bill.
Did you see him?
No, but at least he's leaving the vicinity. We'll barricade the cabin and take turns at guard.
Yes. Is this man a professional killer?
Yes, that he is.
Then sometime tonight he'll make another attempt to earn his pay. Galt. Galt.
Yes?
It's 2:00.
I'll take over.
I'm not sleepy. Let me.
We'll manage. Want my coat, Ellen?
Not yet. But it is getting colder.
Hayes.
What?
It's 3:00.
I guess I must have dozed off. Have you heard anything?
Not a thing.
Bill, does that offer of your coat still stand?
Certainly does.
Yes, it gets mighty chilly up here, even in the summer. Galt?
Yes?
Do you hear that?
Motorboat.
Yes. He's given up for now.
Dawn's beginning to break.
Wants to get away before daylight.
He's afraid we'll recognize him.
Last night you said something about a canoe.
Yes, I keep it for emergencies.
Will it take the three of us to the mainland?
No, only two. However, you and Miss Norris may use it.
And leave you here alone?
Miss Norris, I own this island. I can travel its length and breadth, and no one will see me unless I want them to.
And we'll leave right after breakfast and be back by late afternoon.
All right, Miss Norris, you can step into the canoe now. Now, careful.
Somebody steady this tipping monster.
Now, sit down gently, Ellen. Never stand up in a canoe.
As I rolled up this fish net, it'll serve as a cushion for you.
Thanks.
There you are, comfy.
Ask me 10 miles later.
In 10 miles, I'll be too weak to ask you.
Ready?
Ready.
All right. Happy landings.
Well, that's an understatement.
We'll see you this afternoon.
Correction. I'll be hidden so you won't see me.
Phil, tell me something.
No. 10 miles to paddle, so I'm going to save my breath.
Good. You save yours, and I'll hold mine. Phil, it only took 2 hours. I'm proud.
Yeah, I'm pooped.
At last. Well, I've had softer cushions than this fishnet. Give me a hand. My legs are full of needles.
Sure. Here. While I'm phoning the syndicate, you see if you can hire a motorboat or an outboard for the return trip. That'll restore your circulation.
What will you tell the syndicate?
Stanley Hayes is still alive.
And then they'll tell you who Rogers is and where to locate him.
Yes. When we know that, we'll figure out some way to keep him away from Hayes.
Circle 1798.
Stanley Hayes is still alive.
I see.
Who is Rogers?
Rogers is Stanley Hayes' nephew. He gave worthless checks to cover $60,000 worth of gambling debts. Upon the death of his uncle, these checks will be redeemed with interest.
Phil?
Did you rent a motorboat?
I tried everywhere.
And if we can't rent one, neither can nephew.
What has nephew to do with it?
Nephew is Rogers.
Oh, no.
I'll tell you all about it later. Now, come on. We better get a head start. Then he'll lead it all. I can paddle as fast as he can. We can't let him get to that island. If he does, his uncle will come out of hiding and there'll be a murder.
Here's the dock.
Yes, right. Now, you get in, Ellen. There's no time to lose.
There's a motorboat putting out from the mainland.
Probably a private party.
You don't suppose it's Rogers?
Let's not think about it.
Well, he'd have no reason to suspect we know he's Rogers.
Why not? We tell him Central City. We think his uncle is to be murdered. Last night when we shot from ambush, he must have heard and recognized our voices. He's his uncle's heir. Everything points to him.
He's waving at us.
I can't recognize him.
I'll wave back. Maybe he'll stop. Could we put the canoe on deck?
Easily. That cruiser must be all of 50 feet.
Over here! No!
Yes, but now I see him. We'll try to bluff our way out.
And if we don't?
Hello there.
Make it good.
Going my way?
I never pick up hitchhikers unless they're standing.
I'm afraid you just lost a customer.
I'll bring us alongside. You give Ellen a lift.
Glad to have you. Did you get to see Uncle? Just a little closer.
We spent the night on the island.
No, give me your hand. That's it.
Oh, got my feet wet.
There.
Golf?
I can manage.
Where'd you get this beautiful boat?
Oh, it belongs to Uncle. It was on the mainland for repairs.
Now, give me a hand and we'll hoist the canoe aboard.
Oh, just forget the canoe.
Forget it. I'll dream of it for months.
Well, hardly.
And why not? They're my dreams, and I can do what I want with them.
Oh, now, let's stop this sparring. I don't know how you two learned about all this, and until now it didn't matter. If I hadn't missed last night, Uncle would be dead. And you two would have been found on the island with the body. But when you saw me just now in the lake, that makes you witnesses to the fact that I went to the island. And I can't afford that. It would wreck my elaborate alibi.
So, you let the canoe drift. We float to shore in a few days. The story gets out that Stanley Hayes was murdered by a man and a woman who later drowned while trying to cross to the mainland in a canoe.
Right.
And we'll just stand still while you're doing all this?
That isn't a pencil pointing at you through this jacket pocket.
You're bluffing.
Let's take a vote, shall we? Golf?
Bluffing.
Then I'll waste a shot to prove it. I have plenty more.
You've also set your pocket on fire.
And you have tried an old wheeze.
Well, then stand there and let it burn you.
Hey, it is on fire.
Try hitting it with this life jacket, and if that doesn't work, this will.
Why doesn't he come up?
Come on to the pilot house. He'll swim under the boat and try to sneak aboard on the other side.
What are you going to do?
I'm no outboard motor man, but I do know about cabin cruisers. I'll open the throttle and we'll cruise out a few yards. When he comes up, we'll let him come aboard or we'll follow him while he swims 5 miles. Now, hang on.
Phil! Don't cut the motor. It's a trick.
That was a man in agony.
No, Phil. He'll get us back here and he'll come up somewhere else.
Ellen, don't look.
Phil, I'm a nurse and... Oh.
Swam the wrong way. When we started the motors.
The propeller.
Yes. The syndicate will never collect its debt from Stanley Rogers.
But society did.
Yes, Ellen. Another tool of the syndicate has been destroyed. Let's hope it won't be the last.
Galt, will you tell me why this had to happen?
Because that octopus known as the syndicate wanted to control your multi-million-dollar traction business. They courted your nephew's acquaintance and got him in with a fast crowd.
When he wrote worthless checks, they threatened him with court action unless he...
That's right. He had his choice of killing you or being killed. Had he been successful, They would have held the threat of murder over him until he signed away his shares of the company. I'm terribly sorry this had to happen.
It didn't have to happen. If he'd only told me.
Phil, we must go.
Yes. Take the cruiser and leave it at the mainland. If you don't mind, I won't walk down to the landing with you.
We understand, Mr. Hayes. Good night.
Good night. Oh, Mr. Galt, how do you know so much about this? Well, a lawyer has his own sources of information, and you realize I must protect them.
Yes, of course. Keep on fighting, Mr. Galt. I wish more of us could join you.
Good night.
Well, thank heavens we don't have to go home by canoe. Still, I'll never get in one again as long as I live.
Never make definite statements, Ellen.
I mean it. I wouldn't get in a canoe again to save my life.
Definite statements are easy to make, but difficult to keep. Here's the landing.
But where's the cruiser?
What? It isn't here.
But it has to be.
Look out there on the moon path.
Oh, no. It's the cruiser.
I'm afraid I didn't tie it very tight.
You didn't tie it, period.
Well, it's still away.
Not the canoe.
Moonlight night?
But I said I'd never...
Water and moonlight?
Oh, well, lead the way.
Circle 1798.
Central City reporting. Rogers was killed in boating accident.
We will tear up his checks. For further instructions, call Birmingham at midnight.
Birmingham at midnight.
The Whisperer is based upon stories and characters created by Stetson Humphrey. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Carlton Young is starred as the Whisperer. Betty Moran is Ellen. Others in the cast were Jerry Hausner, Julius Kraulbein, Peter Leeds, and Betty Lou Gerson. The Whisperer was written, produced, and directed by Bill Karn. Original music by Johnny Duffy. This is Don Rickles inviting you to listen next week to another exciting adventure with...
The Whisperer.
It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC.
And that heat inside this crummy hotel is suffocating.
This is only the beginning, Joe. When we take it back to the States, it'll be hotter.
Come on, you're wasting your time, Dixon. You can't extradite me from here.
No, Joe. Well, there may be other ways to bring a man to justice.
Theater 5 presents Justice is an Uncertain Thing.
Hey, a little service here, huh? What do you say, a little service?
Oh, those creeps. They're never around when you want them.
Probably taking a siesta. Hey, Pedro! Pedro!
See, Mr. Hahn?
Give me my mail, will you?
Oh, see, Mr. Hahn. 3 letters for you. Also a message from my Mr. Dixon. He was most sorry not to find you here and said he would return. When he did not say.
Oh, the college boy, huh? Well, that's just dandy.
And Senorita Martinez is waiting for you in your room.
And how did she get in?
Oh, she just went up, Senor. She insisted. What could I do?
Well, you might try saying no, stupid. And sound like you mean it. That elevator working, or is it broken down again?
It is working, Mr. Hahn.
Well, for a change.
Vaya al diablo.
Come And what are you doing here?
I do not see you for a week. When I call, you do not answer the phone. When I come by, you are not there.
I got things to do, Carmen.
This time, I think, I will wait for him. So, I am here, Jose.
Well, I told you not to call me Jose. I'm not one of you. The name is Joe.
See, Joe. Oh, Joe.
Oh, come on.
Joe.
Now, don't sit there with those big calf eyes and cry. It gets on my nerves. Go on, buy me a bottle of whiskey. I'm bone dry. Look, none of that native rat gut, you understand? Whiskey. Money's in the top drawer. All right, vamos.
Oh, Joe, I want to talk
Not
to you.
now. I'm dry, I tell you. Now, go on. Leave the door open when you leave. I'm expecting Manuel.
Manuel here?
Well, you expect me to go to that flea trap office of his?
I don't want him to see me here.
Isn't that a little too late for that?
You are not a kind man, Joe.
Isn't it a little too late to discover that, too? Vamos.
Your door was open, but I thought I'd knock.
Oh, it's you, Dixon.
May I come in?
You are in.
Whom were you expecting?
Not you, college boy. I was expecting my lawyer.
Oh, I'm a lawyer, too. Passed my bar exam, got my diploma, everything.
To me, you're just a cop. The local ones are bad enough, but one from the States is worse. One sent down just to tail me. What do you expect, a welcome?
I don't see why not. After all, I bring you news.
You don't say. I can't offer you a drink because I'm fresh out of liquor. Not that I'd offer you one anyway.
Thanks for the hospitality.
Hospitality? I leave things like good manners to you, college boy. Where is that broad anyway? I'm dying for a drink.
Your girlfriend? I passed her in the lobby.
My former girlfriend.
Oh? Well, that's good. For her. There's no future for her with you.
You didn't come to talk about my character. What do you want?
I told you I had news for you, Joe. After the heat was on from congressional investigations, you beat it down here because there's no extradition law in this country.
All right, now don't spell it out. Just make your point.
I know you have money stashed away in a safe deposit box here, Joe. Money we can't touch. I know you're spreading it around, but you can't buy everything, Joe.
Name one thing I can't buy.
I'll name two. A couple of fellas up in the legislature here. They're working on a law, Joe. It's going to be on the books soon, very soon. An extradition law. Now, this country has always given asylum to political refugees, but they don't want it a haven for criminals wanted by other nations. And when it's on the books, Joe, your little visit here is over. So why don't you save the time and trouble and just give yourself up? You might get some consideration that way.
You must be kidding, college boy.
Because we'll get you anyway, and I'll personally take pleasure in escorting you back to the States in handcuffs. Well, it's been a pleasant talk, Joe. I'll see you soon.
Don't make book on it, college boy.
Hello?
Hello, Pedro. Joe Hahn. Yeah, Senor Hahn. You see Manuel Martinez in the lobby?
Si, senor. He has just come in, but he is talking to the young senorita.
Get him up here now, ahora, eh?
Si, I will tell him. Senor Martinez, you're wanted upstairs. Mr. Hahn wants you.
I am coming. You coming too, Carmen?
No. Will you take the whiskey up to him? He wants it.
Yes. Carmen, I'm sorry we no longer confide in each other.
What is there to say?
I know that Joe Hahn will destroy you if you stay with him long enough.
He is your client. How is it you are not destroyed?
A man cannot be destroyed twice. I have done that work too well without him. I know what I am, little sister.
Don't call me little sister. Where was my older brother, my protector, when I needed him? Our parents dead and I growing up, making my way alone. My brother was watching the rich Americanos, wanting their expensive cars, their expensive liquors, their expensive women, and figuring a way to get them. It did not matter how.
I know what I am, Carmen. A disreputable lawyer looked down upon by his profession, who can be bought for a price, a very small price.
Well, times have changed for you, Manuel.
This man, Joe Hahn, he's an evil man, Carmen. His business is death. Gambling, narcotics, name an evil, and he has a hand in it. The price is too high, little sister. Make something of your life, but not with him. She has nothing to offer but destruction.
I want to get away from here, Manuel. I am stifled here. I want a place where I can make a life for myself. Can you help me? Take the whiskey up to him. He is waiting.
Where you been? You been down in the lobby the past half hour?
Sorry. I met my sister. I've not seen her for a long time. We stopped to talk. Here's your whiskey.
Where'd she go?
She did not say. For a walk to the beach, perhaps? The air is clean there. The water is clean.
All right, now let's stop horsing around with words, huh? You're a smart boy. That's why I hired you. Dixon, the federal agent, was here to see me. Yeah, he paid me a visit. The ceiling fell in. My stomach said hello to my mouth.
Dixon has been here for some time. He can't touch you. I've told you that.
Yeah, sure. The no extradition law. Sure. Maybe what you don't know is that they're passing a new law which will let them extradite me. Dixon says it'll be on the books soon.
He's trying to scare you.
Well, he succeeded.
I know about the proposed law.
You know about it? You know about a law that'll put handcuffs on me? Ship me back to the States to meet a federal rap?
That's too hot to yell, Joe. Take it easy, huh? Let me explain. A law is a slow business. Even soon can mean a few months, say even 1 month. But you've got your protection, the statute of limitations. It runs out in 10 days. Just 10 days, Joe, and you're a free man. You've beaten it. All you have to do is wait. Dixon's trying to scare you, goad you into something. Don't be provoked. All you have to do is wait.
Yeah? But there's a chance.
There's always a chance, but you've got to take it.
I don't take chances. Chances are for suckers. Now, look, I want to make sure there's an out, just in case the law gets passed before the 10 days. Now, I can't get away unless I get it legal. It's got to be legal. And that's why I hired you. You got to double check, find me an out just in case. You got law books.
Sure, I have many, many law books. It takes money to go through them, Joe.
What do I care what has to be done? Do it. Money, the money is there, creep.
I am a lawyer.
I bought lawyers by the yard in the States. Judges, too. What do you want, respect? You want money? We're in a race against time, okay? I don't intend to lose that race. Because if I do, you'll lose it right along with me, and I'm a bad loser. You just keep that in mind. Now beat it. You got work to do.
Adelante.
Senor Martinez?
Yes, Mr. Dixon. Come in, please.
You know me?
I think we know each other, Mr. Dixon. We have something in common. Our interest is Joe Hahn, huh?
It looks like you're very busy. You may be wasting your time, Senor Martinez.
I have the time, Mr. Dixon.
But your client hasn't.
You can't really be too confident of that, Mr. Dixon, or you wouldn't be here.
You can't be too confident either, Senor Martinez, or you wouldn't be searching for those legal possibilities so feverishly.
Mr. Dixon, you have a boss. So have I. Yours is your government. Mine is my client. Now, please, I'm really very busy. What can I do for you?
Well, to put it plainly, you can help me bring a criminal to justice.
Mr. Dixon, let us remember our roles. I am a lawyer. It's my business to save my client. You are a policeman, and it's your business to apprehend him.
He's going to lose. You know that. That extradition law is coming faster than you think.
Mr. Dixon, there are always consequences. I'm prepared to accept them. I have a job to do.
Well, if you don't want to think about yourself, then think of your sister.
I am deeply concerned about my sister, Mr. Dixon. More than I can tell you. More than I can tell her, too, though she turns a deaf ear to me. But all of that has nothing to do with my case, Mr. Dixon. I have a client. I will try to represent his interest as best I can. Now, there's nothing more to say. Adios, Mr. Dixon.
I'm sorry you can't see it my way. Adios, Senor Martinez.
Why do you wake me up in the middle of the night? You know it's 5 a.m.
It'll be dawn soon. You haven't got much time. You have to hurry.
Hurry. Hey, what's the matter? What's happened? Has it happened? Has the extradition law...
Yes, Joe, the extradition law. It passed last night.
But how? Look, you were certain. You told me you said you...
Joe, stop wasting time and talk. Every minute counts. We can't talk on the phone now. I want you to do this. Get dressed right now and come down to the beach near the dock. Hurry.
Hello. What is this? You got a motorboat? You got supplies? Who's taking the trip?
You are.
Out in the ocean? Have you gone crazy?
Look, I've been up all night getting this together.
Yeah, but you're going to find me illegal out. Not this crummy way, taking a powder, a small boat heading out to sea. How is this supposed to help me?
Listen to me, please. This is a legal way. Now, I'll explain it to you simply. We found a law in the books, never been repealed. So legally, it still applies.
Yeah, but what does the law say?
It says that an American citizen, any American citizen, which you are, can lay claim to any uninhabited island in international waters. Now, it says more than that, but that's a substance.
Yeah, but what?
3 miles out. Beyond that, it's international waters. An American citizen lays claim to an island, and it becomes, in effect, an independent sovereignty. His own country, you might say.
Well, what does that mean?
For your purposes, it means that legally no authorities can touch you there. They don't have the legal right.
But will it hold up in law in the courts?
Ultimately, probably not. But it's enough to give you the time that you need. Only 3 days. Think of it, 3 days. I filed a copy of the claim with our own authorities here, and I sent a copy to Washington. Now, by the time the fireworks start, you'll be a free man. The statute of limitations will have run its course, and then they can never touch you. For your old crimes, of course, you commit a new crime, and that's something else.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Oh, you're a smart boy, Manuel. But tell me, where is the island, and how do I get to it?
Look, I know these waters well. There are a string of islands straight out in a straight line. Take your pick. They may be just a few acres wide with no vegetation or anything, but they'll serve your purpose. It's getting light now, so you won't have any trouble finding your way. Now get in! And come back 3 days from now on Saturday, and you're free for good.
What do I do once I'm on the island?
In that boat, you've got a tent, a gasoline stove, food, water, clothing, blankets, a radio, all kinds of personal equipment to make you comfortable as possible. You'll manage. Is that too high a price to pay for freedom?
I guess not. I wish there was some other way, though.
Believe me, there's no other way. Good luck, and I'll see you on Saturday.
Joe!
Hey!
Joe!
Hey, isn't that Carmen running along the shore? Oh, you're a sly boy, Manuel. Planned a last-minute surprise for me, eh? Ah, that's more like it. With a little company, that island shouldn't be too hard to take.
Oh, Joe, don't leave. Manuel, you're helping him leave without me. I'll never see him again.
Carmen, what are you doing here?
I was restless. I couldn't sleep. I went for a walk along the beach, and then I saw... Oh, take me with you, Joe. Take me with you.
That'll be a pleasure, Carmen.
No.
Who are you saying no to, creep? I say she comes.
No.
I didn't pack a bag with me, but I packed a 38. Let's go around, Manuel. She's coming with me.
Don't hurt him, Joe.
I wouldn't hurt him. All I want is him not to interfere.
Please, Manuel, please let me go.
If she enters that boat, Joe, I won't lift a finger to help you. And it won't do you any good killing me. You need me. I'm the only one who can give you those 3 days you need so desperately. Well, what'll it be, Joe? Carmen or your freedom?
Not even a choice. So long, Carmen. I'll send you a postcard if I can figure out how to mail it.
Please, Joe.
Go on, beat it, girl. I gotta go now.
Please.
I said beat it. Vamos.
Manuel.
Don't cry. Don't cry, Carmen. He's out of your life. Be grateful.
Oh, Manuel, forgive me.
Oh, what's there to forgive? Let's not sit in judgment of ourselves. That's for a jury. Or for God. Come, Carmen. Come in, Mr. Dixon. I was expecting you. Here, let me take your raincoat.
You were expecting me? I didn't have an appointment.
We're both lawyers, Mr. Dixon. We know it is wise never to underestimate the opposition.
I haven't made that mistake with you, Senor Martinez. You can be sure of that. I read your interesting little legal paper, the one you just filed, your claim for one Johan.
And, you found it interesting?
Do you really think that'll put him outside of our reach?
Long enough to serve our purpose, Mr. Dixon. It's true that there is now an extradition law in the books, but Johan will never be extradited.
I admire your skill, Senor Martinez. You've served your client well. A few days on a little island, and he's a free man. No, you haven't overlooked a thing. Congratulations.
Thank you.
But is this what you call justice?
Justice? Justice is so uncertain.
Like the weather in this unsettled part of the world? Sounds like a storm coming up, Senor Martinez.
Oh, impossible. It isn't hurricane weather. Too early in the season. There were no warnings. Of course, certain of the old inhabitants have been muttering about a hurricane, but, well, to the trained mind of a lawyer, these are idle rumors.
Senor, if there should be a hurricane, what would happen?
On the mainland? Oh, just high winds, a few house roofs blown away.
No, I mean on the offshore islands.
Oh. Well, they're flooded over by huge waves, senor. Completely flooded. Completely destroyed.
Theater 5 has presented Justice is an Uncertain Thing, written by Max Burton and directed by Ted Bell. In the cast, George Petrie, Ralph Camargo, Francis Spanier, Martin Rudy, and Sam Nudell. Audio engineer Neil Pultz. Sound technician M.C. Brock. Script editor Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Edward A. Byron. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking.
Swan song, sweetheart, so you better start singing.
Don't try standover tactics, Catch, or I'll make a hot curry for you.
Does she talk to me or to the cops? Take your pick. It's all the same to me.
You T-men are all the same. Think you're wonderful, great big heroes. Don't think I don't know.
Glamour boy.
She's the one I want to hear from, not you. What's it to be, sugar?
I've got nothing to say unless my lawyer says.
And her lawyer doesn't say so.
When I get through with her lawyer, Buster, he's going to need a lawyer. Now, why don't you both be sensible and admit it was a frame-up?
Prove it.
Dare me?
I defy you.
Okay.
Mr. Ketch, wait.
Pipe down, you pin-headed little... Why, you...
Good for you, sugar. I've been dying to take a poke at him, too.
Okay, Mr. Ketch. Now I'm ready. Now I'll talk.
T-Men, the true-to-life adventures of the men whose job it is to discover and bring to account those citizens who, by concealment, deception, or fraud, evade their lawful taxes. T-Men with Gordon Glenwright as Jack Ketch. Here is Jack Ketch, one of this nation's T-Men, to tell you the case of the subtle approach.
This is a great country. It takes a lot of money to run and keep running. That's why we have taxes. Taxes are scaled so that everyone pays a fair share of the cost according to his or her true income or profit.
Malarkey.
Hmm?
I said that's a lot of malarkey. Taxes are scaled so that characters like you can squat in safe jobs. By the way, my name's Cromer, Public Relations.
Oh, sweet. You'll have sorrowing relations if you come busting into private offices that way, friend.
Your apology is accepted. Well,
now, just a minute, Elephant Hide.
I know you're now going to tell me that you're a busy man and you don't need whatever it is I'm selling anyway, but that's just where I'm going to fool you, Mr. Ketch. Oh, yes, I saw your name on the door, by the way. Yes, that's precisely where I'm going to fool you, because I have nothing to sell.
No.
No, Mr. Ketch. I have something to give.
I've a pair of them, and they're heavy brogues.
Mr. Ketch, how would you like to wake up in the morning and feel worth 10,000?
10,000 what? Usually I feel like a 2-cent cigar butt. However, I mustn't keep you chit-chattering like this. Beat it, Buster.
10,000 of these.
Money? Now, why should you give me that dough?
It's quite simple. It's yours. As a bribe.
I slugged him. Yes, against all the rules, I slugged him. And then had him tossed out on his ear. What did he think I was, anyway? Well, I'd satisfied my lust for violence, but what about my curiosity? I'd flattened the clot before he'd told me what he wanted me to do. Marty Burke thought he could make a shrewd guess. He was 1,000 miles off.
Well, I just don't get it. I've gone through Cromer's file and he's clean. Not a query. Not a mark. Pays up his assessed tax on the dot every year.
Hey, he's a public relations man, remember? Perhaps he was acting on behalf of a client.
Aren't they all? But what a dope to go at it bald-headed. Why, it was almost as if he wanted you to toss him out a window.
Next time, I will.
Is there going to be a next time?
Sure there is. And if Cromer doesn't make it, I will. And soon.
Watch it, friend. Curiosity killed the cat, remember?
9 times. Well, there it was. A goon comes at me in a barefaced way with a bribe. To do what? So we're both guessing. Actually, I didn't need to worry about Cromer's next approach, or to wait. It came at 10:30 that night. Pat Frood had a date with her cousin, she said. So I was home. All right, take your foot off that. Oh. So it's you again.
Mr. Ketch,
Come in. And sit down. That's the one you ducked out on this morning.
You'll be sorry for this, slasher. I come to do you a good turn, or you both beat me up.
Cromer, you surely haven't come to renew your offer, have you? I hope so, because I'm very interested.
I thought you would be. But the price has gone down. 1,000 a punch.
Lovely. I've still got 8 for free. Tell me, what do I have to do to stop spending your money on athletics?
I want you to get me a certain file.
I thought so. Cromer, as an up-and-coming public relations man, you ought to know that stealing taxation files from the record section went out of fashion with button-up boots.
At the price I'm offering.
Whose file do you want?
Do I get it?
Tell me.
Glove Plastics.
Did you say Glove Plastics?
Bring me their file and you get the money.
Glove Plastics, eh? Fine. I'll turn them over in the morning and see why they wanted their file removed. In for plenty, I'd say. Well, we'll make them sorry they started this.
Oh, so you're crossing me up, are you?
Yes, sweetheart, I am. And starting with a right... The stairs to my apartment have brass edging strips to save the carpet. The blushing bribe didn't miss one of them. I got to the office next morning with a happy smile on my face and a song in my heart. I like bribers like I like death adders. And you can see me dating a death adder, can't you? Gaily, I buzzed records and asked them to slip a yellow jack in the filing cabinet and shoot Glove Plastics' file over to me. There were complications.
I couldn't call you back sooner, Mr. Ketch, because...
Never mind about that. Where's that file? I've been waiting nearly 20 minutes.
But I'm telling you, Mr. Ketch, you've got that file already.
Do you think I'm a dope and don't see straight? There's nothing on my desk but varnish.
Well, there should be, because you got that file yesterday, according to the...
What do you mean, yesterday? I didn't even know Glove Plastics existed until last night. Look at the right card, sugar.
I have the right card, and it's got your signature on it.
Say that again?
It's got your...
Okay, I'll come over. This is getting funny peculiar. Marty.
Now what's wrong?
That file on Glove Plastics that Cromer wanted me to swipe. It's gone already. And marked out to me.
The bells are ringing, Johnny. Watch it.
You can say that again. Let's go across to records and inspect Exhibit A.
Wrong. Exhibit B. I've got a feeling that Exhibit A is your hide.
This started to look very interesting. My hair started to stand up at the back of my neck, and little chilly tingles played tag up and down my spine. It was my next move. I made it. I don't care if Cromer's as busy as a one-armed paper hanger with a 7 years itch. Get him on this phone. What? Well, tell him it's government business. Yes. Well, it's about time.
Yes?
Cromer?
Speaking. Who's this?
Ketch, Taxation and Revenue.
Yes, Mr. Ketch. What can I do for you?
You can grab a cab and be here in 5 minutes. That's what you can do. If you're a split second late, so help me, I'll take you apart.
Steady on, Johnny.
Now, what sort of a fool gag is this? Who's this calling?
Ketch, the boy that money couldn't buy.
You drunk? Talk sense, whoever you are.
Sense, is it? I'll give you sense. What about that little job you wanted me to do on Glove Plastics? What happened? Did you get yourself another boy?
Oh, go and jump.
Hey, Marty, he hung up on me. How do you like that?
I don't like it at all, Jack. You've got to do some fast thinking.
Some fast action, you mean? Where does this character have his office?
I was turning him up while here we are. Pioneers Building, 10th floor.
I'm on my way. The 10th, huh? Hey, Marty, 10 minutes from now, if you listen intently, you're going to hear a dull thud. Guess what it'll be? I made it in 8 minutes flat. Surprise, surprise. I'd never seen Cromer before in my life, or he me. My Mr. Cromer was a phony. Why? What was the racket? Why offer me 10 grand to swipe a file that wasn't there? When I got back to my office, I knew why.
Look, I tell you to keep your story until you hear mine. Your bank's been on the phone. They want you there right away.
My bank? Hey, I'm not overdrawn, am I?
I hardly think so, Mr. Ketch. They want you to sign the pay-in slip attached to the 10,000 smackers you banked in their night safe last night.
This was it. This was the last side of the frame being nailed on. File gone, the dough in my bank account. I was as good as behind bars already.
We'll return to Jack Ketch and the case of the subtle approach in just a minute. Meanwhile... we return you to T-Men, with Jack Ketch continuing the case of the subtle approach.
Here at the Special Investigation Branch of the Federal Department of Taxation and Revenue, you should never be surprised at anything that happens, even to yourself. I've had people pull guns on me. I've had blondes say, I think you're cute. I've had husbands say, hey, mister, that's my wife. In fact, I once had a character come in and say, you haven't charged me enough tax. We had him locked up right away. But this is the first time I've ever been framed for bribery and corruption without my permission. The sad point is, how do I convince anyone that I am an innocent party?
Look, Jack, don't get me wrong. I'm on your side. I believe everything you tell me. You say this character pretended to be a public relations counselor named Cromer, and he's not. Okay, I accept that.
I've just seen Cromer. They're two different men. Now, about this dough...
Skip the money for a moment, boy, and get back to that missing file. Your Cromer offered to pay you $10,000 to swipe the complete taxation file of Glove Plastics. You say you refused.
Refused? I flattened him twice, didn't I?
Now, take it easy. Here's the way I see it, and the way the DG upstairs will see it, too.
The DG's not going to hear about this until I've thrown our friend into the can.
Are you crazy? Look, the longer you hold off telling the top brass about this, the more suspicious they'll be. Twice in one day, you're offered $10,000 to hand over Glove Plastics' file. You say you refuse.
Why?
Now, wait a minute. Yet next day, Glove Plastics' file is gone, and someone has mysteriously paid $10,000 into your bank. What are they going to think?
It's what they're going to do if I tell them now that's got me bouncing. I'd better get round to the bank and see what I can find out about that pay-in.
Do that. And when you get back, take my advice and go up top and see the Director General before it's too late.
Why? Is he ill? All the bank could tell me would fit on the head of a pin. The dough had been paid in through their automatic time-recording night safe at 8:10 the previous night. That was a couple of hours before the phony Cromer visited me. They showed me the deposit slip made out to my credit, but with a space for the signature of the person paying in left blank. So was I. I told them to hold the dough in suspense pending further instructions and gumshoot back to the office.
Only 2 messages here on your desk. Oh, and Pat Frood wants you to ring through about lunch. Doesn't that dame ever do anything but eat? How'd you make out?
So-so.
You better try to clean up this mess you're in on Glove Plastics pretty smartly, Johnny. I just had the tip from the top that Henderson Grant Building Cooperative is folding. It looks like being a big smell with us in the middle. Meeting of the stockholders tomorrow. Suckers, the lot of them, from what I heard.
Yeah, they've got their worries, I've got mine. I'm not kidding.
Hey, while you were out, I had an idea. Johnny, if you didn't swipe that file...
What do you mean, if?
Okay, you didn't. But someone did. And that someone must be employed in records right this minute. They swiped that file and forged your signature to the Yellow Jack check card.
Marty, really? Is that what happened? Now, who on earth do you think could have done that?
I'm only trying to help you... Listen, why can't we put the finger on the culprit through the handwriting?
A swell idea, Marty. The only catch is, by the time a handwriting expert gets through testing 300 clerks in records, I'll have served half my sentence anyway.
For Pete's sake, we've got to do something, haven't we?
Listen, Marty. That file was stolen for one reason, but I was framed for another. I've a hunch I'm going to be told why very soon. When I know that, maybe I'll know who knocked the file off. Right now, I'm going out to lunch with Pat.
In my day, it was always a hearty breakfast.
Luncheon was a bright, happy little event, with Pat and me snarling at each other as though we'd been married 10 years. I got up, tossed some money at the desk, and walked out on my heart's desire. Some picnic I was having. I hoofed back to the Federal Building in a murderous mood, which reached flashpoint as I went in through the doorway. And who should I meet but himself.
Hey, Ketch.
Why, what a pleasant surprise.
Throwing punches is beginning to get a habit of yours. I've got something here in my pocket to break that habit. Get the money?
Get the file? Hey, how about that? What was the big idea of paying me off to swipe a file that was already swiped by someone else?
Was it? How confusing. I've got you over a barrel, Ketch. How do you like it, huh?
How do you think you'll like 10 years in the can?
You can't prove a thing. And other people can. Meaning your bosses. A file's gone. You're 10,000 richer. It adds up, Mr. Ketch.
What are you really after, Buster?
After?
Look, I'm not such a dope that I can't put 2 and 2 together. You frame me, okay. Either I get out of it, or I don't. But where do you come in? Where's the payoff? Are you squaring accounts or what?
The payoff, friend, occurs right now, upstairs in your private office. We're going upstairs, Ketch, and you're going to swipe me another file.
Are you in the wholesale business? Whose file?
You'll get me the file, Ketch, or this bear trap you're in's going to snap your fat head off. You do what you're told, see?
Suppose I don't.
I'll tip off your boss about the glove plastics deal. As I said, I've got you over a barrel. Well.
Come upstairs. By the way, whose file do I have to swipe this time?
Mine.
We got to my office. It was empty. Marty Burke's never around when he's wanted. Now I really was in a spot. Well, now what, Buster?
Get me the file.
You won't get away with this, you know. The moment you try to leave the building with a file under your arm, bells will start ringing and guards
I'm not going to try and take it out.
No?
No. You're going to get that file from wherever it's kept, and then you're going to sit at your desk and you're going to tear it to bits. After that, you'll burn the bits in that metal waste bin you got over there.
So that you and all your records will vanish in the ashes, Well, if you feel confident, let's try it. You'll be sorry.
Let me worry about that. Just get the file.
Okay. And the name?
Henderson Grant Building Cooperative. I'm Grant.
Henderson Grant? Hey, wait on. Marty said... Yeah. You are folding. You've got into the stockholders' funds, haven't you, Mr. Grant?
Plenty.
Why didn't you offer your bribe for this file in the first place instead of...
Would you have got it for me for 10 or 100,000?
No.
This way you will. So my way seems to have been best. Now send for it.
Okay.
Records, Miss Grant.
Oh, Sugar, I'd like you to get me...
Oh, yes, Mr. Ketch? You'd like me to get you what?
Grant. Don't bother, Sugar. Just come along to my office, pronto.
Yes, Mr. Ketch.
Now, wait a minute, Ketch. I want that file, and I want it now.
There's not going to be any file, mister, because now I can bust you wide open. Now I know who swiped the glove plastic file and who forged my signature to the card. What's so funny?
That's the pity of it. I can't tell you, you boob.
You wanted me, Mr... Harry.
You don't know me. You don't know a thing.
Yeah, I was right. Brother and sister, I'd say. Come in, Sugar, and tell us everything.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, not much. I ought to break your sweet little neck.
Oh, stop talking like a B-grade movie hero.
By the way, Sugar, what's your real name? I'll want it for the warrant.
It's later.
The Swan, hmm? Well, it's your swan song, sweetheart, so you'd better start singing.
Don't try any stand-up at Texas, Ketch, or I'll make a hot curry for you.
Does she talk to me or to the cops? Take your pick. It's all the same to me.
You T-men are all the same. Think you're wonderful, great big heroes. Don't think I don't know.
Glamour boys.
She's the one I want to hear from, not you. What's it to be, Sugar?
I've got nothing to say unless my lawyer says so.
And her lawyer doesn't say so.
When I get through with her lawyer, Buster, he's gonna need a lawyer. Now, why don't you both be sensible and admit it was a frame-up?
Prove it.
Dare me?
I defy you.
Okay.
Mr. Ketch, wait.
Pipe down, you pin-headed little... Oh, you...
Good for you, Sugar. I've been dying to take a poke at him, too.
Okay, Mr. Ketch. Now I'm ready. Now I'll talk. He made me do it. Said he was in too deep to get out. He wanted me to steal the Henderson Grant file, but I wouldn't. Then he asked me if I'd help him if it didn't involve stealing. And so I did. I made out that card on the glove plastic file and copied your signature. Well, there wasn't much harm in that, was there?
Oh, no. But why pick and choose? You wouldn't steal his file, but you swiped glove plastics. I don't get it.
He doesn't get it, he says.
I didn't take the glove plastics file, Mr. Ketch, because there wasn't any such file to take.
What do you mean, no such file? Didn't he offer me $10,000 to swipe it? Wasn't there a card showing my signature for it?
Part of an elaborate plan to make you jump through the hoop. I invented the name glove plastic and the file and the card to make you think you were in a jam, so you'd swipe the file I really wanted. Well, it nearly worked.
Well, I'll be...
What's going to happen to us, Mr. Ketch?
Not a thing. Is that right, Ketch?
Right, as far as the girl's concerned. But how about this? For you! Well, what could we do? What could we prove, apart from Sugar forging my signature? If I hadn't been such a double-dyed dope as not to check up on glove plastic's existence in the register, they wouldn't have got to first base with the scheme. We let them both go. Punchbag got his reward next day when irate stockholders had him arrested for appropriating their funds. Sugar? I couldn't care less. And the $10,000? Well, as there was no glove plastic file to steal, there was no bribe. So what else could it be but a gift? I gave it back to grand stockholders. Honest character, aren't I? This is a great country. It costs a lot of money to run and to keep running. That's why we have taxes. Taxes are scaled so that everyone pays a fair share of the cost according to his or her.
You have been listening to T-Men, the true-to-life adventures of those men whose job it is to discover and bring to account those citizens who, by concealment, deception, or fraud, evade their lawful taxes. T-Men features Gordon Glenwright as Jack Ketch. The case of the subtle approach was written and directed by Donovan Joyce. All names used in this broadcast were fictitious and bore no relation to any living person. T-Men is a Donovan Joyce production. This is Harp McGuire speaking.
The Witch's Tale. The fascination of the eerie, weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They're waiting for you, now.
$102 I be today. Yes, sir, 102-year-old. Well, Satan, if you'll tell folks to douse their lights, we'll be getting down to business. That's it. Make it nice and dark. We want lots of shadow for this pretty bedtime story. Now, draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into 'em deep, and soon you'll see a tremendous barn-like room in New York City. It's called a studio. At one end stands a great big ugly man who's posing. In the center, a little handsome man is modeling an enormous heap of clay into a statue of a god. The old Norwegian god of strength and thunder. And that's what we're telling you about tonight. The statue of Thor. The statue of Thor.
Can you hold that pose another 5 minutes, Olaf?
Yeah, Mr. Hadding. I've been never tired when I work for you.
You certainly have a treasure in Olaf, Neil. He's scarcely moved a finger in half an hour.
Yes, quite the perfect model. The poor chump hasn't brains enough to become tired.
Neil?
Well, that's been all right, Mr. Bingham. I don't mind them Mr. Hadding yokes. Most everyone yoke like that with Olaf. When I used to be wrestler, my manager say every day to me, Olaf, you big Swede, if you got brains in your head like you got muscles in your body, you'll be wrestling champion of the world.
But Olaf has a sense of humor too, Arnold. As a joke on his manager, he never became wrestling champion of anywhere.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, excuse, I should not laugh. It breaks the pose.
I don't care what you do with your face. It's your body I'm copying.
Yeah, I forget. My face is not so good.
All right for a comic Valentine, perhaps, but I'm working on the statue of a god.
Don't let him talk to you like that, Olaf. Your face is all right, and so's your brain. And you have the most superb body of any man I've ever seen.
Yeah? You been talk sarcastic, Mr. Bingham. I don't like sarcastic yoke.
Sarcastic?
That's enough for one day's work. You go and put your clothes on, Olaf.
So soon?
I'm bored. Come the same time tomorrow.
Yeah, I be here. Can I look at the work we do this afternoon?
Help yourself.
Oh, that statue. He been beautiful. And to think he been really me.
From the neck down, you're Thor the Thunderer.
Too bad my face been not so good. I would like him to be me all over.
I'll use my imagination and another model for the face. Go and put your clothes and get out of here.
Tomorrow we finish statue, maybe. You and me.
You know, he considers himself as much the creator of this figure as I am.
Better watch your nasty tongue with that fellow, Neil. If he ever discovers your insults aren't intended as jokes, he might break you in two.
He never discovers anything.
Yes, unfortunately, you have the ability to inspire devotion in people who should rightfully despise you. God only knows why. I know you're a supercilious prig, a selfish snob, an absolutely conscienceless libertine, yet I still put up with you.
That's because you hope to be around when just retribution overtakes me for my sins, I suppose.
No, I've ceased to hope for that.
Well, now, what do you think of my statue of Thor? Not that I value your opinion.
I don't expect you to. Well, it's like all your previous work. Magnificent in execution.
Thanks, I agree.
But like all your previous work, it lacks the very thing a true artist would have put into it.
Now you're going to tell me that it has no soul. Thor was a pagan old chap. He enjoyed life in those delightful days before souls were invented.
Oh, why won't you be serious about your work, Neil? You're a superb sculptor. If you wished, you might someday stand with the immortals.
The immortals were a very stupid lot who loved work to the exclusion of pleasure. Fame and a monument after I'm dead aren't nearly so tempting as good liquor and beautiful women while I'm alive. Oh, which reminds me, have a drink.
So you're going to continue throwing your talents away?
I don't call it that. I play with art because it amuses me.
If I took it seriously, it would cease to amuse. So your entire life's to be simply a round of amusement. And a quest for new sensations. For a momentary thrill, a new sensation, I believe you'd commit a murder. That's an idea. I'll recall your suggestion next time I'm terribly bored. Well, here's the crime.
I've been ready to go now, Mr. Redding.
So I see. Here's a man after your own heart, Arnold. A sober, conscientious worker who doesn't dally by the wayside. Note how rapidly he dressed, for example. Now he stands before us, Arnold, the perfect portrait of a well-dressed man.
There I go now. Tomorrow we finish statue, maybe, you and me?
I hope so. I'd like to have it ready for casting this month, if possible.
It been so beautiful, that statue. Too bad my face been not so good. I would like it to be me all over.
Yes, we've already settled that point. Get out, Olaf.
Yeah, I go now. Oh, Mr. Redding, I gonna get married.
Huh? Olaf, you are going to get married?
Yeah.
Well, this is a surprise.
Oh, my congratulations, Olaf. I thank you, Mr. Bingham.
Where did you find her? In an asylum for the blind?
She come from Minnesota.
Well, what do you want me to do about it?
Mr. Redding, my Hedwig, she never see anything of me except my homely face. I like her to see this statue.
All right. Bring your girlfriend in sometime.
Could I bring her now?
Now?
Yeah, she been wait on the street outside to meet me when I get to work. I can have her here in just 1 minute.
Well, go and get her then.
Oh, I thank you.
Not at all. I'm curious to see what the woman looks like who can plan to marry you.
I come right back with Hedwig, Mr. Redding. I come right back.
Prepare yourself for a vision of beauty, Arnold, who'll wear number 13 shoes.
Neil, I know you've no humanity in your system, but try to remember you were bred a gentleman. Don't insult that poor devil's sweetheart when she gets here.
I'll accord her all the old-world courtesy a female should command. Such a female as would choose Olaf for a bridegroom.
Now, then I shan't stay here to see you mock them.
I've never had an affair with a really ugly woman.
Neil!
Think of the fun it would be to steal big Olaf's sweetheart.
You're only joking, of course.
Am I? You lack all appreciation of the more subtle joys of life, Arnold. Why do you suppose I have that big idiot around me? Because he's my opposite in everything. Opposites attract, but they don't assimilate. In fact, there's constant war between them. It amuses me to prove the superiority of mind over matter. My type over his.
Be careful such amusement doesn't become dangerous.
A small chance. If you recall your mythology, old chap, Thor, with all his giant strength and magic hammer, never proved a match for tiny Loki and his nimble brain.
He did at last. But then Odin came to his aid with the thunderbolts of justice.
I see you not only recall your mythology, but still believe in it. But don't be alarmed about Olaf's sweetheart. On mature consideration, I couldn't arouse an ardent interest in any female who will prove so unattractive.
This way, Hedwig. This way. We are here, Mr. Redding. Hedwig, I want you to meet my boss, Mr. Redding. This is Hedwig.
This?
Yeah. This time Olaf make a joke. I bet you expect, Mr. Redding, that Hedwig will be homely just like me. I do not tell him, Hedwig, that you are more putty than a picture.
You're right, Olaf. This time the joke's on me. Miss Hedwig, I can't express the great delight I have in meeting such a very lovely girl.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Redding. Olaf has told me lots about you.
You must learn lots more about me from myself. Allow me to present Mr. Bingham. Delighted.
How do you do?
Olaf make a joke. He make a first-class joke.
Splendid joke, Olaf. A capital joke. And it's driven away my boredom. It's promised a new sensation.
I don't understand.
You will, Miss Hedwig, as we become acquainted.
We show you now the statue.
By all means. Miss Hedwig, gaze on Thor, the Thunderer.
He's me, Hedwig. My body.
Oh, it's beautiful.
You'll note the face is still unfinished. I'm using another model for that. Please, me.
That's because my face is not so good. But the body, Hedwig, that is me.
Yes, yours is the body of Thor, who was strongest of gods and men. No one could beat him. No one could take anything from him.
You heard that, Hedwig? I'm like that too, by golly. Any fellow will find that out who tries to take your way.
No one ever dared take anything from Thor, except Loki.
Who was Loki?
Oh, just a weak little chap, like me.
come again, Neil. I'm afraid.
My dear Hedvig, Olaf hasn't brains enough to suspect us.
Oh, perhaps I wouldn't be so nervous if we weren't in the studio with that statue facing us and watching us every time you kiss me.
It doesn't watch with Olaf's face.
Oh, but it has his huge body with all those bulging muscles.
Formidable, aren't they? Those hands could tear us into tiny bits.
Oh, don't say such things.
All right, since the remote prospect frightens you so much. But that clay model won't be here to bother your conscience much longer. It's finished now. Tomorrow I start to prepare the molds, and next week I'll cast it into bronze.
Oh, I know it's silly, but I'll feel easier when it's gone from here.
You're too much of a coward to properly enjoy this little idol of ours, my dear. One so afraid of being burned as you are shouldn't play with fire.
Oh, I know. I couldn't help myself. I'd never met a gentleman like you before.
Thank you.
Olaf would kill us if he knew. You don't understand his kind like I do. I was born in this country, but I'm Swedish too and know my people. You think men like Olaf are dumb, but they're not. And they're only easygoing until they learn someone's doing things against them.
But that's what gives this game its zest.
I'm just a game to you.
Of course not. I love you devotedly. Why, thanks to you, I've only been slightly bored. You've provided a new sensation.
Oh, you're so different from other men. I don't understand you, but I'm crazy about you, Neil. Oh, who's there?
Mr. Redding. Mr. Redding.
Oh, it's only a butler.
Who did you think it was? What do you want, Warden?
I must see you at once, sir.
All right, come in. What's the matter? Why the excitement?
The big Swedish man, sir. Your model.
Oh,
Shut up. What about him?
He was just at the door, sir, inquiring for this lady.
You know I'm here?
He said he had reason to believe you were here, madam. I was able to allay his suspicions and sent him away. But there was a nasty look in his eyes, though.
Oh, he knows, Neil. He'll kill us both.
He doesn't know, or Borden wouldn't have been able to get rid of him. The game becomes more interesting.
Oh, I am just a game to you. Everything is.
Borden, have Peters draw all the curtains on the limousine and bring it to the carriage door for Miss Geilenborn.
At once, sir.
If Olaf's still hanging around, you'll be in that car and away before he has time to investigate. But we mustn't see one another again, Hedvig, until after this statue is cast.
Until after the statue?
Then there'll be no danger. Loki always bested Thor by striking first.
I don't understand you.
I'm planning an, as yet, untried sensation. One that Mr. Bingham suggested the day I met you. Olaf and I will play a little game, and Olaf is sure to lose. So, Olaf, the joke's on you again.
Yeah. Oh, Mr. Redding, you are right. I got no brain. I've been so ashamed to suspect bad things about you and Hedvig.
I forgive you.
But I cannot forgive myself. Mr. Redding, I looked for you to kill you with my two bare hands.
Oh, I'm glad you didn't find me until after you'd cooled down and heard my explanation. For those hands of yours could tear a little chap like me to pieces.
Oh, I've been so ashamed.
It's all over now. Forget it. There's the foundry, Olaf. Hear the furnace roar?
It's been awful good of you to bring me here.
You and I created that statue of Thor together, and I couldn't let it be cast in bronze without you there to see.
I've been terrible excited.
I'll make sure you don't miss a thing. Hello, Brody.
Good morning to you, Mr. Redding.
Have you got everything ready? Aye. And the mold of your fine statues waiting ready in the pit, sir. When you say the word, we draw the channel plug and let the molten metal run. The bronze has already reached the liquid state. Yes, sir. I timed it for the hour you said you'd be here. Shall I draw the plugs new? Not just yet. My friend here has never seen a statue cast. I want to show him around first. You and the boys get outside and have a smoke. I'll call you when I want you. Much obliged, sir. A breath of outside air will help a wee bit. Come on, lads. Walk up. We'll go up on the bridge above the furnace, Olaf.
Why, you mean it's been hot in here.
It'll be hotter where I'm taking you. Up these iron stairs, Olaf.
I come.
In that pit is the mold of our statue. You'll see that later. It's connected by channels to this furnace. This is called a reverberating furnace, Olaf. The fire is at that end, below the chimney. Under this long brick roof, the molten metal lies. It's very hot under that roof, Olaf.
I bet you. It's been plenty hot up here.
We're just above the roof now. From this bridge, the cold bronze is thrown into those hoppers and down into the charging holes.
What been charging holes?
I'll show you. This lever controls their covering.
My, such heat.
With the cover out, you can realize how hot it is inside. Underneath that hole is a trough of molten metal.
Jumping Yemeni!
And that hole is just large enough to admit a strong man's body. Good thing to know if you ever want to commit a perfect murder.
You've been always joking, but I don't want to commit no murder. Close up that hole, it been too hot.
Look over the rail and see before I close it up.
I've been too hot to come so close.
Aren't you interested in the casting of your statue?
Yeah, that's right. I got to look.
Lean over the rail. Here, just above the hopper.
I've been dizzy from this heat. I'm afraid I lose my balance.
I won't let you lose your balance. Lean over the rail, Olaf. That's right. And now, you brazen fool.
You trip my legs. Don't push. I fall. Don't wait, hot metal.
The joke's on you again, my friend. What's that, Captain? Matter? We heard an awful scream. Scream? Oh, I have the charging hole open. The furnace roared so loud I called for you at the top of my lungs. You scream? You calling me? Yes. Let me replace this cover so we can talk in a normal tone. There. That's better. Where's that friend you had with you, Mr. Redden? It was too hot in here for him. He just went out the other door. Said he was going back to town. Ah. Did you call for us to pull the plugs new? Yes. But with that hole open, I may have cooled off the metal a bit. Better heap up the fire, Brody, and give it another 5 minutes to make absolutely certain everything will be all right. Then let the metal run into the mold. Just as you say, sir. Come on, lad. Heap up that fire now. Okay. Wonder if my statue of Thor will have what all my other works lack. I've given it what Arnold calls a soul. Awfully good of you, Arnold, to come and help me break off this mold.
Oh, not at all. You know how curious I am to see the statue in finished bronze.
The casting went off without a single hitch. I'm sure the finished work will satisfy our fondest expectations. And I expect much, Arnold. I took your former criticisms to heart. I really labored to give old Thor a soul.
I can't imagine you laboring at anything.
That's because you don't know me so well as you think you do.
Wonder why Olaf's not here. I didn't think anything could keep him away when his statue reached completion.
Yes, his statue. I'm worried about Olaf. You know, they tell me at his boarding house that he hasn't been seen since the day I took him to the foundry.
Doesn't Hedvig know where he is?
She hasn't the vaguest idea. No one has, apparently. He's completely disappeared.
That's funny. I imagine he'll turn up. He may be off on a drunk somewhere. You'll never lose a chap like Olaf.
No. It wouldn't be justice for anything tragic to happen to him. And you believe in justice, Arnold?
I told you I ceased to believe in it. Because nothing ever happens to you.
Yes, I remember. We have the head mold completely loosened now. Help me take it off and we'll expose the face. Careful of the surface underneath. Now.
I got it. There it goes. Neil.
God!
That face is Olaf's. I thought you used another model for the head.
I did. That's not the face of Thor I made.
Well, then, what happened in the casting? Man, you're pale, you're shaking. What's the matter?
Nothing. Arnold, does it seem to you that statue's eyes are moving?
Yes. They seem to follow you. That bronze face seems alive.
You're imagining things about that statue, Arnold. Olaf's face is the one I muddled on it, and those eyes don't seem to move.
You're lying, Neil. The first shock's over now, and you're pulling your nerves together, but you've given yourself away. You turned ghastly white when first you looked on that copper face. You're trembling now with fear. You still can feel those eyes on you.
You're mad. Metal eyes can't move. What reason have I to be afraid?
I'd know that better if Olaf's disappearance was explained. You were with him last. What did you do with him?
I didn't do anything with him. If you're insinuating that I killed him, explain what I did with the body. That's the thing you've got to find when you accuse a man of murder. Find that. Find that.
I'm going to the police. Perhaps they'll help me find it.
Call them if you like. They can't prove anything. No one can prove anything. Nothing can harm me. Nothing. Now get out of here. Leave me alone so I can think.
I don't know why or how you killed that man, but I know that when you did it, you believed justice could be cheated. I'm beginning to believe in justice again, and so are you.
Get out, you fool. Get out. Get out.
I'm going. To leave you with your conscience. And that statue's knowing eyes.
Get out, get out, get out! Oh, God. Olaf's face instead of the one I modeled. Maybe his soul is in that statue. Oh, no, that's rot. With those eyes, my back turned, but I can feel them on me. Thor never proved a match for Loki until Odin came to his aid with thunderbolts of justice. Ah, that's madness. Oh! It must be going to rain. It's thundering. Just natural thunder. What's that? What's that? Who's that?
Miss Geilenborg is calling, sir. This way, miss.
Neil, dear.
Come in. Borden, leave us.
Yes, sir.
You're not angry because I'm here, Neil. You told me not to come again until the statue was finished. I couldn't stay away any longer. It seemed I just had to be with you.
Why did it seem that way? Why?
Because I was lonesome for you, I suppose.
Yes, of course, that was it. It wasn't because he wanted us together.
He? What do you mean?
Nothing.
Neil, have you heard from Olaf?
Yes, I heard from him today.
Where is he?
He's where he can't hurt me. Can't hurt me. I'm glad you came. I didn't want to be alone. And the statue's finished, Hedvig.
Is that it there?
Yes.
Why haven't you taken off the mold?
I have from the face. The body is still held prisoner.
I want to see it.
No. Don't go near it. Don't look at its face. Don't let its eyes see you.
Neil, what's the matter?
Nothing.
You haven't even kissed me yet.
I'll kiss you now. I'm not afraid. Door!
Why did you push me away?
That thunder startled me.
Thunder?
Yes. There must be quite a storm outside.
The sun was shining when I came in. I heard no thunder.
You heard no...
No.
Then it's in this room. It's coming from the statue.
The statue?
Look!
What?
The mold is cracking. It's falling from the bronze.
Oh, the statue is moving. Oh, it has Olaf's face.
And it has Olaf's soul. I put it there. Hey, Thor the Thunderer. He waited to repay till you and I were here together.
Oh, it's coming towards us.
His eyes are on me. I can't move.
It's reaching out its arms.
For me.
And for me.
It's cracking. It seems, Olaf, the joke's on me. At last.
Well, that's the end of that one, Satan. And the moral is, don't get too fresh with great big Swedes. You folks come see us on my birthday, and we'll have another cheerful yarn.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. When asked, who loves better, an old man or a young one, the philosopher replied, an old man, because he loves with his weakness, which grows stronger, while a young man loves with his strength, which grows weaker. Old men, young men, weak men, or strong, love makes fools or saints of us all.
I understand you telephoned the police and told them that I committed those murders.
No, I didn't.
Then do it. Right now. Call them and tell them I'm the killer.
But...
Pick up the phone.
What will you do afterward? Gordon, what will you do afterward?
What do you think I'm going to do?
Our mystery drama, The $2 Murders, written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan, and stars Robert Dryden and Larry Haynes. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Savor each breath as if it would be your last, the poet advises us. And we do on those rare occasions when we think about it, However, it is necessary to breathe so constantly that the thing becomes automatic, and we hardly think about it. It's a pity. We're in the apartment of Miss Olga Verby. At first glance, Olga appears to be about 25. When you look at her closely, she might be 35. Does it matter? She's attractive. She has a nice smile. Her eyes may be just a bit hard, and she has, as the saying goes, been around. Miss Verby is dressed to go out when she hears a sound. It's a key turning in a lock. The door opens, and...
Gordon.
Good evening, Olga.
Oh.
You're on your way out, I see.
Well,
I thought we agreed that you were to be at home all evening, every evening.
Well, sure. I was just going down to the corner for some cigarettes.
And that's another thing. I would much prefer you didn't smoke. I dislike the smell.
Oh, sure, Gordon. Anything you say.
Fine. All dressed up? Just to go down to the store?
Well, I learned it from you, Gordon. Always look your best.
Suppose I'd come here and you were gone.
Oh, I'm sorry, Gordon. It won't happen again. Oh, honey, you're mad.
Angry.
Oh, well, I guess I'd better get into something comfortable.
I understand the publisher of the Daily Press received a telephone call this morning. He doesn't know who it was. It was a woman's voice.
You want me to fix us a drink?
No. The woman offered to feed him some information that could bring about the downfall of Gordon K. Morrison. Of course, he called me immediately. He works for me. I own the paper.
You own the Daily Press? Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, very few people do.
Well, why are you telling me this, Gordon?
You're the woman.
Me?
Well, who else could it be?
Oh, but Gordon, I swear to you...
Don't lie. What other woman would call a newspaper and try to sell information about Gordon K. Morrison?
Gordon, I swear...
Don't lie to me.
Gordon, it wasn't me.
What other woman knows me?
I'll tell you what other woman. Your wife.
My wife is a decent, God-fearing woman. Not a harlot like you.
What did you call me?
And this is how you repay my goodness, my generosity.
What generosity? You set me up in a flea bag like this. I never go anywhere, do anything. I gotta be here day and night in case you just might happen to get an idea. You might want to drop around for a couple of minutes.
You'd rather walk the streets.
Let's get one thing straight, Buster. I never walk the streets.
Flea bag, is it? Well, this is a respectable middle-class neighborhood. I allow you money.
Money? Look at these clothes. Right out of the bargain basement.
Oh, no, you live quite comfortably.
And you got millions. What am I getting out of it? I know girls who've got guys with half your dough. They got cars, jewels, real estate. In a couple of years, maybe I'll get a little fatter, a little scrawny. You can talk me right out of my ear. And what have I got to show for it?
You would betray me.
I got my future to think about.
Oh, yes, and I've also been thinking about your future.
Yeah?
The press isn't the only paper in town. No, you'll never betray me to anyone.
Well, what do you think you're going to do? Hire some goon to take care of me? Won't do you any good. Because first thing tomorrow morning, everything I know gets mailed to a certain friend of mine, or if anything ever happens to me...
Tomorrow morning will be too late, and I never hire goons. When an important matter must be handled, I do it myself.
What? Oh, what are you saying?
For you, tomorrow morning will be too late.
Oh, that gun doesn't scare me. You can't get away with it.
Oh, yes, I will. No one knows about you and me.
Gordon, please. Please, Gordon, I'll never again try to...
That's true. You won't. Officer, what are you doing?
What does it look like I'm doing?
Why are you giving me a ticket?
Do you know how to read?
Now, look, officer,
What does that sign say?
No parking between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m.
Ah, it's very good. Now, do you know how to tell time?
Officer, look,
I see you're wearing a watch, all shiny gold. So, what does it mean when the little hand's on the 11?
Officer, it was only for a few minutes.
What does that big sign say across the street? 50 yards down the block, huh?
Parking, $2.
You didn't want to spend $2 like a sport, so now it's going to cost you $5.
Look, officer, is there some way that we can...
Is there some way that we can what?
Some way, we can arrange,
Arrange what?
Arrange to have you, overlooked?
No. And don't say another word. You can get into real trouble.
Well, I was only, trying to seek, an accommodation.
Mister, this may come as a big fat surprise, but not every cop in this town is on the take. Guys like you, important-looking guys like you, respectable-looking guys like you, you're the worst crooks of all. All right, here's your summons. Now beat it. Just a minute. Hold it right there. Why? Why would you want to bribe your way out of a $5 parking ticket?
You've just used a harsh word, officer. Bribe.
Is there a nice word for it?
Well, I don't want this on my driver's license, you see?
Yeah?
You know how difficult the insurance companies can be?
All right, let me set your mind at rest. This is not a moving violation. It's got nothing to do with your driving record or your insurance.
It doesn't?
No, it doesn't. And you know it as well as I do. Now beat it.
Slice of pie, officer?
Oh, no, thanks, Molly. I gotta watch the calories.
Oh, it's no fun watching them. The real enjoyment is eating them.
Just the coffee. I'm going off soon anyhow.
Then you'll go home to your Nina and eat some lasagna.
Oh, it's spaghetti.
Without calories. Oh, boy, she must be some cook, that Nina.
You got a funny story for me, at least?
Let me see. Oh, yeah, you're right. You know, a guy comes in here earlier. Kind of shabby. Looks like a bum. Orders a burger special, apple pie, coffee, right?
So?
One look. I know. I can tell. He don't have a dime in his pocket. He's gonna stiff me, right?
Uh-huh.
And the way he whoops it down, he's got the most guilty look on his face. I mean, it was comical. I felt like saying to him, okay, pal, relax, enjoy it, but I'm too busy with this, that, and the other thing, you know?
Yeah, I guess.
Well, the next thing I know, there's the empty plates on the counter. He sneaked out.
Without paying?
Naturally. He had such a scared look in his eyes, I felt like laughing. What was I going to do? Take him to court for $2? I don't know. I guess that ain't such a funny story after all, now that I think about it. $2. As if it was such a terrible thing to him that he had to steal $2.
You want to talk about $2? Look what happens to me just before.
Yeah?
A guy's parked around the corner, illegally. For $2, he can put his car in Al's garage just down the street. But no, he's too tight for that. And this guy's loaded.
Oh, it figures.
The car's a Golden Streak sedan. And that runs $25,000 with your eyes closed.
At least.
And this guy's wearing a suit. I mean, it has to set him back, at least 3-4 bills. Well, this big sport starts to give me a hard luck story.
For a $2 ticket. I only hope you gave him a ticket.
I papered him all right. And I could have really bagged him for attempting to bribe a police officer.
Oh, you should have done it.
Yeah, but you have to go to court on your day off.
Who needs you?
$2. What $2 can mean to some people.
Ain't it the truth? Well, good night, Mrs. Goldstein.
Good night, Officer Polito.
No, Dorothy. These eggs are not satisfactory. Mr. Morrison insists on 3 minutes exactly. Now, please prepare 2 others properly. Gordon, may I speak with you?
Only if it's to be a pleasant topic.
Well, I'm not sure.
Rowena, you know the rules. Only happy subjects at mealtimes.
Have you read the papers?
Why should I read the newspapers? News that concerns me is brought to my attention quickly enough.
2 people were shot to death last night.
Rowena, is this a proper breakfast topic?
Yes.
Why?
I said they were shot to death. One was a woman, the other a police officer.
And why does this concern me?
Because, dear, you carry a gun.
Are you about to imply that I shot them?
Oh, don't be ridiculous. But it's this whole aura of violence that is smothering everything.
Rowena, just what is your point?
The fact that you, a private citizen, carry a gun makes you part of the entire irrational attitude.
No, I disagree. My attitude is extremely rational. You tell me violence is raging in the streets, and the next breath you tell me it's wrong for me to carry a gun.
Gordon, no one should carry a gun. Why do you have to?
I'm a wealthy man. I have enemies.
Oh, but
now,
Gordon...
this poor young woman who was killed in her apartment and this brave police officer, the animal who murdered them, must be caught.
Of course. It's just that guns make me nervous.
Now, Rowena, a man must arm himself against a predatory environment. It's man's essential nature to fight. I've built my fortune with my own hands. Now, I have an 8:30 appointment. I'll see you at dinner this evening. Goodbye, my dear. Rowena, I said goodbye. Didn't you hear me? What are you thinking about?
Gordon, why did you say a young woman was shot?
When was this?
When I told you about those murders last night.
Did I say?
I only told you a woman had been shot. I didn't say she was young.
Well, I assumed she was young. That it had to be a crime of passion, since you made no mention of robbery.
And why did you say it happened in her apartment? I didn't say...
That's true. You didn't say where. So naturally, I assumed it would have been where she lived. Young women usually live in apartments, don't they? And, just why are you asking me these questions?
Why? Oh, no reason. No, it's nothing. Nothing at all.
What does a woman mean when she says it's nothing? Who knows? For that matter, who knows what a woman like Rowena can mean when she says anything at all? Experience proves that on this particular show, when a woman says nothing's wrong, it usually is a code word to delineate an infinity of possibility. And we shall begin to explore it in Act 2. Suspicion, said a famous writer, is the companion of a mean soul and the bane of all civilized society. Well, I wouldn't necessarily agree, would you? And unfortunately, those and similar sentiments have helped give suspicion a bad name. After all, some good, healthy suspicion, plus some strong, solid skepticism, might serve to keep a great many people honest. To continue.
Another cup of coffee, Lieutenant Gomez?
No, I was drinking coffee all night.
Oh, terrible thing. Poor Frank Ippolito. He was in here maybe 10, 15 minutes before it happened. Such a nice person. I can't believe it. I'm still in a state of shock.
Did you notice Olga Verby?
Oh, yeah, I seen a picture in the morning paper, the blonde girl. Yeah, she came in from time to time. Never said much.
You know what she did for a living, Molly?
Well, no, she never told me, and I never asked.
Did you have to ask? Wasn't it obvious?
Oh, now listen, Lieutenant Gomez, you really shouldn't say bad things about a person that's dead.
She had no job, no visible means of support, yet her rent was always paid on time.
Well, so that should show she was a responsible person.
She had a closet full of clothes, new color TV, good hi-fi. Who paid for all of it?
Lieutenant, I never like to ask a question like that.
No, neither do I. Except it's my job. Come on, Molly. You know everything about everybody in the neighborhood. Who's picking up those tabs for Olga Verby?
I couldn't tell you.
Now, tell me this. What was there between her and Officer Frank Ippolito?
What are you talking about? Are you trying to tell me that Frank and her were...
That's exactly what I'm telling you.
Impossible.
Yeah?
Oh, he was a man who was in love with his wife.
What does one thing have to do with another?
No. You got the wrong customer. Frank Ippolito, his wife, Nina, he worshipped that girl.
Oh, sure he did.
Well, how can you even begin to accuse a fine, decent fellow like Frank?
Okay, Molly.
You said you read about the murders in the papers this morning.
Read the papers, heard about them on the radio. It's all around you.
She was shot in the apartment. He was found shot on the street, a couple blocks away.
I know. He was waiting for his relief. Shots. Shots. And nobody hears nothing? How is it possible?
It's possible. What else did you read in the paper about these murders?
What else?
Yeah. Molly, both of them were killed by bullets fired from the same gun.
What?
That's right.
Oh, so okay. The murderer shoots Olga Verby, then maybe somehow Frank finds out and tries to capture him, and the murderer kills him.
Molly, Frank was shot in the back.
Oh.
He was walking up the street to the corner of 11th. He was shot in the back. What would make sense, Molly?
I don't know.
Olga Verby's place isn't robbed. She herself wasn't attacked or assaulted. No sign of a struggle. So, there's a guy who's keeping her. He finds out she's been playing around with Frank Ippolito.
I don't want to believe that.
And after he kills her, he guns down Frank.
You mean you believe that, Lieutenant Gomez?
It's what's known as a theory. You try to develop a bunch of theories after every murder. And this is the only one that makes sense so far. So, Molly?
Who would have believed that Frank...
Tell me.
Although, I got a nephew. He's a psychiatrist. I wonder what he would say.
Would you know the guy who was keeping Olga Verby?
He would say something like, Frank Ippolito was so much in love with his wife that to please her, he does something foreign to his nature. He eats a lot because she takes pride in her cooking. You follow this, Lieutenant Gomez?
Had she ever mentioned this guy's name?
But he resents what he's doing. He has to get back at her some way, so he expresses his hostility by being with another woman.
At least now you admit Frank and Olga Verby were having an affair.
Affair? Working class people don't have affairs.
Did Olga ever talk about her boyfriend?
No, not to me.
Well, here's the key.
If someone was keeping her, he'd go to see her at least a couple of times a week. Doesn't anybody remember someone who would come into the apartment building?
We're checking it out. So far, nothing. She did talk to you, didn't she, Molly?
Sometimes.
No mention of this man?
Not in a direct way.
Now, Molly, wait a minute. Try to think, will you, please? Try to review all the conversations you had with her.
Yeah.
And maybe something will stick out in your mind. Maybe you'll remember something. Will you try?
Sure, I'll try.
And now for the half-hourly news bulletin. The police still have no substantial leads in the murders of police officer Frank Ippolito and Miss Olga Verby. They're tied together by the fact that both victims were killed by bullets fired from the same .38 caliber revolver. A special telephone number has been set up, 555-0002. Please call this number if you have any information that can be of assistance to the police. Our program continues. Well, hello, my dear.
Gordon. Well, you're home from the office early.
Oh, now don't turn it off on my account.
Well, I know how thoroughly you dislike modern music.
Oh, yes. This modern so-called music where you can't follow any melodic line. This modern so-called art where you don't know what you're looking at. Remember, you dragged me to the museum where we looked at this monstrosity.
Here, you must watch your blood pressure.
And the fella sold it? He sold it for $500,000? You know, the world's turned upside down.
Gordon.
There are no standards. It's all the fruits of this permissive society.
Gordon.
With it, decayed, rotten fruits. Anything goes.
Gordon, I'm curious.
Yes, Rowena.
What kind of gun do you carry?
Why do you ask?
Well, no real reason.
Well, now, of all the...
I know it's not the kind of question I'm supposed to ask.
No, nonsense. No, husbands and wives may ask each other whatever questions they wish.
Well, there seems to be a mystique to guns. and possibly a courtesy among people who carry them. Perhaps it's an intimate question.
No, my dear, that's ridiculous.
Well, then you're not offended.
Offended? Rowena, I'm happy. I'm happy that you seem to be interested, finally, in something real, something wonderful, worthwhile. Here, let me show you.
Well, I don't really...
No, this, Rowena, is the finest revolver you can buy. Here, let me extract the cartridges. True, there's a safety catch, but in passing a firearm from hand to hand, one must observe the strictest precautions.
I understand.
Now, here, Rowena, hold that in the palm of your hand. Yeah, the balance. How perfectly balanced. Like the most expensively crafted watch. This, Rowena, this is truly a work of art.
Well, what I want to know
It's a work of art, but a dynamic work of art. The greatest painting is motionless. It's frozen forever on the canvas. Do you agree?
Oh, yes,
but this, Rowena, this comes to life. Suddenly, this gleaming, apparently inert piece of metal sculpture will explode in a violent paroxysm of sound and motion.
Gordon,
This exquisitely designed instrument quivers with an excitement that's almost human, Rowena.
Gordon, I just asked you about the caliber.
Caliber? Yeah, that's fascinating. It comes from the Arab word kalib, meaning a mold. It defines the diameter of the bore, or the barrel.
And what is this one?
My dear, this is the exclusive Valentine THOR Deluxe.
And in what caliber?
.38.
You mean 38?
Yes, that's the short way to say it.
Yes, I understand.
Now, I shall take it back from you and wipe it very carefully before restoring it to the holster, lest the moisture of your hand created tiny spots of rust. You see?
Yes.
Oh, Rowena, I cannot tell you how happy you've made me.
Have I?
Oh, yes, my dear. You know, as husbands and wives grow older, it's inspiring when they can find new interests to share, to bring them closer together.
Lieutenant Gomez. Yes, Inspector. No. Nothing. Nowhere. Well, there's no shortage of men. I got cops coming in to work on their time off. After all, Frank Ippolito was... Yeah, I understand, Inspector. Yeah, I know the problem. Special phone. Oh, some of the usual nut calls, but nothing we can use. All right, I will, Inspector. Goodbye. He wants to get blood from a stone.
Doesn't everybody?
What? Molly, what are you doing here?
Well, I thought I'd better come see you. Can I sit down?
Yeah, sure.
To answer your question, I solved the case.
You what?
I know who murdered Frank.
Who?
You know who. You told me yourself. The same person who killed Olga Verby.
You mean to say you know who he is? Did you remember something Olga said?
No. But I remember something Frank said.
Frank?
While he was in my place, just before he was killed.
But what would Frank say that
You were right. The same person who killed Olga killed Frank, but not for the same reason.
How do you know?
Oh, Frank was not cheating on his wife. And I know because I went out to see her.
Well, what does that have to do with
it? I wanted to tell her how sorry I was. I looked in her face. I could see. Frank was true to her.
Molly, what are you trying to sell me?
Look, when a woman knows her husband is stepping out on her, you can read it in her eyes.
I can't.
I can. So if Frank had been with Olga, your theory would be right. But Frank had nothing to do with Olga. So why should this person who was keeping Olga want to kill Frank?
Okay. Why?
I remembered what Frank had told me. And I saw it. I saw the whole thing. I can tell you exactly why Frank was killed.
And Molly will, but not at this point. In a few moments, in the third act. All mysteries are basically audience participation shows. And so you should also have the answers. After all, everything Frank told Molly, he also told you. We play fair in these things, as you will see when I bring you Act 3. Memory, fickle memory, cries the poet, fleetingly glimpsed, a flash of color that lends trembling light to the outer darkness, and is gone. Well, I don't know about your memory, and I claim no great merit for mine, but we have a woman in our story who probably has never forgotten anything she ever heard in her life. That is, when she sets her mind to it.
Okay. Tell me. Why was Frank killed?
Well, look, every night at 11:30, half hour before he goes off, Frank comes in for a cup of coffee, okay?
So?
So he spends about 5 minutes, and we talk about, whatever. Then he goes around the corner and down the block to wait for Jerry, the midnight to 8 cop.
Well?
Well, now I think back to what we were talking about. And this is what? 10, 15 minutes before he's killed.
What do you remember?
I remember every word he said. Listen, I'll tell you. We were talking about $2.
$2. A guy's parked illegally. For $2, he can put his car in Al's garage down the street, but he's too tight.
That figures.
But this guy's loaded. Car's a golden streak. He's wearing a suit, at least 3-4 bills. And this big sport starts to give me a hard luck story.
For a $5 ticket. I hope you gave it to him.
Oh, I papered him all right. And I could have really bagged him for attempting to bribe a police officer. So that's what Frank said, huh? What's this supposed to mean?
A fellow, he's got to be, is paying the bills for Olga Verby.
Well, that's what I told you.
Well, for some reason, and not because she's cheating, he killed her, okay?
Okay.
A cop is standing by his car, this rich man's car, this golden streak. And what is the cop doing? The cop is writing a ticket, a parking ticket. So, Mr. Rich Person gets a little bit nervous. He thinks nobody knows about him and Olga. But these days, how can you be positive about anything? The parking ticket could be a record of the fact that he was there. That's why he tries to bribe Frank, to get rid of the ticket.
Now, Molly...
Now, Molly, what? Frank told me right out. A man who looked rich, who drove a $30,000 golden streak, tried to bribe his way out of a $5 parking ticket.
Now, what you're saying is the man killed Frank so he could destroy the ticket?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Doesn't make sense.
You want to sit here and argue? There's only one way to prove it.
Yeah?
Do I have to do all the work around here? Get hold of Frank's summons book. You'll discover one of two things. Either the whole book is missing, or the copy of that ticket is gone. Okay?
Okay. The last recorded ticket in Frank's book was for Alfred Garrison, running a stop sign at 5:30 p.m. And that's it.
And nothing until 11:30 at night? Frank was in my place 20 after 11, 25 after.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
There's a blank summons form and duplicate missing.
Of course, there's got to be.
Now, wait a minute. The last ticket written at 5:30 was number 6227. The next blank ticket should be 6228. But instead, it's 6229.
There. I told you.
And now the news. Wednesday night's double murders are still unsolved. Police say they have a single lead. It is believed that the killer may have driven a gold streak automobile. Police are interviewing residents of the neighborhood to determine if anyone can remember seeing the car. I don't blame you, darling. The news is so depressing. Have we, any plans for the evening?
The evening? Oh, the Robertsons want us to play bridge with them.
Oh, darling, we did that last night and Thursday night.
Yes, and Wednesday night. Or did we play Wednesday night? I don't seem to remember. What did we do Wednesday night?
Well, I was driving home from Philadelphia Wednesday night.
Oh.
Yes, my meeting with George Dawson ran late. And then we went out to dinner. I think it was past midnight when I got home.
Oh, that must have been a long drive.
Rowena, Something the matter?
No, nothing.
So, how's my murder case coming?
It's coming.
Why don't we have any results?
Well, Molly, we're getting there. There are 2,200 golden streaks listed in the metropolitan area of New York, New Jersey, Southern Connecticut area. And we're checking out ownership of each and every one.
Oh, but that's going to take time.
Mm-hmm. From this, we get a likely list of suspects and keep narrowing it down. And after a while, we may nail our guy. Of course, we could get a lucky break, but don't count on it.
Mr. Dawson's office?
Yes, this is Mr. Morrison's secretary.
Mr. Morrison?
Mr. Gordon Morrison of New York.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Morrison had an appointment with Mr. Dawson. I wonder if he left his glasses there.
Mr. Morrison had an appointment with Mr. Dawson?
Yes, last Wednesday.
Well, that's impossible. Mr. Dawson's been out of the country since the first of the month and won't be back till next week.
Oh, I must have been mistaken.
I'm sure you were.
Mr. Morrison must have left his glasses somewhere else.
That's the only lead we've got so far, Inspector. The more men I can have to run it down, the quicker I may be able to get results. Inspector, that's a special phone. I'll call you right back. 555-0002.
Hello? Oh, I was going to ask, is this 555-0002, but you just said it was.
I do, you have anything to tell us about the...
About the murders? Well, I have something to ask you.
Ask?
You say the murderer used a .38 caliber revolver?
Yes?
Well, could you perhaps tell what kind of revolver it was? Could you tell if it's a .38 caliber Valentine THOR revolver?
Oh, we can tell if it's a .38, but we can't always tell if it's a specific make. Why? Marty, better trace this.
It's important for me to know.
Yeah, sure. Well, why is it important for you to know?
Well, because...
Why don't I just have ballistics check it further, and then we can call you back? What's your number?
My number is... Oh, no.
Hello? You didn't have enough time to get a tracer, did you, Marty?
Rowena.
Oh, Gordon, I didn't hear you come in.
You look so frightened.
Well, do I?
Something the matter?
Well, I thought you were busy in your den. Oh, darling, does this music bother you? I'll turn it off.
You know, Rowena, I never realized before how truly attractive you are. As a matter of fact, Paul Banner called it to my attention the other day. He said, Gordon, you have a beautiful woman there in Rowena. Why don't you run for office? That's what gets a man elected these days, an attractive wife. Would you like to get into politics, Rowena?
Gordon, is that what you came in here to ask me?
No, as a matter of fact, I came in here to ask you about a telephone call.
Telephone call?
Yes, 2 of them. I'm going over the bill. I see here a call to Philadelphia, to Dawson's office. I never called him from here, did you?
Did I?
Yes. Why would you call him? And here's another call I can't remember. It's to New York City.
Oh, Gordon, I can't remember all the calls I make to New York.
212-555-0002. Who's that?
Who's that? Well, I don't remember.
Well, it doesn't really matter. I can check with the phone company.
Yes, you could. Oh, but you don't have to. It's to a department store. They were having a sale.
Any results on our case, Lieutenant?
Well, we may be able to glimpse the light at the end of the tunnel.
Where have I heard that before? Hey, you want a sandwich?
I got no time. I just sneaked out for the coffee.
Oh, excuse me. Hello? Oh, yeah, he's here. It's for you. They don't let you alone.
I don't want to be left alone. Yeah? Did you get my note, Marty? The list I left on your desk I got from the Valentine THOR Arms Company. It's the people that sold 385 guns in this part of the country. That's 10 names. Check each one against the list of the people who own Golden Street cars. See if you get a same name on both lists. Okay? No, it shouldn't take too long. It's all in alphabetical order. I'll hold the phone.
Hey, what's this?
It could be the break.
You mean we're gonna get him?
Yeah, Marty? Who? Gordon K. Morrison. Greenwich, Connecticut.
Rowena, dearest, will you come here?
Yes, Gordon. What is it?
Rowena, when did you realize that I shot those people?
Gordon.
How did you happen to suspect me?
Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
You said you called Dawson to find out where I was that Wednesday. I didn't tell you about going to see Dawson till just the other day.
Gordon,
and I didn't go there anyway, so you found that out. And 212-555-0002 is the special New York City Police Department number. Now, what did you tell them?
Nothing.
Rowena, you should have told them everything.
I had to know about your gun, Gordon, for myself. I'm still your wife.
Well, that's why I'm not angry with you. You did the correct thing, Rowena. I had no right to kill her.
Why did you?
Because she had managed to learn about the scanners we're about to make for the Air Force. There was bribery. We would have been ruined. Oh, the police officer. If only he hadn't written out that parking ticket.
Why did you? Why did you want her? The girl.
I don't know. It's the thing to do, I suppose. Well, I've come to my senses.
What are you going to do?
I broke the law. I deserve to die. Now, Rowena, you may have done your duty, but you betrayed me. So, you also deserve to die.
Gordon, please.
I realize now that my entire life has been building up to this one supreme moment, this fantastic climax. Oh, here. The Valentine THOR Deluxe, this beautiful revolver. It's lovely. It's lethal.
No, Gordon. You must...
How many times I've longed to place the cool barrel against my brow.
No.
We must die, Rowena. We must die.
No.
Together. Oh, my dearest, it'll be like making love together. Now just hold my hand and look into my eyes.
Don't kill me.
Oh, but I must. Don't you understand?
Yes. Yes, Gordon, I understand. That's why I don't want you to kill me. I want to kill myself.
Oh, Rowena.
Don't deprive me of holding the beautiful revolver in my own hand.
Oh, yes, my darling, yes.
Give me the gun. Quickly.
Yes.
Is it loaded?
Oh, yes. Yes, here you are. Now, hurry. I want my turn to... Now, Rowena, don't point it at me.
Oh,
Rowena. I'm glad you did that. I would never have had the courage. Thank you. And now turn the beautiful revolver on yourself. Rowena. Row it.
Of course not. She did no such thing. And a few minutes later, when Lieutenant Gomez arrived, she was still standing over his body with the beautiful revolver still clutched tightly in her hand. Well, in a short while, I shall be back with some explosive addenda. The fact of the matter, there is a link between love and death. And if fortune is feminine, as the poets say, so is war. The very word gun itself comes from a lady's name, Gunhilda, which means battle. And so, some years ago, When there were those who urged us to make love, not war, they may have been missing a point. We have people in this world to whom the act of making war is like making love. Our cast included Robert Dryden, Larry Haynes, Bryna Rayburn, and Joan Shea. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Adventure. Here's romance. Here's the famous Robin Hood of the Old West.
Cisco, the sheriff is getting closer.
This way, Pancho. Vámonos. The Cisco Kid. The Cisco Kid and our exciting story, The Spanish Pistols. Many a time, a farmer's plow has turned up a relic of a former day. But no relic ever caused more excitement and more danger to the famous Cisco Kid and his constant companion Pancho than that uncovered by the plow of Jasper Venable, who, as our story opens, is plowing his river bottom land just outside the southwestern town of Wagon Gap.
Go along with you, Johnny. I know it's hot, but a couple more rows and we'll be done. Quit roving, yeah. Oh, places, whoa, whoa. Another one of them blasted rocks. Well, might as well get the plow out of the way and dig the rock out of there. Back up, Johnny, back. Oh. Confounded plow's heavy and a ton of lead. Yeah, one thing. This land ought to be mighty fertile if I ever get these rocks cleared out of the old riverbed. Yeah, there's the blasted thing. Now I can get at it enough to... Oh, say, that ain't any rock. Hey, Judith! Hey, Judith! Come here, will you?
What for? I can't leave my kitchen.
Never mind your kitchen. Come here and look at what I found.
All right.
Oh, boy. Hey, mind if I take a look too, Jasper?
Oh, howdy, Kerrigan.
I heard you call to your wife as I was riding by and thought I'd stop and see what you found here.
What is it, Jasper? Oh, morning, Mr. Kerrigan.
Howdy, Mrs. Venable.
Kind of looks like an old rusty stove top, Judith. But now we can get a better look at it.
Hey, wait a minute. Well, that's armor, Jasper. What's that box right there by it?
Well, I'll see if I can get it open.
Pistols. 2 of them.
Yeah. Ain't in bad condition either.
Let me see them, Jasper. I know quite a lot about old guns. I made a study of them, you know.
Can't say I'm interested in guns or rusty old armor either. I'm going back to my kitchen.
Wait a minute, Judith. Think them pistols are worth anything, Kerrigan?
Well, no, they ain't worth much, but I'll tell you what, Jasper, I'll give you $10 for them.
$10 for those old things? Oh, land sakes, let him have them, Jasper.
No, don't believe it will. If they're worth $10 to him, they're worth that much to me.
Well, then give me the option on buying them, will you, Jasper? Don't sell them until I can get in touch with you again.
Oh, that's fair enough.
All right. You'll hear from me tomorrow. Hey, get up, boy. Come on.
Jasper, why didn't you take the $10? You know we need the money awful bad.
Yeah, but I don't trust that Kerrigan, especially after the way his eyes popped out when he saw these pistols. I figure they're worth more than $10. They look to me like Spanish inscriptions on them.
Well, even so...
I'll tell you what I'm going to do, Judith. I'm going to CISCO word to the CISCO kid. Being Spanish, he knows all about them things. I ain't never met up with CISCO, but if he'd come here, he might tell us what they're worth.
Well, all right, but your dinner's getting cold.
I got an idea these pistols might be worth as much as $50. Yes, sir. I'll send for CISCO.
Here's Jasper's place. There's Jasper coming out of his barn. Now, remember, you hombres, don't be too interested. Howdy, Jasper, howdy.
Howdy, Kerrigan.
Shake hands with Mr. Page and Mr. McBride, Jasper.
Howdy.
Page and McBride are gun dealers over in Santa Fe, Jasper. They just happened to be in a wagon gap today, and when I told them about those pistols you dug up the other day, they said they'd like to take a look at them.
Sure thing. Judith!
What is it?
Bring out that box of pistols, will you?
All right.
These fellows are experts, Jasper. They can tell you right to the penny what those pistols are worth.
Here they are, Jasper. Oh, how do?
Mrs. Venable.
I guess you don't need me here, so I'll go on back in the house.
They ain't rusted too bad, are they, Mr. Page?
Well, they're in a fair state of preservation. Take a look at this one, McBride.
Dug them out of the riverbed, huh?
Yeah, along with some armor and a human skeleton.
I see. Well, as a curiosity, they might be worth $100.
I'll give you $100, Jasper.
That's a lot of money.
You bet it is.
Nope. I'm going to put them in the bank vault in town till the CISCO kid gets here to give me an opinion.
The CISCO kid?
Yep. I sent word to him, and he sent word back he'd ride in today or tomorrow by the Wigwam Creek trail.
Look here, you old duffer. Meaning to say Page and I are falsifying the value of these pistols?
Ain't mean to say nothing.
No, come on, boys, come on. We'll talk it over. We might be back, Jasper. Come on, get it. Come on. Well, what about it, Page?
Those pistols got Coronado's coat of arms on them, Kerr. They're worth at least $5,000.
Might bring $10,000 in Spain.
$10,000? Well, might be a good idea to drag those Jasper when he takes them to the bank. No. It'd be better to keep CISCO away from him.
I think so.
Yeah. All right, that's what we'll do. Keep CISCO away. Come on. We'll ride out along the Wigwam Creek Trail. He might be riding in today. Come on, get it. Get it.
But CISCO, Pancho not know what CISCO mean by Coronado.
I've been trying to tell you, Pancho. Coronado was a Spanish explorer.
Oh, see, explorer. Coronado a good friend of CISCO's, no?
No. He was not a good friend of mine.
Oh, and Pancho not like this Coronado either.
Pancho, listen to me.
Uh-huh.
Coronado died many, many years ago.
Oh?
I know of Coronado only through history.
Through his what?
Through history. History is a written record of the past.
Oh?
Now, this note that I received from Senor Jasper Venable asks us to come and look at 2 Spanish pistols he dug out of the riverbed. It's possible they were lost by someone in Coronado's expedition.
Oh, see, CISCO. Now Pancho understand. The stage driver takes CISCO's note back to Senor Jasper Venable.
Hey, stop a minute, Pancho. There's a nice wide pool in the creek.
Oh, look, CISCO. Patitos.
See, little ducks.
Oh, look at the little ducks, CISCO. Oh, look.
Oh, Diablo,
Pancho get a patito for a pet, CISCO.
But you cannot catch those ducks, amigo.
Pancho, try. Here, patito. Pancho wants you for a pet. Come, Pancho.
There they go, Pancho. I told you could not catch them.
Sometimes Pancho have a little duck for a pet, CISCO. Pancho like the little ducks.
See. Pancho, I think I will imitate those ducks and have a swim in that pool.
Yeah?
It's been a hot and dusty ride.
CISCO swim, Pancho ride along down the creek and look for patitos, huh?
Very well, if you wish, Chico. And if you wish to ride on to Jasper Venable's rancho, it is at the end of this trail, so you cannot get lost.
Pancho not get lost, CISCO. Logo. Pancho found a little duck.
I wish you luck, Pancho.
Yeah, little ducks. Where'd you go, Patitos? Oh, here comes Senores. They tell Pancho. Oh, loco. Stop now. Buenos dias, Senores. Senores, see where the Patitos go, no?
Where what goes?
Patitos, little ducks. They swim in the water all day long, and when they want to talk, they say, quacky quack. And Pancho wanted to catch one for a pet.
Pancho, huh? Are you the hombre that rides with the CISCO kid?
Si, senor. Cisco take a swim back there.
And when he gets through, where are you going then?
Right to the rancho, Senor Jasper Venable. Did you see the little ducks, senores?
Yeah, sure. They're right down there in the creek, just under this bank.
Gracias, senor. Pancho, go give a Patito. Here, Patito, here. Come now to Pancho. Come to Pancho. Here.
All right, now listen, boys, listen. We can get Cisco without any danger to ourselves.
Okay.
We'll gun whip this Pancho hombre and take him to the old abandoned Eagle mine. Then we'll get word to Cisco that that's where he is. And when Cisco goes in after him, we'll dynamite the mouth of the mine.
Now, look here, Karen.
Don't argue. I know what I'm doing. You, McBride, come on with me.
All right.
Pancho, not see the little duck, senor.
Eh? Oh, you don't?
No.
Why, here. Look right over there, hombre.
Where?
We'll fix him for a while. Hey, Page, bring the horses over here, will you? This hombre's heavy.
Senor Venable?
That's right. You're the Cisco kid.
Si, senor. I'm happy to know you.
And I sure am glad to meet up with you, Cisco. But I didn't know you rode alone like this.
Is not mi compañero Pancho here?
I ain't seen hiding a hair of him.
Oh, this is strange. But then he's probably still chasing those ducks. I would be glad to look at those pistols whenever you wish me to, senor.
Well, you see, I wasn't sure you was going to ride in today, Cisco, so I took the pistols to the bank in Wagon Gap and had them put in a vault for safekeeping.
Has anyone else seen them?
Yeah, a fella named Kerrigan and two others by the name of Page and McBride. Kerrigan says they're gun dealers in Santa Fe. Maybe they are, but they're mighty shifty-eyed. That's why I figured I'd better take the pistols to the bank.
It was a good idea, senor.
You think the pistols might be worth more than 100, Cisco?
I cannot tell until I've seen them, Senor Venable. But if by any chance they are Coronada's pistols, they'll be worth many times $100.
Golly, think of that. Sure would be great to get enough money to pay off what we owe on this place. But come on, let's go in the house. My wife Judith's mighty anxious to get a look at the Cisco kid.
Well, here's the old mine.
Oh, loco. What you do with Pancho, hombre?
We'll show you what we're going to do with you. Come on, get out off of that horse.
Remember, there's 3 guns on you.
Pancho, remember, but...
Shut up. Page, you stay out here just in case Cisco should come along.
Well, all right.
Bring along your rope, McBride.
Yeah.
Come on, hombre. Come on, get moving. Walk ahead of us.
See, Pancho walk, but where's Cisco? Pancho not know what to do with that Cisco.
Don't worry. Cisco will be out here.
Dark in this old mine.
Well, then keep moving. Light enough to see.
What makes you think Cisco will be out here, Kerrigan?
I'm going to make sure that he comes out here. All right, wait. This is far enough. Tie him up with that rope, McBride. Be sure it's good and tight, too.
He won't get loose when I get through with him.
Then hitch him to that shoring timber there.
Did you not hurt Cisco, hombres? Pancho not care what you do to Pancho, just so long as you not hurt Cisco.
Shut up. I'll turn around. That's tight enough.
When you get through with that, McBride, you and Page plant the dynamite at the mouth of the mine.
Dynamite?
Yeah, dynamite. You ain't coming out of here alive, hombre. And neither is Cisco.
Cisco fix you. He fix you good. And if you hurt Cisco, Pancho fixed you dead or alive. Pancho fix you.
I told you to shut up. I was tied to that shore and timber for keeps now, Kerrigan.
Good. Now I'll ride back and let the Cisco kid know that his partner's out here. Then we'll dynamite them both in here so that they'll never get out.
And what with worrying about Pancho, there's a chance that Cisco will fall into the outlaw's trap. In just a moment, we'll return to the Cisco Kid. Back to the Cisco Kid and our exciting story, The Spanish Pistols. On the way to Jasper Venable's farm to look at a pair of old pistols Jasper plowed up from his dry riverbed, Cisco stopped to take a swim in a creek pool, while Pancho followed several ducks downstream. Unknown to Cisco, Pancho was captured by Kerrigan, Page, and McBride and taken to an old abandoned mine. Now it is nearly dark, and Cisco, at the home of the Venables, is getting more and more worried.
I wish I knew what had become of Pancho, Senor Jasper.
He may have got lost, Cisco.
Yes, I think that's it, Cisco. Pancho's got himself lost.
But he could not get lost, Senor, if he stuck to the trail. I'm beginning to think something may have happened to him.
I don't know how it could round here, unless he ran into them three hombres. And I don't know why he'd have trouble with them.
I wish I had paid more attention to the tracks in the trail while I was riding in here. But I thought Pancho would be here when I arrived.
To tell you what you do, Cisco, you and Jasper sit down to the table and eat up hearty. Then you can ride to town if you want to and get some men to help you hunt for Pancho.
That's a good idea, Judy.
Si, Senora, but I feel that I should be out looking for Pancho. Listen.
Right, it's coming.
It's coming fast, too.
This might be him.
Those are not Loco's hoofbeats, but I think...
Right by.
Oh, mercy me.
Why, that coyote threw a stone right plumb through the window glass.
Si, Senor, and a piece of paper is wrapped around the stone.
Oh, just look at that window, and I just washed it, too.
That a note, Cisco?
Si, Senor. It says, Pancho is at the Eagle Mine. He will die unless he gets help at once.
Oh, dear, he did get into trouble.
Si, Senora. I'm going now to help him.
I'll go with you, Cisco.
You had better stay here, Senora, and not leave the Senora by herself. I will go alone. You know where the Eagle Mine is, Senor Venable?
Why, sure I know.
Then if you will tell me how to get there while I am saddling my horse, it will save time. And I need to save all the time I can. Come.
Did you get word to Cisco, Kerrigan? Yeah, sure did. With a rock through Jasper's window. Cisco's coming right along now. I waited on the rise back there till I heard him coming. All right, come on. Let's get over behind those trees. Now, if Cisco starts to look around here, we'll take no chances. We'll gun him down. I'm hoping he won't, though, because it'll be a lot safer to seal him and Pancho in that mine with a dynamite. And then... Hey, wait a minute. That's him now. Now, once he gets in there, we'll light it. And after that, we won't have to...
Whatever. Ho. This must be the Eagle Mine. Just in case that hombre is nearby, Diablo, you had better get away from here. Get up there, come on. I should look around here first before going into that mine tunnel, but the most important thing is to find Pancho at once.
Go! Cisco!
Pancho!
Cisco!
Come on, put him... Mia. Wait. Get that gag out of your mouth. There.
Oh, Cisco. Pancho, glad to see you. Pancho afraid those hombres hurt, Cisco. Oh, Cisco, Pancho, glad.
Glad I found you, Chico. Now tell me, who captured you?
One hombre called Kerrigan, another hombre Page, another hombre McBride.
Kerrigan, Page, and McBride. Those are the hombres Senor Jasper told me about. There, I just about get you out of these ropes.
Oh, gracias, Cisco. Pancho, just remember, those hombres said the dynamite is in here. Cisco, see a light? Brother, look.
Santo, that is the fuse burning.
All right. Now let's see you hombres trying to get out of there.
Cisco, he lighted dynamite.
Back quickly. Further in the tunnel, Pancho. It's a short fuse. There is not time to get out.
Pancho think that dynamite go boom, and Pancho stick his fingers in his ears.
Madre mia, Pancho!
Well, that takes care of the Cisco Kid, boys.
Yeah, but they'll suffocate in there, won't they, Kerrigan?
Sure, that's the idea, Pete.
What do you think we dynamited them in for? Well, now, look, I didn't figure on getting mixed up with murder. I don't like it.
Look, Page, If you're thinking of telling anybody about this...
No, I ain't thinking of that. I don't like it. That's all. I don't like murder.
You better not say anything if you want to keep on living. Oh, now, come on.
Where are we going now, Kerrigan?
We're going to ride into Jasper Venables and make him sign over them pistols to us. And when we get those pistols...
Well?
Jasper and his wife both die, just to keep him from talking.
Pancho, we are trapped in this mine tunnel.
Aye, Pancho, not like this, Cisco.
Wait, I will light a match. There, it's better.
Look, Cisco. Oh, rusty pickhead on the floor of the tunnel.
See, bring it along, Pancho. It may help us.
Bring it along? Where, Cisco? No place to go.
Wait. Huh? See the flame of this match, amigo?
Apparently the flame of the match, but...
See how it flickers and streams back?
See, I see.
An air current from somewhere is making it do that. Wait, I will light another match. There. Now we will try to find out where that current of air is coming in. Wait, Pancho, wait.
What? More bandidos?
No. The star, Pancho. Look, up there.
See, star. Pancho like to see it closer.
It is just what we will try to do. I will take this pickhead. Now, can you lift me on your shoulders, amigo?
See, Pancho, lift. Cisco, put your foot in Pancho's hand.
All right, Pancho. Here we go. Come on up. There. Now, can you hold me, Pancho?
See, Cisco. Heavy, but Pancho. Hold, Cisco.
Bueno. If I can make this opening big enough to get out. This is dirt. I was afraid it might be rock. Just a moment more, we'll be able to get up to that opening. There. Now, if you can just boost me up a little higher, Chico.
See, Pancho, boost.
Come on. Bueno, that is good. I think I can crawl out now. There. Now, Pancho, you can jump high enough to catch my hand.
Pancho, try, Cisco.
All right, now give a big jump. Come on.
Big jump.
There, Pancho. I have you. Pancho, you must weigh a ton.
Oh, but Cisco strong. Cisco lift 2 tons, no?
See, come on. There you are.
Oh, fresh air feel good.
See, this air shaft is near the mine entrance. But there's no time to wait here. We must get to Senor Jasper's just as soon as we can, Pancho. Diablo!
How'd you know Diablo Loco here, Cisco?
Because I left Diablo near the mine entrance. He would find Loco. Diablo!
Loco!
Well, we're home. There's a light in the house. Come on. Now, if the door's unlocked, we'll walk right in.
What's the idea of walking right into my house, Kerrigan?
Land sakes, yes. Most people know enough to knock.
Shut the door, Page. Jasper, we're here to offer you $200 for them Spanish pistols.
Nope. I'm waiting till Cisco sees them.
You'll wait a long time before that hombre sees them, eh, McBride?
He sure will, Kerrigan.
All right. Sit down at that table, Jasper. Write out a transfer of ownership to me.
I'll do nothing of the kind.
You better do it, Jasper. He looks ugly.
Jasper, I'm giving you till I count 3. Then if you don't sit down and write, I'm going to gun you to death.
Hey, somebody's coming.
All right, hombre. Thunder and Cisco, I'll get him right now.
You shot too fast, hombre. Your aim was poor. I will take that gun. Drop it. Now we can fight on even terms with our feast.
Pancho, fight this hombre, Cisco. Aye. Pancho, hit him a good one. Pancho, hit your fist with his jaw.
Bueno, Pancho. I'm going to finish with this one right now.
Pancho, knock this hombre out now, Cisco.
I see you knocked him out in reverse, Pancho. Seems you need some help, which I will be glad to give you.
That's not for me. I quit. Can't even get this hombre to fight, Cisco. Where's Judas?
He ran into another room when the fight started, Senor Jasper. Suppose we tie these hombres, senor, and tomorrow when we go to look at the pistols, we can take them to the marshal's office.
How much, Cisco?
Between $5,000 and $10,000, senora.
My sakes alive. And I was advising Jasper to sell those pistols to that scoundrel for $10.
Well, you could not know the value of them, senora.
I was tempted to sell them for $10, too.
Good thing you not sell them, senor.
I will write to a dealer friend of mine in Denver, Senor Jasper. He'll be glad to sell them for you for a reasonable commission. You will find him honest.
Well, thank you, Cisco, but what can I do for you in return?
Not a thing, senor. There is nothing we want.
One thing Pancho wants, Cisco.
Pancho, that is not polite.
Just name it, Pancho.
Pancho wants...
Pancho?
Patito.
You want a what?
Petito, a little duck.
Pancho wants a duck for a pet, senor, but he should not ask you for one.
Pancho not ask. Pancho just say he wants a petito.
Bless his heart. Get him one, Jasper.
Yes, sir, I sure will. I ain't got any ducks on the place, but you ride this way in a couple of weeks, Pancho, and I'll have the finest duck I can get.
Pancho not ask for a petito, senor, but if the senor insists, who is Pancho to refuse, no? Cisco.
Hey, Pancho.
Those hombres now in the jail for good?
2 of them are in for a long time, amigo. The third one, the page hombre, did not seem quite so bad, so he got off with a lighter sentence.
Good place for those hombres in the jail.
See, they will not be jumping around here for some time to come.
Jump. Oh, that reminds Pancho. And Senor Jasper tell Pancho a riddle.
Well, what is the riddle, Pancho? I did not hear it.
The one got eyes but not can see.
Eyes but cannot see.
Legs but not can walk.
Legs but cannot walk.
And can jump as high as that house.
I will have to give up, Pancho. What is it?
A wooden duck, Cisco.
A wooden duck?
See, wooden duck got eyes but not can see.
See,
got
but...
legs but not can walk.
Well, that is all very well, Pancho, but a wooden duck cannot jump as high as that house.
See, Cisco, duck can jump high as that house.
Just how can a wooden duck jump as high as that house? A wooden duck cannot jump.
That easy, Cisco. A house that can jump either.
Oh, Pancho.
Oh, Cisco.
Up, Diablo.
And so ends another exciting adventure with O. Henry's famous Robin Hood of the West, the Cisco Kid. Be sure to listen again for another thrilling adventure of the Cisco Kid. Cisco Kid was played by Jack Mather, Pancho by Harry Lang.
Theater of the Earth.
Shell South Africa and Shell dealers throughout the Republic take pleasure in presenting Tonight's the Night by David Blackwell. This amusing comedy of the theater has been specially adapted and produced by Michael Silver for Shell.
Lord, old boy, you young fellows don't know you're born. Look at what you're putting on your face now. Touch of 5 and 9 and a dab of rouge and you're made up.
And what is wrong with that?
Nothing, laddie, nothing at all. But when I was your age, I found things a little different, believe me. Tonight I'd make up as Little Billy and Trilby. Tomorrow night as Svengali. The following night as Gecko. Do you believe that?
Why, certainly does, if you say so. But I'm jolly glad I don't have to go through the hoop like that. It takes me all my time to cope with the juvenile roles, like Cyril in Tonight's the Night. Do you know, if I go on looking just the slightest bit too pale or with no highlight on the jolly old nose, I get a dozen letters to tell me so.
Upon my word, Claude, I don't know what to make of you young fellows. Suppose you had to play my part tonight. How would you get on?
My dear old Gus, could anyone in their wildest dreams imagine me, Claude Downing, in character? Why, if I went on in that get-up, they'd give me the bird in 42 different ways.
Not if you were properly made up, Claude. That's the point I'm aiming at. If you took your job seriously, you'd keep experimenting with makeup until you could pass for me anywhere.
Oh, heaven forbid. I mean to say, oh boy, it isn't possible. I could no more look like you than you could look like me. If you see what I mean.
I could look like you.
What?
I repeat, if necessary, I could make up for your part, and not a soul in the audience would be any the wiser.
Oh, I say, old boy, that's pitching it a bit strong, isn't it? I mean to say, you pass yourself off as me.
And why not, may I ask?
Without being personal, Gus, there's the question of age to begin with.
I can give you a few years.
A few?
Well, not as many as you think. But I am prepared to admit that it wouldn't be easy. I'd need a solid hour at least. But with the aid of these magic little sticks, laddie, I could transform myself into Claude Downing and defy anyone to notice the difference.
No, but I say, oh boy, it isn't just a question of makeup, you know. I mean, there's my personality. 1,000 little tricks of stagecraft, a flick of the finger, a twist of the lip, a curl of the eyebrow.
I know them all, laddie.
You do?
Everyone. I've studied you, Claude. I study everyone. It's a habit of years. And I can honestly say that there isn't one person of my acquaintance whose appearance and personality I couldn't reproduce to perfection.
You mean to say you could walk into this dressing room made up as someone else and I wouldn't recognize you?
Well, that's hardly fair, laddie. The lights in the room might reveal certain flaws that certainly wouldn't get apparent on the stage, or even in the street.
You say you could deceive me in the street?
Certainly.
I'd be willing to bet 50 rand that you couldn't.
You mean that?
I certainly do.
Have a chair for Gilly's place.
Yeah, coming.
Look here. Let's get it straight before we go down. You're willing to bet 50 rand I can't make you believe I'm someone else?
Outside the theatre, yes.
Very well. I'll take that.
But how are we going to decide it?
Well, we'll have a time limit, of course. Say we start from the close of tonight's performance and end the bet at the beginning of tomorrow night's show.
Yes, that sounds fair enough. But you have to speak to me.
Naturally. And if you fail to recognize me within 2 minutes, I win the bet.
Right. And if I do recognize you?
You must use a certain phrase, anything at all.
I know. Tonight's the night. I'll say that.
Well, very good, lady. If after I speak to you, you say tonight's the night, within 2 minutes, mark you, the 50 rand is yours.
Mr. Downing, curtain's going up. Mr. Downing.
Yes, coming. It's a bet, Gus, from the end of tonight's show. But I'm afraid you'll lose your money, dear boy. You can't fool little Claude.
Nice night, Mr. Turning. Quite a good house tonight, you.
Yes, it was. I say, Jimmy, has Gus been gone long?
Oh, Mr. Mann. Yes, he went out over half an hour ago.
That's unfair. I know he's not in the finale, but he's supposed to wait for the last curtain.
Yes, well, you know what these old pros are, sir. Only too glad to get out once they're finished.
Yes. No call tomorrow?
No, sir, the board's quite clear. Good night, Mr. Downing.
Good night, old boy. By Jove. What a lovely night. It's too good to waste. I think I'll take a taxi to the Malone. Yeah, there's one. Hey, taxi!
This cab is engaged.
I say, you can't put that over on me, you know. You got the vacant sign up.
It's a mistake. I am already engaged.
Oh, who engaged you?
A gentleman.
What name?
I don't know. I have to wait here.
Well, you can jolly well take me instead. How do you know this fellow's going to turn up? What's he look like, anyway?
I don't know. I have not seen him yet. I am just told to wait.
Well, I'm your new passenger.
No. Get out, my cab.
I like that. Do you know who I am?
No. But if you will not get out, I will throw you out.
You? What? You can't talk like that, you know. After all, you're here for the benefit of the public. My money is as good as anyone else's. My hat, it's you, Gus.
What is that?
Congratulations, old boy. It's a marvelous make-up. But the 2 minutes isn't up yet, you know. I tumbled to it just in time.
I do not understand.
Oh, yes, you do, Gus, or you will when I've said the magic words. Tonight's the night, old boy. Tonight's the night. Now, top up 50 rand. I won.
Tonight's the night. Oh, I am very sorry, sir. I think you are the gentleman I wait here.
Oh, a marvelous piece of work, Gus, old boy. It nearly took me in. I don't mind admitting it.
I will take you at once to where you wish to go, sir.
I say, old boy, there's no need to keep up the joke any longer, you know. And I've said tonight's the night. Gus, tonight's the night.
Yeah, I heard.
Oh, well, if you want to play the thing out to the bitter end, young man, it's all right with me. But don't forget, I've won the bet. Hello. Where are we?
This is the place, sir.
What place?
The rendezvous, sir.
Yo, now look here. What are you jolly well up to? I said we go to the Milano.
Now, 2 short knocks and then 2 long ones. That is a signal.
Oh, I get it. A gaming joint, huh? Well, I don't mind a little gamble, especially at your expense, old boy.
You will knock now, please.
Oh, whatever you say, Gus. But I do think it's about time you came out of character, you know. However, please yourself. 2 short knocks and 2 long ones. Well, here goes.
Now, when the door opens, you will please repeat the words agreed on.
Repeat them?
Yeah.
But why? This doesn't concern anyone else, does it?
I think so.
I say, you are a Gus man, aren't you?
No.
By Jove. What? I thought that makeup was too good. No, you're not Gus. Gus is much shorter when you come to think of it. Look here, what are you playing at?
You will soon see.
Did Gus send you to pick me up?
Someone is coming.
Look, just what is this all about?
And so, you have come.
Well, of course I've come. I had no option.
You know me?
No, I can't say I do. Unless... Gus, it is you this time. I recognize you, you old scoundrel.
You have something to say to me, yeah?
Something to say? Oh, yes, of course, yes. Tonight's the night. How's that?
You will come inside.
Thanks, old boy. Yeah, that's a nice place you've got here.
Pietro, the door. Very good, Jackson.
Pietro? Oh, the taxi driver, chappie. Yes. A picturesque name, huh? Do you know Gus, old boy? I thought he was you at first. Silly of me.
You have brought the papers.
Yeah. The papers? Well, I thought you read them already. There's not much news in them these days. All about these Russians and Americans hurtling themselves around in space.
Come, let us waste no more time. The papers.
Oh, come off it now, Gus. You're not at the Adelphi now, you know. Now, how about paying up like a gentleman?
Ah, so you want I should give you the money first, huh?
Well, a wager's a wager, old boy.
You shall have your money, never fear. But first, I must be satisfied that you have kept your part of the contract. Is that not so?
Yeah, I've done that all right. I did say tonight's the night just as soon as I recognized you. And it was well within the 2 minutes limit.
Come. I must see the papers. Surely you have understood that.
Really, the way you keep talking about the papers, one would think we just opened. There won't be any more notices now, old boy. We've been running for 3 months.
Oh, you think you can fool me, huh?
I'm jolly certain you can't fool me anymore. And what's more, I proved it.
I give you one more chance. The papers. I must have the papers now.
I don't know what you're talking about, old man.
Pietro, there. That's up. Seize him.
Did I say?
There, put your hands. Hold him fast, Pietro. I want to go through his pockets.
I say, you're not Gus.
Mine.
I thought you were a friend of mine. There's been a dreadful mistake. Excuse me. I'd like to leave at once.
That will not be possible.
Leave my pockets alone. What are you trying to do, rob me?
Pietro, you have made the mistake. This is not our man.
But he used the code words we agree on, Excellence. He say very plain, tonight's the night.
I'm telling you, he is not the man we want.
Well, of course I'm not. Now, look here. Just let me go, and I'll say nothing further about this. I'll forget it ever happened.
He will forget, all right. Take him downstairs to the cellar. We will make sure he will forget.
Come on, my friend, stand.
Stop! You don't need to... I say, let me out of here. Let me out at once, you hear? You can't do this sort of thing, you know. It's absolutely impossible. Oh, what's that? Oh, somebody touched my foot. Oh, it must have been a rat. Get out, you brute. Oh, this is too much. Let me out of here. I insist on being released immediately. Open up there. This is Thor Downing, you hear? Thor Downing. In person. Oh, dear. What am I going to do? What about tomorrow night's show? Oh, they'll put my understudy on, and Norman simply couldn't do the part justice. Let me out. Let me out at once.
I'll stay.
Huh? Is someone in there?
Yes, on the other side of the door.
Well, let me out, will you, like a good girl? It's simply beastly in this cellar.
Who did you say you was?
I'm Claude Downing.
The actor?
Why, yes, of course. There's only one Claude Downing that I know of. Look, can't you open the door?
No, he's got a padlock on it.
Oh, drat. Well, now, look here, my dear. Go out and tell someone what's happened. Go and find a policeman. Tell him these lunatics have got me locked up in a coal cellar.
I can't.
You can't? Why not?
The place is locked up and there's a geezer what's on duty all the time. Oh, I say.
Yes?
Well, I suppose you are Claude Downing. The Claude Downing, I mean.
Well, of course I am, yes. Have you seen me on stage?
Oh, yes, ever so often. I thought it was just lovely tonight's the night.
I say, did you really?
But you sound a little different now.
Yes, but dash it all, who wouldn't? I mean, I've been hurled down here into this beastly coal cellar without any reason at all, as far as I can see. It's dark and cold with the filthy rats running about.
Oh, what a shame.
Well, what sort of place is this, anyway? And who are you?
I'm Lizzie.
Lizzie?
Yes, Lizzie Brown. I work in the kitchen.
Oh, I see. Tell me, who are the people you work for?
Oh, I don't know. I couldn't tell you, honest.
But you must know who you work for. I mean, I demand to know who they are.
Oh, I couldn't tell you. You see, I'm just sort of attached to the house.
Attached to the house? I mean, a house? You mean you're fond of it?
No, but the people what had it before went and leased it to these foreigners, and I goes with the house, see?
And what are their names? You must surely know that.
Well, the head gent calls himself Radotsky. He's Hungarian, I think.
I think so, too. And it strikes me there's something very odd going on here. In fact, Lizzie, dear girl, I believe your employer is a spy or something.
Good heavens.
Well, that's what it looks like to me. Couldn't you possibly go out and get a policeman?
Not till morning.
Oh, dear. I can't stay here all night. My nerves are already in a frightful condition. Oh, couldn't you pick the lock or something like that?
What lock?
Well, the padlock on this door, of course. Oh, no, I dare say you couldn't. It takes a cracksman or something like that.
Tell you what, Mr. Downing.
Yes? I mean, yes?
There's a bunch of keys hanging under the kitchen sink.
Well?
One of them just might fit this padlock.
By Jove, Lizzie, you really think so?
Well, most of these padlocks are pretty simple. And anyway, I think this one in the door belongs to the house. They don't bring it with them.
I see what you mean. Yes, if the padlock belongs to the house, one of the keys is pretty sure to fit it.
Well, it's worth trying. Don't you think?
I certainly do, Lizzie. And if you get me out of this cellar, you shall have a front seat in the stalls as often as you wish.
Oh, do you mean it?
On my word of honor, as a gentleman and as an actor.
Blimey. Stalls and all.
Yeah, so hurry like a good girl, Lizzie, and get that bunch of keys. Oh, there's another rat. Go quickly, Lizzie, before I faint. Any luck?
Not yet. I'm still trying.
Oh, dear.
Don't give up hope, Mr. Downey. I've got a lot of keys to try still.
Yeah, I'll never forget you for this, Lizzie.
Oh, I do nothing, really.
Aren't you? Joe, if you get me out of here, you'll not only be performing a great service to the theatre, but to the entire scene of Western culture.
Western what?
Yes, what's more, if I get out of here, I may be able to frustrate a diabolical plot to disrupt the North Atlantic Treaty or something equally important.
Oh, fancy that.
Of course, I don't really know. I'm only surmising, but I don't think those birds are up to any good. Shit, you unlocked it. You mean I'm...
Yes, just a moment.
Oh, Lizzie, you're an angel. I can't see you, but I'm going to kiss you. There.
Oh, blimey. I've been kissed by Claude Downey.
In person, my dear. And now, we'll creep upstairs and see what's going on. Now, quietly. Can't see a soul.
Oh, that big guard piece is generally sneaking about at night.
Pietro?
Oh, I don't know his name.
Pietro drives a taxi, weighs about 250 pounds, so I pray we don't meet him.
What are you going to do?
Make for the front door. Which way is it? I can't see a thing.
To the right.
Right. All right, follow me.
Who is there?
Shh. That's it.
Is there someone? Right. I put on lights.
Blimey.
Now we're for it.
So, it is you, my friend.
Now, look here.
How did you get out of the cellar?
I let him out, if you must know.
I don't mind your own business, Hank.
I wouldn't let a fellow countryman of mine be hurt by a bunch of dirty foreigners.
By Jove, Lizzie, that line would bring the house down if it were in a play.
I think you both go back to the cellar now.
You keep your dirty hands off of me.
Now, look here, old chap. No rough stuff, do you hear? This is a civilized country after all.
Come on, Ziggy.
Stand back, you cad, or I won't be responsible.
I fix you.
Lizzie, look, run for it.
No, you don't.
Leave the girl alone, you cad. Go on, Lizzie. I'll take care of him.
Let go of my wheel. Oh, you think you clever. I fix you.
Oh, no, you won't. Not quite. Here comes the police.
Mr. Downey, sir, are you all right?
Yes, Lizzie. Yes. Hello, dear. I can't go on tomorrow night. My lip. He's damaged my lip. You'll be comfortable here.
I still don't know what exactly happened, Mr. Downey. What happened?
It's really perfectly simple, my dear. Those people were foreign agents of some kind. They were evidently expecting another agent whom they didn't know. So the arrangements were that he should be picked up outside the Adelphi Theatre by Pietro and would mention a password. The phrase was, tonight's the night.
But why?
Well, it was a perfectly natural sentence to choose when you consider this fellow was to be picked up outside the Adelphi where tonight's the night is running.
Oh.
Probably he was told to attend the performance just to throw off suspicion, and that Pietro would be waiting for him after the show finished.
How did you come into all this?
I'm not quite sure. Either the right man didn't turn up at all, or else he was running late. Anyway, I was looking for a taxi to take me to Milano's, and I happened to pick on Pietro.
But you wouldn't know the password.
Well, it just so happened that I did use the password at the critical moment. And as soon as I said, tonight's the night, Pietro thought I was the person he was waiting for.
But why did you go into the house?
Well, Lizzie, let us say it was a case of mistaken identity. We won't go into that now. You'd better clear off to bed. I'm almost on the point of collapse.
Oh, it was nice of you to find me this room, Mr. Downing.
Joe, my dear, after the way you helped me, it was the very least I could do. And believe me, Mrs. Hicks is a motherly old soul. She looked after me pretty well, and she's promised to treat you as though you're my own sister.
Oh, I'm ever so much obliged to you.
And I'm ever so much obliged to you, Lizzie. I'll never forget what you did for me tonight. I say, would you like a job at the theatre?
You mean it?
Well, certainly. I mean, there's sure to be a front-of-house job I could wangle for you. Yes, anyway, we'll talk about that tomorrow. Good night, my dear. And thanks for everything.
Good night, Mr. Downing. I suppose you wouldn't...
wouldn't what, my dear?
Well, kiss me like you did before.
Lizzie, I'd love to. There you are. A chaste salute. How's that?
Oh, you're wonderful.
Yes, I'm not bad. Oh, dear, I don't feel very wonderful at the moment. Just look at my eyes.
Won't you be able to go on tomorrow?
I'm a trooper, Lizzie. I shall do my best. The show must go on, you know. Besides, my understudy is an awful little twerp. Come in.
Mr. Downing?
Blimey, a policeman.
Yes, I'm Mr. Downing.
I'm afraid you'll have to come along with me, sir.
Oh, what for?
There's some things being stolen from the Adelphi Theatre, and you were seen getting away with them.
What? You're crazy, old boy. I'm Claude Downing.
I don't care who you are. You've got to come along with me.
But this is preposterous.
I know him.
No.
This here gentleman. He ain't no copper at all. He's the geezer what takes the part of the count in your show.
You... Gus. Well, of course.
You didn't recognize me.
No, but Lizzie did. And that just shows what a rotten makeup artist you are. Tonight's the night, old boy, and you can give that 50 rand to Lizzie. She's jolly well earned it.
Oh, Mr. Downing. Lord, I think I'm going to faint.
And so ends Tonight's the Night by David Blackwell, with Stuart Brown as Gus and the Hungarian Carl, Rex Garner as Claude, Annabelle Linda as Lizzie, and Bill Brewer as the taxi driver. Tonight's the Night was adapted and produced by Michael Silver for Shell.
Presenting Joel McRae as Jace Pearson in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, authentic stories from their official files. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Tonight's transcribed case, Dead or Alive.
At exactly 9:13 a.m. on Wednesday, April 16th, 1947, the French freighter Grand Camp, carrying a highly explosive cargo of ammonium nitrate fertilizer, blew up in the harbor at Texas City, Texas. It was the first in a chain of explosions as chemical plants, tin smelters, and oil refineries disappeared in blasts and flame. Shortly after 1 a.m. the next morning, the major chain reaction was set off. The explosions rocking the city of Galveston 10 miles across the bay, where excited crowds gathered in the streets watching the raging, flame-pierced sky.
Extra. Texas City death toll 300. Hundreds more missing. Scores of bodies unidentified. Paper, mister.
Yeah, give me one. Here.
Read about it. Unidentified dead toll still mounting.
Where are the names, Vance? Where's the list of the dead?
They only got a few of them identified.
Well, is Ralph's name there?
Wait a minute. No, he's probably all right. A working square like him would be.
But he worked at one of the refineries they're burning.
Stop blubbering. You want to attract attention to me?
No, Vance, no, but he is my brother. I gotta worry about him, too, don't I?
Yeah. Come on, over here, into this doorway. Look at that blaze over there across the bay. What a spot to clean up. Money, jewelry must be laying around the streets. Just wait.
Vance, ain't you crazy? There'll be police there, rangers. You're in enough trouble now.
Yeah, Lily, you're right. But I'm getting out of it now, for good. And that place over there is going to do it. Maybe your brother Ralph is one of the dead they haven't identified. You gotta go there, baby. If he is, you'll have to identify him.
Oh.
If he is there, in with the ones they don't know. There's nothing you can do to help him. But you can help me.
Vance, what do you mean?
Well, if you find him there, baby, you can identify the body and say it's mine.
Vance.
You want me in the clear, don't you, baby? They won't be chasing after me if they think I'm dead, don't you see?
But my own brother. What are you asking me to do?
I'm asking you to do as you're told. If you want to walk out on me, go ahead. But if you don't, you're going to want me to keep on running for the rest of my life? Or let them get me and send me to Huntsville for 10 to 20?
Oh, I don't want anything to happen to you, Vance. You know that.
Well, then show me, baby. Show me. You can't help Ralph if he's over there, but you can help me, don't you see? I'll get out of here tonight, and I'll let you know when to meet me. Maybe at that resort place we passed near Lake Bluewater. We'll be free, baby. You and me. Free from there on.
But how? What'll we do for money?
That'll be taken care of, too. There's a safe in Landstone. I've been itching to get at it for a long time. One last box job, baby, and enough to see us through. Now go ahead right now. And remember, if you find your brother, he ain't Ralph Brenner. He's me, Vance Young. And come back, pack up, and stay put till you hear from me. From then on, it's gravy. Nobody ever arrests a dead man.
By Friday morning, April 18th, more than 200 bodies, many still unidentified, were laid out in the Texas City High School gymnasium. Texas Rangers, including Ranger Jace Pearson, were on hand to help distraught relatives make identification.
I can't believe it.
You're sure your husband isn't in any of the other places where bodies are being held?
No, Ranger.
He may be all right. Lots of men have been so busy helping others, he may be one of those.
Oh, if only he isn't here.
Let's hope he isn't. The embalmers are still working on more bodies over at McGar's garage. It's the only place handy. Keep your hopes up, but just don't hope too much for a while.
Well, I'll be all right.
Might as well start looking through this next row now. They're pretty bad cases. Recognize anything on this one?
No.
This?
No.
I'm sorry. I'm very sorry, ma'am. Are you sure?
That ring on his finger. I gave it to him a long time ago.
Yeah, I know. It isn't easy, but try and get a grip.
I'm all right, Ranger.
You better give me the name for the tag.
His name is... Vance. My husband, Vance Young.
Vance Young. The name burned in my mind like a branding iron. There was no time to ask her, and yet I had to ask. It was part of my job. I waited until we got out into the street. There's some information I have to get from you, Mrs. Young, about your husband.
All right.
Did he have a criminal record?
Yes.
Did you know we were looking for him? For a string of safecrackers?
How does that matter now? He's dead, isn't he?
Yes, I'm sorry, Mrs. Young. You'll find some men at the desks in that building across the way. They'll help you with funeral arrangements.
All right. Thank you very much.
Vance Young.
Jace! Hey, Jace!
Huh? Oh, hello, Kurtz.
Captain Stinson wants us.
Where is he?
The mobile unit?
Let's go.
I'll be glad when this assignment is over. I hope we never see another one like it.
Yeah, I've helped with 5 identifications today. You stand there with somebody and see their life fall apart because of a freak accident.
Woman who just left you, she find somebody?
Yeah, her husband. Kurtz, it was Vance Young.
Vance Young? The knob knocker?
Yeah. Looks like the explosion ended his case for our files.
Don't you think we better check the body for prints and marks?
He got it too badly. She identified him by a ring.
Unidentified bodies give a knob knocker like Young a big chance to disappear.
I thought of that, too. Except for one thing. That woman's grief was real. She wasn't faking it. A week passed. A week of horror and nightmares till the fires in Texas City were controlled and stopped. And men with tight lips and grim courage started to rebuild the ruins. Most of us Rangers went back to regular duty in our regular areas. Then one day, while Bud Kurtz and I had just finished a routine job and were driving back to headquarters, a call came through via short wave.
KTXA to Unit 10. KTXA to Unit 10.
Unit 10 to KTXA. Go ahead, KTXA.
Unit 10, proceed immediately to Landstone, Texas, Arthur County. Safe of mercantile store burglarized there at 4 a.m. today. Crime reported by owner when store opened at 9:30 a.m. this date.
Any lead on responsible subject?
Subject unidentified, but known to be one man working alone, according to information given by watchman. Watchman was overpowered, being treated at Landstone Emergency Hospital.
Units 10 and 6 proceeding to Landstone. We'll keep KTXA informed. Unit 10, 10-4.
Assignment authority, Captain Stinson. KTXA Austin.
Landstone, about 40 miles, Jace.
Yeah.
Knob-knocking job, huh?
Yeah. At least, though, there's one safe specialist we can eliminate right from scratch on this one.
Who?
Vance Young.
Oh, yeah, I almost forgot about him. Dead men don't rob safes, do they?
We reached the Landstone Mercantile store at 11:15, and Sheriff Joe Pastroni showed us through.
These back rooms are used for storage. He came in through the back, went through that door over there to the general office. That's where the safe is.
How'd he get into the building?
Forced the watchman to let him in. Watchman patrols this whole area, door shaker. Has keys to get into all the stores if he sees anything that looks funny.
Well, then he must have met the safecracker outside.
Yeah, I guess so. Watchman was pretty dazed this morning. The doc is patching him up at the hospital. Deputy will drive him back here as soon as his head's fixed. Now, as you can see, been over everything for fingerprints.
You find any?
Sure, hundreds. They probably all belong to employees of the store.
Best bet is to check the prints on the safe first.
Already did that. Only 2 sets. Owner of the store and the bookkeeper.
Well, that won't tell us anything, Jace, unless one of them robbed the store.
It isn't likely. Better have a look at the safe now, Sheriff.
Sure thing. Our last office back here.
What make is the safe, Sheriff?
It's Will's Atlas, new model.
It's a tough box, Jace. Steel and wrought iron plates and more alarm wires than the marionette show.
Yeah, but a good safecracker could divert the alarm circuit without tripping it. And the box is a cinch because he's got the wire holes to start working on.
Here we are.
You figured it, Jace. Backplate blown clean out.
Yeah, didn't even have to drill. Small nitro charges in the wire holes, and it was as good as having the combination.
Here's where he jumped the alarm circuit. Neat hookup, all right.
You take the pictures of all this, Sheriff?
Yeah, I can pick up a set of my office if you like.
Thanks.
Oh, Winky.
Howdy, Sheriff. Rangers.
I've been waiting for you. This is a watchman. How's your head?
Well, aspirin ain't gonna help it any, I'll tell you that. You gonna get the fella?
We'll be able to answer that better when the fingerprints are checked.
Fingerprints? He ain't gonna find any he left. He was wearing gloves.
I figured, Jace. Yeah. Tell me, Winky, would you recognize the man if you saw him again? Could you pick out his picture?
Yeah. If I had his picture took with a sack over his head, I could. That ain't likely.
You mean his face was covered?
Had a sack over his head, like I told you. Holes for the eyes. He ain't gonna catch him by no fingerprints or pictures. Maybe you ain't gonna catch him at all.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Winky. Sheriff, would you mind going down to your office for prints of the pictures of the scene here? I'd like them sent on to my headquarters for an MO check.
Sure. Take care of it right away.
What kind of check is an MO check, Ranger?
It means modus operandi, Winky. All criminals have definite methods and habits. They're repeated on each job they do. Forms a pattern.
Well, there's sure a pattern here, all right, Jace. Method of entry, where that circuit was jumped, sack mask, nitro charge in the wire holes.
Yeah. And it fits 3 men. 3 safecrackers we've followed before.
Yeah. There's Bert Larkin. He's still doing time in Folsom for a job he pulled on the coast.
Yeah. And the other 2 are Jack Fontaine and Vance Young.
Yeah, but Young is dead. That leaves us Fontaine.
You mean you know who did it? Without nothing to tell you?
There's plenty to tell us. The modus operandi can be almost as good as a fingerprint or a signature.
I'll be winged. Maybe that fella's going to pay off for slugging me after all. And for hurting my arm when he grabbed me in the alley there.
How'd he grab you? Show me. Go ahead, show me.
On you? Well, let's see. He whipped my arm up behind me like this. Then he jabbed a thumb up behind my ear like this. Sure hurts, don't it?
Sure does. Well, you can let go now.
Judo. Still fits Fontaine, Jace.
Yeah. Or Vance Young. He used it, too, on other jobs. When did he slug you?
After he made me open up the back door and let him in.
You mean he sneaked up on you before you could draw your gun?
Sneaked nothing. That's why I didn't get onto him at first. Heard him come walking through the alley toward me like he's taking a shortcut.
You heard him?
Yeah, it was dark, so I didn't see the mask until I lit a match. He asked for a light, see? Then he grabbed me. And he got me inside here and beat on me and kicked me.
Chase, that doesn't sound like Fontaine.
It wasn't Fontaine. He always sneaked a watchman from behind, and they never heard him. He always wore sneakers.
Well, then who?
Vance Young. That match trick is Vance Young's.
But Young is...
dead? Maybe yes, maybe no. But I know one thing. I'm going to find out.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. And now, we continue with tonight's case, Dead or Alive, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
I headed for Texas City and Galveston. Kurtz and I had no way to move until we knew for certain whether Vance Young was dead or alive. As we drove, I put through a request for headquarters to dig up some information. We were still on the road when KTXA came up with the answers.
KTXA to Unit 10. KTXA to Unit 10.
Unit 10 to KTXA. Go ahead, KTXA.
Have information you requested. Woman who identified body of Vance Young in Texas City gave name as Lillian Young, residing at 410 Harbor Lane, Galveston.
Deceased was wearing ring used in identification. Has subject Lillian Young claimed ring?
No claim has been filed yet. Ring still being held at property claims in Texas City.
Unit 10 also requested check on place where body identified as Vance Young was originally found.
Body was among those recovered from debris of Amalgamated Refinery Plant 7.
Unit 10 believes identification may have been falsified. Possibility Vance Young still alive. Units 10 and 6 continuing investigation. May be tied in with robbery in Landstone, Texas.
Proceed and keep KTXA informed. Authority, Captain Stinson.
Unit 10, 10-4.
KTXA, Austin.
You get that address, Kurtz?
Yeah. 410 Harbor Lane, Galveston.
If we're right, she may have cleared out by now, but we've got to try it.
What do you want me to do?
I'll drop you at Texas City. Get that ring and check every living person who worked at Amalgamated. See if any of them remember that ring and the man who wore it.
Right.
I better call KTXA again, have that marriage record traced. Find out when and where that woman married Young. What her maiden name was, everything we can get.
We'll be in Texas City in a couple of minutes. I can start the check from there and bring the information to you. Where'll we meet?
The Harbor Lane address in Galveston. I found the rooming house Lillian and Vance Young had lived in, but I was too late. Lillian Young had checked out the day before. The landlord showed me the room.
They lived here 5-6 months, all told.
You get to know the husband very well?
I tell you the truth, Ranger, I hardly ever saw him. Only time he ever left the place was at night. His wife said his eyes got hurt in the war or something. The sunlight bothered him.
When did you see him last? When they moved out?
No, he wasn't with her then. Last I saw him was, he went out about a week ago. Night of the big blast over at Texas City. Cracked the wall plaster here.
Are you sure you didn't see him after that?
Oh, I'm positive. I don't think he ever did come back. Didn't even hear no talking from the room. Just her. Crying an awful lot.
I see. She decided to leave kind of sudden?
Oh, like a jackrabbit hearing a hound dog. Left for work yesterday morning, came steaming back about an hour later. Give me the keys, pack up, and left.
Came back from work. You know where she worked?
Yeah, I do. She was a waitress. The Bayshore Diner.
Bayshore Diner. Thanks.
So she up and quit on me just like that yesterday morning. Right smack in the middle of the breakfast rush, too. Because the postman come in and give her a special delivered letter.
Who was it from?
Who was it from? With 20 orders of ham and in the fire, I got time to read a mail? All I know is she leaves me the serving, the dishes, and the cleaning and everything.
Stop beefing, Chuck. That little old gal had trouble.
Yeah, you should talk. All you got to do is drive one cab. You don't have the serving and the dishes and the cleaning and everything.
You find yourself a little old chaplain to hear your troubles and give me some coffee. Come on.
Okay. Maybe you can tell a ranger more about Lil than I can. Hanging around her, making eyes at her all day. You took her out when she left here.
Is that right, driver? Did she leave here with you?
Well, she hired my cab, if that's what you mean.
Where'd you take her?
Well, I took her home. Waited while she packed some things, then rushed her to the bus depot. She said somebody in her family was sick and she had to go help them right away. I guess that's what the letter was about. I was sitting there having my breakfast like I always do, and
I understand. But what about the bus depot? You know what bus she caught?
The northbound toward San Antonio. Cut it mighty fine, too. Got there just about a minute before the bus pulled out. Would have made it a lot easier if she didn't make me come dashing back about a mile after we left here.
Back here to the diner?
No, back to the laundry down the street. Guess she had some stuff in there. Although she didn't bring a bundle out with her. Then on top of that, she says she can't pay me. Not that I'd mind, except for the 10 extra blocks back to the laundry. I could have put the flag back up if she told me beforehand.
You say the laundry's right down the street?
Yeah, about half a block.
Thanks. I'll walk down.
Hey, Jace!
Hi, Kurtz.
Fellow at the rooming house told me you came down here.
Yeah. Find out anything on that ring?
Plenty. A couple of men who worked at Amalgamated recognized it. Belonged to a plant man named Ralph Brenner.
Then it wasn't Young's.
No. I got that rundown on Young's wife. Her maiden name was Lillian Brenner. The guy she identified was her brother, not her husband.
Then that's why she was broken up. I knew that part wasn't an act. Come on.
Where are we going?
We're going into the laundry business.
Yeah, she was real upset because the things wasn't ready, but you know how it was, Ranger. We was almost 10 days behind because of Texas City. They was even using our delivery trucks for emergency over there. Some of our men left the job to help out.
Yeah, sure, but what did she leave here? Waitress uniforms?
Oh, lands, no. Diner up there has a regular uniform service. All she ever left here was men's shirts.
Probably Vance's shirts, Jace.
Yeah.
Real good shirts, too, Ranger. The kind you don't have to starch at all. And real fancy colors, too. Dude wouldn't want to be found dead in some of them.
Did she say she'd be back to pick them up?
Oh, no. She asked me to send them to her, COD. Said she needed the money she had on her for traveling. Shirts like that, you'd think her and a man was living off the top of the hog, but...
Sure, but did she give you an address?
Oh, yeah, I got it right here in this book. Right here. She wrote it down herself.
General delivery, Lake Bluewater.
The shirts are ready now. I'm going to mail them out tonight when I leave.
We'll save you the trouble. Wrap them up, and we'll deliver them for you. Kurtz and I headed for Lake Bluewater, towing our horses in a trailer, ready to follow Vance Young no matter which way he moved. It was dark as we drove into the town. The clock on the courthouse was just striking 9.
Not many people on the streets, Jace. Looks like everything's closed up for the night except for the movie and the drugstore. Better find a place and turn in.
Yeah, I think we ought to drive out of town and camp someplace off the lakeshore. Walk the horses out for a while.
I thought we were going to plant that laundry bundle at the post office in the morning. Watch for a pickup.
We are.
Well, why not pasture the horses at the edge of town? Find accommodations right here.
If we stay in town overnight, it may start some talk. Talk drifts. We don't want to tip our hands.
I guess you're right.
Well, let's get out to the lake and find a campsite.
Funny thing about Young's wife remembering his shirts. Guess it's force of habit for a woman.
Strong thing, habit. His safe-cracking habits told us he was still alive. And now maybe her habits are going to make him wish he was dead again. We took the road for the lake, past the summer cottages skirting the shore on one side of it. Then as we rounded a curve and passed a house and a group of resort cabins, I spotted something.
Hey, Jace, what's the matter?
I saw something. Wait till I back up. Headlights picked it up as we came around this curve. There. Look at those.
All I see is the back of a few cabins, some wash on the line.
Look at those 2 shirts on the end of the line.
Look like a couple of rainbows, even in this light. Hey.
That's the kind of color scheme Vance Young goes in for. Shirts we have in the laundry bundle are just like those.
Lights on in a few of the cabins.
Yeah, I'm going to leave the car here while we have a look at those shirts. Horse trailer will make too much of a racket if we drive in.
Yeah, no chance of being taken for tourists with that on the back. Better cut the motor and douse the headlights.
Yeah. What was the laundry mark on those shirts we've got?
410 mark. That was the number of their house in Galveston.
Come on. Let's see if we can find it on that line. And close the car doors easy.
Right.
Take one of them down so we can get a better look at it.
What's the matter?
Clothespin stuck. There, I got it now.
Hold it low to the ground. I'll cut my hand over the flashlight.
Good. There it is. 410. These belong to our boy, all right.
Quite a few cabins, Jace.
He's in one of them. That's all we have to know. Come on. Start with this end cabin and go right on down the line.
We better be ready for anything.
Here's the first stop.
Dark, Jace.
Yeah, you have to feel your way around.
Doesn't seem to be anybody living here.
This one's empty. Now let's move on.
All right, you.
What? Hey, put that flash out before I fire.
No. Oh, Rangers. I'll put it out.
That's better. Who are you?
Name's Ed Bullock. I own these cabins. Just walking back from the boat dock with a couple of guests. Saw you sneaking in the dark. You looking for a place to stay?
No. We're looking for a couple named Young.
Oh, well, that's funny. It was Mr. Young who spotted your shadows. Hey, Mr. Young.
Was that Young just with you?
Yeah. Him and his wife was right behind me when I flashed light in here.
They spotted us, Jace.
Yeah. Come on.
Hey, my boat. Somebody started my boat.
Is that the only boat you got down there?
Only one with a motor. There's a canoe.
We're not going to reach them, Jace.
They'll head across the lake. How far is it, Bullock?
A mile and a half.
Kurtz, grab your horse from the trailer. You can beat him around to the far side if you ride hard. When you get there, flash your light. That'll keep him from trying the shore over there.
Right. What about you?
I'm taking the canoe. And hurry.
We'll get him.
Ranger, I better go back to the office. My wife...
You can faint later, Mr. Bullock. Right now, I need you. I'm going out in the canoe. Flash your light from this shore. They'll think I'm here and they won't dare land on either side. But make sure you don't turn the light on me in this canoe. All right, Bullock. Turn your light on as soon as I get out in the open water. canoe toward the center of the lake. Kurtz beat the Youngs around to the opposite shore, and I could still hear their motor when I saw the beam of Kurt's light. The Youngs saw it, too. The beam wasn't strong enough to reach them. I heard the boat in a turn, and the motor came back toward me for a moment. Then it went dead on the dark water.
What'd you stop the motor for, Vance?
Shut up. They're waiting for us on each shore. But their lights don't reach us.
Thanks, we gotta get out of
Will
here.
you shut up and let me think? There's a little wind. The boat will drift to the far end of the lake.
But that's so slow.
Well, what do you want me to do? I can't swim like you can.
Why can't you use the oars?
Because the oar lock squeaks, stupid. They'd hear him. Yeah, there's only two of them. They can't cover the whole shore.
Gee, Vance, it's so dark. And Hey, I hear something.
What?
Something in the water.
You're crazy. Can't you see the lights on the shore?
Well, Vance, I do hear something. I see it. It's a canoe.
What? Don't move, Young. I'm coming into your boat.
What, you? I'll brain you with the sword.
Look out,
Help! Help! Let go of me. Let go! Go.
Hey, have you got him? He can't swim.
Where he's going, it won't matter. Grab onto the canoe and kick for shore. I got a nice dry shirt waiting for him.
Convicted of robbing a safe in the mercantile store, Vance Young, on the basis of his previous record, was sentenced to life imprisonment at Huntsville.
This is Joel McCrae. Many of our listeners, particularly in Texas, recall these cases we've been dramatizing, and some listeners have sent in questions about the Rangers. Yes, it's true. There are only 50 Texas Rangers. And to show you how busy these Rangers are, from 1946 to 1948, the Rangers handled nearly 17,000 cases. With Texas as big as it is, that means they cover about 4 times greater area per man than any other police officer in the world. Next week, we'll have another authentic story I believe you'll enjoy very much. Like the others, it's based on their official files, adding further glory to the Rangers. Hope you'll be listening. Good night.
Next week, Joel McCrae in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrae is currently seen starring in the MGM production Stars in My Crown. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Your Saturday hour of fun begins in 4 weeks. You'll hear Judy Canova and this young man.
Hello, everybody. This is Dennis Day. On October 7th, I'll be starting a new season on the air. There'll be fun for all, lots of music and laughs. So join us for our opening show, October 7th, over your favorite NBC station.
Yes, beginning October 7th, hear Dennis Day, then Judy Canova in an hour of fun on NBC. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
The Great Gildersleeve. It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry.
Unky, now you simply got to come out.
Let go.
Oh, come on, Unky. There's the most glorious sunset. Come out and look at it.
I told you, Marjorie, I'll be out in my own good time.
But you've been saying that all day, and it's getting dark. Come on.
Oh, I haven't got my shoes on. Let me go upstairs.
Oh, you don't need any shoes. Come out the way you are.
And catch my death of cold?
It isn't cold out. It's warm. It's wonderful. You love it.
All right. People want to enjoy things. Why can't they just enjoy them? Why do they have to drag you out?
Isn't it warm?
Yeah, it's kind of warm. Yeah. It's warm as anything. Smells good, too. By George, a regular spring day. Why didn't somebody tell me?
Tell you?
Why, it's wonderful. And look, my dear, just look at that sunset. Look.
I was the one who told you about it.
Where's Leroy? Has Leroy seen it?
Oh, heaven knows where Leroy is. He went off after breakfast.
Where's Bertie? Bertie, come out and see the sunset.
I see it, Mr. Gildersleeve. I can see it out the window. It's mighty pretty, all right.
It reminds me of a poem by Rupert Brooke.
Reminds me of a dress I saw on a lady downtown. Well, I better get back to my oven.
Ah, God, to see the branches stir across the moon at Grantchester.
What's that?
It's a poem.
Who?
By Rupert Brooke. I've been reading his collected works.
Well, that's quite an undertaking.
Stands the church clock at 10 to 3. And is there honey still for tea?
Is there what?
That's from the same poem.
Oh.
He died so young, too.
Yeah. Who did?
Brooke.
Brooke who?
Rupert Brooke.
Oh.
You never read him?
Not lately.
Oh, you'd love him. If you like sunsets and things like that.
I'll make a note.
Unky, do you ever feel that things are so beautiful you just can't stand it? So beautiful it actually hurts?
I know what you mean.
Do you? That's the way Rupert Brooke felt. I feel that way, too. This day, for instance, so lovely.
Lovely.
Say, is there beauty yet to find? And certainty, and quiet kind?
You know, this gives me an idea.
What?
I think I'll get my shoes on. Yes, sir? Got an idea. Got an idea. Hello. Miss Fenwick? Guess who this is? Well, now, wait. Don't hang up. You don't have to guess if you don't want to. I'll tell you. It's Throckmorton Gildersleeve. Gildersleeve. G-I-L-D. That's right. Say, I don't know if they told you or not, but guess what day this is? All right, you don't have to guess. Gosh, I just thought if you weren't doing anything this evening, maybe you'd... Oh, you are, huh? I see. That's too bad. Well, yeah, maybe some other day. Goodbye. Some other day. Now what? Eve? Not after she turned me down twice for that gym teacher. I'll die before I'll call her up. By George.
Miss Gildersleeve, dinner.
Dinner. Who wants dinner? All right, Bertie, I'm coming.
Hey, boys, go!
Leroy.
I washed them. I'll clean my nails, too. What's for dinner, Bertie?
Leroy, come back here.
You can look at them if you want.
Leroy, I think you might at least say good evening to your uncle.
Hi, what do you want?
Hi is not good evening.
You want me to say it?
Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening. Dinner is served.
Yeah, I know.
Wait for your elders.
Sorry.
What are you doing that for?
I'm pulling out your chair for you.
You needn't overdo it. Perfectly capable of pulling out my own chair. Marjorie?
Yes?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Put away the book, young lady. We do not read at the table.
Well, it's Rupert Brooke. I was just...
I don't care if it's Edgar A. Guest. It's not polite to read at the table. Now put it away and join in the conversation.
Go ahead and start some.
Well, don't read at the table.
What's the matter with him all of a sudden?
Search me.
I heard that. Now fold your hands and sit quietly.
Where's the dinner?
Never mind. You'll get what you get when you get it. Not polite to make remarks about the food.
I didn't make any remarks. I just said, where is it?
Don't argue, Leroy. I know what you said.
Yeah, I told you to join in the conversation and then hit you over the head.
I heard that, too. Well, Bertie?
Sorry to keep you waiting, sir.
What's this?
Cold cuts and potato salad.
Rushing the season a little, isn't it?
Well, I had a lot of laundry to do, and there wasn't much time to get a regular dinner. So I said to myself, it's so warm today, maybe if I just make some hot biscuits to take the curse off the cold cut.
By thunder, just because it turns a little warm.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve...
I fail to see why everybody has to start acting like a ninny.
Well, I just...
It's taking advantage. That's what it is, Bertie. There's been a general letting down around here, and it's got to stop. Leroy, did you take out the ashes this morning the way I told you?
Yep.
You did? Well.
I put the cans back where they belong, too.
Did you clean up that mess in your room? What's the idea of going off all day playing baseball when I distinctly told you...
I did, Unc. I cleaned that up yesterday. You can go upstairs and see for yourself.
Oh. Have you done your practicing?
Well, most of it.
Most of it. Well, young man, you get to that piano right after dinner and you stick at it till you finished it.
Okay.
And don't ask me again for a catcher's mask.
I didn't.
Well, don't. There'll be no catcher's mask for boys who don't practice their piano. Think I was made of money. I've bought you dozens of catcher's masks. Where are they?
So help me, Unc.
Now, who the devil is that? Leroy, if that's one of your little friends, you tell him to go away.
Okay,
Come back here.
Yeah?
Where do you think you're going?
It said to tell him to go away.
Sit still. Don't get up from the table during dinner. I've told you that.
But the doorbell rang.
What do you think we have Bertie for? Bertie!
Yes, sir?
The doorbell.
Yes, sir. I was just...
Do not trouble yourself, Bertie. I will go.
Suit yourself.
Have to do everything.
What the world's the matter with your uncle?
He's been cooped up in the house all day. It's the bad air. What's he standing there for? Why doesn't he open it?
Took too big a bite. He's trying to swallow it first.
Oh, it's you, Judge. Kind of impatient, aren't you?
I do hope I haven't come just at your dinner time. Oh, I have.
Yes.
Now, don't let me interrupt you people. You go right ahead. I'll just pull up a chair here and wait.
Yes.
I had an early supper myself, so nothing for me, thank you.
Yes. What's on your mind, Judge?
Hurry up and finish your dinner, Gildy. You and I are going to take a little constitutional.
A what?
Well, I thought it'd be nice if we took a little walk.
Walk? Walk where?
Well, nowhere in particular. I thought we might step out into the country a little.
What for?
It's such a lovely evening. Did you see the sunset?
No.
Marjorie, surely you saw it.
I saw it, and I thought it was wonderful, Judge. So did Uncle Mort.
Corniest thing I ever saw. All this fuss, old goat. They ought to have you in the ads for Bach beer.
It's quite evident, Marjorie, that your uncle arose from the wrong side of the bed this morning. Gildy, you won't come for a walk then?
I can't. Leroy has to practice his piano, and I intend to supervise him.
Evening, Dad.
Evening, Bertie.
Can I set you a plate?
Oh, no. I've already eaten, Bertie. Thank you.
Another biscuit, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, as long as you're here.
Marjorie, may I ask what that is you have on your plate there? Is that cold tongue by any chance?
Uh-huh. Would you like some?
No. I had my supper. I just happen to be particularly partial to cold tongue, that's all.
Get him a plate, Bertie.
No.
He's been sitting here trying to lap it up with his eyes.
Now, really, I'm not hungry, Bertie. I've already had my... Well, if you insist. One piece, then.
A little potato salad to wash it down?
Well, a smidgen, possibly. I'm really not hungry.
How about a biscuit? They're nice and hot.
Oh, they look awfully tempting.
Oh, give him the works, Bertie, and bring him a bib. Leroy, where are you going?
Oh, nowhere. I just thought maybe you and the judge wanted to talk for a while.
I want to hear you practice the piano, young man.
Gosh, Unc, my supper isn't hardly digested.
The digestive process will proceed without your attention, my boy. Get to the piano.
Okay, you asked for it.
Go ahead.
Very nice. Pretty melody, nicely played.
Wait a minute. I've heard that darn piece 1,000 times, Leroy.
So have I.
Weren't you playing that piece 2 years ago, my boy?
Yep. That was in a different key.
Egod!
I used to play it in the key of C. This is in D. I got 2 sharps to remember.
George, I can't understand it. Your teacher must... Have you got something else you're working on?
Well, nothing but my new piece.
Your new piece? What's that?
Some symphony.
Well, get it out. Let's hear it.
Only been working on it about a week.
Come on, let's hear it. And I'll watch you. Help you keep your mind on it. Where's the music?
Had it right here yesterday. Maybe Bertie put it somewhere.
Bertie wouldn't be putting your music anywhere but here. Now find it.
Here it is in the bench.
Huh? Hey. Symphonic themes for little folk. Which one are you working on?
Here it is, number 3.
Symphony number 5 by Tchaikovsky.
Isn't that marvelous, Gildy? Little Leroy playing Tchaikovsky.
Well, it looks easy enough. Play it.
It's tough.
Play it.
Well, remember, it's not supposed to be perfect yet.
We don't expect perfection, Leroy. Just do your best.
Oh, brother.
You're not helping, my dear. Go ahead, Leroy.
Okay.
Tchaikovsky 5th? That doesn't sound familiar.
Give him a chance, Gildy. The familiar part probably comes later.
How does that go again? By George.
He's probably leaving out a sharp or flat. Who asked you?
No. Let's see here. I believe your sister's right, Leroy. Isn't that the second note there, a C?
I guess so.
Well, it's supposed to be a C sharp. Look at it.
Well, what do you know? Just like that other piece. Key of D is tough, Unc.
Play it again, Leroy, with the sharp. Of course, that's the 5th Symphony.
One of my favorites.
Go ahead, Leroy. No. Start over, and this time keep going.
Okay.
That's C sharp, Leroy.
Where?
There, you went right past it.
Oh, yeah.
Start over.
Okay. Guys, I told you it wasn't perfect.
Perfect. 5 simple notes, and you can't even come close. Here. Now start at the beginning. C sharp, Leroy, C sharp. I'm not going to touch you, but by George, you... Try it again. You don't have to play it fast. Play it right.
I'm trying to.
You've lost the rhythm now, Leroy. Da, 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 da.
It's easy enough for you. You know the tune.
Well, whether I know it or not, all you have to do is count. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Doesn't Miss Roots teach you how to count?
Sure.
Well, count.
I don't know how.
Well, try.
Okay. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2.
Can't you play and count at the same time?
She makes you count 2 measures before you start.
Well, that sounds idiotic, but go ahead. Do it her way.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and...
C sharp, Leroy! Ye gods, C sharp, C sharp, ye gods, the black one.
Oh, God! You got me all mixed up. How can I play when you stand there hollering at me?
By George, 3 years I've been spending good money on your music lessons. 3 years, $2 a week every week. That's over $100 a year. $300 down the drain.
I'm sorry, young.
Stop sniffling. Well, this is the end, that's all. I'll tell Miss Roots when she comes tomorrow. No more.
Now, Gildy, I think you're being a little hasty.
You just heard him. It's obvious the boy has no musical talent whatsoever. I can't understand it. With his background, we're a musical family, Judge. But with 3 years of teaching, if he can't do any better than that, well, I don't like to say this, Leroy, but you can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear.
You mean, no more music lessons?
Precisely. But don't let me catch you feeling good about it.
Time out now for a profile look at one of the great sports figures of the American scene. In the seat of honor is Gene Tunney, a two-fisted terror in the ring and equally respected outside of it. Gene Tunney's life reads like a story from Horatio Alger. Born to Irish Catholic parents who had little money but were rich in family devotion, Gene once made $1 million in 40 minutes by the clock. It's part of the American tradition that gives everyone the same start, an even break, and says, go as far up the ladder as your talent and ambition will carry you. Gene Tunney has written many magazine articles. In one of them, he listed the 4 most important elements of his life: religion, patriotism, human friendship, and the rules of health. Gene lives by these same things in which he believes. In his swift rise to fame and fortune, he never set aside the simple and basic ideals he outlined. Perhaps that is why Gene Tunney remains a champion in the eyes of Americans everywhere, because his life is an example of democracy, of what it means to be an American.
Now let's get back to the great Gildersleeve. Leaving his office a little early, he hurries homeward, but stops on his way to rush into Peavy's pharmacy.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you this fine day?
Peavy, quick. Let me have a nickel, will you? Got to make a phone call.
Nickels? I got a special on nickels today, 5 for a quarter.
I've got no time for your little jokes. I've got to make this call in a hurry, Peavy.
Here you are, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah, thanks. Darn booth.
May I make a suggestion, Mr. Gildersleeve? If you slip off your top coat, you could get in quite easily.
There's no time for that. You better still be there. If I don't cancel her today, I'll have to pay her. Darn little chair. Hello, Marjorie? Listen, tell Miss Roots not to leave till I get there. I want... Not there, eh? Why isn't she? It's only 5 o'clock. The substitute. By George, that's the last straw. Well, tell the substitute to wait. I'll fire her. Yeah. I'll be there in 10 minutes. You think they could add an extra inch on these booths? Darn telephone company. I suppose it would cost them an extra 5 cents a booth, so they won't do it. Here, Peavy, here's a dime. Give me another nickel and we're square.
Yes, sir. Going to make another call?
No.
Oh, then the first call was successful, I take it.
Yes.
Call you didn't care to make from the office, evidently.
It was nothing of the kind. This was strictly business.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Gildersleeve, the amount of business that's transacted from that phone booth every year, particularly in the spring.
This has nothing to do with spring. I was calling about Leroy's music teacher, if you must know, and I see you must.
No.
Come on, give me my nickel.
Your nickel? Oh, yes. Of course, I must have put it in my pocket. Here you are. Can I serve you in any other way, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No, thanks.
I've got a special on tonic.
Then I suggest you take some. Well, still at it, eh? I suppose she thinks she's going to make an impression by giving full measure this time. Wonder if she suspects I'm going to tie the can to her. Well, I'm accepting no substitutes. Nobody plays Gildersleeve for a sucker. Guess I'd better get rid of Leroy before I take it up with her. Oops. Leroy?
Excuse me, I think I heard my uncle calling. I'll be right back.
Leroy, I think you'd better run upstairs for a few moments.
What for?
So I can have a talk with Miss, what's her name anyway?
Piper. Miss Piper.
Well, you run upstairs. I'll handle old lady Piper.
But, Unc.
Run along, Leroy.
Okay.
Put my things away first. Think what I'm going to say to her. I hate firing people. At least she can play the thing. I was never sure about Miss Roots. Well, here goes.
Huh? How do you do? You're Mr. Gildersleeve?
You're the piano teacher?
Oh, yes. But I have to explain about that. You see...
Why, you're young enough to be taking lessons yourself.
Oh, I'm not so young. I've been teaching for 2 years, but not in Summerfield.
Not in Summerfield.
No. You see, I've just come here.
Just come here.
Miss Roots was kind enough... Well, she felt she needed help, and she hasn't been very well anyway.
Hasn't been well, no.
So she's taking the more advanced pupils and turning over some of the less promising ones to me.
Less promising?
Oh, dear. I didn't mean to say less promising. I meant, well, less experienced.
Oh, that's all right. Leroy is less promising. He's less promising than almost anybody I know.
Oh, I wouldn't...
But he's my nephew, and I'm stuck with him. Well, let's sit down and talk this over. Leroy, my boy, step into my study, will you please?
Is she gone?
Yes, she's gone. Step into my study.
Me?
Yep.
In your study?
Yep.
Gosh, I haven't done anything. Honest, Don.
You have nothing to be nervous about, my boy. Sit down. You can sit in my chair if you like.
Okay.
Try not to make it squeak. Just sit still, huh?
Okay.
I've been thinking about that catcher's mask, Leroy. I've decided you should have it.
Yeah? Gee, swell.
I might even throw in a first baseman's mitt, too.
Oh, gosh, that's super. That can't keep me off the team now.
Yeah, that's fine. I want you to get plenty of exercise.
Can I call Piggy? The team is supposed to play a warm-up game tomorrow afternoon.
Let's not call Piggy just yet. With regard to your music lessons, Leroy,
Yeah?
I talked to Miss Ruth's assistant.
Yeah. Too bad I haven't got any talent, Dunk. If you haven't got it, what can you do? Can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. That's me, a sow's ear.
My boy, I'm afraid I underrated your talent last evening. You know, we're a musical family. You must have talent. I believe the trouble's been in the teaching.
Gosh, I don't think so. Miss Roots is a swell teacher.
I believe Miss Piper will turn out to be much better. Music can be a wonderful thing in a man's life, Leroy. To be able to sit down at the piano and let your fingers stray over the keys, make music come forth, it's a priceless gift. And you have talent, my boy. Miss Piper is convinced of it.
She only gave me one lesson.
She's convinced of it, and so am I. From now on, you'll have 2 lessons a week instead of 1.
2? When am I going to use my first baseman's mitt?
There'll be plenty of time for that, my boy. You'll have 2 lessons a week, and I think it'll work out much better if I try to be here while you have them. Take more of an interest in your music.
Oh, for corn's sake.
Now, Miss Piper says you're a wonderful pupil, my boy. At least she has great hopes for you. At least she has hopes. Suppose you play that piece for me, huh? Once. The one we were having the trouble with last night, huh?
Heck.
Come, Leroy. Just play it once, and you can go outdoors until supper.
Gosh.
Catcher's mask, Leroy. Come now, play it nicely. Bravo, Leroy. Beautiful. Yes, sir. She's a real teacher.
And now for another episode in the life of Sergeant Donald Bellwether, my husband.
Hi, honey. Did you fix the windshield wipers?
I sure did, Reba. How's that?
Oh, you fixed them. Good for you, Donald.
Thank you, my dear. Well, that's that. Now, if it rains, we're prepared for it, huh? I feel better now.
Oh, me too. A driver has to see the danger if he expects to avoid it.
That's right. And also keep the back and side windows clear in rain and snowy weather.
That's right. Oh, how about the horn?
The horn?
The horn doesn't work, Sergeant. Aren't you going to fix it?
No, I don't think so. Frankly, Reba, I hate horns. Whenever there's a traffic jam, the first thing some guys do is blow their horn.
Which does absolutely no good.
Of course not. All it does is jar everyone's nerves. No, I don't think I'll fix the horn.
Oh, but now wait a minute, Don. Look, supposing we're driving along and suddenly we see a youngster on his bicycle headed right out into the street. Sounding that horn will warn him and possibly avoid a tragic accident.
Yes, that's true, but...
Or supposing we're driving on the highway, and just as we're about to pass a car, that car decides to pull out into our lane and pass the car ahead of him. He obviously doesn't see us, and he won't hear us shout. But one little beep on that horn, and he'll automatically scoot back and avoid a collision.
Reba, you've convinced me. Even though it can be a nuisance, the automobile horn is a necessity.
Then you'll repair it?
Immediately.
Oh, that's my Donald. That's my doll.
dear Miss Piper. Maybe I should say, my dear Miss Piper. No, she might think that I... Dear Miss Piper. Enclosed, fine check in the sum of $16 in payment for Leroy's lessons for the month. Yours truly, No. Yours sincerely? Sincerely yours. Faithfully yours. Not bad. Always yours. Yours always. Yeah, maybe that's going too far. Your friend. No harm in that. Your friend. No, I better play it safe. Yours truly, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It is written by John Cleaton and Sam Moore. The music is by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Louise Erickson, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Dick LeGrand. This is John Lang saying goodnight and inviting you to listen in again for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Great Gildersleeve has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The Kraft Foods Company presents The Great Gildersleeve. It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Nutrition experts say that one of our best sources of food energy is our spread for bread. So I'd like to remind you that delicious, nourishing Parquet margarine is one of the finest energy foods you can possibly serve. Parquet is made of selected energy-rich vegetable oils and other wholesome products from the farmlands of America. Parquet margarine also has 15,000 units of important vitamin A in every pound. Translating that into serving portions, it means that a single ounce of Parquet supplies 23% of an adult's minimum daily requirements of vitamin A. So to make your meals taste extra good and to make them extra nourishing, too, spread Parquet generously on bread, toast, pancakes, and waffles. Look first for this spread millions prefer. Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Now let's join the Great Gildersleeve. The official hours of the Summerfield Water Department are 9 to 5. But on Tuesdays and Fridays lately, the commissioner has been rushing home at 4:30. Now, you know and I know that Tuesdays and Fridays are the afternoons that Leroy has his piano lesson. And no sooner is it over than...
Miss Piper, well...
Why, Mr. Gildersleeve, you're home early again.
Am I? I didn't notice. I guess it's just the days are getting shorter. Or are they getting longer? Maybe it just gets darker later. I don't know. Anyway, here I am.
Well, I'm glad you came. I wanted you to...
Are you really? You're not just saying that.
Well, no, I was hoping you'd come.
Well...
I wanted you to hear Leroy's piece.
Oh.
You don't have to hear the piece, Unc, but how about the 2 bits?
What 2 bits?
What 2 bits? Don't tell me you're going to try to crawl out of it now. You said you'd pay me 2 bits if I practiced hard and made a good impression on Miss Piper.
Now, Leroy.
Didn't I make a good impression, Miss Piper?
You did very well, Leroy, yes.
I was murdered today.
Oh, well, I'm glad to hear it. Now, why don't you...
How about the quarter?
Oh, here. Go do something with it.
I already spent it.
You have, eh? I told Mr. Peavy he was not to give you any more credit. Well, go do something without the quarter.
What can you do?
Ye gods. Sorry, Miss Piper. Well, where's your sister?
I don't know.
Go find her.
What for?
Don't ask me what for. Go find her.
What'll I do when I find her?
I'll decide that when you found her. Just do as I say, Leroy.
Okay.
That's it. Go along, my boy. Boys will be boys.
Watch it, Leroy.
Oh, sorry, Bertie, I didn't see you.
Open that door a little wider, will you, Leroy, so I can get this train through?
What do you got there? Hey!
Open the door, Leroy.
Well, Bertie.
Now, Miss Gilsey?
What's that, Bertie?
Will I serve it now?
Anytime.
Leroy, now put that back. I got some takeout in the kitchen for you.
Oh, boy.
If you move that ashtray, Mr. Gilsleeve, I'll just sit it down here on the coffee table.
Well, what have we here, Bertie? Tea. Oh, you'll just have to stay for this, Miss Piper.
Well,
By George, Bertie's a jewel. She thinks of everything. What a wonderful idea. Tea. Look at that. Cinnamon toast even. And cake.
Ain't that what you ordered, Mr. Gilsleeve?
Yes, sir, Bertie's a jewel.
Well, I do hope you haven't done all this for me.
Oh, not at all. We have this every afternoon, don't we, Bertie? Well, we may miss an afternoon occasionally. What is this? Chocolate cake, Bertie?
Yes, sir. I was going to call you back when I found they didn't have any coconut, but then I said to myself, I bet Miss Piper likes chocolate just as well anyway.
She's a jewel, all right.
Oh, really? You people go to so much trouble for me every time I'm here.
Trouble?
It's almost embarrassing. Last week you had me to dinner, and now...
Oh, honey, it ain't no trouble at all. Ain't no more trouble to cook for 5 than it is for 4. Any friends of Leroy's and Margie's, we're just glad to have them here, ain't we, Mr. Gilsleeve?
That's right, Bertie. I wonder if you'd mind closing that door when you go out. A little draft through here.
Yes, sir.
Jewel. Now.
Oh, it looks lovely. But I'm afraid we're going to ruin our dinner.
Let's go ahead and ruin them.
Would you like me to pour?
Oh, please. Watch out for that teapot. Might be hot. It's a community plate.
It's lovely. Lemon?
Huh?
Do you take lemon?
Oh, yes, please. Oh, no, I don't think I will.
Oh, dear.
Oh, that's all right. I'll take it.
Oh, no, I can just as well.
No, I don't care what I have. I so seldom drink tea anyway.
Sugar?
5. Thank you. I'll wait for you. You know, there's something about a woman pouring tea. I don't know. Seems to bring out something in her. Well, I don't know.
Hello, Unky.
Oh, hello.
Hello, Marjorie. Hello. What's this, tea, for goodness sake?
Is there anything so strange about that?
Only you drinking it. Say, it's a banquet.
I suppose you want something.
Oh, I couldn't possibly. I just had a double malt with Jerry.
Good.
Say, I love your sweater, Miss Piper. Well, I love yours. Oh, this old thing. It's such a wonderful color. It's faded. You know, I envy you. I never can wear anything Angora myself. I just die in anything Angora. I guess I'm allergic to it. But it's so hot. Don't you find it hot? Well, no, it never bothers me that way. The only thing is, the fuzz gets up my nose sometimes. You know, I saw the most wonderful sweater in a shop window the other day. You could make it yourself. It was very simple, really, but it was just wonderful. From here to here, it was rib knit. And then from here to here to here, you'll never believe this. From here to here to here...
Marjorie.
Yes?
Where's your brother? Do you know?
Leroy, search me.
Well, go find him, will you?
You want him for something?
No, I just like to know where he is.
Well, what's the sense in going...
Marjorie, will you kindly do as I ask?
Certainly. For heaven's sake.
And close that door, will you? Children, Miss Piper. You have to keep track of them every minute. Now, perhaps we can get back to our tea. You were saying? Oh, I was saying. What was I saying? Well, it doesn't matter. This is fun, isn't it? Now what?
Mr. Gildersleeve, Judge Hooker.
Never mind, Bertie. I'll just go right in. Well, Gildy, I stopped at your office and they told me that you'd... Well, I don't believe I've had the pleasure.
Miss Piper, this is Judge Hooker.
How do you do?
How do you do? This is a great pleasure. Yes, indeed.
Miss Piper is Leroy's new music teacher.
Oh, so? Well, lucky Leroy. Taking a few lessons yourself, Gildy?
Miss Piper is living with Dr. Needham. She's a friend of the family.
Oh, I see. Yes, pardon me.
Something you wanted, Judge?
Are those watercress sandwiches by any chance?
No, they're deviled ham. Won't you have one?
No. Not if they're deviled ham. Thank you, no. I can't eat deviled ham. Makes me sick. Has ever since I ate some on a certain occasion. I partook too freely of it. That was in my younger days.
Oh, brother.
Yeah, we old dogs have to watch our digestions a little, don't we, Gildy?
Speak for yourself, Horace. I can eat anything.
Now, cold tongue.
Judge, was there something you wanted?
Oh, yes. How do you like that, Miss Piper? I forgot what I came for. By the way, you're staying with Dr. Needham, you say?
Yes.
Dr. Needham's a fine man. I've known him well. Tended his church, in fact, for, these many years. Let me see. It must be pretty near. Well, the brewery burned down in 1903, and that was the year...
Judge!
Yeah?
If you have a point, let's get to it. The judge wanders a little.
I do nothing of the sort. I remember very well what I came for. It was to tell you that I had a note today from Leela Ransom. Just thought that you might be interested.
I'm not particularly. Come to think of it, I've had one from her myself.
You did? What did she say?
I don't know. Haven't read it yet.
You haven't read it?
No. I guess I stuck it in my pocket and forgot all about it.
Well, times have certainly changed. Miss Piper, you should have seen this fellow a year ago. If anyone even mentioned the name of Leela Ransom...
Judge, if you don't mind.
Oh, I'm sorry if I've offended.
You haven't offended, Judge, but I'll see you to the door before you do. You old goat. Why did you have to bring up Leela?
What are you up to, Gildy? Robbing the cradle? Oh. Goodbye, Miss Piper.
Goodbye, Judge Hooker.
It's been a great pleasure meeting you.
All right, Judge.
It's been a pleasure meeting you.
Give my warmest regards to Dr. Needham, won't you?
I will, yes.
Come along, Judge.
Goodbye, then.
Goodbye.
As I say, it's been a real pleasure.
Judge.
And I hope we shall meet again soon.
I hope so, too.
You be sure to give my regards to Dr.
Now, maybe we can continue with our tea.
So nice. Everyone's so nice to me here.
Yes. Now, where were we?
We were talking about music, and you...
Oh, yes. No, I wouldn't want to sing for you, Miss Piper. After all, you're a professional, and I...
Oh, please.
No. Drink your tea. Some other time, perhaps. Not today. No.
Yours is my heart alone, and without you, life holds no charm. Yours, every thought I own, our love the theme of every dream. Oh, that makes life seem worthwhile dwells in your eyes, and the spell of your smile. There is no song half so sweet to me as your voice whispering, I love you, dear.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you know what?
What?
You ought to join the choir.
Oh?
Well, I'm not joking. You really should. You have a lovely voice.
I know, but the choir, I never thought of joining a choir somehow.
Oh, you could get in, I'm sure of it. They're terribly hard up for singers now. Men singers, I mean. Of course, I don't have anything to do with it. Mr. Eustace directs the choir. I just play the organ, but I know he's looking for baritone.
You play the organ, you say?
Only till they get someone else. Dr. Needham asked me to fill in. Well, I've got to go now, but you will think it over, won't you?
Here, let me help you on with your coat.
Thank you. You will think it over.
Think?
The choir. We have choir practice every Saturday night.
That's the Jolly Boys' night.
The Jolly Boys? Who are they?
It's an association I belong to.
Oh. Well, you think it over. And thank you for a lovely tea. It was such fun.
Not at all. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. What does she want to get me into the choir for? Seems determined for some reason. Does she just want to make sure I go to church every Sunday? Gosh, on top of that, it would be every Saturday night. Choir practice. I don't know, though. She'd be there. I'll bet she thought of that. I'll bet she wants to see me. She cares. She cares.
Yours is my heart alone. Na-da-da-dee, da-da-da-dee. Yours.
Wants to see me, eh? Well, you don't have to join the choir to do that.
We'll find out what the great man has in mind after this message from Kraft. Don't look now, but I wonder how many of you women can tell offhand the color of the tie your husband wore to dinner tonight. Let's ask this young lady.
Golly, Mr. Lang, I don't think I could. I wasn't paying close attention to what my husband was wearing.
Well, I was merely using that as an illustration to point out how we're all apt to overlook things unless we take special note. Now, let's apply that to your food shopping. Say you're looking for a spread for bread that's flavor fresh and delicious, made of top quality ingredients by a maker of fine quality food products.
I'm paying close attention now, Mr. Lang, and I'd say you're talking about Kraft's Parquet Margarine.
I certainly am. And here's something I'd like you to take special note of the next time you serve Parquet. I'd like to have you note Parquet Margarine's fine quality, its delicious flavor, its smooth texture. And please note this, too. Parquet margarine is made from select products of American farms. So always look first for this spread of fine quality and delicious flavor. Parkay. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now let's get back to Gildersleeve. He spent a night with strange melodies running through his brain. By morning, he is ready for action. And when Gildersleeve is ready for action, get out of the way.
Gosh, hope Dr. Needham doesn't answer the door himself. I believe he's got a housekeeper, but Miss Piper, it's you. It's me.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Didn't expect to see me again so soon, did you?
Well,
Is Dr. Needham home?
No, he's gone to a christening.
He has? Well, that's too bad. I had my heart set on taking you and the doctor on a picnic.
Picnic?
Perfect day, isn't it?
Well, yes.
Wait till you hear. I got Burry to fix up a beautiful basket lunch so I could go on a picnic with Marjorie and Leroy. Then after everything was all ready, they let me down. Marjorie decided she'd rather write some letters. And Leroy remembered he was supposed to go to dancing school.
Really?
It's as true as I'm standing here. So here I am, loaded with picnic lunch. Come on. We don't want all those pickles to go to waste, do we?
Well, no.
I've got the stuff in the car. Cold chicken, cold ham.
Well, really,
olives, cheese, a whole cake. Come on.
Mr. Gildersleeve, well, there's no reason I can't go. Only...
Atta girl. Grab your overcoat, and we'll get going. like about you, Miss Piper, I like people that do things on the spur of the moment. Picnic? Sure. Bang, just like that.
I wonder if I should have left a note for Dr. Needham.
I'm just like you. I'm impulsive. I suppose people think I'm crazy, but what do I care?
Where are we going?
A place called Toomey's Woods. Beautiful. It isn't built up yet. Fella tried to make a subdivision out of it a few years ago, but nobody'd buy it. Oh, you'll love it.
Is it far? I really ought to be home by 3.
By George, it's a pleasure to meet a girl with a little spirit of adventure. You know, most people aren't adventurous at all. Humdrum.
I suppose you're right.
But you and I aren't humdrum, are we? We don't plan a whole week for a picnic, do we? No, sir. Hi-ho, into the saddle and across the plains. Should have taken a left turn there. It's a shortcut to the woods, and then we get a good look at the old tack factory. The tack factory was built in 1910. It's Summerfield's oldest industry. And do you know... Just up this little hill here. This is a nice place.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, I wish you'd let me carry one of the baskets.
No, it's nothing. Besides, we're almost there.
Oh, a woodpecker. Off there somewhere. Do you see him?
Nope.
Oh, we should be able to see him. There's a few leaves on the trees. Oh, there he is.
This is a good place.
Oh, look quick. Oh, he flew away.
Who? Oh, the woodpecker. Oh, well, he'll come back. Give me a hand with this basket, will you, while I get the knapsack off my back.
Yes.
Darn straps cut into your shoulders.
There. It's too bad you missed the woodpecker. I think it was a downy.
A what?
A downy woodpecker. It's all black except for 2 white tail feathers.
Oh, that's so. Where'll I put the sandwiches?
Anywhere. Aren't you interested in birds? I'm crazy about them.
Oh, so am I. Birds. Have a pickle, Miss Piper.
Well, I don't think I'm hungry yet, Mr. Gildersleeve. It's fun just sitting here looking at the sky.
Yeah.
Look.
What's the matter?
A rose-breasted grosbeak in that maple. There, see him?
Well, what is it? A rose-breasted?
Grosbeak.
Grosbeak.
It's the male. The female must be around somewhere.
Oh, must be.
The male grosbeak is very gallant. He sings to his mate and brings her potato bugs.
Potato bugs?
Oh, we scared him away.
Don't you want a sandwich? Ham, chicken, cheese. It's Kraft's Velveeta.
Thank you. My, this is good. I was hungrier than I thought, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Miss Piper.
Yes?
I'm tired of calling you Miss Piper.
Oh, you could call me Joanne, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Joanne. But then you have to call me something. Say, why don't we have nicknames for each other?
I love nicknames. What kind do you think?
Well, we're both interested in music and birds.
Bird names? Well, that would be fun.
Yeah. What do you want to be?
Oh, I don't know. There's so many lovely birds.
Well, should be a bird that's musical. How about a lark?
A meadowlark?
Oh, that's too long. Skylark. I'll call you Skylark.
All right.
And, you call me Grosbeak.
But that's so...
No, Grosbeak. It's a good name for me. I have no use for a man who hasn't got a sense of humor. Grosbeak. I sing and go out for potato bugs. Can't find any potato bugs, but how about some potato salad? Tell you another thing I like about you, Skylark.
What?
You're independent. I like a girl that knows how to do something. Doesn't just sit around waiting for some man to come along.
Oh, I couldn't stand that.
What? A man coming along?
No, just sitting around. And even if a man did come along, I don't know. I don't think I want to get married. Not for a long time.
I mean, Skylark.
Yes?
Have you ever been in... have you ever had a
What?
boyfriend? I bet you've got a boyfriend back east.
Oh, I don't know exactly. There's a boy that writes to me.
Well, are you... Does it amount to anything?
Oh, no. He was just a boy at music school.
Oh. Piano player?
No.
Singer?
Yes, but he wasn't very good.
Skylark.
There's a bobolink.
Oh, for goodness.
Right at the end of that fallen log. See him?
Oh, yes. Cute. I wonder if you ever...
Oh, that's his song. He's a member of the Oriole family.
Yes.
Orioles make the females work while they just stand around and sing.
Uh-huh. How do the females like that?
I don't know. I wouldn't stand for it myself.
Good for you. Where are you going?
Oh, I thought I saw a nest. Just taking a closer look.
Darn birds. Why don't they leave us alone?
Oh, here it is. A robin's nest. So cute.
Oh,
come and look, Mr. Gildersleeve.
You were going to call me Grosbeak.
Well, come and look. Grosbeak.
Robin's nest, you say? Anybody home?
I don't think so. See?
Well, what do you know? Robins live there, huh?
Yes. I'm afraid you're not really interested in birds, Grosbeak.
Oh, I am. Birds. Our little feathered friends.
Well, they're very interesting if you study their habits.
Well, you see, that's my trouble. I've never learned about them. But if we could come on picnics often, I could find out a lot of bird lore and stuff. How about it?
Oh, I'll be glad to help you. Although I'm far from being an ornithologist myself.
Well, no use overdoing it. Let's sit down for a while, huh?
All right. Oh, no, you sit on the log. I think I'll just lie down on the grass in the sun here.
Yeah, that's more like it.
What did you say?
And just make sure you've got a dry spot.
Oh, well, this is wonderful. The ground is so warm. And if you shut your eyes, you see all the beautiful colors in the rainbow.
Yeah.
Oh, such a lovely day.
Perfect.
It's like a piece of music.
You bet. Skylark.
Yes?
Are you thinking?
Mm-hmm.
What are you thinking about?
You're supposed to offer me a penny.
Oh, penny for your thoughts. I'll do better than that. You tell me what you're thinking, and I'll tell you what I was thinking. Huh? How's that?
All right. I was thinking how sad it is that the whole world can't be as peaceful as this quiet spot here. What were you thinking?
I better take you home.
You don't have to see me to the door.
Oh, it's no trouble.
Gildersleeve, well.
Oh, hello, Dr. Needham. Trimming your hedge?
Yes, and I may say that while the harvest truly is plenteous, the laborers are few.
Yes, that's right.
We've had a lovely time, Dr. Needham. Mr. Gildersleeve took me on a picnic.
Is that so? By the way, I've been meaning to speak to you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
To me?
Would you excuse us for a moment, Joanne?
Oh, surely. I'll see you before you go.
You, want to see me alone, Doctor?
Just for a moment. It concerns Joanne.
What's he trying to... He hasn't got anything to talk to me about. I haven't done anything. You, say it concerns Joanne?
Yes. I've been worried about her.
Worried?
Yes, she's a newcomer here. But you've gone out of your way to make her feel at home.
Oh, it's a pleasure.
She was a stranger, and you took her in. I haven't had time to do much for her myself, and my wife hasn't been well.
Oh, sorry to hear it. Nothing serious?
I trust not.
Well, what was it you wanted to say to me, Doctor?
Oh, yes, I'd almost forgotten. I was wondering if through your niece, perhaps, you could arrange for Joanne to meet some young people.
Oh?
Oh, what's the matter? Are you all right, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, indeed. I'm all right. I'll try to arrange.
Still talking?
Well, take care of it, Doctor.
Thank you. Well, Joanne, we'd better go in to supper. Thank Mr. Gildersleeve for a pleasant day.
That's not necessary.
But I had such a lovely time.
Oh, you did?
I haven't had such a lovely day in years. Since the time Daddy took me to the zoo in Philadelphia.
Daddy.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Goodbye, Skylark.
Oh, yes, I forgot. Goodbye, Grosbeak.
Grosbeak. She says it, but it doesn't mean anything to her.
The Great Gildersleeve will be right back. First, the Kraft Foods Company wants you to hear this special Army Week message.
America's peacetime volunteer army is being built on a new concept, the development of a great research organization composed of skilled, informed technicians. A few of the many new activities are research in all-weather flying, radar, mapping techniques, preventive medicine, chemistry, and communications. And in this new army of specialists, there is an honorable, respected career for young men who wish to contribute to the safety and welfare of the nation and the world.
Oh, shut up. Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It is written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. The music is by Jack Meekin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Louise Erickson, Lillian Randolph, and Earl Ross. Stay tuned in for Duffy's Tavern, which follows over most of these stations. This is John Lang saying goodnight for Parquet Margarine and the Kraft Foods Company, and inviting you to listen in again next Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Hollywood, California, Monday, November 9th. The Lux Radio Theater presents Pat O'Brien and Madge Evans in Alias Jimmy Valentine with Alan Jenkins and William Frawley. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Pat O'Brien, Madge Evans, Alan Jenkins, and William Frawley. Our guests, Melvin Purvis, greatest G-man in history, and Carolyn Newell, showgirl. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. To the visible audience with us tonight in our theater on Hollywood Boulevard, and to our unseen listeners the world over, greetings and good wishes from Lux. And now, a brief word to the ladies. Suppose you had spent millions of dollars just for clothes. Wouldn't it be logical for you to spare nothing to safeguard so huge an investment? Well, that's exactly the position motion pictures are in. Yet, go to all the leading studios here in Hollywood, and you'll find they use inexpensive Lux Flakes. Try a box tomorrow. Your clothes will wear longer and look newer when cared for in these gentle, marvelously effective flakes. And now, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's play came out of the darkest chapter in the life of O. Henry. Under his real name, William Sidney Porter, O. Henry served a term in the Ohio State Penitentiary. While there, he met Jimmy Connors, a safecracker, who told the author the history of his life, which O. Henry wrote into a short story, and from this, Paul Armstrong fashioned our play, Alias Jimmy Valentine. Tonight's Jimmy Valentine, Pat O'Brien, made his debut on the stage as an angel in a Christmas pageant. A rather disastrous beginning because his wings kept falling off. Years later, Pat landed on Broadway and came to Hollywood as Hildy Johnson, the star reporter of the front page. Pat has remained a headliner ever since and is seen next in The Great O'Malley. Madge Evans made her screen debut at the age of 3. She has been chosen by 69 universities as the typical American college girl, but she never went to college. Madge, whose current picture is Piccadilly Jim, is heard tonight as Mary Lane. Besides Pat, there are 2 other Irishmen on our program. Alan Jenkins, heard as Red, and William Frawley as Doyle the detective. And here goes the curtain as the Lux Radio Theater presents Alias Jimmy Valentine, starring Pat O'Brien in the title role and Madge Evans, with Alan Jenkins and William Frawley. Our story begins behind the grim, forbidding walls of Sing Sing Prison, Ossining, New York. In the gray light of early morning, an endless line of men plods steadily through an endless corridor. Somewhere in that line is a quiet, easy-mannered young prisoner, Jimmy Valentine, number 87403, serving a term for safe-cracking. As the men near the entrance to the jute mill, the guards keep careful watch.
Halt! Number 87403. Step out, 87403.
Here.
The warden wants to see you, Valentine. Go to his office.
Right away?
Right away.
Thanks.
Ready? Out!
Oh, come in, Valentine.
Yes, sir. The guard said you wanted to see me.
Yes. I suppose you know what it's about.
The pardon?
It came through last night. You'll be leaving tomorrow.
Well, that's certainly good news.
3 years off. I told you to behave yourself in here.
Yes, sir.
It also pays to behave yourself when you're out.
Yes, sir.
What are you going to do, Valentine?
Get a job, I hope.
A steady one?
If I can.
Good. I'm not going to give you the usual talk, Valentine. I don't think you need it. You're smart enough to know your way around, and nothing I can say is going to make much difference. Just remember that from now on, it's up to you. You can go straight, or you can crack a couple of safes and land back here with a second offender's sentence. Now, which is it going to be?
Oh, I'm going straight.
Sure of that?
Positive.
That'll be all. You can report to Wilson now over at the jute mill. Tell him I said you're to be off all duty today.
Thank you, sir.
See you tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Valentine. Warden said to report to you I'm off duty today. Oh, you're going to leave us, eh? Tomorrow morning. Well, take your last look at the jute mill. Thanks. I've seen enough of it right now. I just wanted you to remember what it's like so you won't be itching to get back. Don't worry. I'll be hearing this noise in my sleep for the next 10 years. I'm going to get a job in a nice quiet office where they even put silencers on the pencil sharpeners. Well, lots of luck.
You seem to know what it's all about, Valentine. Do you think you could hold down a job like this? Pretty important.
Well, I'd certainly like to try.
Well, I'm almost tempted to let you. Where'd you work last?
Why, I haven't had a job for a long time, Mr. Nolan. You see...
Well?
I've been in prison.
Prison?
Yes, I thought I'd better tell the truth about it and maybe...
Prison? I'm afraid that killed your chances, Valentine.
Oh, but I'm straight now. If you only let me out...
I'm sorry. I appreciate your telling the truth, but we won't be able to take you on. Good morning.
You said to come back today, Mr. Sharp. I thought it was all set.
Well, it was. But I've been doing a little investigating, Valentine. You're not the man for the job.
Oh, I get it.
Why didn't you tell me you'd served time?
Would it have made any difference?
Well, I don't know. I'm sorry, Valentine.
All right. Thanks, anyway. Oh, but there must be some mistake. Mr. Woodley told me he was completely satisfied.
All I know is that he doesn't want to see you. You're to get your check from the cashier.
Fired, huh?
I'm afraid so. You see, there was a man in yesterday, a detective, and, well...
Sure, I know. He's checking up on me. Okay, give me a little time to clean up my desk.
I'm awfully sorry, Mr. Valentine. Maybe you'll get another job, too.
Yeah, maybe.
May I have some ham and egg toast coffee, and let me have it hurry.
Was it black coffee you wanted, mister?
That's right.
Anything else? There's toast on the breakfast.
No, don't bother.
Yes, sir?
Tomato juice, please. Hello, Valentine.
Huh? Well, if it isn't Mr. Doyle. How's the detective business, Doyle?
Fine. You mind if I sit down?
Suit yourself.
Thanks. I saw you come in here, Valentine, and thought I'd come over and pass the time of day.
Yeah, well, that's nice of you. What time is it?
Oh, still a smart guy, huh? I guess being in the big house ain't changed you any. Who sprung you?
I beg your pardon?
You know what I'm talking about. Who got you out of stir?
Oh, the governor. He pardoned me.
When?
About a month ago.
That's great.
Yeah, you don't seem very pleased, Doyle.
Why should I be? I had enough trouble putting you up there.
Sure you did, on framed evidence.
What do you mean, framed evidence?
Just what I said. I didn't pull that bank job in Danville, and you know it, but you bribed a couple of double-crossing stool pigeons to swear they saw me in Danville the night the bank was cracked. You weren't smart enough to get me on your own, Doyle. You had to frame me.
Why, you cheap little crook. I ought to sock you right on the chin.
Oh, sure you ought to. But I wouldn't if I were you. You haven't got me in the jug now. I'm a decent, law-abiding citizen.
Yeah, well, you won't be for long. I'll slap a big stretch on you if I have to follow you to China.
Yeah, but you'll have to get something on me first.
I'll take care of that, mister. Wait till you pull your next job.
How do you know I'm going to pull one?
How do I know? I get you. You're going to hand me that line about going straight, huh? Well, I'd like to believe you, Valentine. I'd be the first guy to give you a break. But guys like you can't go straight. It's in your blood. You'll be cracking another safe inside of a month. And when you do, I'll be right behind you with a pair of bracelets.
All right, copper. But you get this. Until that time comes, I want you to lay off of me. Let me alone.
Oh, no. I'm going to keep my eye on you, Valentine. I'm going to watch every move you make.
Still, what a nice, pleasant guy you are. Man's got a swell chance to go straight with a flatfoot like you tailing him every minute. I've done my bit, haven't I?
Yeah, part of it.
What are you talking about? I just told you I was pardoned.
I wasn't thinking about the stretch you did for the Danville job.
Oh.
What I meant was that you never served a day for cracking that safe in Springfield.
Springfield?
Now, don't play innocent, Valentine. No one ever did find out who was responsible for that job. But we've been digging up a little more evidence lately, and it looks like you.
You're daffy. I was never in Springfield in my life.
Which Springfield?
No Springfield.
Wait a minute. I happen to know you were, see? In Springfield, Mass. You were there the same night the job was pulled.
Yeah, but you got to prove that, mister.
Don't worry, I will. It may take a little time, a year, maybe 5 years. But as long as we're both alive, I'll be working on it. So long, Valentine. I'll see you in the DA's office.
Rat. Waitress,
Yes, sir?
give me a check, will you, please?
Okay. Orange juice and 2 cups of coffee. 35 cents.
All right. Keep the change.
Thank you, sir.
Adam and Eve on a ramp. All right, let's go.
Hey, Jimmy. Jimmy!
How are you, fella?
Red. Better than ever. Gee, it's good to see you, Jimmy.
Oh, and that goes double for you, kid.
You're looking swell. No fooling.
Well, I feel all right. I didn't think you were going to come, Red. I've been waiting inside all morning.
Yeah, the train was 2 hours late. I just got in about 15 minutes ago. Then I seen Flatfoot Doyle sitting with you, so I stayed out here.
Well, come on, we can't talk here. We'll go up to my place.
Sure.
Well, here we are, Red. Not much, but it'll do.
This place is okay. I like the old one, though.
No, the bankroll's not like the old one either. Sit down.
Yeah. Say, what did Doyle want with you anyway?
Doyle? Oh, nothing much, I guess. Just trying to put the screws on me, that's all.
He would.
Says he's got some new evidence about that Springfield business.
You don't think he has, do you?
No, I don't think so. Mostly bluff, I guess. Well, Red, what have you been doing with yourself?
Oh, I've been doing all right. Little jobs here and there out on the coast. Nothing much to speak of. I've been kind of waiting for you.
Yeah.
Say, that reminds me. What was all that junk about you going straight?
What's that?
You know, all that stuff you wrote in the letter about getting a job and going straight.
Oh, yeah, that. Forget it, Red.
Sure. I knew you was only kidding.
You ever try to be honest, Red?
Oh, me? Oh, no.
No? Well, it's a pretty thankless job. I came out of stir a month ago with a mind all made up to go on the straight and narrow. I was going to look for a position, a steady one.
Doing what?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't care much what I did. When I was in the jug, I worked in the jute mill in the morning and on the books in the afternoon, in the office. It taught me a lot about accounting. I thought maybe I could get something in that line.
Accounting, huh? Well?
Well, I guess I should have known better. I haven't got a chance.
Yeah, jobs is kind of scarce.
No, Red, it isn't that so much. It's my record. My record and a couple of rats like Doyle. Keep hounding you every minute of the day, every day of the week.
Yeah, nice guys, them dicks.
Oh, it's not all of them, I guess. Most of the men on the force are all right. They got their jobs, and they do them just like you do yours. But you'll always find a few that are looking for a soft job behind a desk, and they don't care how they get it. Fellas like Doyle. He's hounding me now for something that happened 3 years ago. I told him I wanted to go straight, but what difference did it make? He'd like to send me up for life. He's going to follow me all over the map till he does.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to blow this town on the first rattler I can get.
Where are you going?
I don't know. Sticks, probably, where nobody knows me. I'll change my name, keep on the move till Doyle gets tired of looking for me.
Well, what name are you going to use, Jimmy? I ought to know in case I want to reach you.
Randall. Lee Randall.
Randall, go on.
Then I'm going to pull a job. Just one, Red. But it's going to be a pep.
Now you're talking.
I'll make enough in one haul to set me up for life. Catch the first boat for Europe and spend the rest of my days making mud pies on the French Riviera.
Swell. When do we leave for the States?
Hey.
Sure. You ain't going to crack no safe without me, are you?
Oh, I'm afraid of that.
All tickets, please. Have your tickets ready. Tickets, mister.
Here you are. What time do we arrive in Glendale, conductor?
4:58.
Thank you.
Tickets, please. Where's your ticket, lady?
My ticket? Well, I've been waiting for you to come through the train, conductor. You see, I haven't got a ticket.
You got on at Warrenstown, didn't you?
Yes, I did. I'm going to Glendale.
Glendale. Let me see now. Warrenstown to Glendale. Now, that'll be $7.32.
Oh, but don't you see, well, I haven't any money either.
What's that?
No, I lost my purse just before I got on the train. I left it on the counter at the information booth, and my ticket was in it, and, well, I thought perhaps I could explain it to you, and...
I'm sorry, miss, but I don't know just what I can do about it.
Well, my mother's meeting me at the station in Glendale. She'll give you the money then.
Well, we changed conductors 4 stations this side of Glendale. I don't know.
Conductor.
Yes, sir?
I'm getting off at Glendale. I'll pay the young lady's fare.
Oh, well, that'll be all right, then, sir.
Oh, thank you, but I couldn't let you do that.
Please, it's quite all right. Your mother can pay me back when we arrive. See, I think you said 7:32, conductor?
Yes, sir.
There you are.
Thank you, sir. 7:32 and 8 is $7.50, and 50 is $8.
Thank you.
Tickets? Have your tickets, please. Tickets?
That was awfully nice of you.
No, that's all right.
I feel like a perfect fool.
Well, I've been in the same boat myself. I'll probably be in it again sometime.
Well, I only hope you'll meet someone as kind-hearted as you've been to me.
Thanks.
I don't know what I would have done, really. I haven't a penny with me. You see, I'm not used to being away from home very much.
You live in Glendale?
Oh, yes, I've always lived there. That's where I was born. I suppose I ought to introduce myself. My name is Mary Lane.
Well, how do you do, Miss Lane? My name is Randall. Lee Randall.
How do you do? I'm awfully glad to meet you. I guess I ought to be. You're going to Glendale, too, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Have you ever been there before?
No, this will be my first visit.
I thought so.
Why?
Well, I've never seen you before. It's a very small town, and, well, you get to know everybody. Do you expect to stay long?
Well, that depends.
Oh, this is just a business trip.
Yes, in a way. You see, I have no business. I am just sort of looking around.
You want to invest in something?
No, not exactly. I'm going to look for a job.
Well, why go to Glendale?
Well, I don't know. I just thought I might have more of a chance in a small town.
Oh, I see what you mean. What sort of work do you do, Mr. Randall?
Well, I'm an accountant.
An accountant? Where did you work last?
Last?
Yes.
Well, I worked for the state. Yes, state.
Oh, a government job.
Yes, you might call it that.
I hope you don't think I'm impertinent asking you questions like this.
Oh, not at all.
But you see, I have a reason. Well, when you said you were an accountant, I thought I might be able to help you.
Help me?
Oh, yes. Not directly, of course. But I think my father might be able to find you something. I'll speak to him tonight.
Oh, no, please, don't bother.
But I'd like to. You were so awfully nice to me, and I'd feel as though I were returning the favor. But at least I could introduce you to him, and even if he couldn't use you himself, it'd be a good contact for you. He's rather a prominent person in Glendale.
Oh, yes?
He's the president of the Farmers Bank.
Oh, I see.
Why, what's the matter? Wouldn't you care to work in a bank, Mr. Randall?
Oh, yes. I think I'd feel right at home working in a bank.
Sit down, Mr. Randall. Sit down.
Thank you.
My daughter tells me that you're looking for a job.
That's right, Mr. Lane. I've been looking for one for quite some time.
You're an accountant, eh?
That's right.
You ever work in a bank?
No, I haven't.
Mary seems to think that I ought to put you on.
Yes, I know. She told me she was going to speak to you. I asked her not to bother.
Well, you understand my position, Mr. Randall.
Why, of course I do. You don't know anything about me. That in itself would be enough reason for not giving me a job.
I'm glad you see it in that light.
Of course.
But on the other hand, the fact that I'm not acquainted with you is not evidence that you couldn't fill a position very satisfactorily. As a matter of fact, we need a teller right now. And I'm quite willing to see what I can do for you.
Oh, thank you. That's very kind.
I suppose you have references?
Yes, I have. I brought them with me, if you'd like to look them over.
I'd like to very much.
The first one here is from the general manager of a firm I worked for several years ago. The Mohawk Lock Company.
The Mohawk Lock? Don't believe I've ever heard of it. What sort of a firm was it?
A manufacturing company. They manufactured safes. I was with the Mohawk Company for about 2 years, and then I got an offer from another firm to go out to Chicago and take over the office. Hello? Long distance? You told me I was connected with New York, but... Oh, I am. Thank you. Hello? Hello, Red? This is Jimmy. Yeah, I'm up in Glendale, Red. Glendale. And listen, Red, I landed a job. Where do you hear? I'm a teller in a bank. Bank. B-A-N-K. Bank. In a moment, we will continue with the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Alias Jimmy Valentine, starring Pat O'Brien and Madge Evans. But first, we'll take you to a pleasant home on Outpost Drive, not far from Hollywood Boulevard. 8-year-old Catherine is holding a stepladder while her mother fixes a picture which hangs crooked.
Mommy, do you have to wear old stockings around the house?
These aren't old, dear. I just seem to be unlucky about always getting runs.
I saw a funny in the paper yesterday about cutting down runs.
Oh, there isn't anything you can do about it.
But, Mommy, I have the paper right here. It says washing stockings with Lux cuts down runs because it saves
The word is elasticity, darling.
Well, if Lux saves it, Mommy, why don't you try some?
Well, maybe I should. In fact, I will. Let you and I go to the store and get some.
When stockings go into runs too quickly, it's extravagant to throw them away, a nuisance to mend them, and untidy to wear them around the house. That's why more and more women are taking to Lux for stockings. Lux preserves the elasticity of the silk, so stockings give without breaking into runs so easily under sudden strain. Cake soap rubbing and soaps with harmful alkali tend to weaken elasticity. Lux has no harmful alkali, saves elasticity. Make a note to buy some Lux tomorrow. See how it cuts down your runs. And once more, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with our story, Alias Jimmy Valentine, starring Pat O'Brien and Madge Evans, with Alan Jenkins and William Frawley. 6 months have passed. The little town of Glendale has gone peacefully on its way. For strangely enough, no burglar alarms have disturbed the quiet of the night, and the Farmers National Bank is still intact. We're in the living room of the Lane home, where Mary is carelessly turning over the pages of the town newspaper. Suddenly, she sees an interesting item in the social column and turns eagerly to her mother.
Look, Mother. It's in the Glendale News.
What, Mary?
About Lee. Listen. Mr. Lee Randall, a newcomer to Glendale, has been making quite a name for himself down at the Farmers Bank. We understand that Mr. Lane has given him 2 promotions within 6 months. More power to you, Mr. Randall. We are glad to have you in our midst. Isn't it marvelous, Mother?
Well, I should say so.
I wonder if Lee's seen it yet. I'll save it and show it to him when he comes.
You like Mr. Randall, don't you, Mary?
Why, yes. Everybody does.
Well, everybody isn't in love with him.
Mother.
Oh, you needn't be so shocked. You are in love with him, aren't you?
Well, yes, a little bit.
I knew you were. Does he care for you, Mary?
I think so. He hasn't said very much, but...
But he manages to give that impression.
Yes.
Well, if I must lose you, I can't think of anyone I'd rather lose you to.
Oh, Mother, you're sweet.
Mother!
Yes, Kitty?
Bobby's making noises in the door. I am not. He's frightening me, Mother.
Bobby, you stop that. I'll be up there in a minute if you don't.
I think that's a big scissors.
Oh, those children.
I'll take it, Mother.
Hello? Hello, Lee? Yes. How are you?
What? Why, what's the matter?
Oh, I see. Tomorrow night? All right. I'll wait for you to call. Goodbye. What's the matter, dear?
Oh, he can't come over tonight. He has to stay home and entertain.
Entertain?
Yes. An old friend of his just arrived in town. I think Lee said he was from New York.
What's it all about, Jimmy? What's eating you anyhow?
I don't know myself, Red.
Don't give me that. There's something wrong. Here I've been waiting to hear from you for the last 6 months.
I wrote to you, didn't I?
Yeah, nice little friendly letters about the weather up here and what a nice little town it is and whose pig had puppies. But nothing about pulling off the job. Not a word about cracking the bank.
What bank?
The Farmers National Bank.
I never said I was going to pull a job there.
Sure you did.
I did not. I told you I was working there, that's all.
Well, for crying out loud. Ain't that why you took the job, so you could crack the vault?
Well, maybe. But I changed my mind.
Well, now, ain't that noble? Wait a second. Is there a dame mixed up in this someplace?
Well,
is there?
Yes, but she's not a dame, Red. She's a girl.
I knew it. Whenever a guy starts calling a dame a girl, you can expect trouble. You ain't thinking of getting married to her.
Well, I'd like to someday.
You know, I think this country air has gone to your head. Have you thought about Doyle?
What about him?
Suppose he catches up with you. He'd follow you to the South Pole if he thought he could hook the bracelets on you.
What for?
For that Springfield job. What do you think? He might have the evidence right now.
I'm not worried about the Springfield job.
Oh, no?
No. I got an alibi, Red. I've been working on it for the last 3 months, and it's a beaut.
All right, so you got an alibi. So what? Even if Doyle swallows it, you'll be in the soup anyway.
You mean he'll tell everyone about my record?
Sure. And I guess that'd be kind of a surprise to that dame. I mean, that girl of yours.
Well, it's a chance I'll have to take, Red. There's one thing I'm sure of. I'm staying here, and I'm staying straight.
And what about those mud pies on the French Riviera? That's out, huh?
Yeah, Red. That's out.
To me, it's very discouraging, Jimmy. Here you are, the best cracksman in the business, the only guy in the world who can open a safe without using tools or nitro, and you're throwing away your whole future for a skirt.
I'm not throwing it away, Red. I'm making it.
I don't suppose there's nothing I can say then.
To change my mind? No. No, I got my chance now, Red. I'm not going to muff it.
Well, I guess that's that. I feel kind of bad, Jimmy. I mean, well, we've been pals for a long time.
Oh, well, gee, kid, can't we still be pals?
Yeah, a banker and a crook. That'll make a swell combination.
Well, wouldn't have to be a crook, Red.
Well?
You could go straight, too.
Nothing doing. I ain't going to slave my life away in no regular job. 8 hours a day for chicken feed? Oh, no.
Oh, you got the wrong idea, Red. You think a regular job is dull, uninteresting. Well, it isn't. There's a big kick in it.
Not for me, there wouldn't be.
Of course there would. I used to think exactly the same as you do, but look at me now.
Yeah, look at you now. A softy.
Well, all right. But I'm happy. Red, I'm happier than I've ever been in my life. Why don't you take a word out of it, kid? I can get you a job up here.
In Glendale?
Sure, be right near each other. What do you say?
I don't know, Jimmy. There ain't nothing I can do anyhow.
If I sign something you can't do, will you take it?
Well...
Will you, yes or no?
All right.
Swell.
But get this. I ain't doing it because I want to go straight, see? I'm doing it because you're asking me.
All right, then be tough.
You said it. Now, what do I do?
Well, if a fella's made up his mind to go straight, there's only one thing to do.
Exposing the temptation right off the bat. And if he pulls through, he's all right.
Okay, spill it. What's the job?
Red, I'm going to make you a night watchman in the Farmers National Bank. Hello. Randall speaking. Oh, yes, Mr. Williams. Well, you see, I just got to the office. I haven't had time to check on that yet. Suppose you drop in and see me this afternoon. All right. Bye.
Good morning, boss.
Hello, Red. Come on in. How's the night watchman?
I'm all right. Kind of tired, though.
Well, say, you ought to be. If you weren't, it might be a bad sign.
Hey, I ain't sleeping on the job, believe me.
What are you doing around here this time of the morning? You ought to be home in bed.
Yeah, but they're just finishing a new vault. I've been helping them put it in. You seen it yet?
No, only the blueprints. I hear it's a neat job.
It's a pip. Moves like clockwork and safe. Say, I couldn't open that vault inside of a month.
Well, see that you don't try, mister.
Oh, don't worry. I'm satisfied.
No kid. Now you're Red on the level.
Yep. It's funny, ain't it? Sometimes I don't think I'm the same guy.
Yeah, a couple of years can make a big difference.
I'll say. Look at you. Assistant cashier and all set to marry the boss's daughter.
No, she's a great girl, Red.
You're telling me?
Hello. Oh, yes. Tell him I'll be out there in a couple of minutes.
May I come in?
Mary, how are you?
I just dropped by with Kitty and Bobby. They wanted to see Father. Hello, Mr. Davis.
Morning, Miss Lane.
I see they have the new vault in already.
Yeah, I was just telling Mr. Randall about it.
Father's out there now, giving it the once-over.
Yeah? Well, I'll ankle out and see if there's something I can do. Excuse me.
Well, how are you, darling?
All right.
Well, don't I get a kiss?
Think you deserve one?
What do you think? Oh, gee, I'm crazy about you, Mary.
Are you? I love you, too.
You know, honey, I can't wait for next month to roll around. Wonder what it's going to feel like waiting up there at the altar while you come walking down the aisle.
Stumbling down the aisle. I'll probably be so nervous I won't be able to stand. Look, I've been shopping this morning.
Good. What'd you get?
Wait till you see. There. How do you like it?
Say, that's swell. It's beautiful. What is it?
It's material for curtains.
I thought it was the bridal veil.
It has so, Bobby. It has not. It has so. I tell you, it has not.
Kitty, Bobby, what's the matter?
Oh, she says the new vault has a radio in it.
A radio?
Yes, it has, Mary. It has a round thing with numbers. She means a dial on the outside. Isn't that a radio? Isn't it, Mr. Randall?
Well, no, Kitty. I'm afraid it isn't, but I'll have one put in if you like it.
There you are, smarty.
Bobby, behave yourself. I'm going in to see Father, and if you don't stop acting like a young hoodlum, I'll tell him.
I ain't doing nothing.
Well, see that you don't.
Wait a second, Mary. I'll go with you. I want to speak to the teller about it.
Bobby.
What?
Want to play something?
No.
Oh, Bobby, come on. Play something with me.
Well, all right.
You'll play banker. I'll be Father and you be somebody that wants to borrow money. No, I don't want to play that. Let's play elephant. You can be the elephant.
No.
I'm going to be a banker.
No. Sit down, madam.
Why? Don't ask questions. Sit down. All right.
I understand you wish a loan, madam.
Uh-huh.
Well, I thought so. Now, how much?
How much can I get?
No. You say a whole lot at first.
$50,000.
That's a great deal of money, madam.
Well, that's the most I could think of.
Don't talk that way. You'll be put out for saying things like that. I suppose you've got some kind of security, madam.
Well, I don't know.
Sure you have. You got a farm, haven't you?
Oh, yes, I got a farm.
Well, how large a farm?
A big one.
Well, that's good. Now, what grows on this farm?
Potatoes.
Anything else?
Potatoes and vegetables.
That's silly. Potatoes are vegetables, too.
They are not.
They are, too.
I'm going to ask Mr. Randall. Mr. Randall. Go ahead and ask him. You'll see. Mr. Randall. Oh, Mr. Randall.
Oh, I told him I'd see him this afternoon, Smith. You better let me take care of it.
Yes, Mr. Randall.
Mr. Randall.
That'll be all, Smith.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Randall. Go ahead and ask him. Ask him.
Say, now, what's going on here? Another argument?
Bobby says potatoes are vegetables. Sure they are. Are they, Mr. Randall?
Well, now, Kitty, that's a question that requires a lot of thought.
Hey, boss.
Yes, Fred?
I got to speak to you right away. Get rid of them kids.
Oh, all right. Now, listen, you youngsters. Run out and play, will you?
Sure. Come on, Kitty. I'll show you the new ball. Bye, Mr. Randall.
All right, Red, what's the excitement?
Come into the office quick. I got to speak to you.
Well, what's the matter?
Plenty. Doyle's here.
What?
Doyle, that copper. He's here.
Where?
In Mr. Lane's office. I seen him go in.
Holy...
He's after you, Jimmy. Sure as shooting.
It's about the Springfield job. He said he was digging up new evidence.
He must have found it. Come on, Jimmy. Let's get out of
Wait
here.
a minute. Does he know you?
I don't think so.
All right, then sit tight. I'll handle Doyle.
What do you mean?
Just keep quiet and let me do the talking. I'm going to alibi that guy till he's dizzy.
Alibi?
Now, listen, you get this. I'm not Jimmy Valentine, Red. I never heard of him. I've been straight all my life, and I can prove it.
What are you talking about?
Come here. Let's see, where is that thing? Oh, yes, here we are. Here. See this book?
Yeah?
Scrapbook full of newspaper clippings. Every clipping is about Lee Randall.
Lee Randall? That's you.
Sure, it was also my cousin.
You had a cousin by that name?
That's right. He lived in San Francisco. Went to Alaska a couple of years ago, never came back. This was his book of newspaper clippings. Here, read this one.
San Francisco News, January 12th, 1929. Lee Randall, principal speaker at Club Banquet.
Take another look at that date line, Red.
January 12th.
Mean anything to you?
No.
No? Well, the Springfield job was pulled on January the 11th.
I get it. Oh, wait a minute. You could have grabbed a plane, couldn't you?
No, I checked on that, too. They didn't have 24-hour service in 1929.
That sounds good. But listen, Jimmy, Doyle knows you. He ain't going to let you walk out under his nose just because you got some newspaper clippings.
No, I got more than clippings. Got a picture. Here. Look at this. Group picture, the banquet. The date on it. And my face right in the front row.
Holy gee, it is you. I don't get this, Jimmy.
Cinch. Had a photographer do a double negative job for me. Took out one of the other faces and put mine in its place. Red, I've been waiting for this day. Hoping it would never come, but waiting for it just the same. I've been going straight now for almost 3 years. I got a chance to marry the swellest girl in the world. And I'm not going to let anything slip.
But can you get away with it? Will Doyle swallow that stuff?
He's got to.
Yeah, but if he don't, what do you do then?
I do 10 more years in the jute mill. We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Pat O'Brien, Madge Evans, and our all-star cast resume the events of Alias Jimmy Valentine in a few moments. The girl we hear next never made the headlines, but she's an important part of Hollywood, the chorus girl. As captain of a group of Hollywood's fairest, all 12 of whom are in the audience tonight, she leaves this week on an airplane tour to exploit Warner Brothers' musical Gold Diggers of 1937. If you want to meet a screen showgirl, here's your chance. She's not only blonde, beautiful, shapely, but, I understand, capable of completing a whole sentence. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Carolyn Newell.
Oh, hello, Mr. DeMille. Gee, you're cute.
Well, you're not so bad. We're on the air, Miss Newell.
Oh, just like a radio program?
Practically the same.
And everybody hears whatever I say?
Yes, they do.
Oh, goody. Hello, Jack. Hello, Mortimer.
Just a
Hello,
minute.
Mr. Jacoby.
Just
Hello,
a minute.
Hello.
Don't say anything until I ask you a question. Then talk straight into this. This is a microphone, Miss Newell, see? Microphone.
But of course, an apparatus for converting audio energy into electrical energy. Anybody knows that.
Well, upon my word.
Microphone, it comes from the Greek word micros, meaning small.
Oh, you know a little Greek.
Not anymore. I haven't seen him in years. Oh, Nicholas.
Miss Newell, you're quite an enigma.
Oh, and I like you, too.
What I'm struggling to determine is how you got into pictures.
Well, when I was in high school...
You were in high school?
I'll thank you for not interrupting me, sir.
But how did you get into pictures?
Well, a Spanish boy I knew taught me to speak Spanish, and I got a job in a foreign language studio. After that, I was with Jean Harlow's stand-in at Metro, and then I went to Warner Brothers.
Mm-hmm. Are all showgirls like you, are they?
Mr. DeMille, you say the nicest things.
Oh, well. What are your latest pictures?
Stage Struck, Cain and Mabel, and now Gold Diggers.
Do you smoke or drink?
Thanks, but hadn't we better wait till we're through?
What's the showgirl's idea of marriage?
Well, it's like this. If a man came along with plenty of money, I think most of us would like to get married, providing we fell in love. That's important, too. But personally, if a man without money wanted to marry, I don't think it would be fair to either of us. You see, showgirls are really too independent to...
I'm afraid that the pilot of that plane is going to find himself in a spin with all you gold diggers aboard. Do you like the idea of flying?
Swell. The only trouble is that with 12 of us in one plane, there won't be much room left for clothes. But we know how to get around that.
How?
Did you ever hear of Lux Flakes?
Well, sounds familiar.
They solve our problem. Each night when we stop off at a hotel, we do a little washing with Lux Flakes. We use Lux all the time at the studio for our sweaters and costumes. And we use it on our trip, not only for convenience, but because we want to look our best always. You ought to try it sometime.
I will. It sounds like lots of fun.
Yes, indeed, Mr. DeMille. This has been lots of fun. If I haven't given the audience a very concrete idea of what a Hollywood showgirl is really like, maybe it's because we're actually no different than other girls. No smarter and, well, I guess no dumber. Just trying to make good and waiting for the right man. Thanks loads and good night.
Good night, Miss Newell. Back to our play, Alias Jimmy Valentine, starring Pat O'Brien and Madge Evans, with Alan Jenkins and William Frawley. It's just a few minutes since Jimmy learned that Doyle was in the bank looking for him. Alone in his office, Jimmy is pacing the floor nervously. The door opens, and Mary enters hurriedly.
Lee.
Yes, Mary?
Lee, I just came from Father's office. There's a man there, a detective. He's been asking Father a lot of questions about you.
About me? Well?
He said you're not Lee Randall. He said your name is Jimmy Valentine.
Valentine?
Lee, what's wrong? What's it all about? I'm frightened.
Oh, now take it easy, Mary. Everything will be all right.
But he's going to arrest you. He said so. I sneaked out of the office to warn you. Lee...
I tell you, Mr. Doyle, this is ridiculous.
Maybe it is, and maybe it ain't.
Lee.
Yes, Mr. Lane?
This man has just been asking me some questions about you. He's a detective.
Oh, yes?
Says his name is Doyle, and...
That's all right, Mr. Lane. He don't need an introduction to me. Do you, Valentine?
Valentine? My name is Randall.
Oh, come on. I wasn't born yesterday. I know your face like I know my own.
Mr. Doyle, you're making a mistake.
No, I ain't. He's Jimmy Valentine, wanted in the state of Massachusetts for cracking a safe in Springfield. I got all the evidence I need.
Maybe you have, but you've got the wrong man.
Of course you have. This is preposterous.
Now listen to me, all of you. I came all the way up here to put the bracelets on this bird, and I'm going to do it, see? Now, do you come peacefully, Valentine, or do I have to use force?
Oh, I wouldn't try that if I were you. You've evidently mistaken me for someone else.
Oh, I told you to can that stuff.
Why should I? I think I'm entitled to a chance to prove to you that I'm really Lee Randall.
Never mind that. How about proving you're not Jimmy Valentine?
He doesn't have to.
That's right, Mr. Lane. The burden of proof rests upon Mr. Doyle. He has to show beyond a reasonable doubt that I am Jimmy Valentine.
I'll do that when the right time comes.
Why don't you do it now?
All right, lady. Well, Valentine, suppose you tell us where you've been for the last 6 years or so.
No, of course my name is Randall, but I don't mind answering your question. I came to Glendale 3 years ago. Before that, I spent the rest of my life in San Francisco.
You weren't doing a stretch about 3.5 years ago?
Of course not.
And I suppose you weren't in Springfield either on the night of January 11th, 1929.
I've answered that question. I was in San Francisco.
All right. Maybe you can prove that.
Yes, I think I can.
How?
Well, I don't know exactly, but... Wait a minute. I can prove it. Look. You see this scrapbook?
Well?
It's full of clippings about me. Let's see now. Maybe I can find something here. Sure, here we are. I think you said I was in prison 3.5 years ago. That would be 1932, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this ought to be close enough. Look. San Francisco Times, February 22nd, 1932. There's a list of names of people who attended the holiday ball. You'll find mine at the bottom. See it? See it? Lee Randall.
Yeah, I see it.
So you see, I was there all right. Well, now maybe I can find something around another time. 1929. January. No. But I can't get the exact date. Wait a minute. Wait, here. You said January 11th, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, here's a clipping from the 12th. I made a speech at a club banquet. There's a picture, too. Not in the paper, of course, but you can see it must have been the same banquet. The photographer even dated it. Let's see. Where am I in this? There. There I am, right in the front row.
Let me see. Well, I'll be...
Well, I guess that settles it, Mr. Doyle.
You certainly don't want any more proof, do you?
I don't know. I don't understand this.
Why not? It's very simple.
Yeah, that's just it. You know, you look enough like Valentine to be his twin brother.
It's a good thing I'm not. You seem pretty intent on catching up with him.
I've been after him for almost 3 years.
You must want him pretty badly.
Yeah. You see, he's the only man in the country who can open a safe by the sense of touch.
By the sense of touch? Impossible.
Not for him, it ain't. He rubs his fingers with sandpaper, see?
Sandpaper? Ooh.
Yeah. Scrapes the skin clean off them so they'll be more sensitive.
How terrible.
You don't really believe that, do you, Mr. Doyle?
Sure I do. Why not?
Well, I don't believe that any man could have so delicate a sense of touch.
Well, he has. And it's been the ambition of my life to see him work, to catch him with the goods.
Well, for the sake of the community, I hope you do.
Thanks.
What's that? Listen.
It's out near the cave.
Mr. Lane. Mr. Lane.
Hey, Red, what's the matter out there?
Something awful has happened.
What?
It's Kitty.
Kitty? What's the matter with her?
Talk up, man. What's happened?
She's locked in the vault.
What did you
She's
say?
in a new vault. She's locked in there.
Locked in the vault?
Quiet, Mary.
How did it happen?
Bobby, they were playing and he closed the door on her.
My baby, oh, God.
Take it easy, Mr. Lane. Where's the combination?
They haven't sent the combination yet. Nobody knows it.
Oh, Father.
Now, quiet, Mary, please.
I'm going out to the vault.
Stay where you are, Mr. Lane.
But she's locked in there.
Well, you can't do her any good. Red, go out and clear the bank.
Okay, Mr. Randall.
Now, sit down, Mary, please, and be quiet.
Randall, what are you doing?
Hello, Miss Simpson. Give me the Globe Saving Vault Company right away. Might know the combination at the office.
Do you think so, Lee?
Take a chance.
How big is the vault she's in, Mr. Lane?
Oh, it's very small. It's full of safety boxes. Clear up to the ceiling.
That's not so good.
Why? What do you mean?
Shut up, Doyle.
Mr. Randall.
Well, Red.
They're clearing the bank. Peter's attending to it.
All right, sit tight for a minute. Here we are. Hello. Globe? Randall speaking. Farmers National Bank, Glendale. Listen, I've got to have the combination of that new vault right away. Yes, the new vault. What? Where is it? Oh, let's see. All right.
Lee, what did they say?
They can't get it.
What?
Only one man in the office knows what the combination is. He's out for the day.
Oh, good God.
What are we going to do?
There must be somebody who can open it. There must be somebody.
There's only one person I could think of. Jimmy Valentine. Too bad he ain't here now. Eh, Randall?
Shut up, will you?
She can't last much longer. There's not enough air. She's suffocating.
Oh, Father.
Oh, don't, Mary. We'll get her out of there.
But how? How, Lee?
I know a way. It's an awfully hard way for me, but I'll get her out.
Lee.
How you going to do it, Mr. Randall?
Stick around, Doyle, and watch. Red.
Yeah?
Red, go down to the workshop.
Yeah?
Bring me back 4 sheets of rough sandpaper.
Sandpaper? Well, that's a coincidence.
Mary, you must be quiet. You can't work if you do that.
Yes, Father.
How's it going, fella?
I don't know yet. I don't know. Can't feel. Give me that sandpaper again, Red.
Here you are. Don't you think I've done enough of that?
Shut up and let me alone.
You're bleeding.
So what? Don't talk, I tell you. I heard it. Oh, missed it again. I fell it that time. I felt the dog lift. There it is.
21.
21, right. Remember that.
I got it.
Give me that paper.
Be quiet, miss. It's the only way you can work.
52 left.
52 left.
Now I'm getting there. I can feel every jar of it. How many bolts has door got, Red?
12.
12? Here we are again. This is 11. I think I noticed rotation.
11.
Right.
Randall, are you getting it?
In a minute, Mr. Lane.
What's that?
She's kicking the vent against the door again. Stop it, kid. Stop it.
Don't waste your lungs, Red. Keep your nerve. 42.
42.
That's what it ought to be. Now. 1.
1.
It's your rotation, all right. 10 off the first. On 2, 3, and back. Now. 1 more, Red.
Hurry. If you can stop, she might be dead.
Oh, no.
Wait a minute. There it is.
Pull it open. Get that door open. Here it comes.
Kitty! Kitty!
Here she is on the floor.
Give it to me. She's dead.
No, she's breathing. She'll be all right. Get her down to the doctor's now. Quick.
Someone come with me.
Red, help carry her.
Sure. Let me take her, Mr. Lane. And don't worry. She'll be all right. Just take it easy now.
Oh, Lee. Look at your poor fingers.
Huh? Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, they're all right.
That was a neat job opening that safe.
Yeah, wasn't it? Guess you win after all, Doyle. I'm ready to go with you.
Go where?
Massachusetts.
Oh, no.
I ain't going to Massachusetts. I ain't going any place in particular, and neither are you. She needs you more than the state of Massachusetts.
What do you mean?
I mean that you were right, see? I made a big mistake a few minutes ago. I thought you were Jimmy Valentine. Ain't that a riot? Well, I guess I'll run along. I don't suppose we'll ever meet again, Mr. Randall, so I'll say goodbye for good. But wait a minute. Just to retain your respect, Jimmy, don't think I fell for that double negative photograph. So long.
Well,
He's gone.
yes, but he knows who I am, Mary. So do you.
Yes, darling. Your name is Lee Randall.
Alias Jimmy Valentine.
Lee Randall. And we're going to be married next month.
You mean that?
Oh, you know I do.
Gee, that's funny. I told Red once I was going to crack one more safe. I guess that was it.
Jimmy Valentine's last job is finished, but not Pat O'Brien's. With Madge Evans, he returns shortly to the microphone. In the annals of law enforcement, no name struck greater fear in the hearts of criminals, or will be remembered by this nation with greater gratitude than that of Melvin Purvis. Mr. Purvis received his law degree from the University of his native South Carolina and practiced law before entering the Department of Justice. Though he was less than 5 feet 9 inches in height and weighed not quite 130 pounds, he became head of the Chicago office of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the powerful organization which waged a relentless battle against such wanton outlaws as Pretty Boy Floyd, Babyface Nelson, Vern Miller, the Toohey, Carpus, and Barker gangs, Vern Sankey, and John Dillinger. Today, Mr. Purvis is an attorney in San Francisco, as quiet and soft-spoken as when he proceeded to rid the country of its public enemies. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Melvin Purvis.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I've listened with interest to the story of the safecracker, Jimmy Valentine. Few of Jimmy Valentine's kind are left, but I remember one I met while running down a lead on John Dillinger. He had only the greatest scorn for bank robbers of today. Their greed for large hauls, their quickness on the trigger, and their wanton murders of innocent people thoroughly disgusted him.
Is it true that during the past several months, crime has been at a fortunate ebb?
Yes, but it must be emphasized that whatever gains law and order have attained over organized crime will be turned into disastrous defeat if any apathy is shown now by the public or by law enforcement officials. The last few years have demonstrated that crime can be successfully fought if intelligently fought.
Well, do you agree, Mr. Purvis, with those who think an American Scotland Yard would hold crime in greater check?
No, Mr. DeMille. Scotland Yard, although a highly efficient organization, and one for which I have the utmost respect, is really nothing more than the Metropolitan Police Force of London. In 1935, there were 28 murders in Scotland Yard's territory. In the same year, 375 murders were committed in New York and 1,630 in Memphis, Tennessee. In other words, the Yard has never had to combat problems like ours.
Then what do you suggest as a means of halting crime?
First, it is the duty of Americans to see that the youth of our country is properly trained by giving more time and money to organizations that take boys off the street and out of dives. Second, modernization of local and state police. This can be done by giving our police at least as good equipment as the criminals have, by rewarding merit and weeding out incompetency. Third, our prison system must be improved. Few men emerge from prison without a Ph.D. in crime, and few fail to put this newly acquired knowledge into practice. Until prisoners are properly segregated in jail, until our parole and prison systems work hand in hand, the penitentiary will remain little more than a breeding place for more crime. Fourth, the public must cooperate with law enforcement officials at all times. Citizens who pay tribute to racketeering thugs only tie the noose more tightly around their own necks. These, ladies and gentlemen, are problems which must be solved. And while the country has a breathing spell, is the time to do something about solving them. Thank you, Mr. DeMille, not only for your courtesy, but for the many hours of excellent entertainment provided by the Lux Radio Theater. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Perry. And now, let's get our Irish up and bring Pat O'Brien back to the microphone with Madge Evans.
I guess there'll be no holding Pat, Mr. DeMille, since you told us the real Jimmy Valentine was named Connors, another Irishman.
Oh, I knew that all the time.
Speaking of the Fighting Irish, Pat, how did it happen that you played football for Marquette instead of Notre Dame?
Well, I'll tell you, after the one game I was in against the Fighting Irish, most people thought I did play for Notre Dame.
Why, I understood you ran 95 yards for a touchdown.
No, that was just the dream of a publicity man, Madge. To tell the truth, they carried me off after the first few plays. It took Marquette several years to climb back from where I left them, but look at them now. Unbeaten and untied, and how many of those are there?
It looks like Marquette for the Rose Bowl, Pat. Maybe.
They're practically on the field now. Yes, sir, I'm so happy I could sing.
I dare you to.
Oh, well, there are people listening.
I've never known an Irishman who wouldn't take a dare.
Well, what can a man do?
Well, Mr. O'Brien, what will it be?
Well, all right, then. I'll sing the Charlady's Ball. You asked for it, and you're going to get it. At the Charlady's Ball, people said one and all, you're the belle of the ball, Mrs. Mulligan. We'd 1 steps and 2 steps, and the devil knows what new steps. We swore that we'd never be dull again, bedad. We had wine, porter, and Jameson. We'd cocktails and cocoa and all. We'd rumbas and tangos, half steps and fandangos. The night that we danced at the Charlady's Ball. I made it. Well, I hope you learned your lesson. Never dare an Irishman.
It was lovely, Pat. But before someone dares me to sing, I want to congratulate Lux for making Monday night my favorite evening at the radio, and to say good night.
Good night, Madge.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. And listen, if you ever have any consideration for your audience, never let an actor sing again. Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night, me bye.
Thank you, Miss Evans and Mr. O'Brien. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Next week's program will be announced shortly by Mr. DeMille. Mr. O'Brien, Miss Newell, and Mr. Jenkins appeared through courtesy of Warner Brothers. Miss Evans, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Mr. DeMille and Mr. Frawley, Paramount. And Mr. Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he directed music for the new film, Lloyds of London. 4.5-year-old Joan Field, who plays the part of Kitty, appeared through courtesy of B.P. Schulberg, her discoverer. And now, Mr. DeMille.
I look forward to next Monday night as a highlight in the history of the Lux Radio Theater. The event will be the presentation of Noel Coward's delightful romance, Conversation Piece, a musical and dramatic play which takes place in France and England during the Napoleonic era. Our stars, Miss Lily Pons of the Metropolitan Opera and Mr. Adolphe Manjou. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater brings you Lily Pons and Adolphe Manjou in Conversation Piece. Before closing, may I call your attention to the annual membership drive of the American Red Cross. Had it not been for this great Legion of Mercy, 131,000 families throughout the United States would be facing a tragic future today. The Red Cross has rebuilt and repaired homes, provided food, clothing, shelter, and medical attention for the victims of 105 disasters this year. Millions of Americans are enrolling in the Red Cross in order that its service may continue. Won't you please share in the Red Cross work? Contribute your dollar and enroll now through your local chapter. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia